Chapter 9. Paving the Way. It was now April, and the cold weather that had been sweeping across Britain for the past several months had started to lift and give way to the spring. However, the brightening and warmth of the weather was not reflected within the castle at Hogwarts. Since returning from the Christmas holidays, the students had been subject to even more strict and stringent measures, making it near impossible for them to hold any further meetings, and even when they managed to come together as a group, it wasn't long before they were broken up. Today was different, though. After the news of the mass breakout from Azkaban, the members of the group knew they had to meet. It was imperative. After managing to create a big enough distraction in the Great Hall, in the form of a very large loose bunch of pixies, provided by Luna, the students had managed to secure a classroom on the 6th floor to have a much-needed meeting to discuss the events of the past few months. "It's really happening, isn't it?" Lavender Brown spoke once they were all present. "It's been happening for months, Brown," Daphne explained. "A few shops have closed in the alley and are only operating an owl order service. My mum was attacked by a Death Eater in January while my dad was away," she added, clearly still upset by what had happened. There was a collective gasp from the rest of the students. "Oh my God, is she okay? What happened?" Hermione questioned with concern. "She got lucky," Daphne began. "She said that some young guy saved her and kicked the Death Eater's arse," she added with a grin. "She said that he modified his memory when he was out cold and put a portkey on him, and he even paid for the damage in the shop," she finished, frowning thoughtfully. "He must be really brave to take on a Death Eater," Parvati Patil chimed in. "Or a complete idiot," Ron added. Hermione frowned at the red head. Ever since they had returned, he had been even more bitter and lazy. She thought that after his father was attacked, he would buck up his ideas and put more effort into his work, but he instead did the opposite, and often found himself in trouble with the professors for producing such poor work. "Did she say who he was?" she asked the blonde Slytherin. "She didn't get his name," Daphne explained, shaking her head. "She said he looked average, but she thinks he was wearing a glamour, and the only unusual thing about him was his wand," she finished, shrugging. "His wand?" Neville questioned. "Yes, she said it was a white wood and black crystal wand. They were woven together," she replied. "He must have some very strange cores for it to be made that way," Hermione mused thoughtfully. "How so?" Neville asked. "Well, usually a wand is one wood with one or two cores that complement each other," she began her explanation. "Crystals are usually used only as focus points. Different crystals have different purposes," she added. "If his wand is a mixture of both, then that means he has cores that won't bind or will negate each other. He must be a very unusual wizard for that to happen, though," she concluded with a shake of her head. "How do you know that?" Daphne asked in surprise at the knowledge the Gryffindor bookworm had. "I asked Mr. Ollivander about the different types of wands, and he told me that wands like that are almost unheard of," she explained. The rest of the students just shook their heads at the bushy-haired girl. "Has anyone else heard anything?" Ginny asked expectantly. When no one spoke, Hermione decided it was probably best they end the meeting so they didn't get caught. "Are we going to train soon?" Luna asked hopefully. "It's impossible to do it with Filch. The Toad and her squad around," Tracy cut in. "We just have to practice on our own while we can for now," Hermione said a little sadly. "And just hope we've done enough to pass our owls," she added. "What is Harry going to do about his OWLS? He's missed the whole year," Neville asked. "If he is still alive, of course," he added sheepishly. "I think if Potter is still alive, then OWLS are the least of his worries, Longbottom," Daphne sighed exasperatedly. "Has anyone even heard from him? It's almost been a year now," she asked irritably. "Not a word," Hermione said sadly. "He's probably done a runner," Ron spat bitterly. "He has not run, Weasley," Neville retorted angrily. The rest of the group looked at them, clearly seeing that something had happened, or something was not being shared. "What is it you know, Longbottom?" Daphne asked with a raised eyebrow. Neville looked like a rabbit caught in headlights and looked at Hermione, clearly wanting her help. Hermione shrugged at him. "You haven't heard from him since, have you?" she asked the very nervous-looking boy who shook his head in reply. Then I guess it doesn't matter if you say. Hermione shrugged again. What the hell is it, Longbottom? Spit it out or I will hex you, Daphne threatened, drawing her wand. Neville huffed exasperatedly and held his hands up in defeat. I sent Harry a birthday present last year, and he replied, Neville explained. And you didn't think to tell us, Tracy cut in angrily. When is his birthday? She asked, clearly annoyed. I promised I wouldn't, Neville retorted firmly. July 31st, a day after mine, he sighed. So you, Daphne began prodding the Gryffindor. Hear from him a month after he disappeared and didn't tell us all year, she asked dangerously. He asked me not to tell anyone, Neville replied, now getting annoyed himself. But he wouldn't run away. I'm not that close to him, but I know he's not like that. When have any of you known Harry to quit? He asked the group heatedly. He never quit in second year when you all thought he was the heir of Slytherin and was attacking us. He didn't quit when the Dementors were here, and they got to him worse than anyone else, and he didn't give up when you all thought he put his name in the Goblet of Fire, and he was pretty much segregated by everyone for months. He finished feeling very angry. The rest of the students looked embarrassed by the way they had treated Potter. And even if he did run from it all, would any of you really blame him? It's not like the wizarding world has been good to him. Hell, his whole life has been a shit storm. He finished exiting the room and slamming the door as he left. Who knew Neville had that in him? Lavender asked in shock. Suitably cowed, the rest of the group departed for their own dormitories. They were glad they got the chance to discuss at least a few things of importance, even if it did end with them being reprimanded by Longbottom. Break. The mood of Lord Voldemort had not improved over the last few months. Firstly, Lucius and Severus had failed in their investigation to identify the young man who had thwarted Peter's attempt at capturing the wife of Jean de Lacre. Secondly, the Death Eaters he had had under his command had been nothing but incompetent, having failed to carry out the most simple of orders. One of the reasons he found himself liberating his more loyal and useful followers much sooner than he had originally planned. The Dark Lord was nothing if not meticulous in his planning, and he had spent many years as a younger man finding a way to secure his place in this world in the form of his Horcruxes, something exceedingly difficult to create. Being the paranoid man he was, he had been to check on the ones that he could currently access, and found himself in an uncontrollable rage from what he had discovered. Discovering that Regulus had betrayed him had surprised him, but he had killed the man many years ago for his actions. He discovered that the ring belonging to his paternal grandfather had also gone missing, and that whoever took it had left no trace of themselves behind. He concluded it must have been a very gifted wizard to pull off a feat like this. Upon questioning Lucius about the diary he had placed in his care, the man went to pieces and had to be most severely punished for his transgression against his master. He was very fortunate that he was a very useful asset, or he would most certainly have found himself dead. The Dark Lord suspected that the man had wished for death during the course of his punishment. This led to him making the decision to free his followers prematurely and risk coming out in the open. He needed to be sure of his other items. Bellatrix had one in her vault at his request, and her connection to the Black family and Regulus had him worried for the welfare of the cup. Thus, this was the main reason for acting as he had. He also required the services of the Dementors to offer a distraction while Peter retrieved the final one he had placed at Hogwarts. Usually, he would simply ask Severus to retrieve it, but with the man's knowledge of the dark arts, it was very likely that he would recognize what it was, and he wanted to protect his secret as best he could, and keep it to himself unless it became entirely necessary. He knew Peter could get into the castle, as he had spent many years there undetected in his rat form, and he knew he was not versed enough in magic to recognize what it was he was retrieving. The last one of his creations was with him always in the form of his familiar. He knew it had been a risk creating one from a live vessel, but he found upon doing it, the snake became much more intelligent and very resistant to magic. Overall, he was content that this one was at least safe. The thing that had him concerned the most was the fact that he knew he wouldn't be able to create any more. The soul is not an infinite source. and he knew from the creation of the last one that it would no longer be a viable option. The pain had been unbearable, and he had been out of sorts for months. Perhaps creating the last one had been a mistake on his part. He was broken from his reverie by the arrival of Bellatrix, who was looking terrible. Azkaban had been terrible to her, and she looked just like an inferi. Her beauty had faded with her years spent in there, and what was left was a shadow of the vibrant woman she used to be. Now she was nothing more than a psychopath, but would certainly be useful in a fight once she was a little healthier. "My lord," she began, falling to her knees in front of her master. "The goblins allowed me entry as you said they would," she explained. "And what of my item?" the Dark Lord asked impatiently. "My vault was empty, my lord. There was nothing in there," she sputtered, quivering in fear. "The goblins said that the ministry seized the contents," she added, continuing to shake. The Dark Lord growled in annoyance, but was hit by a realization. If the ministry had seized it, then it is likely that all of the contents were simply moved to a larger and much more protected vault of their own. Although that was likely, he still did not want to risk his final one, and knew he needed Peter to be successful in his plan. If he wasn't, then so help the rat, he would die the most painful and humiliating death the Dark Lord could devise. "Very well, Bella," he intoned neutrally. "Go rest and eat. I will have use for you soon enough," he instructed. "Yes, my lord, thank you," Bellatrix replied, bowing, clearly relieved at the mercy of her master. She left the room, followed shortly by the Dark Lord, who had a discussion with some Dementors to have. Break. Harry Potter was currently sat in Diagon Alley, eating ice cream outside of Florian Fortescue's, simply watching the crowd, something he had been doing a lot recently, particularly after the incident in the apothecary a few months ago. He had in the intervening months prevented a few other attempts at intimidation and attacks from single Death Eaters, and had recommended that the owners run an owl service-only business for the time being, which they had quickly listened to, having been harshly made aware of the reality of the spreading rumors. He had become adept at disguising himself, but it was something he did not enjoy doing. He did not feel himself in his various disguises he had come up with, something he made sure he changed each time he came here. He had, as he promised himself, both changed and increased his training, incorporating many new aspects to improve himself as much as he could. And as a result, he knew now that he was better than ever, which was a relief to him, particularly after the breakout from Azkaban and the subsequent reporting of the incident in the Daily Prophet. Clearly, the minister had prevented any speculation or allusions to the Dark Lord, blaming Sirius for helping the prisoners to escape, as he had done it himself before. Both Harry and Arcturus were incensed by the article, and it had taken them both a very long time to calm down. Harry knew that it would have to be sooner, rather than later, that he would have to bring the Dark Lord out in the open, if things continued the way they were, but first and foremost, he had to catch the elusive rat to clear his godfather's name. The rat had yet to make any appearance that Harry had been aware of. He had done as he previously had and spent times in various hovels trying to catch even a whisper of the rat and his whereabouts, but to no avail. He had picked up a few names of Death Eaters and made a mental note of them for future reference, but other than that, these efforts had been fruitless. It seemed that Pettigrew was keeping a low profile, and it infuriated Harry to no end, but he knew he would have to remain patient. He had tasked Dobby with searching for the man also, and much to the elf's disappointment, it had been a dead avenue also. The reason that Harry was here was that he simply needed some fresh air. He and Arcturus had had a heated discussion about the Azkaban escape, and in particular Arcturus's granddaughter, Bellatrix. Arcturus insisted that although she was one of Riddle's top Death Eaters, she was still his family, and he would not allow Harry to kill her if he came across her unless absolutely necessary. Harry had countered the argument by pointing out that she had tortured and murdered innocent people, but Arcturus would not concede. Eventually, the argument got so heated that both men were no longer making any sense, and Harry had left, not wanting to upset the man further. Despite the fact that he was a cantankerous old git at the best of times, Harry did care for him deeply and was grateful for what he had done. While sitting here, he had decided that he would respect the man's wishes, but would not hold back if the deranged woman tried to attack him or anyone else. He knew Arcturus would not be entirely happy with his compromise, but he would accept it. Harry had been visiting his godfather more regularly since he met with Dumbledore and the rest of the Order, but had not attended any more meetings with the group, knowing he could trust the old man to contact him with any important information. He had received his OWL results in mid-February, much later than he had expected to. The letter with the results had informed him that there were difficulties in grading his work, as he was clearly capable way beyond the curriculum, and there had been some considerable debating between his two examiners which had caused the delay. Overall, he was very happy and very proud of what he had achieved, as was Arcturus, who praised him for his efforts and ability in a rare show of visual pride. He ensured Harry that his grandparents would be extremely proud of him also. With his results, he had been offered a very rare opportunity, and he was very much looking forward to it when the time was right. Harry continued watching the people in the alley that was definitely much emptier today than it usually was, hardly surprising considering the outbreak. He would spend the day here until darkness falls, and then he would head to Nocturne Alley and see if any information could be gathered about the rat or even the escape from the notorious prison. Break. Peter Pettigrew had just been dismissed by the Dark Lord, and he was not comfortable with the mission he had been given to redeem himself, but knew he could not refuse his master. He knew he could get in the castle without any problems. It was getting out that worried him. He was aware that as soon as the Dementors attacked, then a full alert would be implemented and the castle would be locked down. The rat would be alone, something he did not like. The only backup he had would be the distraction of the Dementors, and that made him very nervous. The one thing he was grateful was that the Dark Lord had allowed him to wait until the next Hogsmeade weekend, meaning that the castle would be mostly empty, giving him the only real advantage towards completing the task. He just hoped that it would be enough, and the plan would go off without a hitch. Break. The day that the students of Hogwarts had been waiting for had finally arrived, the last day of term before the Easter holidays. Today was a Hogsmeade day, and the students were grateful at the early reprieve from the tyranny of the Toad and her chosen cronies. Even though they were leaving tomorrow, everyone in the castle who could leave seemed to have opted to do so for a few carefree hours. Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Ginny had decided to go to the village early as none of them had fully packed for the trip home the following day, and they were hoping that with the castle much emptier, they would be able to get a little practical practice in without being disturbed. Thus, they were among the first students to leave the castle, hoping to return quickly. They spent their time shopping for sweets in Honeydukes, and at the request of Hermione, went to Slug and Jiggers for a top-up on her potion ingredients, knowing that Diagon Alley was not the most desirable place to be at the moment in time. With their shopping complete, they had time for a quick butterbeer in the Three Broomsticks before they headed back to the castle to pack as they had planned. Ron complained loudly that his day in the village was cut short, but even he couldn't wait to get home for a breather and to have some of his mother's home cooking. With their packing complete, they made their way to the 6th-floor classroom they had used for the previous meeting and began practicing the spell work they were not allowed to under normal circumstances, completely unaware of anything that was happening outside of the room they had warded and silenced accordingly. Break. Daphne, Astoria, and Tracy had decided that they would pack before heading to the village, knowing that most of the students would be getting the carriages at the earliest possible opportunity to spend as much time out of the castle as they could. It was around 11:30 by the time they had finished their packing and made their way to the entrance hall to be checked out by Filch, who was clearly in a sour mood. The castle was silent as the trio had expected, as clearly the students had acted as they had predicted. After being jabbed and prodded unnecessarily by the caretaker, they caught a carriage and made their way into the very busy village. So much for it being quieter later, Tracy grumbled agitatedly. "I didn't say it would be quieter," Daphne pointed out. "I just said it would be better to pack earlier and avoid the rush for the first carriages," she explained to her friend. "Let's just be grateful we get to leave," Astoria chimed in. I can't stand Malfoy leering at everyone and strutting around the common room like a peacock. I just want to hex the bastard every time I see him," she said with a cruel smirk. "Yes, well, we get 2 weeks away from the ferret. He's been much worse since Potter has been away and not embarrassed him all year," Tracy added in disgust. "I wish he would come back even just to put Malfoy in his place," she finished thoughtfully. "Draco is just a ponce," Daphne proclaimed. "He will get what's coming to him eventually," she concluded. The trio made their way to the 3 broomsticks to get some lunch, as it had taken them a reasonable amount of time to make their way through the crowds. They managed to find a table in the busy pub and ordered their food. When they finished eating, they left the pub and rejoined the crowd in the busy street. "What do you need to get?" Tracy asked the sisters, trying to avoid being bustled around too much. "I need potions ingredients," Astoria replied. "I was only planning on getting some sweets and going to Zonko's to get a surprise for our resident 5th-year prefects," Daphne responded, looking mischievous. Tracy shook her head at her friend. She knew Daphne had quite a mean streak, but she had been terrorizing Pansy a lot recently, and now seemed to be ready to turn her attention to Malfoy. "Well, why don't you do that and I will go with Torrey? I need to get a new cauldron and we can meet you here in half an hour," Tracy suggested. Daphne, knowing that it made no sense for all 3 of them to try and make their way through the crowds to the different shops, agreed and went on her way. Zonko's was not far from the apothecary, so she went to Honeyjuke's first, thinking she would catch her friend and sister as they were finishing their shopping. Things were going according to plan. She had got her sweets and exited the shop to make her final stop. It was then that things went horribly wrong. She could feel a slight chill in the air and could hear screams coming from the other side of the village. She withdrew her wand and made her way towards the screams, filled with dread. It was then she realized what was happening. "Oh shit," she cursed. She had been practicing tirelessly ever since Granger had spoken of the difficulty of it, but she was not ready for this. Break. Arcturus was sat in his office poring over the map he had borrowed from Potter that his moron of a grandson and his friends had made at school. He was loath to admit it, but it was quite an extraordinary item, and one that he was sure would be able to help him find what he was looking for. He was sure that Riddle had left one of his abominations in the castle. He was cocksure enough to do it, that was for certain. He had waited for today to look over the map after he discovered it would be a Hogsmeade day, and he could look at it without being distracted by the moving dots of the students. He had already discovered that there were many rooms and tunnels around the castle that he had never been aware of, and according to Potter, there were even more. The boy had pointed out that the Chamber of Secrets wasn't marked on the map, so the chances of there being other hidden rooms was quite high. But Arcturus knew that learning as much as he could from the map was a good start, and he could at least garner some idea where it could be hidden. He would have Potter check the chamber when the time was right, and any other room he found of interest on the map. He knew Potter could get in and out of the castle with his cloak, and the map undetected, so had already began to put a plan in place to have him search. But that meant he would need to include the boy on all the details, something he wasn't ready to share, yet unless he was completely sure of a firm location he had confidence in. As he was looking the map over, he noticed an isolated dot located in the Shrieking Shack that made him stiffen, and had him hurrying quickly from the room with a cruel yet triumphant grin on his face. Break. Harry had just finished dressing after his post-workout shower and was preparing to make his way to the alley to see if he could gather anything from listening to the crowds. He was about to begin applying his glamour when his door burst open, and Arcturus charged in, clutching the map, looking gleeful. "The rat is at the Shrieking Shack," he spoke breathlessly, handing the parchment to the teen. Evidently, the older man had ran to the room. Harry looked at the map and grinned. He was about to disapparate when a pop sounded, and a frantic Dobby appeared in the room, looking very fearful. "Harry Potter, sir, the Dementies are attacking the students, sir," he shouted in a panic. Harry grabbed the elf to calm him, and addressed him as quickly and controlled as he could. "Go and tell Dumbledore," he instructed the elf. "Professor Whiskers is already there, Harry Potter, sir," the elf explained. Professor Whiskers and the other professors is there, sir, but they is too many dementies, he explained, panicking more. Get the rat first, Potter, Arcturus said. Dumbledore can at least hold them off until you or the Aurors get there, he said confidently. Harry nodded and disappeared, appearing outside the shack. He checked the map and saw that Peter was just inside. Harry disillusioned himself and silenced his feet before entering. Seeing the door opening, that rat squeaked and made a break for the stairs that led to the tunnel that would bring him the base of the Whomping Willow. It did not take long for him to locate the rat who was making his way through the tunnel. Harry saw a glint of silver in the darkness and fired a well-aimed stunner at the traitor, catching the rat on its flank. He summoned the rat and stunned it again, for good measure. Where were you going, Peter? We have a lot of catching up to do. He spoke to unconscious vermin with a twisted smile. He quickly remembered the Dementors that were plaguing the village and quickly made his way to help. He exited the shack and walked straight into a scene of complete panic and chaos. The Dementors were spread out and not attacking in a concentrated fashion as they usually would, making it much more difficult to combat the creatures. Harry charged forward and quickly saw a blonde student attempting a Patronus charm that was just not strong enough to fight of the Dementor that had accosted her. He watched in horror as her weak shield fell and the beast approached her. Expecto Patronum, he said casually, knowing he had to remain calm. His Thistral erupted from the end of his wand and galloped audibly into the Dementor, causing it to flee with a loud screech of fury into the air, which his Patronus followed, and began flying at every one of the creatures it came to. Harry noticed the girl was about to keel over and apparated to her side, and managed to catch the near-unconscious blonde in his arms before she hit the floor. Break. The sheer number of Dementors that were attacking had Albus Dumbledore worried. He was very adept with the Patronus charm, but the way the creatures were scattered made it difficult even for his powerful Phoenix to combat. He had sent word to the Auror office, but they were notoriously slow at responding, so for the time being it was only himself, Minerva and Phileas, who were able to produce the charm powerful enough to be of any use. The cold was truly settling in on him now, and he began to feel the effects which made it difficult to maintain the spell. He could see that his colleagues were faring no better, but he would not give in though. He steeled himself and pushed as hard as he could with his magic. His Phoenix grew brighter, but he knew it would not be enough to put the odds in his favor. He was beginning to lose hope when he suddenly heard a screech of rage from one of the beasts, and looked up to see a huge Thistral Patronus plowing through the air, beating its powerful wings and defending the village without abandon. Albus Dumbledore smiled as he felt the warmth and hope fill him. There was only one young man capable of such a feat. Harry Potter had come to their aid. Break. Daphne Greengrass knew that she was at her limit and was feeling the last of her magical reserves leaving her body in her attempt at repelling the Dementor that had attacked her. Upon realizing what had happened, she had tried to hurry to find her sister and best friend when she encountered the creature. She had been working on her Patronus for months and had only been able to produce a silvery, misty shield at best, which was much harder in the moment when it mattered. She felt her shield fail and knew that this was it. She was going to be killed before she had even left school. She felt disorientated and slightly delirious from the effort it had taken to even fight as well as she had. She thought she could hear the galloping of hooves followed by a terrifying screech. She felt as though she had been hoisted from the ground, then she knew no more. She came to her senses feeling very light and warm, as though she was in a gentle and comfortable embrace. If this was heaven, then, she would be content with this feeling eternally. She could still hear the screams and was confused as to why she could still hear the happenings of the village in the afterlife. She opened her eyes and found that she was in the arms and pulled gently against the muscular chest of a young man. The first thing she noticed as she looked up was a bright emerald fire in his eyes, beautiful emerald eyes that were radiating a power. But it was not a power that made her shudder in apprehension. On the contrary, it was a power that made her feel safe and added to her already comfortable state. "You have very beautiful eyes," she murmured in her delirium and pulled herself closer to the young man instinctively and nestled her head deeper in his chest. She felt the man chuckle and shake his head. "Thank you, miss," the man replied in obvious amusement. "Am I in heaven?" she mumbled, causing him to chuckle again. "If you are, then I am honored that I am your idea of a suitable afterlife, my lady," he responded, sounding even more amused. It was then that Daphne realized she was in fact not dead, as she heard the voice of Astoria cut into her bliss. "Who the hell are you, and what are you doing with my sister?" she heard her question the young man angrily. "Calm down, miss," he replied quietly. "Your sister was being attacked by a Dementor. I helped her and she passed out," he explained. "Yes, well, you can put her down now," she retorted, clearly annoyed to find her sister in the arms of a man. She felt him shrug before he addressed her. "Are you okay to stand, miss?" he asked. Daphne nodded reluctantly and felt herself being placed gently on her feet. She shot her sister a look to express her annoyance before turning to face the man. He was tall and muscular with short dark hair and was well groomed. He had the brightest green eyes she had ever seen that were still simmering with the undercurrent of power she could see there, but the eyes looking back on her were now looking at her with concern in them. She could get lost in those eyes, and she wouldn't even care. She shook her head. Daphne Greengrass did not fawn over boys. It was then that she saw the wand that he was holding, and her eyes widened in shock. "It was you," she stammered, pointing at him. "Me?" he questioned, looking confused, clearly thinking that she was still delirious. "Yes, it was you. You saved my mother," she explained, looking at Tracy and Astoria, who by now had also noticed his wand. "I did?" he asked again. "Yes, the apothecary in Diagon Alley. All she could remember was how unique your wand was," she explained, getting a little frustrated. "Ah," he replied in realization. "The beautiful blonde lady who looks much like yourself and your sister," he realized, indicating the sisters. Daphne flushed at the compliment that didn't go unnoticed by her friend, who raised her eyebrow at her. "Thank you for saving her," Astoria cut in, no longer annoyed at the mystery man. "Yes, thank you," Daphne echoed her sister's sentiments. "And thank you for saving me," she said shyly. "It looks like my family owe you," she added. The young man shook his head. "You don't owe me anything," he intoned. "I just did what I knew was the right thing," he explained. Strangely, he then removed a rat with a silver paw from his pocket and sighed in relief. "Now, if you ladies will excuse me, I have to go and clear my godfather's name," he declared, placing the rat in his pocket and nodding to someone behind the trio of girls. "Wait!" Daphne shouted, but it was too late. The young man had disappeared without a sound. The group turned to see Professor Dumbledore watching them with his eyes twinkling madly. "Professor, do you know who he was?" Daphne asked the headmaster. "Yes, he is the young man who prevented a lot of loss and heartache today," the old man replied cryptically. "I meant his name, sir," Daphne responded. "Ah, he did not give you one?" he asked the girl, clearly amused. "No, sir," Daphne replied. "But he saved mine and my mother's life, and I wanted to be able to thank him properly," she explained. Even though the young man had insisted she nor her mother owed him anything, she at least wanted to show her gratitude and appreciation to him. There are not many who would intervene the way he had, and to do so twice was certainly something. "Yes, he is a rather special young man, isn't he?" the headmaster mused. "But if he did not give you a name, then it is not my place to," he explained firmly. "I'm sure all will be revealed soon enough," he added knowingly with an amused twinkle in his eyes. With that, the trio left the company of the headmaster and made their way back to the castle, grateful that they had managed to survive an encounter with the now former guards of Azkaban. "He was gorgeous, wasn't he?" Tracy broke the silence dreamily. Daphne thought so. Astoria replied with a hint of mischief in her voice. "Oh, shut up, Tori," her sister retorted and moved ahead of the other two, who seemed intent on teasing her because of her lapse in coherency in a moment of weakness. They made their way into the entrance hall and were stopped by Granger, Longbottom, and the two youngest Weasleys. "What happened?" Granger asked, having seen the state of some of the returning students. "Dementors," Tracy replied, shaking her head. "Oh my God," Hermione replied with wide eyes. "Is everyone okay?" she asked, clearly concerned. "Dumbledore seems to think so," Tracy answered the Gryffindor, who breathed a sigh of relief. "It was close to ending badly, though," Astoria cut in. "If it wasn't for that guy turning up with his Patronus, it would have been bad," she surmised. "What guy?" Hermione asked with a frown. "Ask Daphne," Tracy responded, her eyes full of mirth. "She was the one who was in his arms," she added, laughing at her friend's look of betrayal. "Shut up, Tracy," Daphne hissed at her friend. "What happened?" Hermione asked, ignoring the teasing from Tracy. "I don't really know," Daphne admitted. "I was trying to fight off a Dementor and I passed out. I woke up and this guy was holding me," she explained. "Things were going bad," Astoria cut in. "They were everywhere and the professors couldn't stop them," she continued, shaking her head. "Then there was this loud screech, and a really big Patronus came out of nowhere and chased them all away." "What was the Patronus?" the bushy-haired girl questioned the younger blonde. "I don't know, I've never seen a creature like it. But it was like a really big horse with wings, and it looked wrinkly. Oh, and it had a pointed tail and a weird face." She explained, her face screwed up in thought. "A Thistral," Hermione breathed. "A what?" the rest of the group asked in unison. "You can only see them if you have seen death," she explained. "They are supposed to be really bad luck because of it, but they are amazing creatures and very powerful and intelligent. They are really protective of their young and vulnerable members of the herd." "If that guy has that as his Patronus, he must be quite something," she finished thoughtfully. "And he is gorgeous, isn't he, Daphne?" Tracy asked, nudging her friend with her elbow, who just growled in response. "He was the one who saved our mum," Astoria explained. "He had the wand." Hermione frowned. "Was there anything else about him?" she asked. "Well, he is tall and muscly and gorgeous." Tracy started listing off, but was elbowed by Daphne, who was clearly getting irritated by her friend. "Green eyes," Daphne said quietly. "He had really bright green eyes," she said again a little shyly. "Oh, and he left without even giving a name," Tracy added. "He had a dead rat with him and said something about clearing his godfather," she finished. That final piece of information had the Gryffindors sharing knowing looks of shock and realization. "Harry," Hermione said breathily. "Huh?" Tracy questioned. "It was Harry. The rat must have been Pettigrew," she exclaimed. "But Harry's Patronus is a stag," Ginny pointed out. "It can change," Hermione said dismissively. "Potter," Astoria chimed in. "You're saying that was Potter," she said, looking amused. "Definitely," Hermione replied, clearly thinking. "Oh, this is great," Tracy suddenly cut in, laughing and pointing at Daphne. "You were saved by the golden boy and were melting into him. Don't even deny it, I saw that look you gave him," she added gleefully. "Shut up, Tracy," Daphne hissed again, cursing herself for the way she had acted. "Like I would be interested in Potter," she finished unconvincingly. "Just as well," Ron piped up angrily. "Harry wouldn't date a snake anyway. He hates all of you," he spat and had a bitter grin on his face. The three Slytherins, knowing that Weasley would be on a rant for a while, decided to make their excuses and leave, and go back to their common room. Daphne quickly made further excuses, so she could be alone for a while, citing that she was tired. She sat on her bed in her dormitory, lost in thought. She couldn't believe that she had been saved by Potter. Not that she had anything against him personally, but if word got out about the way she acted then, it would be a nightmare for her. She was grateful that tomorrow was the start of the holidays, and that this could all just blow over. She would have to have a word with her sister and so-called best friend to ensure they kept their mouths shut. Break. Harry arrived back in the drawing room to an expectant Arcturus, who just looked at the boy with an impatient expression marring his face. "Well," he questioned when Harry said nothing. Harry reached into his pocket and removed the still stunned animagus and dangled him in front of the older man, his face splitting into a triumphant grin. "Good work, Potter," Arcturus praised. "Now we can get that idiot grandson of mine free finally." Harry nodded in reply. "I will let Sirius know we have him," he replied. Good, and make sure you take the rat directly to Amelia Bones. She's a fair woman and will do what is right. If she doesn't, then do whatever you have to do to make sure that Sirius gets his trial, understood? He finished questioningly. I'll take the rat, but first me and Peter have a little catching up to do, he replied with a cruel smile. Arcturus shook his head at the boy. I understand, he began, but do not kill him, he instructed firmly. We need him alive, and don't you forget it, he finished sternly. He knew Potter would want to confront the man, hell. He had more right than any. He just wanted to make sure the boy didn't forget what was at stake here and make the same mistake his moronic grandson made. I won't kill him, Harry promised. But he might just wish I had, he added with malice and clear intentions. With that, Harry left the drawing room and took the rat to the training room. He conjured a chair and placed Pettigrew on it and pointed his wand at the traitor. He flicked his wand at the rat, and it slowly changed into the man he had met almost 2 years ago, the man that was responsible for the death of his parents, and the man that was the cause of the second rise of the Dark Lord. Harry looked at the man with disgust. Just his breathing offended him and made him feel a hatred he had never felt before. He flicked his wand towards the man and bound him to the chair. Enervate, he muttered, causing the rat to stir. Peter Pettigrew awoke in an unfamiliar room and immediately saw that he was being watched by a young man with eerily green eyes that instantly put him on edge and feel a trickle of fear seep into his very being. He realized he was bound to a chair, and despite his efforts, he could not transform. The Dark Lord will kill you for interfering in his plan, he explained to the young man who just narrowed his eyes. Oh, I hope he tries, the man replied, laughing. It was not a joyous laugh, but a cold one that truly dared the ire of the Dark Lord to turn to him, and it made Peter very uncomfortable. You managed to escape me in France, you fucking traitor, but I knew I would get you in the end. The man spat and snarled at Peter. A sudden realization hit him, and the animagus began to tremble uncontrollably. This was the man he had seen destroy his entire team. Peter knew he was truly in trouble now. Whatever I did, I'm sorry, he tried pleadingly. I don't even know who you are, he finished lamely. The man just raised an eyebrow at him and continued to stare. It was several moments before he spoke again. So you don't recognize the son of your so-called friends? He asked. The friends you sold out to Voldemort, you cowardly shit, he roared, his eyes flaring even brighter in anger. It was then that Peter realized who this was. But how could it be? He had seen the Dark Lord kill him. He remembered the boy from 2 years ago, the small, underfed boy who had pleaded with Black and Lupin to spare him. He felt a brief moment of hope that he would be spared again, but catching the young man's eyes, he knew that would not be the case. Huh, Harry, he asked disbelievingly. So you finally see it, do you? Harry replied coldly. You're not going to kill me. You're not like them. Peter managed to reply unconvincingly and sweating profusely from the nervousness he was feeling. You're right, Peter, I won't kill you, the teen replied, much to the relief of the other man. But I am going to make you suffer, cause you a fraction of the pain you caused me, Sirius and Remus, he added icily and began to walk towards the shaking man. WH, what are you doing? The rat stammered out, clearly terrified. Harry looked at the rat calculatingly before giving a single-word answer. Justice, he replied callously. The next several hours would be the worst of Peter Pettigrew's life. Many times he wished that the teen would just kill him, but it was not to be. By the end of his ordeal, he had screamed his vocal cords raw, and he had, and was, experiencing a pain he never thought possible. He found himself looking forward to being handed over to the Aurors. At least there he would be safe from Harry Potter. Break. Platform 9, 3/4, the next day was filled with worried and frantic parents waiting for their children arrive for the Easter holidays. They had, of course, been informed of the attack in Hogsmeade yesterday, and now almost every parent of the students seemed to be waiting to make sure that no harm had come to them personally. One such couple were the Greengrass parents. Ophelia and Jonathan were waiting with Davis' family, having spent a restless night and day for the moment their children would be safely back with them. Jonathan, in particular, had not slept. Ever since his wife had been attacked, he had not been able to relax and had been very on edge. Finding out that his 2 daughters had been in such danger had pushed him over that edge, and he just wanted them with him so he could hold them in his arms and see that they were truly okay. After what seemed like an eternity, the train pulled into the station, and the students slowly began to exit the train. Tense eyes scanned each child as they left impatiently, slowly turning into relief when the recognition of their child registered, others continuing the tense search seeking that same relief. Eventually, the tension subsided, and each parent and child were reunited. They were safe. Miraculously, they were all safe. Jonathan pulled his daughters into his arms and held them for everything he was worth. He was not usually an overtly emotional man, and it was not often that he would be seen giving public displays of affection such as this, but today was different. Today he was a father first and foremost. His reputation be damned. "Are you girls okay?" he asked the trio when Haz was satisfied they were physically well. "Fine, Dad," Daphne replied quietly. "All thanks to your hero," Tracy chimed in, feigning a swoon that caused Astoria to laugh. "Hero?" Jonathan asked with a frown. "Yep," Astoria responded, looking mischievous before her sister could. "The same boy who helped Mum, the one with the wand," she added, turning to her mother. This piqued Jonathan's interest greatly. "Is that so?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "And did you happen to catch the name of this mystery wizard?" he added. He himself was keen to track the young man down. He had spent the last few months making discreet inquiries, but to no avail. The man had saved his wife and now had seemingly come to his daughter's aid also. He wanted to show the young man his gratitude for rescuing the most important thing to him, and now it seemed he truly owed the wizard. "Not here," Daphne growled in an annoyed tone to her best friend and sister, turning and walking towards the barrier. "What's wrong with her?" Ophelia asked the other 2 teens. "She's been in a bad mood all day," Astoria responded. "I think she's embarrassed," she finished with a shrug. "Embarrassed? Are you going to explain what happened?" she questioned the two impatiently. "Yes, but Daphne is right. Not here," Astoria replied, indicating the large crowd. "Back home it is then. Are you coming, Robert, Susan?" Jonathan asked Tracy's parents. "We are just as keen to get to the bottom of this as you are," Robert responded, eliciting a nod of agreement from his wife. "Lead the way," he shrugged. The group made their way to the apparition point, where Daphne was waiting for them, looking impatient. The parents apparated the teens to the Greengrass home, where they could talk more privately. Jonathan led them to the lounge area and gestured for everyone to take a seat. Daphne did so reluctantly. "So what happened yesterday?" Jonathan asked. "We were told it was a Dementor attack, but we didn't get any details," he explained. "The village was busy," Tracy began. "So we split up. Me and Tori needed some things from the potion shop and Daphne went to Honeyjuke's. We heard screaming but didn't pay any attention to it at first. When we went outside, it was really cold and they were everywhere," she explained with a shudder. "The professors were trying to fight them, but there were too many." "How many?" Robert cut in. "Easily over 100, Tracy replied, to which Astoria nodded. "Well, out of nowhere, we heard one of them screech, and we saw a huge Patronus fly in and sent them off," she continued. "This Stral," Astoria piped up. "It sent them all away with Dumbledore, McGonagall and Flitwick's help," she explained. "We went looking for Daphne and saw her in his arms. It was his Patronus," Tracy finished. "Daphne?" her mother questioned. Daphne sighed in resignation, but knew her mother would want to know. "I came out of Honeyjuke's and heard the screams and could feel the cold. I tried to find those too and was attacked by a Dementor," she continued quietly. "I tried to fight it off, but my Patronus isn't strong enough," she explained disappointedly. "I felt myself getting weak, and then my spell failed and I woke up in his arms. But I think I heard hooves and the Dementor screech and he caught me before I fell," she finished. "Well, just the fact you can produce any kind of Patronus is a hell of a feat, and you should be very proud," her father praised. "What happened next?" he asked further. Daphne turned red at the question, not wanting to answer. "Well, we came over and Daphne looked very happy in his arms," Tracy cut in, her eyes full of mirth. What was he laughing at, by the way? You didn't tell us, she asked her friend. Shut up, Tracy. I thought I was dead, Daphne retorted, heatedly, turning red further. Daphne, her mother questioned. I told him he had beautiful eyes, all right. Can you just drop it now? She responded irritably. And if you tell anyone, I will kill you, she threatened the two teens. Tracy and Astoria burst out laughing to the point they had tears in their eyes. It was the fact that Daphne had even said it that amused them so much. It was so out of character to the point of hilarity. After the two had composed themselves, it was Tracy who attempted to come to her friend's rescue. You are right, though. Everything about him is beautiful, Tracy intoned dreamily. Oh, shut up, Daphne replied simply. You still haven't told us who he is, Jonathan interrupted. Oh, that is the best bit, Tracy replied, instantly looking very amused again. It was Potter. Daphne was happily in the golden boy's arms, she added with a grin. Potter, as in Harry Potter, Jonathan asked, clearly surprised. The one and only, Tracy responded. So he's been found then, Robert asked. Not exactly, Tracy replied. He didn't tell us his name, it was his friends that worked it out. Dumbledore saw him and wouldn't give us his name either, she explained further. Not that it matters anyway, Daphne cut in after finally composing herself. What do you mean? Jonathan asked. Well, I explained that he had saved Mum, which he remembered. And when I said that our family owes him, he just shrugged it off and said we didn't owe him anything, and that he was just doing the right thing, Daphne explained. And he said you were beautiful, just like your mother, Tracy added, much to the chagrin of the blonde. Shut up, Tracy, or so help me I will hex you, Daphne threatened. Well, the boy clearly has good taste in women, Jonathan added, receiving a slap to the shoulder from his wife, who had turned red. Be that as it may, Ophelia began. I would like to thank him in some way. I guess none of you know how to contact him, she asked the teens. Actually, Longbottom sent him an owl, and he replied last year, Tracy answered, remembering the previous meeting they had. And I'm guessing Dumbledore knows how to contact him too, she added. Ophelia nodded. Then we shall invite him for dinner, she stated, gaining different reactions from those assembled. Oh, please, Mum, no, Daphne pleaded. It's embarrassing enough, she moaned. Oh, I have to be here for that, Tracy demanded, her eyes alight with amusement once again. It's the least we can do, Daphne, her mother replied firmly. Don't worry, Daphne, Astoria chirped. You get to tell him how pretty his eyes are again, she finished, causing everyone except her sister to laugh. Daphne half growled, half screeched, and left the room in a huff. She's been like that since she found out it was Potter who saved her, Astoria pointed out. Ah, Ophelia intoned. She's torn, she concluded, getting a nod from Susan. Torn? Tracy questioned with a frown. Clearly she likes the boy, her mother explained. But because of who it is, she won't admit it, she explained knowingly. Oh, Tracy whispered in understanding. And there was me thinking she swung the other way, she added. Tracy, her mother reprimanded. Well, she's almost 16 and up. Until yesterday, she had never shown any interest in boys. What was I supposed to think? She asked rhetorically. There was no need to be so crass about it. Her mother reprimanded her again. I guess it didn't help with what that Pratt Weasley said. Astoria spoke up. Weasley, what did he say? Ophelia asked with a frown. He's one of Potter's friends, and he said that Daphne wouldn't stand a chance with him, she shrugged. He is probably right, though, Tracy added. Pretty much everyone in our house has given Potter grief. He has no reason to like any of us, she pointed out. You mean Malfoy and the idiots he hangs around with, and the Quidditch team, Astoria interjected. Yeah, well, Potter does have a tendency to embarrass them all, Tracy replied. But Daphne hasn't ever spoken to him apart from yesterday, she mused. Doesn't matter, she's still one of us, Astoria shrugged. Yes, well, I'm going to write to the boy. He might not even respond, Ophelia cut in. Yes, Tracy, say goodbye to Astoria and Daphne. It is time for us to head home, Robert addressed his daughter. Oh, if he does reply, I want to be there, Tracy requested. Yes, Tracy, Ophelia replied, shaking her head. With that, she left the room to write a letter to the Potter boy. Never in a million years would she have guessed it was him that had saved her that day. Break. Harry went to the drawing for breakfast and was confronted with an annoyed-looking Arcturus who just stared at the teen with a penetrating gaze. Feel better now? He questioned neutrally. It wasn't about making me feel better, Harry replied, taking a seat. There is nothing that can make me feel better about losing my parents or the fact that Sirius spent 12 years in Azkaban and that I had to grow up with those bastards, he explained. I did what I did because that's what he deserved. He doesn't deserve to just be handed to the Aurors and get a cell in Azkaban away from the war. If I didn't need him to clear Sirius, then I would have killed him slowly. Because that is what he deserves. No other reason, he finished a little heatedly. So it was justice, the older man questioned. Yes, but I won't pretend that I'm not glad that it was me that got to give it to him, Harry replied flatly. The older man shook his head, but he understood his reasoning. Just like your grandfather would have done, he sighed. Are you planning to hand him over any time soon? He asked. Today, Harry replied after finishing his mouthful of banana. Good, Arcturus responded. The sooner we get him and the sooner the idiot will be free, he explained. I'll take him after breakfast, Harry promised. Good, the older man responded again. Did you get anything useful from him? He asked. Harry grinned. I know why he was there, what he was after and exactly where it is, he informed the man triumphantly. Arcturus suddenly had a look of relief, quickly followed by one of amused anticipation. Finally, he said to himself. Break. Amelia Bones was sat in her office going through the mountain of paperwork that came with her job. The last 10 months had been nothing but stressful for the head of the DMLE, and it was only getting worse. The evidence that the Dark Lord had returned had been mounting since June to a point she knew that even now it was going to be a disastrous time when it was revealed. The breakout from Azkaban had only added to her stress. Fudge had blamed Sirius Black, but Amelia knew otherwise. She knew that you-know-who was involved. She was frustrated by how obvious it was and how Fudge was blatantly ignoring everything she told him. Extortion and reports of attacks had increased tenfold, and she simply did not have the manpower to increase patrols or even protect the publicly the way she wanted to. Fudge was a moron, and he was going to be responsible for a lot of deaths. If anything, the idiot was making it very easy for the Dark Lord, and Amelia was powerless to do a thing. She shook her head in annoyance as she was pulled from her thoughts by a knock at the door. Enter, she commanded irritably. Madame Bones, there is a young man here to see you, her assistant spoke as she entered. Who is it? She asked in annoyance. He didn't say ma'am, but he is insisting on seeing you and you only. He says it is important, the assistant explained. Amelia sighed. Send him in then, she said, waving dismissively. Shortly afterwards, a tall and muscular young man entered dressed casually in a white t-shirt and light jeans and boots. That's how my Aurors should look, the older woman thought, taking in the young man's athletic appearance. How can I help you? She asked, shaking herself from her musings. Instead of saying a word, the young man removed a rat from his pocket and placed it on the desk before taking a seat and folding his arms. Amelia raised an eyebrow at her guest. And what am I supposed to do with a rat? She asked irritably. Oh, that is no rat. That is the ticket to my godfather's freedom, was the reply she got with an amused look. And who would your godfather be, young man? She asked, getting more annoyed by the minute. Sirius Black, he replied casually. Amelia chalked and sputtered, but quickly composed herself. Potter, she asked, looking at him critically, who just nodded the affirmative. Amelia removed her wand and was about to lock her door when she found herself staring at the tip of a wand, mere inches from her face. I was just going to lock the door, she explained calmly, raising her free hand to placate the boy. Harry nodded and replaced his wand back in its holster. Amelia shook her head and locked the door with a flick of her wand. Damn, you're fast, she observed, shaking her head again. I have to be, Harry replied, shrugging. Care to explain? She asked, gesturing to the rat still sat limply on her desk. Ah, Madame Bones, Harry began. Let me introduce you to Peter Pettigrew, the traitorous bastard who betrayed my parents, he finished coldly. He then removed his wand and flicked it towards the rat. In a matter of moments, a short and squat man missing most of his right arm now laid where the rat had been. He had certainly been through the mill and was quite badly beaten. He was covered in various cuts and bruises, and the stump of his arm had been cauterized crudely. He put up a surprisingly good fight, the boy explained with a shrug. I'm sure he did, Amelia replied, choosing to ignore the condition of the man. It looks like I have more work to do, she sighed. I just want Sirius to get a fair trial. He never had one before, and I know he is innocent, Harry explained. It was the rat who was my parents' secret keeper, he finished. Fudge won't allow it if he finds out. You've put me in quite the position, Potter, she explained. Then we have to be shrewd, Harry responded. As the head of the DMLE, you have the power to call an emergency meeting of the Wisengamot. I understand, Harry spoke in a questioning tone. I do, Amelia answered, seeing where this was going. Then you don't tell him and call an emergency meeting with an impromptu trial. Then he won't be able to intervene, Harry explained. Sirius is a member of an ancient house, and everyone on the Wisengamot will have to allow the trial if only to protect their own rights, he finished knowingly. That might just work, Potter, Amelia conceded thoughtfully. But it seems that I'm the one sticking my neck out here, she pointed out. True, Harry agreed. If there is anything I can do for you, then of course I will, he offered. Amelia thought for a moment before answering. I want you to be there, she requested with a nod. It will offer your godfather more credibility if you are there supporting him, and it will make Fudge look bad, she added with a smirk. I can make Fudge look bad if that's what you want. I told him almost 2 years ago that Sirius was innocent, and he ignored me and wouldn't believe me about the rat, Harry explained. And because of him, nothing is being done about Riddle, he stated with a raised eyebrow towards the woman. My hands are tied, Amelia replied. He won't listen, and he's ignoring everything, she continued, frustrated. I don't have the funds nor the men to make any difference right now, she finished. Then Fudge needs a wake-up call, or he needs to go, Harry responded. And how would we achieve that? She questioned the boy. I could kill him, Harry replied casually. You do realize I could arrest you for saying that, Amelia warned, raising her eyebrow at the boy. You could, but you won't, Harry responded. Amelia just shook her head. Malfoy is the real problem. He's got Fudge firmly wrapped around his finger, she explained. Ah, now Malfoy I can handle, Harry grinned, already formulating a plan in his mind. It will take a little time, but I'm sure it will work, he explained. Are you going to share your idea? Amelia asked. The less you know, the better, Madame Bones, Harry answered. Plausible deniability and all that, he added with a grin that caused Amelia to shake her head once more. Don't make me arrest you, Potter, she pleaded, because I will deny everything if you get caught, she warned. Funny that that's exactly what I am planning, Harry mused, looking a little smug. I really don't want to know, Amelia replied, clearly flustered by the apparent recklessness the boy was displaying. I will call the emergency meeting for the day after tomorrow in the morning, she decided aloud. It gives us a day to get ready. Does he have a representative? He will have, Harry answered. Amelia unlocked the door, opened it, and gave some instructions to her assistant. I just sent for some Aurors to deal with him, she explained, pointing to Pettigrew. Don't worry, I trust these men with my life, she added when she saw Harry was about to protest. 5 minutes later, there was a knock on the door, and Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt entered the room. Upon seeing the unconscious form of Pettigrew on the desk, and Harry in the room, Kingsley's eyes widened, and Moody roared in laughter, leaning heavily on his staff. Got him then, did you, lad? Moody growled in amusement. I didn't know you and Potter were acquainted, Alastair, Amelia interjected with a raised eyebrow. Amelia, I dueled the lad for his owl, Moody replied, thinking quickly and a little reluctantly. That's why you were looking worse than you usually do back in January, Kingsley cut in. Why didn't you say? We had a good fight, Moody replied. I was asked to keep my mouth shut about it. It's not anyone's business the boy was doing his owls, he added, giving the other oarer a stern glare. Harry took the hint that he was not supposed to know these men and stood to introduce him. Hello, sir, he said to Kingsley. I'm Harry Potter, he added, extending his hand to the man. Kingsley Shacklebolt, the man returned. You've had us all rather worried, Mr. Potter, he continued. Well, as you can see, Orer Shacklebolt, I'm quite all right, Harry answered. What happened to his arm? Moody suddenly cut in. Accident, Harry answered casually. You said he put up quite the fight, Amelia added, staring at the boy. Same thing, Harry shrugged. I got what he deserved if you ask me, Moody surmised. You recognize him then? Amelia asked the heavily scarred man. Aye, Pettigrew, apparently killed by Black, who was thrown straight in Azkaban without a trial. We were told to keep quiet, and that was that, he finished with a shrug. I need you two to watch him. He will be going to trial the day after tomorrow, she instructed. Neither of you are to leave him, and you will not speak a word of this to anyone, understood? She asked firmly. Aye, ma'am, Moody replied. Yes, ma'am, Kingsley followed. Good, I'm relying on you both. Now get him out of here, she commanded. The two men disillusioned the body and carried it between them. They both gave Harry a nod before exiting, leaving the head of the DMLE alone with the teen. He will get his trial, Potter. Make sure you're there, she pressed. I will bring him with me, Harry promised, and left quickly to give Arcturus and Sirius the good news. Harry arrived home and sent Dobby to give Sirius the message to be ready for him to collect. He would use the cloak to get him in, knowing it was the best way under the circumstances. He then sent Dobby to Andromeda and Ted to inform them of the development. Their reply stated that they would be ready and would see him there. Harry made his way to the drawing room after he had finished his correspondence to inform Arcturus of the plan. Good, Arcturus replied when Harry told him what had happened. I will be coming with you, he announced. I don't trust Fudge and the morons around him to not fuck this up in some way. My title will at least give him some levity, he explained. And with you getting the last piece of information I need from the rat, there is no need for me to be inconspicuous anymore. I've grown weary and bored of the shadows, and I feel like kicking a few RCs, he finished with a look of cruel amusement. It looks like a few people are in for a rude awakening, then Harry intoned. Arcturus just nodded. This came for you earlier. He broke off, suddenly handing Harry an envelope. Harry took the letter and read it with a confused expression. The girl must have worked out who I am, he said to himself with a frown. What girl? Arcturus asked. Oh, I helped a girl yesterday and apparently her mother in the alley a few months ago, he explained. What do you know about the Greengrass family? He asked the older man. Not much, he replied thoughtfully. Old family and neutral, he added with a shrug. Why? He questioned. They've invited me for dinner tomorrow, Harry replied. It might be worth going, Arcturus advised. They have a seat on the Wisengamot and could be a difference maker if things go tits up, he suggested. And it doesn't hurt to make connections, he added. You never know when they could be useful. Harry nodded. It couldn't hurt, I guess, Harry responded and penned his reply. He sent it off with Hedwig, who was happy to finally have something to do. With that done, Harry spent the rest of his day training and reading. He still had improvements to make, and he knew he would need to be at his best soon if he was to put his plan into action. Break. Daphne awoke, stretched and groaned at the thought of what was happening today. Harry Potter was coming to dinner. She had hoped that he would refuse the invitation sent by her mother, but he had surprisingly accepted. The truth was that Daphne was a little embarrassed about what had happened, even though she hated to admit it to herself. The thing that bothered her about the entire situation was how vulnerable she had made herself appear, and that did not sit well with the blonde teen. She had nothing against Potter, hell. She had never spoken to the boy, but she knew there was no love lost between him and the members of her house. She had cursed herself repeatedly on her reaction upon waking and finding herself in his arms. She had never looked at a boy and felt that wow factor that she had read about as a little girl. That was until that moment. It made her feel more vulnerable than she ever had, and it bothered her that she was not uncomfortable with the feeling. It was the thought of the ease of comfort she felt that made her uncomfortable. But the biggest problem of the entire situation was the fact that the wow factor came to her with a boy who was seemingly unattainable for her, especially if she went by what Weasley had said. Another thing that bothered her. As much as she tried not to, she couldn't help but think of how nice it felt to be in his arms, how nice it was to open her eyes and see that emerald fire, and how nice it felt to feel so safe despite the danger that was around her. She shook her head. No, she would not allow herself to think about it no matter how much she enjoyed it and wanted to feel it again. She would not allow herself to appear so vulnerable the same way, and she would not allow herself to get lost in those desires the way she truly wanted to. It was going to be a long evening, but she would keep her guard up and not let it falter in front of Harry Potter. Break. Harry had spent his day training and was just finishing getting dressed for his dinner appointment with the Greengrass family. He decided to forgo the formality of wearing robes and decided to dress in a white, fitted short-sleeve shirt, tailored black trousers, and some stylish chocolate Chelsea boots. He topped off his look with a black peacoat, keeping his dress smart but fairly casual. He made his way to the drawing room to inform Arcturus that he was leaving and to receive the no doubt last-minute advice the man would give. Upon entering, he was given the nod of approval for his outfit, and the older man addressed him as expected. "Remember your manners, Potter," he began. "These people have invited you into their home, and you will address them as Lord and Lady Greengrass unless you are told otherwise. Understood?" he asked to ensure the teen was listening. "Yes, sir," Harry replied gratefully, knowing he was not well versed in wizard etiquette as well as he should be. "Good, then be off," Arcturus dismissed the teen. Harry gave him an amused look. "You seem keen to get rid of me. You wouldn't happen to have a hot date, would you?" he questioned cheekily before disapparating. Arcturus growled. "Fucking Potter," he mumbled. "I will curse that insolent little shit," he vowed with a shake of his head. Break. Harry appeared in front of a large set of gates, as per the instructions of the invitation. The house was very impressive. It was a massive Victorian-style building that one would read about if they cared to browse classical literature. It was set on a slight hill and was made from brick with heavy timber beams placed intravenously throughout the architecture. The lawns were well kept, and the entire property was surrounded by high railings that matched the black and gold gate. It was then that Harry realized he was dealing with a family of class and suddenly felt a little underdressed. There was nothing he could do now, knowing that it would be much more rude to be late than dress the way he was. He made his way to the door and composed himself. It was important for him to show his independence and strength, but to be respectful and not intimidating. It was a delicate balance that had been explained to him by Arcturus. He had to be strong but not come across as though he felt he was better than them. They should be treated as an equal. He knocked on the door and waited to be admitted. The door opened to reveal a young-looking house. Elf that was dressed in a very clean white apron with the family crest stitched lovingly into the front of the garment. "Master Harry Potter, sir," the elf greeted him. "Please follow me and I will take you to my master and mistress," the elf instructed. "Thank you." "Tilly, sir," the elf responded, blushing a little. "Thank you, Tilly," Harry said with a smile. "Please lead the way." The elf led him through the beautifully decorated entrance hall that was largely neutral colors. The thing that set it apart from most other houses was the amount of family portraits and photos that were on the walls. They eventually came to a dining room, and Harry was taken aback by the number of people waiting for him. He had expected 4, but there were 7. "Mr. Potter, it is Mr. Potter, isn't it?" A tall and mousy-haired man addressed Harry. "Welcome to our home," he said, approaching with his hand extended. "Technically it is Lord Potter, but please call me Harry," the teen insisted. "And thank you for your invitation, Lord Greengrass. It is much appreciated," he replied and shook the man's hand firmly. "Well, you are very welcome, Harry. Let me introduce you to the rest of the people here, he said, leading Harry to the assembled group. This, he explained, indicating to the other man in the room, is Lord Robert Davis and his wife Lady Susan Davis, he finished. Harry shook the man's hand, gave the lady a bow, and a gentle kiss on the back of the hand, as was custom. It is a pleasure to meet you both, he intoned. The pleasure is ours, Lord Potter, the man replied with a warm smile which Harry returned. And this, Lord Greengrass cut in, is my wife, whom you have already met, I believe, he finished with a raised eyebrow. Harry recognized the woman immediately and took her hand and brushed his lips across the back of her knuckles. It is nice to meet you in much more pleasant circumstances, my lady. Harry greeted her with a bow. Likewise, Lord Potter, Ophelia replied with a smile and a slight curtsy. And finally, the 3 young ladies here are my daughters Daphne and Astoria, he introduced, gesturing to the 2 blonde girls who looked very much like their mother. And Tracy, the daughter of Lord and Lady Davis, he finished, indicating the final girl who had brown hair and seemed to take more after her father in looks. Ladies, Harry acknowledged with a bow. Lord Potter, they replied in unison with a curtsy of their own. Okay, now that is strange for me. Please call me Harry or Potter if you prefer, he requested to the group. Jonathan laughed. Of course, Harry. Tilly would please take Harry's coat, he asked of the elf. Harry removed his coat, folded it and handed it to the elf. Thank you, Tilly, he said, looking her in the eye, causing the elf to blush again. Please have a seat, Jonathan offered, to which Harry accepted the indicated chair. The group sat in silence before it was broken by Ophelia. I just wanted to thank you, Harry, for helping me, and Daphne the way you did. She spoke to the teen genuinely. You're welcome, he replied. I was just in the right place at the right time, he explained. You haven't had any more trouble, have you? He asked. I have been keeping an eye on the alley, but I can't be there all the time, he added. Well, there are very few who would intervene. Almost anyone else would turn a blind eye, so I am truly grateful, she responded with another warm smile. And no, there hasn't been any other problems, thankfully, she finished. Yes, I would like to thank you also, Harry. If it wasn't for you, then I may have lost my wife and my daughter, Jonathan added with a look of concern. I just did the right thing, sir, Harry reiterated. Well then, I'm grateful that you were there to do it, aren't we, Daphne? He said, shooting his eldest daughter a look. Yes, thank you, Potter, the girl replied somewhat coolly. It was then that Tilly brought in the first course of dinner, and the group ate their soup in silence for a minute, until Susan Davis broke the silence. I must say, Harry, you are, very developed for a 15-year-old, she pointed out. Mum, Tracy gasped, horrified by her mother's comment. Harry just laughed. I had my magical maturity last year, he explained casually, and I train a lot, he added. Really, already? Ophelia asked with raised eyebrows. How long did it last? She questioned further. Now, dear, that is a very personal question to ask a young man, Jonathan chided. It's okay, sir, Harry replied, chuckling. It lasted 11 days, he informed the lady. He was suddenly startled by the sound of several spoons clattering against bowls, as the adult occupants at the table dropped the cutlery they were holding. 11 days, Jonathan choked. What's the big deal? Tracy asked unsubtly. The average wizard goes through their maturity between 17 and 21 years old, Jonathan explained. And it usually lasts between 3-5 days. The fact that Harry has already had his, and it lasted that long, makes him quite the exceptional wizard, he concluded. His patroness is definitely impressive, Astoria piped in. And the bludgeoner he hit the Death Eater in the shop with was very powerful, Ophelia added. And the magic he used afterwards, too, she continued with a frown. Where does a 15-year-old learn such things? She asked Harry. Out of necessity, mostly, Harry answered a little dismissively. Ophelia took the hint and changed the subject. What about your wand? That was the only thing I remembered about you, because you certainly didn't look like you do now, she said. You're not wearing a disguise now, are you? She questioned. Harry chuckled. No, it would be quite rude to wear a glamour now, he replied. And my wands, he said, flicking the one in his wrist holster into his hand and summoning the other to his left hand, are quite unique, he pointed out with a frown. 2 wands, she questioned. May I? Ophelia asked, holding out her hand. Harry nodded and handed her one of the wands, keeping hold of the other firmly. A backup is definitely useful, Harry said. It is beautiful, she said appraisingly. What is it made from? She asked. White ash and obsidian, Harry explained, indicating the 2 separate elements. What about the core? She questioned further. The teens at the table were paying rapt attention, waiting for the answer. Hungarian horntail heartstring and golden griffin claw, Harry answered. Typical, Daphne mumbled. Basilisk venom and phoenix tears, he added, ignoring the girl. Jonathan let out a long, low whistle. That's quite a combination, he intoned. I'm guessing that's why the wood and the crystal are fused like that, he observed questioningly. Harry just nodded in reply. Does it have basilisk venom because you killed one? Astoria piped up. Who told you that? Harry asked suspiciously. Granger and Weasley, the girl replied with a shrug. I didn't know you were friends, Harry replied with a frown. It looks like I'll have to have a word with them when I see them about keeping their mouths shut, he added, clearly annoyed by his friends. Wait a minute, killed a basilisk? Ophelia asked with a raised eyebrow. Yup, in our second year, Tracy cut in. Someone opened the Chamber of Secrets and Potter went in and killed it with a sword, she told the adults, who blanched. Surely that's not true, Harry, Susan stated, to which Harry sighed. I'm afraid it is, he replied. But they shouldn't have told you that, he added, looking at Tracy. And the reason I have the venom in my wand is because it bit me and I have the venom in my blood, he explained to Astoria. But you would be dead, Jonathan pointed out knowingly. It was healed by a phoenix, hence the phoenix tears, Harry responded. You are quite the marvel, Ophelia acknowledged, handing Harry back his wand, which he immediately replaced. I have heard that a few times, Harry replied with a chuckle. Tilly brought in the second course of the meal, and the table was quiet again while the occupants ate. May I ask you something, Harry? Ophelia asked. Of course, Harry responded. You said that there is always some truth in rumors that day in the shop. Does that mean he is really back? She asked a little nervously. Harry noticed that everyone was watching him, waiting to hear his reply. He is, he answered simply. How? Jonathan asked curiously. I know how, but it is not something that should be discussed at dinner, Harry advised. It is very disgusting and a very dark and very rare type of magic, he explained. The group heeded the warning that the team gave and carried on eating. Why didn't you come back to school? Tracy asked. What have you been doing all year? She questioned further. Harry looked at her calculatingly for a moment before he answered. The night I was kidnapped, he thought he killed me, and he still thinks I'm dead, Harry explained. And I have been training mostly and hunting, he added. Then why are you here? Daphne asked irritably. Well, after tomorrow, I won't be hiding anymore, Harry replied. Why tomorrow? Tracy asked. Because I will be at the Wisengamot meeting in the morning, making sure my godfather is set free, and no doubt Lucius Malfoy and the rest of his cronies will be there, and will go running to tell his master, Harry responded. But there isn't a meeting tomorrow, Jonathan pointed out, looking confused. An emergency one will be called, Harry assured him. And what do you mean your godfather? Robert cut in. Sirius Black, Tracy whispered. They told you that too, Harry asked, to which Tracy nodded. Sirius Black is your godfather? Susan questioned with raised eyebrows. Yes, and he is innocent, Harry retorted firmly. Peter Pettigrew is the one who was my parents' secret keeper, and he is the one who helped bring him back, he added. The adults were shocked at what they had just heard. That's what you meant by hunting. You were looking for Pettigrew, Ophelia cut in knowingly. I caught up with him eventually, Harry explained. He is now currently sat waiting to be brought to trial tomorrow. That will be quite the shock to Malfoy and his master, he added with a dark chuckle. The rat, Astoria interjected. That's why you were at the village, she stated. You're right, Harry confirmed with a nod. What are you going to do about you-know-who? Tracy asked. Surely you could just run away if he thinks you're dead, she pointed out. I'm going to kill him, Harry answered darkly, his eyes lighting in a gentle fury. I'm not going to run from him. He killed my parents and my grandfather, he growled. You can't be serious, Ophelia stated. Regardless of how grown-up you look, you are just a child, she said, trying to appeal to the young man's sense of self-preservation. I've never been a child. He took that away from me, Harry returned quietly. The Muggles, Astoria chimed in knowingly. Do you know everything? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. Pretty much, the girl replied with a grin. What does she mean, the Muggles? Jonathan questioned. Harry was raised by his aunt and uncle, and they were horrible to him, Astoria answered. And let's leave it at that, Harry interjected, silently cursing his friends. You said he killed your grandfather, Robert stated questioningly. Yeah, he attacked him in the middle of the night and caught him with a curse that killed him slowly. But my grandfather kicked his arse and sent him running, Harry explained with a grin. I didn't know that, the other man replied. In fact, I don't know much about your family at all, he added. What do you know? Harry asked curiously. Your grandfather was a baron, and he killed giants, Astoria piped up with a smirk. That's general knowledge. The Potters have always been a reserved family and very private, Jonathan explained. That's what Granger said, Astoria grumbled irritably. Well, my family are famous for their fighting skills, Harry began. And fighting for people who can't fight and sticking up for people in need, he explained, giving Ophelia a look. My family motto is, honor thy blood, he continued. It means carrying on the family tradition of standing against tyranny and doing the right thing, fighting the fights for the people who need help. I'm still learning about them, but that is the gist of it, he finished with a shrug. So you're going to fight you-know-who, because that's what is expected of you? Daphne asked disbelievingly. No, Harry replied. I'm going to fight him because I can't live my life knowing he is out there, tearing families apart the way he did to mine, he explained. Then you're an idiot, and you're going to get yourself killed, Daphne replied, shaking her head. I didn't know you cared so much, Harry retorted. Like I care what you do, Daphne returned heatedly. Daphne, her mother hissed warningly to the girl. Well, obviously he's going to get himself killed, isn't he? She asked, as though it was an obvious conclusion. I should already be dead, Harry mumbled bitterly. What was that? Jonathan asked. Harry sighed. What do you know about the night I was kidnapped? He questioned. Nothing much, just that Diggory got killed, Tracy shrugged. Well, when I explain what happened, you'll understand, Harry sighed. He then went on to explain everything that happened that night and actually found it to be therapeutic. The only detail he left out was the fact that it was Arcturus who rescued him. By the time he was finished, the females at the table were crying, except Daphne, who refused to let her guard down, and the men were looking horrified. You got hit with another killing curse? Jonathan asked incredulously. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what started my magical maturity early. My body and magic need to be ready, he said with a shrug. And he really tortured you? Astoria asked, to which Harry just nodded. And you still want to fight him? Ophelia asked disbelievingly. I have to, Harry replied. Who else do you know that will? He asked. What about Dumbledore? Tracy asked. He's too old, Harry responded. You saw how he struggled with the Dementors, he pointed out. So the Gryffindor golden boy has to save the day as usual. Daphne cut in an annoyed tone. I didn't hear you complaining the other day, Harry retorted. Well, I didn't ask you for your help, Daphne responded hotly. Because you were unconscious, Harry pointed out. Would you rather that I left you to the Dementor, he asked. Yes, then I wouldn't have to live with the shame of being rescued by. She shouted and stormed from the room to the shock of the other occupants. I'm sorry for my daughter's behavior, Jonathan apologized to Harry. I don't know what came over her, he added. It's okay, Harry assured the man. It's because she's embarrassed about what she said the other day, Astoria chimed in. About you having beautiful eyes, she explained, seeing Harry looking confused. Ah, Harry said. Then I should apologize. I didn't exactly help the situation, he pointed out. No harm done, Harry. She will get over it, Ophelia said, shooting a worried look at the door her daughter just left through. I guess I should go. I will be having an early start in the morning, Harry explained. I'm sure I will see you both there, he said to the two men who nodded. I wouldn't miss it, Jonathan replied. Thank you for inviting me, and it really was nice to meet you all properly, Harry spoke, while putting his coat on that Tilly had just handed him. And you too, Harry. See you in the morning, Jonathan replied, shaking the young man's hand. After a chorus of farewells, Harry made his way out of the house and apparated home. Tomorrow was going to be a long day. Break. Daphne left the room feeling furious at herself. She had been doing so well. She managed to keep her guard up even when Potter smiled at her and she wanted to smile back. She managed to keep control. She entered her room and threw herself onto her bed and buried her head into the pillow and began to sob uncontrollably, but she couldn't figure out why. She wasn't sure if it was because she was so angry or the effort to keep herself from crying when Potter explained what had happened that night had finally caught up to her. It had taken all of her willpower not to cry as the others had at what the boy had gone through, to the point that it actually made her heart ache. She was mad at him for making her feel that way, and was mad at him for thinking that it was him that had to fight the Dark Lord. A part of her wanted to hit the Pratt for thinking that way, and the other part just wanted to grab him and comfort him the way he had her after the attack. No, she shook her head. She just wanted to hit him for being a Pratt. The teen was experiencing a maelstrom of emotions that she had never felt before, and it confused her. She was upset, angry, and confused all at the same time. She had tried to convince herself that the feelings she had the other day for the boy had all been because of the situation, but the moment she saw him this evening, she had a desire to be held in those arms again, a feeling that she quickly fought down. Try as she might, she couldn't help but look at the boy and imagine the things she promised she wouldn't dwell on, and it had finally gotten too much for her, to the point that it frustrated and angered her, to the point that she lashed out, hoping that it would make her feel better if she angered him the way she felt angry. What is so great about Harry Potter anyway? He is handsome and caring. He is selfless, and he gave her that feeling of safety and comfort without even having to try. He gave her that immediate feeling that left her awestruck and warm throughout her entire being. She shook her head again. No, she could not have those feelings for him. It could never work, could it? No, it couldn't. He would never look twice at a snake. Daphne resigned herself to the fact that she would just have to ignore what she felt for the boy. It just wasn't to be. He was Harry Potter, Gryffindor Golden Boy, and he planned on fighting the Dark Lord. She was Daphne Greengrass, Slytherin, someone who Harry Potter would never look twice at. Daphne Greengrass tried to be logical in her approach, but even logic made no sense. All she knew for sure was that the boy infuriated her, yet she wanted him to hold her in his arms, even if it was just for one more minute, just so that she could feel that warmth and comfort again and savor it, imprinted into her very soul so that she could remember it for the rest of her life. Chapter 10. Return of the Black. Today was the day that Harry had been waiting for almost 2 years, the day that he would be able to see his godfather as a free man, if nothing untoward was to happen to prevent it. He was nervous, that he would freely admit. He knew nothing was assured in the wizarding world, but he would do everything he could to ensure the wrongfully accused man was clear, so that he could live the life he had been robbed of for the last 14 years. He knew that he and Arcturus were going to make waves in the community today, but he did not care about what people thought. In his eyes, he was doing the right thing, and he would happily sacrifice his popularity and the public opinion of him to succeed in what he needed to do. He also hoped that with he and Arcturus making a public appearance, that the trial of his godfather would not be seen as such a big deal. Harry was sat opposite the older man, as he always did while they ate, and he could see that the man was excited. His eyes were alight with that excitement and anticipation, and Harry was sure he was planning something that would be both grand and memorable. The only time Harry saw the older Black in such a good mood was when he had or was about to really give someone a good dressing down. He knew that the man was going to be in his element today with so many potential morons to insult and subdue in one room. Harry shook his head at the thought. Today was going to be very entertaining at the very least. "Are you ready, Potter?" the older man suddenly asked, the glee evident in his voice. Harry nodded at him and smirked. "You look like a kid at Christmas," he pointed out. "Oh, this is going to be the most fun I've had in years," he replied with a smirk of his own. "It's about time someone slapped the dust of those stagnant old puppets and piss in the face of the bastards that are pulling the strings," he explained. "And that's your plan?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "Yes," Arcturus answered simply. "It was never a good session unless I'd upset the establishment, and I have 15 years of it to catch up on. Some of those shits have gotten way too big for their boots without a good kick up the arse to keep them in line. By the time I'm finished with them, they will be queuing up to either kiss my arse or have me killed," he finished. "Probably the latter," Harry mumbled ruefully. "With what I'm planning, there will be some wet and brown trousers that I can promise," Arcturus replied cryptically. "Remember your glamour and don't sit near me," he added. "Why?" Harry asked, puzzled. "Dramatic effect, Potter. As soon as you announce yourself, Fudge will start blowing hot air," he said knowingly. "Just wait and see," he advised, shaking his head. Harry released a deep burst of air but nodded. He knew there would be no changing his mind when it was made up, so he would just have to play along. Also, he was much more well-versed in politics, so it was definitely in Harry's favor to listen to the man. "It's time to get that idiot grandson of mine," the older man announced. "Put him under that cloak and make sure he keeps his stupid head down, Potter. For fuck's sake. Do not let him piss this away," he finished sternly. "I'll keep him in line," Harry promised. "Good, if not the Potter line ends with you, boy," Arcturus warned. "And Potter?" he asked, making sure he had his attention. "Don't take any shit from any of them. Charles didn't, and you shouldn't either. You are a Potter, don't forget it," he reminded him firmly. Harry gulped and nodded. He knew the man was not joking. Harry collected everything he would need and apparated to collect his godfather, feeling more and more nervous about the day ahead. Break. If Harry was nervous, then it was nothing compared to what Sirius Black was feeling. He knew that today he would be either a free man or once again a resident of Azkaban. That thought alone terrified him, not that he couldn't survive it again. What terrified him the most was the thought of Harry being left alone to face what was coming, a thought that had haunted Sirius since Harry had informed him that he had handed the rat over. So many things could go wrong today, and Sirius prayed to every deity he knew of to favor him. He was shaken from his thoughts by the arrival of his godson, who he immediately clung to in a sense of desperation. "We don't have to do this, pup," he rambled. "We can just leave things as they are, then at least I can still be here when you need me," he added almost pleadingly. Harry smiled at his godfather and could understand his frantic demeanor. "Calm down, Padfoot," he intoned. "If things go wrong, I will personally come and break you out of Azkaban," he promised, causing the animagus to return a weak smile. "Just have faith in the old man. He wouldn't let this happen if he wasn't sure about it," Harry explained. "I know, it's just hard, Harry," Sirius responded with a swallow. "It's been 14 years, and I may as well have had no life. I lost you and everything else I cared about. After today, I might just have a chance to have something of a life again," he finished. Harry placed a hand on his godfather's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. "I know life has been cruel to you, but after today we will make up for it, I promise," Harry spoke confidently. The confidence his godson was showing calmed the man considerably, and he knew the teen would not steer him wrong. Sirius looked at the boy and couldn't be prouder of the man he was becoming. "Thank you, Harry," he said sincerely. "I'm not sure what I would do without you," he added. "Neither would I, Padfoot," Harry returned the sentiment. "Now shall we go and claim your freedom, you mongrel?" he asked with a smirk. Sirius looked affronted. "I will have you know that I, Sirius Orion Black, am a dog of the finest breeding," he replied, morphing into the black behemoth and posing regally. Harry shook his head. It was moments like this that he was beginning to truly appreciate, and after today, he was looking forward to many more like it. Break. After having made it through the checkpoint, Harry and Sirius were making their way to the chambers in which the Wisengamot meeting would be taking place. Harry spotted Amelia Bones scanning the passers-by, clearly looking for someone. He managed to catch her eye and give her a nod, to which she gestured for him to join her in a room to her right. "Potter, I assume," she stated as he closed the door behind himself and his godfather. At his nod, she continued. "Okay, I managed to tip off every major publication in the country to ensure that Fudge can't simply sweep this under the rug," she explained. "He will immediately know that something is going on, but by then it will be too late," she added with a grin. "Good thinking," Harry praised her, not having considered that option. "There is something you should be aware of, though, Madame Bones," Harry informed her. "What's that, Potter?" she asked with a warning tone. "I don't want to ruin the surprise, I just want you to be prepared for anything," he replied cryptically, having had seconds thoughts about filling her in on all the details. "I don't like the sound of that," she muttered, shaking her head. "Oh, it's a good thing for us. It is certainly going to create some fireworks, though, so just be prepared," he responded with a smirk. "Why do I get the feeling I'm going to have to arrest you one day?" she asked ruefully. "Did you bring him?" she added. "He's right here," Harry stated, gesturing to the space next to him. Sirius removed the cloak from his head to show that he was present. "Good," she replied. "Keep hidden until Pettigrew is declared guilty. I have several Aurors in the crowd to make sure nothing happens, and Potter," she said, turning back to face Harry. "Stay vigilant. I wouldn't put it past some of those in there to take a shot at you or him," she finished, nodding towards the animagus. "I would welcome the attempt," Harry challenged sincerely. Amelia shook her head. "I'm sure you would. Now, there is one other request I have," she said, looking very serious. "And that is?" Harry questioned. "Do not mention the Dark Lord," she instructed firmly. "Today is about setting him free. Everything else will have to wait. We don't want to give them any reason to discredit you. We want to get in and out as soon as possible. This is going to cause a big enough stir," she warned. Harry nodded. "You're right. I have a plan in motion for that anyway, where the proof will be irrefutable," he replied knowingly. "Good. Now go and get a seat. It will be starting soon," she informed the pair. Harry and Sirius entered the chamber to see that almost every seat in the room was full. He caught the eye of Jonathan Greengrass, who sat in the section of the older families, and gave him a wink. The man realized who it was after a moment and shook his head while grinning in recognition. He managed to find a couple of seats around midway up the public gallery and decided to simply wait until the festivities started. He noticed Dumbledore staring at him from the chief warlock position and gave him a nod. The old man's eyebrows almost disappeared as he realized who the unfamiliar young man was, and his eyes twinkled in anticipation. Evidently, he had not been told about the rat yet. Harry looked on as Cornelius Fudge made his entrance, surrounded by his usual cohorts, including, to Harry's delight, Lucius Malfoy, who strutted along next to the minister. Fudge paused when he realized how full the room was, but managed to hide his shock fairly well, and proceeded to take his seat next to Dumbledore, with Malfoy situated on his right. When the man was seated, Dumbledore banged his gavel several times to silence the room. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have been requested to join here today by Lady Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, to discuss a matter of a grave injustice," he explained. "Madame Bones, the floor is yours," Dumbledore informed her. "Thank you, Chief Warlock," she said, inclining her head towards the older wizard. "Ladies and gentlemen, I hold in my hand here an arrest and conviction record that makes for some very interesting reading. And had it not been brought to my attention, it is something I would never have looked at believing, as you all do, that the man in question is guilty of everything that said record pertains to," she began. "I would like to read some of this record to you and beg that you have patience and indulge me," she requested. There was a little bit of murmuring amongst the crowd, who clearly thought they were having their time wasted on such a small matter, but they allowed the head of the DMLE continue. "It begins in June 1977 with a charge of public indecency," she began again. The man in which this record refers to had gotten intoxicated after his Hogwarts graduation and exposed himself to a group of passing witches in Diagon Alley, stating that, "My wand is superior to any you will come across." She paused to allow the small pockets of laughter in the room to pass. Said man then proceeded to vomit on one of the witches and proclaim that she was now fit for any ball as she wore the contents of the finest stomach in all the land. She finished shaking her head. There was some more laughter in the room, and Harry could feel his godfather shaking in his efforts to control himself under the cloak next to him. Harry just face-palmed and waited for the moment to pass. The man was ordered to pay a 100 galleon fine and make a formal apology to the woman in question. Amelia continued after the laughter had subsided. There are a few more less serious incidents involving the same man, and each time he was arrested and ordered to pay fines and one bout of community service, all recorded in this file, she explained, waving the documents. So I believe it would be fair to deem him a casual nuisance at best. Agreed. She questioned the gathered people. There was a mumble of agreement from the members of the Wisengamot, and Amelia continued. When we reach the year of 1981, things take a sudden turn for the worse, she continued gravely. The arrest record dated November 2nd of that year is far more serious. 14 counts of murder, she explained. I am, of course, referring to the criminal record of one Sirius Orion Black, she finished. The uproar in the room was spectacular, and it took several minutes for the room to calm down. What is the meaning of this, Amelia? Fudge shouted, turning red in either rage or embarrassment. Well, that is where the record ends, the witch explained. There is an arrest record, but there is no transcript of a trial, nor is there any documentation of a sentence, she added. His sentence is life in Azkaban, Fudge replied in rage. He is guilty, there is no doubt about it, he said warningly and with a hint of threat in his tone. Well, I looked into the matter, Amelia continued, and there was no trial, and Sirius Black was never convicted in a court of law, she informed the room. Well, that is easily fixed. I will sentence and convict him now, Fudge replied, as though the matter was now dealt with. Actually, Cornelius, you won't, Amelia retorted. And why is that, Madame Bones? Fudge asked, using her job title purposely. I am the Minister of Magic, and I feel that it is within my power to do so, he said smugly. And I am the head of the DMLE. It is part of my job to ensure trials are completed and sentences are befitting of the crime committed, she responded. And the reason you will not sentence Sirius Black is because new evidence has been brought forward that in fact clears his name, she added just as smugly. Again, there was an uproar in the room as many men and women shouted what they thought of that piece of information. The case is 14 years old, Amelia. What new evidence could there possibly be? Fudge questioned, clearly becoming flustered. A new suspect, Amelia answered simply. Impossible, Fudge retorted, to which Amelia raised her eyebrows. Bring him in, she shouted towards the door of the chambers. The door opened to admit Kingsley Shacklebolt and Mad-Eye Moody dragging Pettigrew between them into the room. Harry saw Malfoy, Blanche, and several other people in the room shift uncomfortably. He made sure to take note of them. The two oars placed and bound the man to the chair that was already set up in the center of the room. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Peter Pettigrew, Amelia introduced the squat man. Again, there were many shouts of outrage, and it took a cannon-like blast from Dumbledore's wand to silence them. Peter Pettigrew is a national hero, Fudge shouted at the head of the DMLE. He is the reason we captured Black, he added. I do not know who this man is, but you have crossed the line, he finished with a roar, pointing a shaking and accusing finger at the witch. This is the man stated. It has been verified by several sources, she explained, ignoring the minister. Then why is he in your custody? He asked. Surely we as a nation should be celebrating the return of a hero, and yet you have him bound like a common criminal, he countered, but was clearly looking nervous. He is in my custody as he was apprehended by a member of the public, who recognized him and knows, for a fact, that he is guilty of not only murdering the Muggles that Sirius Black is accused of, but also selling out the Potters to you-know-who that led to said murders. Amelia explained, sounding a little smug. Fudge was clearly getting flustered, especially at the reference to Voldemort. "And what evidence do you have to prove this?" he questioned. "For starters," Amelia began, "we have questioned Pettigrew under Veritaserum, and he had some very interesting things to say," she continued. "And," she continued, further walking towards a very shaky Pettigrew, "there is this," she said, pulling up the left sleeve and revealing the dark mark on the man's forearm. There was a gasp within the room as the offending tattoo was revealed. It was clear to see that Fudge was thinking hard. Admitting that Sirius was innocent would put his political standing in a very precarious position, especially as the gathered witches and wizards were from predominantly old families who would not take kindly to one of their own being persecuted wrongly to such an extent, despite personal feelings towards the man. "The mark means nothing," he responded angrily. "Some of the most prominent members of the community have been marred with its ugliness unwillingly, it being given to them under the imperious curse," he concluded with a nod. "That may be so, Cornelius," Amelia retorted skeptically, "but you cannot break the Fidelius charm unwillingly, even if you are placed under an imperious or even given Veritaserum," she explained knowingly. "The fact of the matter is that Peter Pettigrew is guilty. Why else would he hide for all these years?" she asked the room in general. "Perhaps he was scared," Fudge tried. "Of what exactly?" Amelia replied with a raised eyebrow. "Sirius Black was in Azkaban and he was hailed a hero. What possible reason would he have to spend the best part of the last 14 years hiding in his animagus form?" she questioned. "Now see here, Amelia, Peter Pettigrew is not an animagus," Fudge responded triumphantly. "He is not on the register, and none have been registered in almost 40 years, he concluded confidently. "Now, if you cannot offer me any other evidence besides a mark that means nothing and your own speculation, then we will end this farce," he said with a sharp nod. Amelia stared at the man and couldn't believe he would think she would allow it to rest so easily. "Come off it, Cornelius, you know as well as I do that there are hundreds of unregistered animagi out there," she pointed out. "And I will happily administer Veritaserum to him again to prove to everyone here that what I have said is true," she replied. Lucius Malfoy leaned into Fudge and whispered in his ear, which caused the man to nod vigorously and grin victoriously. "Veritaserum can only be used if it can be assured that the man is in his correct frame of mind and has not been subject to mind-altering spells," he replied. "And I am confident that if what you have said is true, that this man has spent more than a decade in an animagus form, then he is in no mental condition to be held accountable under the potion, and add to the matter that he was brought in by a member of the public. As you say, we cannot guarantee that his mind has not been altered unduly to corroborate what you claim," he responded. "So it is in the interest of our community that I do not allow you to proceed, and all dealings pertaining to Mr. Pettigrew today will be stricken from the record, and the media present will not be allowed to publish or speak of anything witnessed here this morning. Vows of silence will be taken on the matter before anyone leaves," he concluded with a smirk. Harry had seen enough of the minister's antics, and with a wave of his hand across his face, he dispelled his glamour and stood. "I don't think so, Fudge." He spoke loudly but controlled in his emotion. The minister looked towards the young man and frowned. "And what concern of this is yours?" he asked irritably. "It was I who apprehended and brought him in," Harry replied. "And who might you be?" Fudge asked with a raised eyebrow. "Lord Harry James Potter," the teen replied neutrally. A heavy silence fell across the room as the identity of the young man sank in. Many sat with mouths wide open, and some looked as though they had been slapped. Harry reveled in the shock on the face of Lucius Malfoy, and he took a moment to glare at the now even more pale man. It was those eyes that had Lucius in such a state. He remembered that emerald fire that made him very uncomfortable then, but now it sent a shiver through every fiber of his being. Fudge took a minute to compose himself, but when he did he was back in full political mode. "Well, Mr. Potter, it is nice of you to come out of the woodwork," he intoned insincerely. "We have been looking for you for some time and have been very concerned for your welfare," he continued. But you must know that as an underage wizard you are not allowed within these chambers, he explained with a grin. Therefore, I will have to ask you kindly to go with the Aurors, who will accompany you to my office. And when this meeting is concluded, we will be having you placed under ministry care, as it seems your current guardians are clearly not fit to care for a child, he concluded. Actually, Cornelius, Dumbledore cut in. Lord Potter is able to be within these chambers with his guardian's permission, as you so accurately determined. Lord Potter's guardians were not suitable, so as Chief Warlock, and as Harry's headmaster I had his care transferred to a much more suitable guardian, he explained with his eyes twinkling merrily. I will be the judge of appropriate guardians, Fudge replied, annoyed. I am sure I could find a suitable family in which Potter can reside for the foreseeable future, he said, shooting a glance towards Malfoy that Harry did not miss. I would be very happy to reside with Mr. Malfoy, if he would be so kind to offer his hospitality. Harry broke in with a malicious grin to which Malfoy blanched at. There is no need, Lord Potter, Dumbledore said dismissively. I have taken it upon myself to have you placed under my care. I couldn't think of anyone more appropriate than the Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot, he explained. And I am sure there will be no disagreements here, he spoke again, addressing the room, to which no one objected to the old man's conclusion. Fudge looked nothing short of flustered and was clearly thinking hard. His thoughts were interrupted by Dumbledore. As Lord Potter's current guardian, for however long that may be, he has both my permission and full support in this matter, he allowed, again addressing the room. Malfoy snapped out of his shock and began whispering to the minister again with urgency. Well, Potter, I have just been informed that Veritaserum would not be appropriate for you, he began. It seems that you have a high resistance to the Imperious Curse, as demonstrated by yourself in your 4th year at Hogwarts, he elaborated. That means there is a distinct possibility that you can fight off the effects of the potion, therefore your input is denied, he finished gleefully. It is Lord Potter, Fudge, Harry retorted, standing his ground. And yes, Lucius Malfoy would be aware of my resistance to the Imperious Curse, wouldn't you? He questioned the blonde. What is wrong, Malfoy? You look as though you have seen a ghost, he continued with glare at the man. And I won't allow you to sweep this under the carpet again, Minister, he explained. I told you about Pettigrew 2 years ago and you ignored me then, but not this time, he said, shaking his head. I may not be able to be questioned under Veritaserum, but I can give an oath which I am sure will be sufficient for all of those present, he finished, looking around the room. I for one would be very interested in what Lord Potter has to say, Augusta Longbottom announced, standing to be acknowledged. Harry nodded at the witch in recognition and gratitude. As would I, Jonathan Greengrass interjected. Fudge again looked flustered and turned towards Malfoy, who was looking defeated. I will not allow it, Fudge roared, slamming his fist on the table. Yes, you will, Fudge, Harry replied calmly. My godfather has spent 12 years in Azkaban because of ministry incompetence, while the man responsible for the death of my parents has been allowed to roam free, he continued. If there are no other objections, then you have no choice but to allow it. But answer me this, he added. Why would I lie about this? Why would I be here speaking on behalf of Sirius Black if he was the reason my parents were murdered? Harry questioned gravely. Clearly someone has addled your brains, Fudge retorted. You were just informed of my resistance to the Imperious Curse. If you believe someone has messed with my mind, then it would be weak enough to be completely under the influence of the potion. So then we can proceed with that avenue, Harry responded. Or you can let me give an oath, and we do it that way. It is your choice, Minister, Harry replied triumphantly. There was silence for several minutes, as Fudge blustered, and clearly tried to counter the young man. Excellent, Amelia cut in after more than an appropriate amount of time had passed. If you would care to come down, Lord Potter, she requested. Harry approached to where Amelia indicated, and waited for her to proceed. If you would give an oath that you will tell the truth and answer all questions honestly regarding the events in question, then we may proceed, she explained. Harry gave the oath, and when everyone in the room was happy that it was given satisfactorily, Amelia continued. Lord Potter, can you give, in your own words, Your account of what you know to be factual in regards to what has been discussed today, she requested. Harry went on to explain the events of third year and the conclusion in which Pettigrew was discovered and admitted his guilt. He then went on to explain that Pettigrew escaped and Fudge dismissed the claims of himself, Ron, and Hermione. So to the best of your knowledge, Sirius Black is indeed innocent of the crimes he has been accused of? Amelia questioned when Harry had finished his version of events. He is, he replied. Are there any doubts to Lord Potter's account? She asked the room. I do not doubt Lord Potter's account, Lord Abbot cut in. But it is not irrefutable. I for one need more evidence, and I think a trial for Sirius Black is necessary to eliminate any other doubts, he explained. I think you are right, Lord Abbot, Amelia replied, surprising many in the room. Mr. Black, if you don't mind, she requested. To the shock of the room, Sirius Black appeared where Harry had, and made his way to where his godson was now stood. Orders arrest that man, Fudge roared. Harry slid his wand into his hand and gave the man a cold glare. Any man who attempts to attack my godfather will have to face me. He spoke quietly but dangerously, allowing some of his magic to escape him. The whole room was stunned by the showdown between the two, until Augusta Longbottom intervened. For goodness sake, Minister, we have just ascertained that Lord Potter was telling the truth, she pointed out exasperatedly. This trial is simply a formality, she concluded. Be that as it may, Mr. Black is still a wanted criminal and will be taken into custody. A trial will be ascertained at a later date, he replied, clearly looking to delay things and gain himself some time. Oh, shut up, Fudge, you overblown piss monkey, a voice suddenly rang out. The boy is here, so he will get his trial now, so you and your corrupt bunch of buffoons can't try and cover it up, the voice continued. Fudge looked murderous at such an interruption, and there was a lot of mumbling in disbelief that someone would dare speak to the minister in such a way. Who dares address me in such a manner? He asked angrily. That would be me, you incompetent sack of shit. How the hell did a moron like you ever make minister? A man questioned, rising to his feet. Harry could see Arcturus had clearly had enough of Fudge and his attempts to both stop the proceedings and delay them any way he could. And who the bloody hell are you? Fudge asked angrily, but with a hint of wariness. I would be Baron Arcturus Orion Black, head of the Black family, Arcturus answered. There were several loud gasps and looks of shock within the crowd. Harry found it very amusing that most of the darker families were looking very smug and triumphant, all except for Malfoy, who looked on the brink of fainting. Fudge swallowed several times and attempted to compose himself, but failed miserably. Seeing his opportunity, Arcturus continued his tirade. Is this what has become of this once great governing body? He asked the room. All I see now is a shower of bastards and cowards. Your fathers would be ashamed of you all, he continued. You allow yourselves to be led by this glorified paper pusher who has his strings pulled by the biggest scumbag in existence. He added, gesturing to Malfoy, who was doing a very accurate impression of a gaping fish. You all disgust me, he concluded. Baron Black, Theodore Not Sr. called out. It is good to see you alive and well, he said with a bow. Tell me, we thought you were dead. Where have you been these past years? He asked. Not that it is any of your concern, you jumped-up fuck-wit, Arcturus replied. But I have been hunting, he finished with a grin. It was recently brought to my attention that my grandson is in fact innocent, so I am here as his head of house to offer my unconditional support. He will after all be the next Lord Black, he explained. Baron Black, Lucius Malfoy cut in, sounding very nervous. I too would like to echo the sentiments of Lord Knott and say it is good to see you back. I, having married a daughter of your house, have been carrying out your duties in your stead, as you know my son will one day be the head of your family, he explained with a bow. Is that so? Arcturus questioned. And under what authority have you been acting in my stead? He asked with a glare. Was it voted on by the other families? He questioned further. It was I who appointed Lucius to that position, Fudge replied confidently. I felt that as he was married into your family, and his son is the heir to the lordship, that it was appropriate, he answered. So you gave my family votes without the permission of the governing body? Arcturus asked, clearly angry. And let me clarify, your son will never be the head of my family. I would sooner see it crumble to nothingness than allow a Malfoy to have that position, he spat. My grandson is my heir, and shall he not be able to produce an heir of his own then? He already has one in place that will more than suffice, he explained coldly. I will be taking my votes back also, and this matter is not closed fudge. How dare you usurp the House of Black with your dirty politics? He finished glaring at the now suitably cowed minister. I think that it is prudent for us to continue. Dumbledore cut in, looking very thoughtful and uncomfortable. Yes, we should, Amelia replied in a similar state. Administer the Veritaserum to Mr. Black, please, she requested and attempted to compose herself. Sirius willingly took the potion, and the telltale glazed expression could soon be seen in his eyes. What is your name? Amelia asked him. Sirius Orion Black, was the reply she received. Did you kill the muggles in question? She asked. No, it was Peter Pettigrew, was the monotonous answer. Were you the Potter's secret keeper? She questioned further. The room was silent, waiting for the man's reply. No, it was Peter Pettigrew, he answered again. There was furious whispering from the crowd, and Amelia waited for it to stop before she continued. Are you, or have you ever been a supporter of the Dark Lord? She asked finally. No, I have not nor ever will be, he answered firmly. Are there any other objections? Amelia asked the room, who were suitably shocked by the events of the day. When nobody objected, Dumbledore addressed the room. Then it is my duty to inform you, Mr. Black, that all charges against you are therefore dropped. You are now a free man, he finished with a smile. Sirius immediately stood and grabbed his godson in a crushing hug. We did it, he said dumbly. I'm finally free, he added, his eyes starting to water in happiness. Harry said nothing but hugged the man tightly, very pleased at the outcome. He turned to look at Dumbledore, who was looking between Harry and Arcturus knowingly. He gave the teen a smile and a nod. Oh, and one other thing, Arcturus said loudly, gaining the attention of the room. Any and all alliances that the House of Black has that I have not personally facilitated are hereby void and null. If any of you shits owes money to my house, you have 1 month to pay it in full, or the consequences will be very unpleasant, he finished with a glare. There were some very uncomfortable-looking men in the room now. I guess it turns out that you didn't need us, Andromeda said, approaching the small group with her husband. It looks like Potter handled it quite well, she added. No, but it was best to have you there in case things really got messy, and that shit Lucius nearly caused some real problems, Arcturus explained bitterly. Speak of the devil, he muttered, seeing that Malfoy was approaching. Baron Black, Lucius intoned with an elaborate bow. I believe we have much to discuss in regards to your house, and in particular some of the financial investments I have made on your behalf, he requested. I have a very interested party who would seek an alliance with yourself, he finished with another bow. We, Arcturus replied. Have nothing to discuss, you moron, did I not make myself clear? He questioned the blonde. As for your interested party, he just like you can go and fuck himself, Arcturus growled firmly. You have no idea what you are doing, Lucius hissed with a whisper. Oh, I know exactly what I am doing, you French goat botherer. I was there that night back in June. Who do you think helped young Lord Potter here? He explained with a grin. Harry looked as though he wanted to kill Malfoy there and then, and was clearly exercising some significant restraint. Arcturus stepped towards the blonde and spoke in a whisper. Believe me, Malfoy, nothing will give me greater pleasure than seeing Potter end you in the most painful way possible. I hope it is something I get to witness soon, he said with a sadistic smile. Malfoy blanched and made to flee, obviously to inform his master of the developments. Malfoy, Harry called out, causing the blonde to turn to him. I look forward to seeing you again. I think our world will be much better without scumbags like you in it. Even though your home country is very nice, I hear you had quite an unsuccessful business trip there recently. He finished with a smirk, seeing the look of realization dawn on the man's face as he managed to scarper. Might I assume that it is you that have been keeping young Mr. Potter here safe?" Dumbledore addressed Arcturus, having approached unseen by the group. Arcturus growled at the intrusion, clearly not happy by it. "Assumptions are very dangerous things, Dumbledore," he retorted. "I suggest you don't make them where I am concerned," he advised. Dumbledore chuckled. "I see that you still have your venomous tongue," he intoned, undeterred by the man's demeanor. "And I see you are still an interfering old git with that annoying twinkle," the other man replied casually. "I believe we will need to have a conversation," Dumbledore returned questioningly. "Oh, we will be having a conversation when I can tolerate your presence enough to do so, and in the meantime you will hand over Potter's guardianship to my grandson, where it belongs," he demanded irritably, to which Dumbledore nodded. "I look forward to our conversation," he replied with a bow. "And may I offer the use of my flu connection?" he asked. "You will find it through the door behind my desk. I am sure you don't want to be delayed by the crowd who will no doubt want to be talking to you," he added before leaving. Arcturus growled again and began swearing under his breath about old bastards and such. Nevertheless, the group made their way to the flu point as directed by Dumbledore when Harry was stopped by Jonathan Greengrass and Robert Davis. "You certainly know how to make a Wisengamot meeting much more interesting, Lord Potter," Jonathan said, while the other man nodded his agreement. "I very much look forward to seeing you again," he finished with a genuine smile. "You too, Lord Greengrass, Lord Davis," Harry replied, returning the smile. The group continued to the flu point, ignoring the looks from several others who clearly wished to speak to them, but clearly dared not approach. "Back to my place?" Sirius questioned. "Yes, it has been some time since I've seen that hovel," Arcturus answered with distaste evident. "I need to speak to the elf as it happens," he added. With that, the group flooded to Grimmauld Place, and all took seats around the kitchen table, but were quickly and unceremoniously interrupted by the arrival of most members of the Order of the Phoenix. "Dumbledore asked us to meet here," Kingsley explained, giving a nervous glance towards Arcturus, who was mumbling about being surrounded by imbeciles. "Then we should leave," Andromeda announced, standing. "You will stay put," Arcturus instructed firmly. "This is a Black family home, and we will be present in it as and when we wish," he finished, glaring at the Order members who were looking confused by his presence. "You are of course quite right, Baron Black," Dumbledore agreed, entering the room, causing some of the gathered people who knew of Arcturus to gasp. "It would be quite rude of us to insist that you leave," he finished. "You don't mean to offer him membership?" Molly Weasley asked nervously, to which Arcturus allowed a bark of laughter. "I wouldn't join this group for all the gold and Gringotts," he snarked bitterly. "You all might be happy kissing his crinkled old arse," he added, pointing to Dumbledore. "But I will answer to no man," he finished resolutely. "So whose side are you on?" Kingsley asked, clearly offended. "Mine," Arcturus answered simply. The room was silent for some time, until Molly broke the silence. "So it is you that has turned Harry into what he is," she said accusingly to the older man, who glared in return. "I think you will find that I merely helped the boy when he was in need. Everything he has become is his own doing, and he should be proud of what he has accomplished, not that it concerns you," he pointed out. "He should be proud that he is a killer," she responded disbelievingly. "He should be proud that he has become his own man, and one that holds his family values as true as he does," Arcturus replied coldly. "He should be proud that he is willing to truly fight for what he believes in, regardless of what any of you think," he finished with another glare around the room. It was then that the door opened, admitting Mad-Eye Moody and McGonagall. "Well, Pettigrew has been," Moody began, but froze at the sight of Arcturus, as did Minerva. "Auror Moody, I see your dodging and shielding did not improve over the years," Arcturus said disappointedly. "And stop gaping like a moron, for fuck's sake," he added, shaking his head. Moody composed himself and snapped to attention. "Yes, sir," he replied loudly and clearly. "I lost my damn leg before I could improve, sir," he added in a military fashion. "At least not all of you are completely brain-dead idiots," Arcturus mumbled. "Be seated, Moody," he commanded dismissively, and to the surprise of those in the room the man obeyed. "I was not aware that you and Alistair were acquainted," Dumbledore spoke, addressing Arcturus, who ignored him. He came and taught us a few things when I was training," Moody replied, still looking a little shocked. "Interesting," Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard. "Nothing interesting about it," Arcturus cut in. "I taught the boy a few things, end of story," he explained. "Now, Minerva, it is good to see you," he added to the still stunned Scott. "You too, Baron Black," she replied with a curtsy. "I was upset to hear that your wife passed," she added sincerely. "She was a good woman, who I plan on being reacquainted with soon enough," he responded genuinely, causing another silence in the room. "Well, now that everyone is here, we can celebrate the fact that Sirius is now a free man." Dumbledore broke the awkward silence, to which those who were not in the know cheered for the man who had already begun to summon bottles of fire whiskey. Arcturus snatched a bottle from his hand. "There will be plenty of time for you to drink yourself into a grave after the war," he growled to his grandson. "Priorities first," he added firmly, to which Sirius just nodded. "Have you been practicing?" he asked. "Every day for as long as possible," Sirius replied. "Good, so you won't be completely useless in a fight," Arcturus responded. "And did you get your wands?" he asked again, to which Sirius nodded and removed one from a wrist holster. "Willow and cherry with direwolf claw and chimera, heartstring with, and obsidian focus crystal." He explained the elements of his wand. "Satisfactory," the older man deemed. The gathering continued, with people having casual conversations, and Arcturus even spoke to Moody in a somewhat friendly manner. It wasn't much later that the door opened, revealing a very disheveled Remus Lupin, to whom Sirius ran to immediately. "We did it, Moony. I'm free," he announced, pulling his childhood friend into a hug. "That's great, Padfoot," the man replied genuinely, but he still looked apprehensive. "Remus, what's wrong?" Sirius asked in concern. Before the other man could reply, a woman entered the room and moved him to the side and simply stared at Sirius with so much emotion in her eyes. "Oh shit," Harry said, having recognized the woman. "Hello, Sirius," the woman addressed the man, looking very nervous and uncomfortable. Everyone could see the shock on Sirius' face, but no one spoke a word. None of them recognized the woman, who looked as disheveled as Remus but was clearly very beautiful. She had many scars on the skin that could be seen on her arms, and she looked a little ragged. "But you're dead," Sirius replied dumbly, and fled the room as quickly as he could. Remus made to follow him, but was held back by the woman. "No, Remus, I will go," she said firmly. "It is me that has a lot to explain," she added, and followed the man from the room. "Who the hell was that?" Kingsley asked after a few moments had passed. "That would be Sirius' fiancé," Harry replied to the shocked group. "Break." Sirius entered the drawing room in complete shock and utter disbelief at what just happened. He paced backwards and forwards, mumbling to himself. "No, it can't be right. Someone is playing a trick on me," he spoke to himself. "She's dead. She wouldn't do that to me," he added, trying to convince himself that it wasn't true. His rambling was interrupted by the woman he was currently thinking about. She entered the room and closed the door softly. The two just stared at each other for some time before she broke the uncomfortable silence. "Please, will you talk to me, Sirius?" she pleaded. "Please just let me explain." "What is there to explain?" Sirius asked in reply. "You died 15 years ago," he said, shaking his head. "I'm right here," she whispered, attempting to grab the man's hand, but he pulled away, much to her dismay. "No," he denied, shaking his head. He looked at the woman. He could see it truly was her, but instead of feeling relieved, he felt angry. Had someone said to him only 24 hours ago she would walk back into his life, he would have welcomed it, but seeing her now did not reflect that sentiment. He was hurt and he was furious. How dare she just walk back in like that? "Sirius, please," she pleaded again. "Please talk to me, don't do this," she begged. "Me," the man replied furiously. "Me do this? It was you that did this, Marlene, how could you?" he asked, becoming emotional. Please, I was scared serious. Look at me, she demanded when the man would not meet her gaze. Look at what they did to me, she added, removing her blouse and showing off her scarred torso. I was ashamed. They turned me into one of them and I didn't know what to do, she said, beginning to cry. You should have come to me, Sirius replied. And you would have wanted me looking like this, she questioned bitterly and skeptically. Yes, Sirius replied simply. There was nothing that could have happened to you that would have made me want you any less, he confirmed firmly. Do you think so little of me? He asked. Do you think that I was only with you because of the way you looked? If that is true, then you did not know me at all, he finished in disappointment again, turning from the woman. And it would have been that easy. You would have just accepted it, she asked. Yes, it is that simple, and yes, I would have accepted. But I would have hunted every one of those bastards down for what they did to you, he explained. The woman remained silent, and something within Sirius snapped. 15 years, Marlene, he began. 15 years I have mourned for you. Every single day I thought of you and wished for nothing more than to have you with me. And for 15 years I have felt this pain, he choked, beginning to cry himself. And let me tell you, it doesn't get any easier. The pain does not go away. I just got better at dealing with it. He finished swallowing and just allowed himself to cry for a minute. I understand, she began but was cut off. No, you don't understand, Sirius shouted. I thought you were dead. Do you know what that did to me? He asked. Even if I didn't end up in Azkaban, there would never have been anyone else for me. You were my whole world and you just left as though I was nothing, he added bitterly. It wasn't like that, she replied quietly through her own tears. Then what was it like? Sirius retorted. Explain it to me because I don't understand, he said, grabbing her by the hands. Do you think people would have accepted us being together with me like this? She asked. You could have had any woman you wanted besides Alice and Lil's. Why the hell would you want a werewolf and one with these? She asked, gesturing to her scars. Because I loved you, he replied without hesitation. Because I loved every last thing about you, and no other woman could be you, and they never could be, he continued. Regardless of if you were a werewolf or not, I would have stuck by you, and everyone and everything else be damned. Because I know that we would have been happy, and that is all that would have mattered to me, he finished. Loved me, she asked quietly. So you don't anymore, she questioned desperately. There will never be a day that I stop loving you, Marlene, but after this, what do you expect from me? He returned. To please not shut me out, and give me a chance to make it up to you, she asked, gripping the man's hands tighter in her own. When he did not reply, she continued. All I wanted was to come back, and I almost did, she began. I got back to England and heard that you-know-who had been killed, and that you had been sent to Azkaban for being a traitor, she explained. I was innocent, Sirius replied heatedly. And I know that now, but I didn't then, she responded. I believed for all these years that you were guilty, and that it was me that had driven you to it. It wasn't until Remus found me and explained everything that I realized how stupid I had been, she continued. And I knew I had to come back and see you if only to apologize. I couldn't live with that kind of guilt, she sighed, shaking her head. When the man remained silent, she continued. I love you, Sirius Black, and I never stopped loving you, she spoke sincerely, grabbing his chin and turning him to face her. Even though I thought you were guilty and I tried to stop loving you, I couldn't, she whispered, clearly ashamed. I still love you, and there has never been another man for me. This, she said, waving her left hand in his face, showing a white gold ring with a diamond in the center, is meant to be for life, no matter what. And I'm sorry that I didn't understand that, but I was young and I was scared, and I still am, she admitted. If you want me to leave then, I will, but please do not make the same mistake that I did, she pleaded. When Sirius remained silent, she pulled away dejected and began to remove the ring to return to the man. He grabbed her hand, stopping her, and looked her in the eyes, the same eyes he had thought about the last 15 years, those same eyes he had fallen in love with all those years ago. You mean it? He managed to croak, his eyes welling with tears. With all my heart, she answered sincerely. Sirius grabbed her and pulled him to her, clinging as though he would never let go. He certainly didn't plan to. It would be some time before they would be seen again. 15 years is a lot of lost time to make up for. Break. Lord Voldemort was currently sat at a table in Malfoy Manor, going through the various reports he had received from his men on the continent. Things were beginning to look up. He had managed to easily bring the werewolves to his side, and he was about ready to begin negotiating with the vampires. He was even managing to find more followers from abroad, which pleased him greatly, and they would certainly be a welcome addition to the army he was amassing. He was a little concerned that the rat had still not returned, but he took the sign of the returning Dementors as a good thing. The problem with them was that he could not communicate with them, but they seemed to be in their normal spirit. He was dragged from his thoughts by the door bursting open to reveal a very frantic and concerned-looking Lucius Malfoy. "This had better be important, Lucius," he hissed. "I am very busy," he added. "My lord," Lucius intoned, bowing before the man. "It was Potter," he managed to stammer out. "What are you blathering on about, Lucius?" Voldemort replied, confused. "He was the one in France, my lord," he whispered, clearly fearful of his master's wrath. "Impossible," the Dark Lord spat. "Potter is dead. I killed him," he continued vehemently. "He caught the rat. He was at the Wisengamot today," Lucius responded almost pleadingly. Lord Voldemort allowed a moment to pass for the information to sink in and to let the shock pass. After a moment, he roared in fury and aimed his wand towards the wall and blasted an enormous hole in it. "Rookwood," he roared. The two men waited for the third to join them. When he did, he looked confused for a moment and then fearful after gauging the mood of the Dark Lord. "My lord," he greeted, bowing to the clearly furious man. "I want the guard on the Department of Mysteries doubled, and I want to know the second anyone enters the room who should not be there," he ordered. "Yes, my lord," the man replied with a bow. "Fetch Roll, and not also. I have a job for the three of you," he demanded, to which the man left immediately to carry out his orders. "That is not all, my lord," Lucius cut in, shaking and cowering. "What else is it?" Voldemort asked daringly. "Black is back, Arcturus," he managed to stutter out. The Dark Lord could not understand how that would be so important, but then the realization sunk in, not that Lucius would understand the importance. His Horcruxes, Regulus knew about them and must have told the old bastard, but why would he get involved? He realized it must have been him that helped Potter, and then it sunk in. He must have known the Dark Lord killed his grandson, and the Blacks did not take kindly to transgressions against them. Arcturus had a reputation for vengeance. It was well known that he fought against Grindelwald for killing his brother and father. He would have to be eliminated. He could cause problems, but Potter was the main concern, and the Dark Lord was truly concerned. No matter how much he had tried, he had not been able to kill the boy. "You said that it was Potter in France," he questioned Lucius with a hint of worry. "Yes, my lord," Malfoy replied, keeping his head bowed. "It seems that he has learned a thing or two," he mused to himself, his worry increasing. He knew he would have to gauge how powerful and skilled the boy had become, and he needed to know the contents of that prophecy. Something felt very wrong to the Dark Lord. He just hoped that Wormtail had been unsuccessful in reaching the castle. "I want Potter punished," he suddenly spat. "I don't care how, but I want it done," he roared, his worry turning to fury but not completely fatting. "What would you have me do, my lord?" Lucius asked. "I want you to tell me everything and keep doing what you are doing, Lucius," he commanded. "Keep close to Fudge and report back everything and anything," he added. Rookwood returned with Knot and Roll, who were both looking concerned, both having been present at the meeting this morning. "My lord," they all intoned in unison. "Lucius," he said, addressing the fourth man, "how would you suggest we get to Potter?" he asked. "If he is protected by Black, then there is no chance, and it is impossible to get to him at his relatives because of the wards in place," he began knowingly. "But we could get to him through the people he cares about," he added, clearly having an idea. "And that would be?" the Dark Lord asked. "The Weasleys," Lucius replied with a smirk. "There you have it, gentlemen," the Dark Lord said to the other three. "That is your mission, and do not fail me," he warned darkly. The other three men just nodded and left. They had a job to do. Chapter 11, Making Waves. Augustus Rookwood, Thorfinn, Roel, and Theodore Knott Sr. were stood at the edge of the ward line on the Weasley property. It had taken a week to gather everything they would need to carry out their mission, but they were satisfied the plan would go off without a hitch. Rookwood was a man of intelligence and refused to listen to Roel's suggestion of simply blasting their way in and killing everyone in sight, much to the other man's chagrin. Instead, he had devised a cunning plan that would see the mission complete with a much smaller chance of them getting killed or injured. Having worked in the Department of Mysteries for many years, he had been privy to information and developments that the general public had not been, and although, due to various oaths, he could not talk about such things, there was nothing preventing him from using such advancements. In his hand, he was carrying one of these said advancements, a ward transition implement. This item would cause the wards of a property to simply reverse, and depending on the type of ward, could simply kill the occupants of the warded area. The item did have its limitations, however. It could only be used on a certain sized area for it to work effectively. The Weasley property was big, so before he could use it, he would need to significantly reduce the reach of the wards, but that would only work in his favor. The ward power would not diminish, but would instead be more concentrated on a smaller area, making them unstable but a very deadly weapon. The other problem was that the item itself was extremely difficult to create, very expensive, and the needed materials were near to non-existent and could only be used once. He had managed to steal this one from the department many years ago and had held on to it just in case the need ever arose. He had spent much of his time here this week analyzing the ward scheme put in place by the Cure Breaker's son, and he was very impressed by the work. It was second to none, and the boy clearly had no qualms about killing to protect his family, if his ward scheme was anything to go by. The lethality of the wards would be his family's downfall, however, as they were assured to eradicate any living creature that would be caught in them. My, these are very impressive wards, he informed the other two. Roel, keep your foolish hands to yourself and do nothing. If you fuck this up, then we all die, he explained firmly. The hulk of a blond man just nodded and stood still. He was not a man of intelligence, but he understood that if Rookwood thought something was dangerous, then it most certainly was not something to take lightly. Augustus began the process of shrinking the wards to a more fitting size for the device. It took only a few minutes to complete, and only had to remove one additional proximity ward. He was about to activate the item when he was halted by Knott. Shouldn't we see how many people are in there first? He suggested in an overly oily voice. It would not be satisfactory for us plans so much to find that there is nobody home, he said with a raised eyebrow. Rookwood kicked himself mentally for forgetting the most simple yet important thing. Hominem Revelio, he mumbled and frowned at the results. How many of them are there? He questioned. There should be 9 of them, Knott replied. Well, there are only 3 on the property, Rookwood explained. 3 will be enough, Knott said with a nod. We want to punish Potter, this will do, he finished. Rookwood just shrugged and activated the device. He placed it within the ward line itself and waited. Around 30 seconds, later loud screams could be heard for a few moments, and then the property was silent. They may have only gotten 3 of the redheads, but it would be sufficient for now. Albus Dumbledore, along with the rest of the Hogwarts staff, were having a peaceful evening meal in the Great Hall, minus Umbridge, a welcome absence to them all. Although Dumbledore enjoyed the antics he would see from the students at meal times, he had to admit to himself that it was occasionally pleasant to enjoy a meal, such as this with his friends, in which they wouldn't be disturbed by the drama and noise from hundreds of noisy young witches and wizards. He was currently sorting through the daily mountain of correspondence he received when he came to a letter from the Department of Education and Examinations, simply marked, "To the guardian of Harry James Potter." He opened the letter and read the contents. He found himself very surprised, but could not understand why. He knew that Harry was an exceptional wizard, but this went beyond what he had expected from the young man. He shook his head and gave a little chuckle, garnering the attention from the assembled staff members. It appears that young Mr. Potter has taken it upon himself to complete his OWLS already, he informed them. Surely he would not have been ready, Minerva intoned disbelievingly. I think you will find, Minerva, that with the right motivation and a good enough influence, the possibilities of a determined young man are endless, he said with a smile to the witch as he handed her the parchment. Impressive, she whispered as she finished reading. I very much doubt that these will be beaten this year, she added. It is a shame that Miss Granger is so rigid in her approach and relies only on information she finds in books, she continued. She would no doubt be a much better student if she was more flexible and would formulate her own conclusions from her studies, something that will have to change when she sits her NEWTS, she finished. Yes, but it is something she will learn to do, that I have no doubt, Dumbledore replied. Minerva paused, as something the older man had said finally clicked into place. Surely, Albus, you don't think that Arcturus Black is a good influence on the boy? She asked skeptically. No, Minerva, I do not, was the firm reply she received. I do not believe that it is Baron Black who is his influence, he added. Tell me, Minerva, who is it that young Harry reminds you of now? He questioned. Minerva thought for several moments before she replied. Well, he is not like his father very much, and the only similarity to his mother is the grades he has received, she mused. If I had to say he was like anyone, then it would have to be his grandfather, she concluded. My thoughts exactly, Dumbledore concurred. I still remember that duel he had with the German, Flitwick piped up. He was a very impressive fighter, he added. That he was Filius, Dumbledore agreed. The man was quite the rogue, Minerva cut in. But very dangerous. I also remember that duel Filius. I sometimes think I can still smell the burns, she said, wrinkling her nose in disgust. Yes, but it is much better that Harry is like Charles, Dumbledore continued sadly. He will need to be in the coming conflict, and he could certainly have much worse role models, he finished. The boy should be locked up, Snape spat distastefully. Severus, Dumbledore reprimanded firmly. I have told you time and time again about your attitude towards the boy. I would recommend that you curb it, he advised the potion's master. I do not doubt that Harry meant what he said about treating you with the same contempt that he does any other that carries that mark, he advised knowingly. And you would allow him to attack me? Snape asked disbelievingly. It is out of my control, Dumbledore replied. Harry is his own man with his own morals. If you treated him with respect, then you may find that he is a powerful ally for you. You are, after all, seeking the same end, he said to the man. He does not deserve my respect, Snape spat. He is a mediocre wizard who has gotten lucky a few times, and luck runs out Albus, he replied. And Potter clearly understands that, Minerva interrupted, handing Snape the parchment she still held. That is why he has been studying and training so hard, she added with a glare. Snape read the parchment, and although he would not admit it, he was impressed by the whelp. Training? Using dark magic, you mean? You saw what he did to those men, he said, pointing a finger at the Transfiguration professor. You are referring to his family magic, Dumbledore intervened, starting to become annoyed. Family magic? Snape asked with a raised eyebrow. I was not aware that the Potters knew dark magic like that. If they did, I'm sure the boy's father would have taken great joy in cursing me like that, he added bitterly. Harry, just like his father, is not just a Potter. Severus, Dumbledore spoke, shaking his head. It just so happens that Harry has learnt the family magic that James did not, he explained sadly. What the hell are you talking about, Albus? Snape asked exasperatedly. Harry is also a Black on his father's side. Surely you knew that already, Dumbledore asked the man. Snape, in fact, did not know that. The Potters were a secretive bunch, and Regulus nor Bellatrix had told him. That does not surprise me, Snape intoned. He is just as insolent as his father and his godfather were, and now he has learnt the dark magic of the Blacks. Great, he will no doubt be the next Dark Lord. He spat, causing the others at the table to gasp. No, Severus, he will not, Dumbledore responded firmly. Harry is doing what he has to do to end this and to make sure he survives. I too was worried that he was becoming dark, but after speaking to the boy, it clearly is not true, he added. He does not enjoy the killing, but it is a necessity of war, and there is no doubt that many more will fall to his hands. but I for one support him and will be there for him if and when he needs me," he finished resolutely. The staff were suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Umbridge, a couple of Aurors, and a very gleeful and triumphant-looking Cornelius Fudge. "Ah, Albus, I am so glad we could catch you," the minister spoke insincerely. "I have some very good news for you," he explained. Dumbledore very much doubted that what the man had to say would constitute good news. "And what good news would that be, Cornelius?" he questioned the man. "We will get to that momentarily," Fudge dismissed. "Let me ask you, Albus, when was the last time you took a holiday away from the castle?" he asked. "That would be 1973, Dumbledore answered. "I had the most pleasant visit to Guernsey. It is quite a fascinating place," he added fondly. "Well then, today is your lucky day," the minister replied. "It has been brought to the governor's attention that you have not had a holiday away from the castle in many years, and it seems that because of this, the standards of the school have been dropping significantly," he explained with faux disappointment. "So they have seen fit to give you the rest of this school year off," he finished gleefully. "Ah," Dumbledore mused. "And I suppose that I have no choice?" he asked, already aware of the answer. "No, Albus, you do not, I'm afraid. Your holiday is to begin with immediate effect," Fudge informed him. "We," he said, indicating his group, "are here to escort you from the castle, and you are not to return until the governors feel that you have had a suitable length of time away. You are after all not a young man anymore," he finished. "I see," Dumbledore replied, having expected something like this to happen. "It would appear that you have indeed found a way to oust me, Cornelius. Very savvy," he praised. "No, Albus, it is not about ousting you," the man replied with a fake smile. "It is to ensure that our children are under the best care possible, and the governors have seen fit to allow Madame Umbridge here to see to your duties in your absence," he explained. "But I am the deputy headmistress," Minerva cut in annoyed. "And you will maintain your post," Fudge responded. "There seems little point in moving you around when it is only such a temporary thing," he explained patronizingly. "I see. Well then, as I have very little choice in the matter, I will of course comply with your request," Dumbledore conceded with a nod. "May I please retrieve some of my personal items? I fear as an old man in the advanced years that I find myself in. Some of them are necessary," he explained with a smile. "Yes, you may," Fudge retorted a little annoyed. "But be quick about it. I have other matters to attend to today," he finished, looking at his watch impatiently. "Albus, you can't be serious," Minerva asked the older man. "No, Minerva, Cornelius is right. It is time that I took some time away to refresh myself. There are many wonderful places I have yet to visit. Perhaps a trip to Wales would be nice," he mused. "And remember, we spoke of this," he added with a whisper to his longtime friend. Minerva nodded. "I know, Albus, but I did not think it would happen," she said sadly. "Just remember to do what is best by the students, and it will all be fine. The wards will keep you all safe," he replied firmly. "Get on with it, Albus," Fudge cut in angrily. With that, Dumbledore exited the Great Hall to pack his things, albeit unwillingly. He knew the students were in safe hands with Minerva and the rest of the staff, but he was not comfortable entirely with the changes the day had brought. It would give him more time to focus on Tom, but right now he was not causing much of a problem. "I will be back soon enough," he said quietly to the castle itself. Break. The past week for Harry had been spent training and avoiding leaving the house as much as possible. Every day so far the media had been writing about himself, Arcturus and Sirius, and making various speculations about the trio. He had so far been accused of turning dark, truancy, and even disgracing the memory of his parents with his apparent alliance with the Black family. He had received many requests for interviews which he, of course, had denied, having more important things to focus on. A few had even had the gall to try and force him to attend an interview by sending portkeys that would activate at his touch. Needless to say, Arcturus had been furious and returned them with a few gifts. They soon stopped arriving. He had ventured out a few times in one of his disguises to get a feel for the mood of the community, and what he saw and heard annoyed him considerably. Many still believed that Sirius was guilty and had somehow managed to get off on a technicality, and others spoke of Arcturus, and how dark the man clearly was. He heard very little negativity aimed towards himself. It seemed that the public felt sorry for the poor little boy he was, and believed he was being taken advantage of. The truth of the matter was that Harry didn't care what they thought of him. His annoyance came from what he had heard about Sirius from the misinformed morons on the street. No doubt Fudge and his cohorts had been pulling strings again. Harry and Arcturus were sat in the drawing and were discussing the developments of the week when they were interrupted by the arrival of a Phoenix patroness materializing in the room. "Harry, would you and Baron Black be so kind as to join me at headquarters?" The bird spoke in the voice of Dumbledore. Harry turned to the older man who was eyeing the patroness with distaste. He averted his gaze towards the clock as the creature vanished and growled. "He knows how to pick his moments. The time is hardly decent," he mumbled in annoyance. "You know you don't have to come," Harry pointed out. "I may as well. It's not like sitting here is very productive," he responded. "Twinkly-eyed old git," he added bitterly. Harry had noticed that since he had gotten the information from Pettigrew that the older man had become even more pessimistic and cantankerous, if that was possible. It seemed that with the 15-year-long Horcrux hunt all but finished, Arcturus had very little to do. Harry hoped he would find something for him to do to at least keep him occupied. He then at least might be in a better mood. The duo apparated away and appeared in the square opposite Grimmauld Place. They entered the house to find it very quiet. The only people inside were Dumbledore, Sirius, and the newly returned Marlene McKinnon. As soon as they entered the room, Sirius approached them, dragging a very nervous fiancé in his wake. "Harry, this is Marlene McKinnon. I'm sure I told you about her when I was drunk," he said a little sheepishly. Harry took the lady's hand and kissed the back of it gently. He then proceeded to look at her critically before shaking his head. "What is it?" she asked quietly. "Well, it seems that my godfather seems to definitely be punching above his weight," he replied. "What would a beautiful lady of your quality be doing with a mutt like that?" he added, jerking his head towards the now gaping man. "You do realize he urinates on things that he sees as his property," he finished seriously. The woman turned red and giggled at the younger man. "That was only once," Sirius whined. "I couldn't control the animal back then, and I could smell Moony everywhere," he said in annoyance. "And you can get your own woman," he added, pulling the lady towards him. "There's a bloody queue of them out there lined up and waiting," he finished, pointing towards the door. "What the hell are you talking about?" Harry asked, frowning. "Oh, you haven't seen it, have you?" Sirius asked gleefully. He almost sprinted to the kitchen table and returned clutching a magazine which he handed to Harry, his eyes full of mirth. "Why would I read Teen Witch Weekly?" he asked the man who was clearly trying not to laugh. "Just look," he said, pointing to the magazine, to which Harry complied reluctantly. "Harry Potter, Heartthrob." "Oh, this isn't good," Harry muttered, shaking his head. The head shaking did not stop at all while he read the article. Harry was simply horrified by what it contained. The article continually speculated on his love life and how Mannywitch's virtues he had claimed. They made him out to be some kind of Don Juan that was systematically fornicating with the entire population of witches within and beyond the country boundaries. They described him as a hunk of muscle with the most enticing emerald eyes, and claimed that any witch would be lucky to find herself on the arm of such a wizard. The icing on the cake for Harry was the appeal they had published, asking any women to come forward and share their experience with the young man. Throughout the entirety of Harry reading, Sirius was roaring with laughter to the point of tears. When he saw that his godson had finished, he placed an unconvincingly comforting hand on his shoulder. "Now, pup," he began in a false fatherly tone, "don't you think that you should consider marrying one of these young witches whom—" He pulled the article from the young man's clutches and scanned for a quote. "You have used to holster your wand," he finished, laughing again. "It's not funny, Sirius," Harry hissed angrily. "None of it is true," he added with a frown. "Where the hell did you get this anyway?" he asked. "It's not like it's the kind of thing you would read," he pointed out. "I caught Dora reading it," he shrugged. "She seemed upset that she was not one of your conquests," or he scanned the page again. A part of your harem of hot honeys, he roared again in laughter. That's enough, you two, Arcturus cut in. I don't give a damn where or how Potter is getting his jollies. We were asked here for a reason. He finished questioningly, looking towards Dumbledore, who nodded. Yeah, Albus. What was so important that we had to wait for these two to get here? Sirius asked with a frown. I am afraid I have some very bad news, he replied sadly, his eyes absent of the usual twinkle. I just got word from Arthur that the wards at the Burrow malfunctioned, he continued. Molly, young Miss Weasley, and Miss Lovegood were inside. None of them survived, he finished with a deep sigh. Harry sank into a chair at the table in complete shock. It couldn't be true. Not Mrs. Weasley or Ginny. He had no idea who Miss Lovegood was, but clearly she was an unnecessary casualty of the war. Dumbledore watched as Arcturus whispered something into Harry's ear and saw how the shock vanished, and an impassive mask formed in its place. He didn't like that the boy was bottling his feelings, but he knew and understood that there were times it was necessary, particularly if people looked to you in difficult times for guidance. Bill would have placed those wards, Harry said quietly. He is one of the best curse breakers in the country. This does not feel right, he finished, shaking his head. They are my thoughts exactly, Dumbledore replied seriously. Something is amiss, and I will get to the bottom of it, he vowed to the gathered people. It's too much of a coincidence, Arcturus cut in. Definitely his work, he added thoughtfully. What the hell could cause the wards to attack its own occupants? Sirius asked. I'm afraid wards are one of the things I have little understanding of, Dumbledore replied. But I do not doubt that some of Tom's followers are exceptional with them, and certainly had a hand in it, he finished. I'm going to have to draw him out, Harry suddenly said. What do you mean? Sirius questioned. Well, I thought that after the Hogsmeade attack and the Azkaban breakout that people would wake up. And if they are now blaming outright murder on accidents, then I doubt they ever will. Not unless they see him for themselves, he explained. What are you planning, pup? Sirius asked gravely. He knows that I am alive, right? He asked. When the others nodded their agreement, he continued. Well, now more than ever he is going to want that prophecy, and he will have people watching it constantly. He continued again, getting a nod of agreement. Do you think he would trust anyone else to get it for him? Especially if you three are with me, he finished, indicating the other men in the room. That's some smart thinking, Potter, Arcturus intoned. He would have no choice but to come himself. He knows that between us his Death Eaters would not stand a chance, he said a little gleefully. But it does need some fine-tuning, he finished. How so? Harry asked. Well, we need to make sure that the building is quite empty to avoid too many injuries or deaths, he began. So that means a late-night visit, he continued. We need to make sure that we are found by the right people, so that means preferably Fudge and a bunch of Aurors, he added. And you need to make sure that you can hold him off long enough, he finished with a look. Why don't you just kill him, all of you together? And what bloody prophecy? Marlene asked. No, Harry said firmly. I will kill him. It is my fight, he said, glaring at the other occupants. And the prophecy is a meaningless thing to me that means a lot to him, he added dismissively. That's just stupid pride talking, Marlene replied. No, Harry is right, Dumbledore interjected sadly. It is his fight, and myself and Baron Black are too old to last more than a minute against him now, he finished with a sigh. And Sirius understands that this is my fight, don't you? He asked his godfather, who just nodded reluctantly. And you think you can beat him? She asked skeptically. Not yet, Harry answered simply. But I will be able to one day. For now, I just need to be able to hold him off, and that gives me a chance to see how much I need to improve, he added thoughtfully. You're mad, Marlene said, shaking her head. If Lils was alive, she would kick your arse for being so stupid, she added. Well, she's not, is she? Harry replied coldly, and Marlene could see the emerald fire ignite in his eyes. It made her shudder uncomfortably. I'm sorry, Harry, I shouldn't have said that. She apologized genuinely. It's fine, Harry replied, dismissing her with a wave. We need to work on getting Fudge out of office, too. He is not a wartime leader, shit. He isn't a leader anyway, Harry said ruefully. He has indeed become quite the problem, Dumbledore cut in. What do you mean? Arcturus asked. Well, it seems that he has succeeded in having me removed from the castle and has placed Dolar's Umbridge in control of the school. Officially, I am on an extended holiday, he explained. That is not good, Harry surmised. No, it is not, but there is very little that can be done. He has had it approved by the governors, Dumbledore replied. Well, it does give you time to work on removing Fudge, Harry mused. I'm sure the two of you could come up with something, he said, gesturing between the headmaster and Arcturus, who looked as though he wanted to strangle the boy for suggesting such a thing. Harry caught the look and shook his head. For fuck's sake, this isn't about you and your egos, he said irritably. This is about finishing this, and getting rid of Fudge can make it easier, he continued. You are both grown men. I don't care if you don't like each other, but you both want this. Both are intelligent enough to pull it off. And I'm sure that between you it will not be a problem, so just bloody well get on with it, he finished breathlessly. You are, of course, right, Harry, Dumbledore responded. I guess it is easier, Arcturus responded. But if you talk to me like that again, boy, so help me I will curse you, he added, looking at Harry with venom. You always say that, but you haven't done it yet, Harry pointed out. Your day will come, Potter, Arcturus retorted. Okay, we have a rough outline of what we are going to do, Sirius cut in. Is there anything else? He asked. I think I will have to take a trip to Hogwarts beforehand, Harry replied. To get the last one, he added, looking at Arcturus. Yeah, with him out of the castle, he said, pointing at Dumbledore. I don't think it is as safe, he finished grudgingly. Would you mind explaining what you are referring to? Dumbledore asked. Arcturus looked at the headmaster critically before he answered. Horcruxes, he replied simply. He has them, he added with a shrug. Dumbledore was not entirely surprised that the other man knew of them, but he was surprised that he had them, if he heard correctly. How many have you got? Dumbledore asked neutrally, but he was feeling very nervous. Including that diary that Potter destroyed and the one inside him, 5, he answered. There is one more at Hogwarts, he added. I thought there might be, Dumbledore replied sadly. But I believe there are 7, he added. 7, Arcturus questioned. Yes, Tom is very superstitious and was very good at arithmancy. I initially thought he would have made 3, but from what you have said, I believe it is 7, he explained. So there is another, Arcturus asked disbelievingly. It makes sense that there is, Dumbledore answered. I very much doubt that the soul could be broken more times than that and function, he explained. You seem to know a lot about these things for a light wizard, Arcturus observed with suspicion. How long have you been aware of them? He asked the older man. Since the end of Harry's second year, when he handed me the diary, Dumbledore sighed. I have been trying to locate them ever since, he finished. And what about the one that was in the boy? How long have you known? He asked angrily. I discovered it at the end of his 3rd year after I ran a scan on his scar once he had driven off the Dementors, he explained. I spent the summer researching a way to remove it without killing him, he added sadly. And, Arcturus asked further with a raised eyebrow. I found a way to do it and was going to attempt it after the tournament had finished. I did not know how long he would need to recover and thought that having the entire summer would be sufficient, he explained. Arcturus nodded. And what short of being hit with a killing curse would have done it? Arcturus asked, clearly curious. As far as I know, they can only be destroyed by fiendfire and basilisk venom, he added knowingly. You are correct, Dumbledore agreed with a nod. He sighed again before continuing. I found a ritual that would allow me to transfer the Horcrux from one vessel to another, he said. It can't be that simple, Arcturus replied, shaking his head. Indeed it is not, Dumbledore responded. To transfer it from one thing to another, it has to be an item of equal power, he explained. We are aware of how powerful Harry is, and I had to take that into consideration. The young man had just driven off over 100 Dementors with a single Patronus, he continued. Finding an item of such power was not difficult in the magical world, but I discovered it would not work, he sighed, shaking his head. Why not? Arcturus asked. Well, the Horcrux within Harry had been residing in a living vessel, and would need to continue to do so, or it would simply break free and seek the other unhoused soul fragment. Tom would then be aware that someone had discovered his secret, and he would be free to make another, one that we would have no clue as to where or what it was, he explained further. So you had to find a live vessel of equivalent power to Potter to house it, Arcturus stated. Indeed, Dumbledore replied with a nod. And, the other man asked impatiently, there are very few people as powerful as the boy, he pointed out. Dumbledore sighed. You would be correct, he said, inclining his head. That is why I was going to transfer it to myself, he added. The rest of the gathered party looked shocked at this proclamation. Even Marlene, who prior to this conversation had no idea what a Horcrux was dumbfounded. And what would that have done to you, sir? Harry asked sadly. It would have killed me at a reasonable rate, but it would have died with me, he explained nonchalantly. I am no longer as powerful as I once was, so I would have succumbed to it, though not as quickly as most others, he pointed out. You would have really done that for the boy? Arcturus asked skeptically. Yes, Dumbledore answered simply. Not only because the world needs him much more than it needs me, but because I care for him that much, he said sincerely, looking Harry in the eye. Harry was very much touched by the sentiment the older man was showing. He had to swallow back a lump, but he knew that Dumbledore could see how much it truly meant to him. Well, I didn't know you had that in you, Arcturus spoke, shaking his head in disbelief. Anyway, it didn't come to that, he pointed out, lifting the mood a little. Thank God, Harry whispered. We need to get this plan of ours formed into something more solid, but it is late. We should meet again tomorrow, Arcturus suggested, to which everyone agreed. Harry and Arcturus made their goodbyes and apparated back home, both retiring the instant they arrived. Harry would not sleep well that night. He thought of the sentiment that Dumbledore had shown him, but his thoughts were plagued by the death of both Molly and Ginny. He lay awake into the very small hours weeping for the two redheads, one, who had been very much like a mother, and the other on her way to becoming a close sister. He would not forget them, and he would make those pay that had a hand in their untimely ends. Daphne Greengrass had not had the peaceful holiday she had envisioned. Not only had she had to tolerate her sister's continual teasing about Harry Potter, but she could not even get a respite from the boy. He was plaguing her thoughts constantly, and that had been even before all of the articles had appeared in the newspapers. It annoyed her to no end, and she could still not understand why she was thinking of him so much. There was even no escape from him while she slept. She would dream about the day he saved her, and this had subsequently caused further problems. Her dreams caused her to remember things that she had forgotten about entirely. The thing that stood out above everything else was his smell. After one dream in particular, that was all she could think of. It wasn't the smell that bothered her per se, it was that the smell could only be identified as Harry. It was not a scent that was comparable to anything else, it was just him. No matter how hard she tried, she could not get the boy off her mind, and the lack of control she had was what got to her most. The day the articles started, things had only gotten worse. Astoria had happily read them all to her, and that one in Teen Witch Weekly had really bothered her. She believed what the article had said, knowing that any man as famous, popular, and handsome, no, just famous, and popular would conduct himself in such a way as the article described, and she could not understand why she got a pang in her chest whenever she thought of it. For some unfathomable reason to herself, she had kept all of the articles, except for that one, and found herself looking at them several times a day. She would read them and try to dislike the boy, but try as she might, they just annoyed her, and caused that aforementioned pang to resurface. She hid the articles knowing that her sister would just tease her even more and that she could not handle. She would be returning to Hogwarts the next day and was spending her final day with Tracy, who was trying to get her to talk. She could see that something was bothering Daphne and was unrelenting in her efforts to get her friend to open up. Daphne, please just talk to me, she pleaded. I'm your best friend, aren't I? She asked. Of course you are, Daphne replied heatedly. Then why won't you tell me? You know you can trust me, the brown-haired girl responded. Daphne sighed. It was not something she wanted to talk about at all, but it was starting to become a real problem. She was barely able to focus on anything else, and she knew that going back to school, she would need to be able to concentrate. "It's Potter," she said just above a whisper. "I thought it might be," Tracy replied, looking triumphant. "And why is Potter making you act this way?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "What way?" Daphne asked, frowning. "You've hardly been yourself these last 2 weeks," Tracy pointed out. "It's like you're not even really here and you're stuck in there," she said, prodding her friend on the forehead, who swiped her hand away. Daphne sighed again, defeated. "I can't stop thinking about him," she admitted reluctantly. "No matter how hard I try not to, I can't stop it," she added in irritation. Tracy raised an eyebrow at her friend. "What is it you think about?" she asked. "The day he saved me," she replied quietly. "And," the other girl prompted. "How safe I felt, how comfortable it was, and how right it felt," she whispered. "That's not surprising. I'd feel safe in those arms," Tracy replied, causing her friend to frown. "It wasn't like that," Daphne responded, shaking her head. "I feel safe with my dad, but this was different." "So you like him?" Tracy questioned. "No," Daphne replied vehemently. "I don't know," she added uncertainly. "Okay, I'm going to say a boy's name, and I want you to tell me the first word you think of," Tracy explained. "I'm not playing that stupid game," Daphne said firmly. "Just do it, please," Tracy begged. "Fine," Daphne agreed unhappily. Tracy began. "Draco Malfoy," she finally said. "Ferret," Daphne replied, causing Tracy to giggle. "Vincent Crabbe," Tracy fired quickly. "Troll," Daphne answered without hesitation. "Blaze Zabini," she tried. "Conceded," Daphne responded, causing her friend to nod in agreement. "Neville Longbottom," Tracy questioned. "Grandmother issues," Daphne said knowingly. "Harry Potter," Tracy said as she saw that Daphne had let her guard down. "Just, wow," Daphne whispered reluctantly. "Too many words come to mind to pick one," she admitted. "Oh, come on, Daph, it's obvious," Tracy pointed out. "When have you ever thought of a boy like that?" she asked. "Never," Daphne replied simply. "Not that it matters," she added. "It's not like it would ever work," she finished. "And why not?" Tracy asked. "You heard what Weasley said," Daphne answered. "Potter would never be with a snake," she said dejectedly. "And what the hell does Weasley know?" Tracy asked heatedly. "The boy is a moron," she stated. "And there's all those articles," Daphne pointed out, causing Tracy to raise her eyebrow again. "And you really believe them?" she asked. "Come on, Daph, you're smarter than that," she said to the blonde. "Or do you just want to believe them so you have an excuse to ignore what you feel?" she asked. "I don't know, but they could be true," Daphne tried weakly. "I doubt it very much," Tracy responded. "How did you feel when you read them?" she asked. Daphne hesitated. "They made me angry," she admitted. "And it hurt a little," she added quietly. "Right here," she finished, pointing to her chest. "Oh, you've got it bad," Tracy exclaimed in disbelief. "It made you jealous," she added knowingly. "It did not," Daphne retorted vehemently. "Yes, it did," Tracy replied firmly. "I have known you all my life, Daphne Greengrass, and I have never seen you show this much emotion ever," she pointed out, indicating the conversation they were having. Daphne just sighed and shook her head. She didn't know what to think, although she did feel a little better having spoken to her friend. "You can't tell anyone," she pleaded. "Oh, come on, Daph, I wouldn't do that to you. No matter how amusing it is," Tracy replied genuinely. "But you need to figure it out because you can't keep doing this to yourself," she advised, waving towards her friend. "I know," Daphne responded with a sigh. "But what should I do?" she asked. "That is up to you, but an apology to the boy would be a good start," Tracy advised. "I'm not apologizing," Daphne declared stubbornly. Tracy just shrugged at her friend. This was something she would have to figure out for herself. It was then that Ophelia entered the room and informed them that lunch was ready, to which Daphne exited the room as quickly as she could. Ophelia grabbed Tracy by the arm and looked at her questioningly. "Boy troubles," Tracy answered simply. "Harry Potter," Ophelia replied with a nod. I knew it was obvious, Tracy responded gleefully. A mother always knows, Ophelia sighed as the two left the room to get lunch. Break. The week leading up to the funeral of the two Weasleys had been one of the worst for Harry in recent memory. It wasn't that anything else had happened, but a gloom had settled in on the young man that he just couldn't shift. He had spent as much of his time alone as possible, trying to distract himself through his training, but he was angry, and he found that his magic reflected his mood. Simple blasting and gouging curses would obliterate the dummies he trained with and wrought destruction throughout the room, so he resorted to his muggle exercises to try and cope. But in reality, he just ended up feeling exhausted as well as down. He had not seen the Weasleys. He had learnt from Dumbledore that they were staying with Molly's Aunt Muriel so that they could grieve for their losses in some relative peace without being disturbed. Dumbledore had also informed him that he was completely sure that the wards had been tampered in some way, but could not identify specifically what had been done. Although it proved that it was not a mistake that Bill had made with the wards he knew, that it would not make it any easier on the man, knowing they had been used to kill his mother and sister. Harry had tried to plan his retrieval of the Horcrux, but knew that he was unable to plan effectively in his current mood and state of mind, not until Molly and Ginny had been laid to rest properly. On the advice of Arcturus, Harry had learnt all he could about Dolar's Umbridge, just in case he was Tom encounter her on his excursion into the castle, something that Arcturus warned was a possibility. You must plan for all eventualities, the older man had told him firmly. He had learnt that Umbridge was certainly not fit to be a teacher in any capacity, and certainly had no place at Hogwarts. Her grades were deplorable overall in her academic studies, and her only saving grace had been her fairly high standard of theory work, but with a wand, anyone could see she was useless. She was bigoted also, and the more Harry read about her, the more he disliked the woman. She had introduced and backed bills that would allow employers to be prejudiced towards creatures, and those inflicted with illnesses such as lycanthropy and vampirism, and other legislations that would prevent them from having satisfactory lives. There was a small part of Harry that wished he would encounter the disgraceful woman so he could give her a piece of his mind. But that would have to wait, as it was Harry was stood on some of the land that the Weasleys owned, tucked away from the burrow, in which many people had gathered to witness Molly and Ginny being laid to rest. Knowing that he would only cause a distraction and take the attention away from the people of whom this day was about, he opted to attend wearing his invisibility cloak and stood away some distance from the service. He knew there would be chance for him to pay his respects when the funeral was concluded. He watched as the members of the Order of the Phoenix and the Weasleys in turn paid tribute to the duo. He watched as the coffins were lowered into the ground and the headstones were given their inscriptions, and he watched as the people gathered cried and comforted each other. Harry cried with them. He did not even try to prevent the tears. This was the first funeral he had ever attended, and he was sure it would not be his last, but he was damn sure that he would prevent as many as them as possible. As much as he wanted to, he did not approach the crowd. Both Sirius and Dumbledore knew he would be there, but this was not the moment for him to offer his condolences. He would have that chance later. He waited for the crowd to leave and approached the freshly filled graves. He said nothing, but conjured a rose for each one and placed them in front of the stones. He allowed himself to cry a little more and was stunned as he heard a voice behind him. "You see now what it is we face," Dumbledore said sadly. "But I can't save them all," Harry replied downheartedly, removing his cloak. "No, you cannot," Dumbledore answered simply. "That is not your responsibility, Harry, no matter how hard that is to accept," he added. "People have to be responsible for themselves and their actions. You are only one man, Harry, and try as you might, you cannot save them all, as is the burden of being a man such as you and I," he continued. "People hold those like us accountable for casualties and will aim their grief at us because they simply cannot face that they could have, in fact, done something to prevent what has happened," he finished knowingly. "Nothing could have been done to prevent this, though," Harry pointed out. "Again, you are right," Dumbledore responded with a bow. "But it does not prevent the grief, and it does not make it hurt any less," he explained. Harry just nodded in response, knowing that Dumbledore was right. No matter how difficult it was to admit, he was right. He was only one man, and he could not save anyone. It was not just up to him to fight this war, and those who did not want to live under a regime created by Riddle would have to do their part to stop it from happening. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I have one more stop to make," Harry said. "Ah, young Miss Lovegood," he replied knowingly with a nod. "If you wouldn't mind the company, I will join you. She was after all a student of mine," he added. Harry was grateful for the offer and gladly accepted with a nod. With that, the two apparated the short distance to the Lovegood home. They arrived on a large expanse of land in which a very obscure tower-like building was situated in the center. Harry could see there were two men standing a short distance from them, and he and Dumbledore approached. Albus, a man dressed in yellow robes, questioned as he approached the headmaster. Xenophilius, Dumbledore greeted the man with a warm handshake. "I am very sorry for your loss. I hope we are not intruding," he asked, gesturing to his companion. "Not at all," the man replied and caught sight of Harry. "Mr. Potter, I was not aware that you knew my Luna," he said, addressing Harry with a bow. "I didn't know her personally, sir, but I wanted to pay my respects," he responded with a humble bow. "Thank you," Mr. Lovegood replied genuinely, and offered his hand, which Harry took. Upon taking his hand, Xenophilius pulled away quickly and rubbed his hand. "My apologies, Mr. Potter. I was not expecting to feel such strong magic from you. I should have known, though," he added knowingly. Harry was confused and looked at Dumbledore for an explanation. "Ah, Mr. Lovegood here is very adept at feeling magic," he explained. "And yours is exceptionally strong, Mr. Potter," the other man cut in. "So protective, yet dangerous, you must have particularly good control of it," he said, nodding. "I like to think so, sir," Harry replied. "Anyway, it was not me you came to see. We have already buried Luna," he said, trying to control his emotions. "Do you mind?" Harry questioned, gesturing to the grave he could see. "Please," Mr. Lovegood replied, allowing them to pass to visit the grave. "What were her favorite flowers?" Harry asked the man, who was now losing control of his composure. "She liked lilies," he replied with a sob. Harry took out his wand and conjured a dozen of the flowers bunched and tied together with a yellow ribbon to match the man's robes. "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Mr. Lovegood said gratefully. "It seems that it is just me now," he intoned sadly. "You see, Luna lost her mother at a very young age, and it was just us," he explained. "Her mother was such a gifted witch, and Luna was the same, but this was the first year that she had made some friends," he continued. "She was an eccentric girl, but brilliant in her own way," he finished. "I'm sure she was," Harry replied. "And losing her like this must be very hard for you." "Was it truly an accident?" the man asked. "I know young William is excellent at what he does. I find it hard to believe that he would make such a mistake," he finished confidently. Harry looked towards Dumbledore, who sighed. "No, it was not an accident. The wards were purposely tampered with," he explained. "I thought as much," Xenophilius responded. "Was it him?" he asked. "Yes," Dumbledore replied simply. "So he is back," he stated. "Luna said as much, but I didn't want to believe it," he added, shaking his head. "You will stop him, won't you, Albus?" he asked the headmaster, who shook his head. "I am afraid not, Xenophilius," he said sadly. "I couldn't stop him now even if I wanted to," he explained. "I am far too old and not as quick or as powerful as I once was. I fear that Tom has surpassed me now," he continued. "It will be up to those younger than myself to stop him, and young Mr. Potter here will be at the forefront of that," he finished. He turned to look at Harry critically and nodded his approval after a moment. "As is your right, Mr. Potter," he began. "None have suffered at his hands as much as you have. Please stop him," he finished pleadingly. "Please don't let my Luna have died as nothing but a step towards his success," he begged and began to sob uncontrollably. Harry could feel a rage heavy set in as he watched the emotion the man was experiencing. It all came back to Riddle. It was all because of him. Harry placed a hand on the man's shoulder, causing him to look up. Xenophilius could see a brightly simmering emerald fire, and could feel the magic pulsing through the boy. It was powerful, yet comforting. "I will, sir," Harry vowed. "I will stop him if it is the last thing I do," he added quietly. They spent a little more time with the man and his companion, who turned out to be a priest who had conducted the funeral of the young girl. After listening to the man tell stories about his wife and daughter, Harry was reminded of that moment he had witnessed on the ferry to France between the young girl and her father. It seemed much more important to him now, that small moment. Not that he had taken it for granted, but now, after meeting a grieving father who had lost his daughter, it truly put into perspective how important those moments were. The young man and the headmaster left the Lovegood home feeling truly humbled. Harry knew he had done the right thing by visiting, because if anything it had steeled his resolve further and caused the words of the headmaster he spoke at the graves of Molly and Ginny to set in. He could not hold himself accountable for every catastrophe. Both Arcturus and Dumbledore had told him, and he had even witnessed it in the Pensieve with what his grandfather had allowed to happen to him by carrying his guilt the way he did. It made him truly appreciate his grandmother even more, who always managed to keep her husband thinking clearly and not burdening himself with things he could not control. His grandfather had learnt the hard way, but Harry would not allow things to come to pass for himself in that manner. He understood his limitations, although he did not like them at all. But he was one man, after all, as Dumbledore had said, and there was little he could do to change them. He had his responsibilities, and they were his to face, but it was not up to him to accept the responsibilities of others. He would fight for all of them, but they had to fight for themselves also. It was the only way that they would win. Break. Dolores Umbridge was feeling very happy at Hogwarts despite having to put up with the disgusting children here. With Dumbledore out of the way, she had managed to take control of the castle and even subdue the children to a manageable degree. She had her inquisitorial squad on continual patrols, and the staff had also been quelled in their continual attempts at interference. She had Cornelius to thank for that. Not only had he given her the headmistress position, he had even provided her with 3 of his personal guards to ensure there was no resistance. If there was, then the perpetrators would find themselves expelled instantly, and if the staff was stupid enough to try to intervene then, they would find themselves dismissed from the castle, just as quickly rendering the small amount of protection they gave the students completely useless. How could they protect them when they were not here to do so? Yes, she had seized the hold on the school that she wanted to. There was, however, one small problem. She knew from since before Christmas that a certain group of students had been meeting in secret, discussing who knows what, and though she could not prove who they were, she had her ideas, but their luck was going to run out soon enough. All she had to do was wait. One of them would slip up, and when they did, they would all be made to pay. She rolled one of her treasured blood quills through her fingers and smirked at the thought of seeing them suffer. Yes, they will pay for disobeying me, she thought to herself. Break. A week had passed since the funerals, and Harry found that since he had grieved, he was starting to feel much better, though the rage he felt towards Riddle and his followers had not subsided. He doubted that it ever would and secretly hoped that it wouldn't. Arcturus and Dumbledore had been spending a lot of time together discussing their plans and seemed to be working well together, surprisingly. The 2 men had helped Harry complete his plan, and he was ready to enter the castle via one of the secret passageways. He, of course, would be using the map and his cloak, knowing that he could enter and roam the castle at will undetected. He had been studying the map and had noticed that there was always a presence in the corridors, a few labels he did not recognize, and some he knew too well. The Slytherins seemed to have gained some kind of authority from what he observed, as there was always some of them present from 5th year and up in the corridors. The rest of the houses seemed to spend all of their time away from lessons in their common rooms or dormitories, something that Harry found odd. Overall, the castle seemed to be much quieter than he was used to, but he did not dwell on it. It would certainly make collecting the diadem much easier. Break. Hermione Granger had been working very hard since the students had returned to school to arrange a meeting between the usual attendees. It had been quite some time since the last. Life in the castle had simply become unbearable. It resembled more of a prison than an educational establishment. All incoming and outgoing mail was scanned, and red before it was allowed to make its way to the intended recipient. Umbridge and her squad of sycophants had well and truly taken control of the castle in Dumbledore's absence, an absence that was questionable at best, as the students had not been given an explanation as to why. At first, the students had been relieved by the presence of the three Aurors, thinking that they would rein in and prevent Umbridge from being as terrible as she was, but that relief had been short-lived. The three men were just as bad as she was, and would report students for the most trivial thing, and enjoy seeing them being punished. Hermione could not understand how these men were Aurors, the forefront of protection in the magical community. Ron and the twins had returned to the castle shortly after the funeral. Hermione suspected that they weren't finished grieving, but from what the trio had said, they could no longer stand living with their great-aunt any longer. They had been subdued and very quiet since they had come back, and it was a sad sight to see, particularly with the twins, who were always able to lift the mood of the students no matter how bad things were. There had been an announcement of Luna and Ginny's deaths, but it was executed without emotion and seemed more of a footnote at the end of the other less meaningless announcements at the return feast. It had taken almost 3 weeks to set the meeting up, and here they were now. There were no smiles, and many of the students looked tired and completely disheartened. "Does anyone have any news?" Hermione asked the group. "We can't even get mail without it being invaded," Susan Bones sighed irritably. "I tried to speak to my aunt about everything, but she was barely home all holiday because of the problems with Azkaban and the whole Pettigrew thing," she explained. "All I know is that this place is unbearable now," Tracy cut in. "Malfoy and the rest of her squad are even making our common room and dorms miserable," she continued exasperatedly. "We can't even do our homework without them breathing down our necks, and having a private conversation is impossible," she complained. "What can we do about it?" Neville asked. "Nothing unless you want to be expelled. You heard Umbridge talk about her zero-tolerance policy. She definitely means it," Hannah Abbott answered. "We have just under 2 months to get through," Hermione tried. "At least we managed to get all of our spell work down for our OWLS earlier on in the year," she added, clearly relieved by that at least. "I bet Potter is glad he didn't come back this year. He seems fairly happy," Astoria said with a grin. "Shut up, Tori," Daphne hissed through gritted teeth. She figured that her sister was taking advantage of the fact they were away from Malfoy and his cronies, and could openly bait her sister. Before anything else could be said, there was a sick and sweetly voice heard from the doorway. "Oh dear," the voice simpered. "A group of students meeting without permission and admitting to breaking the rules. Tut tut," she continued. "Round them up," she commanded the group who were stood in her wake waiting for the go-ahead to bring them in. The students who had been caught did not hesitate and began firing spells at Umbridge and her group, knowing that they now had nothing to lose. They managed to break free from the room and split up to confuse their pursuers. Things were finally coming to a head at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Break. Harry apparated into Hogsmeade and made his way to Honeydukes so that he could make his way through the passage there. He had decided to use this passage instead of the one in the shack, as it took straight to the 5th floor and much closer to where he needed to be. It didn't take him long to access the passageway as the shop was still busy, so he slipped through the crowd with ease. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, he removed the map from his jeans and consulted it to check that the coast was clear. It was. There were a few small groups dotted around, but most of the students were either in the Great Hall with Umbridge and her goons or in their common rooms. He exited the tunnel and followed the instructions that Pettigrew had given him. He reached the 7th floor and found the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy teaching some trolls how to dance. It was quite an amusing depiction. He walked backwards and forwards, thinking that he needed the Room of Hidden Things, and on his third pass, a large, very old oak door appeared. He entered the room and was amazed at what he found. The room was stacked from floor to ceiling with various items of furniture, books, and many other items. Instead of wasting an opportunity like this, he called for Dobby, who appeared instantly wearing what seemed to be a dragonhide jacket and matching trousers. "Dobby," he addressed the elf. I want you to go through this room and find anything that could be useful, he instructed. If you find anything valuable, then open up a new vault with Gringotts and place it in there. I'm sure the school could use the gold, he finished. Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby answered with a salute and began the arduous task. Harry went about his own task looking for the diadem and found it much quicker than he had anticipated. He felt it before he could see it. He could feel the strong wave of hatred coming from the item that was conveniently boxed for him. Dobby, he called again. Could you take this to Baron Black, please, he requested. Do not touch the thing inside the box, though it is very dangerous, he instructed firmly. Dobby shuddered as he took the box, but disappeared nonetheless. He appeared again a moment later and informed Harry that he had done as he asked, to which Harry thanked him. Harry left Dobby to his work and exited the room. He opened the map again to make sure the coast was clear for him to leave unencumbered. What he saw made him frown. The majority of the students were in their common rooms as before, but there were around 40 people in the Great Hall, a strangely mixed group that Harry suspected would not be in such close proximity of each other voluntarily. He checked the time and saw that dinner had been finished some time ago. Harry was confused and looked at the other groups on the map. Nothing seemed particularly out of place. He recognized some of the names, and they all seemed to be with people in their own houses. He shrugged. He was making his way down the 5th-floor corridor again when he heard a raised voice coming from a classroom on his right and paused to listen. I should have known you and your disgrace of a sister were fraternizing with the enemy, the familiar voice shouted. Hold her still, I'm going to teach the whore. Arg, you dare hit me. Crucio, the voice finished with a roar. Harry was immediately furious. He had been on the receiving end of the curse himself and knew how painful it was. He didn't hesitate. He flicked his wand into his hand and aimed it towards the door, blasting it into 1,000 pieces. The occupants of the room were shocked to see a rage-filled Harry Potter enter, looking murderous. Harry recognized them all immediately: Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Knott. Malfoy had his wand pointed towards the crumpled form of Daphne Greengrass, who was twitching and screaming on the floor. Harry growled and fired a bludgeoning hex at the blonde boy, banishing him face first with a sickening crunch into the wall. The other 3 simply gaped at the turn of events, and before they could react, they were all stunned and bound on the floor in thick black chains. He approached the prone form of the quivering girl and reached out to grab her shoulder gently so not to startle her. She whimpered and recoiled further at his touch. It's okay, Miss Greengrass. You're safe now. He comforted her quietly, causing the girl to turn to him slowly, her eyes full of tears. Potter, she asked just above a whisper in disbelief. Yeah, it's me, he replied with a soft smile. Without hesitation, the girl flung herself into his arms and sobbed uncontrollably. Harry instantly wrapped his arms around her and held the distraught girl to him closely. It's okay, you don't have to worry anymore, Harry whispered, attempting to both calm and comfort the girl. I will make sure he ends up in Azkaban, he vowed to her. It seemed to ease the girl considerably being held by him, and he couldn't help but notice how comfortable it was for her to be there. Something just felt right. It wasn't like a hug that Mrs. Weasley would give him nor Hermione. This was gentle and did not suffocate him the same way. He could feel a tingle running through him at her touch, and her scent was something he had never experienced. It was simply intoxicating, a smell he would never forget. Reluctantly, he gently removed the girl from his arms and looked at her. She was definitely much calmer now. He was going to rape me, she suddenly said, clearly still shocked by what had happened. Is that right? Harry replied, his expression darkening considerably. That's why I kicked him, she replied quietly and began to shake again. He turned and approached the boy on the ground and looked at him with disgust. So you've gone from being a nuisance to a disgusting criminal, have you, Malfoy? He questioned the blonde, who was looking terrified. What's wrong, Draco? Don't like it when there is someone who can fight back, he asked. You are going to Azkaban, you filthy little bastard, and good riddance to you. But first, he continued, looking at the boy with complete contempt before stomping with all of his might between the boy's legs, causing him to scream. That's what you get for trying. Had you succeeded, I would have removed it, he spat. He bound the boy in chains, as he had his companions, and turned to face the girl again. "What the hell is going on in this castle?" he asked her. "Umbridge," Daphne answered simply. Harry removed the map and checked it, and saw that the same group were still in the Great Hall. "What is that about?" he asked the blonde, indicating the strange assembly of people. "Oh no, she caught them all," she noted worriedly. "We have been meeting since the beginning of the year, and she and her idiot squad caught us," she explained. "I assume that's not a good thing," Harry intoned. "They'll all be expelled," Daphne responded. Harry let out a deep breath. "How bad is it?" he questioned the girl. "Unbearable," she replied despondently. "Okay, I'll check it out," he conceded. This was not the plan, but it seemed like he had no choice now, seeing how bad it was for himself, especially what he had witnessed here. "I'm coming with you," Daphne said, clinging to him again. Harry could see she felt vulnerable and didn't want to be alone. "Okay," he replied, removing his cloak from his pocket. "Cover those morons with this. We will have to take them with us," he instructed. "Wow, an invisibility cloak," Daphne said in awe, taking the cloak. "And what is that map?" she asked, pointing to the parchment. "Something my dad and his friends made," he replied dismissively. Daphne covered the other four in the cloak and walked back and clung to Harry again. "Why are you here anyway? Shouldn't you be with your harem or something?" she questioned the boy a little bitterly. Harry just raised an eyebrow at her and shook his head. "You shouldn't believe what you read in the media, Miss Greengrass," he suggested. "So you're not holstering your wand all over the world?" she asked, with a smirk causing Harry to sigh. "You read that article too?" he questioned her exasperatedly. "Oh, come on, Potter," she responded. "There must be some truth in it. You said yourself that there is some truth in rumors," she pointed out. "Not in this case," he denied vehemently. "I can assure you I have not been holstering my wand anywhere," he denied sincerely. This certainly silenced Daphne. Either Potter was a very good liar, or he was in fact telling the truth. "Do you know the disillusionment charm?" he asked her, to which she shook her head. "Okay, come here," he requested. He placed the charm on them both and pulled her close to him so not to lose her, and levitated the four beneath the cloak behind them. They made their way to the Great Hall and entered to another scene that made Harry very angry. He saw many people he recognized cut or injured to some degree sat at a single table on the left. The rest of the furniture had been banished to the other side of the room. He saw Hermione, Ron, and various other members of his house, and others, even a couple of Slytherins. The state of them made Harry see red. Umbridge was stood at the head of the table with 3 Aurors, and a collection of older Slytherin students clearly keeping watch over the roughly handled group. His anger rose to the point where he lost control of his magic, and the disillusionment charms and levitation charm ended, causing the 4 under the cloak to hit the ground with a loud clank. Everyone turned to see Harry Potter stood in the doorway with his arm wrapped around a Slytherin girl. The group at the table simply stared open, mouthed at the two, while Umbridge and her cohorts stared dumbly. "What the fuck is going on here?" Harry demanded angrily. Umbridge snapped out of her stupor and approached him, addressing him in a sickly voice that made his skin crawl. "Ah, Mr. Potter, I assume," she questioned. "And Miss Greengrass, we have been looking all over for you," she simpered. Harry instinctively pulled the girl behind him protectively. "You must be Umbridge," Harry replied neutrally. "I heard that you looked like a toad, but I didn't realize the resemblance was so uncanny," he said with disgust, causing the woman to flush in anger and a few stifled bouts of laughter to break out from the seated students. "How dare you," she screeched. It was then she noticed the 4 bound students that were partially visible from where the cloak had slipped off. "Oh, I will have you locked up for this," she hissed, gesturing to the students on the ground. Harry saw some of the Slytherin students stood with the Aurors reaching slowly for their wands. "If any of you reach any closer for those, I will peel your arseholes up over your ears," he warned, dangerously causing them to stop in their tracks and look at one another stupidly. "And you will find it will be Mr. Malfoy, who will be going to Azkaban, and I will push for him to be executed. The Cruciatus does carry a life sentence after all," he said knowingly, to which Umbridge blanched. "You, Mr. Potter, are trespassing," she screeched. "You are not a student here this year, and whatever happens within these walls is not your concern," she spat. "I think you'll find that when students are being treated like this," he said, gesturing to the seated group. "Then it is everyone's concern," he retorted. Umbridge began backing away to the safety of her own group and spoke when she reached them. "You will regret this, Potter," she vowed to the young man, wagging a finger towards him. "These Aurors are going to be taking you in," she told him confidently. "Aurors?" Harry asked with raised eyebrows. "Aurors are supposed to protect the magical community, and if they are allowing some of the most vulnerable people in it to be subject to this, then they are not Aurors, they are scumbags just like you," Harry replied, casually readying himself for the inevitable attack. "Dawlish," Umbridge screeched. "Arrest him," she commanded. Dawlish stepped forward with a sneer on his face. He drew his wand, but he was not quick enough. In a blink of an eye, Harry had drawn his wand and fired a bone breaker, hitting the man in the knee, causing him to collapse to the ground, screaming in pain. He then hit Daphne with a cushioning charm and wandlessly banished her to the side. The other two Aurors drew their wands and went on the attack. Harry dodged the spells with ease, making sure the line of fire was not aimed at the students. He caught the spell of one of the Aurors and hissed at it, sending it back to its caster with blistering speed. The spell found its mark, and as it hit the man, a very large green snake appeared and coiled itself around him, wrestling the man to the ground. "Hold him," Harry hissed at the snake, which quickly subdued the Auror it had in its grasp. "Avada Kedavra," the last man screamed, and a jet of green light hurtled towards Harry, who did not have time to dodge. Instinctively, he conjured a brick wall that managed to form just in time to be struck by the curse, smashing it into several dozen pieces, which Harry quickly banished at the man, hitting him with several of the fragments. He then quickly bound him in the same black chains he had used earlier, and did the same to the whimpering Dawlish, who was still clutching his legs. "Crucio!" He heard Umbridge screech and felt the curse hit him before he could react. There was no doubt in his mind that it was painful, but it was nothing compared to riddles or even any other types of pain he had felt in his life. Umbridge really was a weak witch. He turned to look at her in annoyance as she was trying with all of her effort to cause as much pain to the teen as possible. Harry growled and simply banished her with a flick of his wand and bound her the same way he had her cohorts. He turned to see the rest of the students looking at him in awe. Before he could even think of saying a word, a brown blur had launched itself into his arms, and he found himself in the crushing embrace of Hermione. "Harry," she shouted with joy. "What are you doing here?" she questioned. "It's good to see you too, Hermione," Harry replied, shaking his head. "I had to get something," he spoke in a tone that meant she should not ask any further questions, which she understood. "Decided to show yourself at last, then," a bitter voice cut in. Harry turned to see Ron, who looked terrible. The boy was glaring at Harry, who was just shocked by his attitude and appearance. "You come back and save a snake, but where were you when my mum and Ginny needed you?" the redhead shouted. "What, we aren't good enough for you anymore, is that it? You didn't even come to the funeral," he spat in disgust. Harry was furious with the boy. He felt bad for him, but he would not allow him to vent on him or blame him for things that were out of his control. "I think you'll find, Ronald, I was at the funeral," Harry replied coldly. "I went under my cloak so I wouldn't be a distraction when that day was about them," he explained. Ron just gaped, but managed to compose himself. "They still died, Harry, and where were you? You're supposed to be this great and powerful wizard, but you couldn't save them, could you?" he spat again. "And then you just turn up here, and you're using dark magic and saving snakes," he added. "Let me explain something to you, all of you," Harry replied, addressing the room. "It is not my responsibility to save you all. If I can, then I will, but you have to take responsibility for yourselves. I am only one person, I can't save everyone," he said heatedly. "Let me ask you something, Ron," he continued to the shocked room. "It's been almost a year since you've known he's back. What have you done to prepare?" he asked rhetorically. "Let me guess, you've sat on your arse talking about Quidditch and slacking off." Harry deducted, and seeing the guilty look on the boy's face, he knew he was right. "We've been practicing," Hermione cut in timidly. "What have you been working on?" Harry asked, slightly surprised. Stunning and disarming, and a few jinxes you learnt last year, she explained, causing Harry to shake his head. In a flash, Harry had drawn his wand and stunned her, and turned to address the shocked group. If you were in a fight and you found your friend like this, he said, gesturing to the unconscious girl, what would you do? He asked. Neville stepped forward and pointed his wand at Hermione. Enervate, he said, confidently, rousing the girl. Don't you think the Death Eaters know that? Harry asked them exasperatedly. Stunners are for Aurors wanting to arrest someone and have no place on a battlefield, he intoned, shaking his head. Then why don't you teach us? Neville asked. I can't teach you what I use, Harry replied, shaking his head. What, because you'll go to Azkaban for using dark magic? Ron asked sarcastically. No, because it is my family magic, Harry explained, causing those who understood to nod. But I have some books that I can send you, he offered. So your family is dark? Ron asked. I knew it, that's why you saved the snake, he said, nodding. That's it, he suddenly said in realization. It must have been one of the snakes who snitched on us, he shouted triumphantly. Harry just shook his head at the boy. How do you know it was a Slytherin? He asked the redhead. Oh, come on, Harry, he pleaded. You can't trust any of them, they're all on his side. There has never been a decent person from Slytherin, he finished confidently. My grandmother was a Slytherin, Harry replied coldly, causing his friend to pale. And she was a healer and was not dark, he added, glaring at the boy. Your grandmother was a snake, Ron stammered. Yes, Doria Potter, who was born Doria Black, he explained to the gaping group who had speculated on this very subject. And I would have been a Slytherin also if I didn't meet that prat before the sorting, he explained, pointing at Malfoy. I had to beg the hat not to put me with him, he finished a little bitterly. You were almost a snake, Ron asked wide-eyed. I am just as much a Black as I am a Potter, Harry answered with a shrug. You soon learn, though, that houses mean nothing away from here, he explained. Everywhere you could get a job will have a mix of houses. It means nothing, he finished firmly. The students in the room thought on what Harry had said. Where are the rest of the professors? He asked the rest of the students. They have to stay in their own quarters after 7 p.m., Daphne answered shyly. Harry shook his head and placed his wand to his throat. Can everyone in the castle please come to the Great Hall? His amplified voice sounded throughout the building. Expecto Patronum, he intoned quietly and whispered to his Thistral, which then galloped out of the castle. Miss Greengrass, I am going to be taking these to the ministry, he explained, gesturing to the bound people. Would you mind coming with me? Your father will be there. I just need you to explain what happened, he requested of the girl, who just nodded her consent. Thank you, Harry replied, giving her a warm smile and causing her to blush. What on earth is going on here? The shocked voice of Professor McGonagall rang throughout the hall. Just dealing with some vermin, Professor, Harry replied, giving the older witch a cheeky salute. Potter, she asked disbelievingly, what are you doing here? Just visiting, Harry answered with a shrug. It turns out that Madame Umbridge and her associates, he said, gesturing to the various bound people, were either torturing or allowing people to be tortured, he explained, clearly disgusted. It had gotten that bad, the witch asked, clearly upset. It had, Harry replied. But I will be taking them with me, so you shouldn't worry, he spoke comfortingly. You have to call the Aurors, she replied urgently. Professor, 3 of these are Aurors. Apparently, he responded, gesturing to the men in the red robes. Potter, you are going to be in so much trouble, she gasped worriedly. Well, I have apprehended an attempted rapist who also used the Cruciatus curse, and 3 so-called Aurors who attacked me and clearly allowed other students to be mistreated, he explained, causing the woman to pale considerably. Oh, and that disgusting toad who tried a poor attempt at using the Cruciatus on me, he added. I'm sure the Wisengamot will be lenient, he finished. Rape, she gasped disbelievingly. It seems that our resident ferret here liked to get his kicks like that, he replied coldly. And why is Mr. Malfoy in such a deplorable state? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Self-defense, Professor, Harry replied innocently, to which the woman just shook her head. It was then that Harry noticed a small girl at the front of the crowd who had blood on the back of her hand and clutching a red quill. He frowned and approached. "Can I see your hand?" he asked, kneeling in front of the girl, who looked very nervous but passed it to him. What he saw made him furious. "How did this happen, miss?" he asked her. The girl said nothing, but handed him the quill, which was clearly not ordinary. "Do you know what this is?" He turned and asked McGonagall, showing her the quill. She just frowned and shook her head. "It is a blood quill," Snape cut in shock. "I assume it is dark if you know what it is," Harry replied. Snape nodded. "And very illegal. They are only to be used for signing certain documents. They are heavily regulated," he explained, still apparently shocked. "Did Umbridge make you use this?" Harry questioned the girl, who nodded. "Okay, I want you to tell Professor McGonagall all about it," Harry instructed. "She will make sure it gets passed to the Aurors," he finished. "Is there anyone else that this has happened to?" he asked the room, and several tentative hands were raised. Harry growled. "All of you write down what happened and pass it to a professor," he instructed them all. "What is your name?" Harry asked the young girl softly. "Natalie MacDonald, sir," she answered quietly. "Well, Natalie, I'm Harry," he said, giving her a smile. "Colin," he called, causing the mousy-haired boy to approach. "Could you take a picture of this?" he asked, gesturing to the wound. The boy complied immediately and handed Harry the photo, which he pocketed along with the quill. "Now, Natalie, would you like me to heal that for you?" he asked the girl again, who just nodded shyly. "Okay, it might hurt a little at first, but I promise it will feel better after," he explained. He drew his wand and traced the wound, hissing gently in Parseltongue. The girl hissed a little in pain, but didn't pull away. "See," Harry said, placing a gentle kiss on the back of her hand. "All better," he added with a smile. "Thank you," the girl whispered. "Now all that is left is for me to receive my reward," Harry declared with a nod. The girl hesitated for a moment, but reached into her pocket and pulled out a single silver sickle and held it out to Harry. "It's all I have, sir," she said disappointedly. Harry just shook his head and chuckled. "I already have more money than I could ever spend," he informed her. "I was thinking something more along the line of a hug from a pretty girl," he added with a grin. The girl looked around, clearly looking for a girl that he could hug. "I meant you," Harry confirmed with a chuckle and opened his arms. The girl approached him nervously, and Harry pulled her into his arms and picked her up, causing her to giggle. "Definitely worth the effort," he declared, placing her gently back on her feet. "For fuck's sake, Potter, you come here for the simplest of things, and I find you here hugging children. Angling for Fudge's job, are we?" Arcturus asked, entering the room. "Never," Harry replied firmly. "But I am planning on giving him a huge kick up the arse," he added. "Now make yourself useful, you grouchy old git, and start taking these," he instructed, gesturing to the bound people. "You did call the meeting," he finished questioningly. "Watch your tongue, you insolent bastard. You're already in for a cursing, and yes, I called the meeting. I, unlike yourself, am not a complete moron," he retorted angrily. "Language, there are children around," Harry pointed out. "No worse than what they say," the older man grumbled, but began levitating the people out of the hall. He made several portkeys and placed them on the bodies, causing them to disappear. "The old coot is waiting for them in the antechamber," he explained. Without saying a word, he left the castle and headed towards the gates to apparate. He was not fond of portkeys. "Shall we, Miss Greengrass?" Harry addressed the girl, offering her his arm, which she blushed at but accepted. "When will we see you again, Harry?" Hermione asked. "We will catch up soon, I promise," he replied sincerely to his friend. He was sad to be leaving, but he had other things to attend to. Before they exited, Tracy gave Daphne a grin and a wink, to which the girl blushed at an even deeper shade of red. Harry led the blonde through the gates. "Have you ever apparated before?" he asked. "Yes, my father takes me along sometimes," Daphne replied. Harry took her arm and apparated them away. It was going to be a long night. Break. The pair appeared outside the ministry, and Harry caught Daphne as she stumbled, to which she smiled nervously. They quickly made their way through the empty atrium and past the guard on the desk, who just seemed to stare at Harry apprehensively while checked their wands in. It wasn't long before they found themselves in the antechamber, where Arcturus and a very angry and upset Dumbledore were waiting for them. "Is what I have been told true?" the headmaster asked sadly. "Yes, Professor," Harry replied. "Malfoy and his friends here did try to assault Miss Greengrass in that disgusting way, and the Aurors here facilitated Umbridge and her disgusting forms of punishment. She and Malfoy both used the Cruciatus curse also, and the last three," he indicated to Nott, Crabbe, and Goyle, "were helping Malfoy in his attempt," he finished angrily. "I see," he sighed. "I am sorry you had to experience that, Miss Greengrass," he said remorsefully. "You have nothing to apologize for, sir," the blonde replied genuinely. "It was lucky that Potter was there," she added, swallowing at thought of what could have transpired. Harry saw this and put a comforting arm around her. "Cornelius really is not going to like this," Dumbledore mused, shaking his head. "These are some of his personal guard. His secretary and all of these students have parents in there," he finished. "Well, Fudge should have kept a tighter rein on his staff and chosen his associates more carefully, because right now I don't give a damn about Fudge. This might not get him kicked out of office, but it will certainly give him some much-needed accurate publicity," Harry explained angrily. "Or he could ruin your reputation and have you thrown in Azkaban," Arcturus pointed out. "I don't care about my reputation either, and I very much doubt that Azkaban would be so difficult to break out of without the Dementors," he shrugged in reply. "Very well," Dumbledore intoned. "The room is ready, and I believe Baron Black managed to inform the media," he added, his eyes gently twinkling once again. "We can't afford for him to cover it up," the other man explained. Break. Cornelius Fudge was very annoyed as he sat in his seat waiting for this no doubt pointless session to begin. He had been at home enjoying a very fine glass of scotch when he got the call, and of course he immediately sent for Lucius, as he always did for aid in meetings such as these. He was at the edge of his patience when the door to the chamber opened, revealing Albus Dumbledore and Arcturus Black. Just the sight of them had him on edge. He was about to address the pair when he spotted none other than Harry Potter and an unfamiliar blonde teen. It was what the boy that was levitating behind him that caught the man short. "Daphne," Jonathan Greengrass called to his daughter, who immediately ran into her father's arms. "What is going on?" he questioned the girl. "It's okay, Dad." Harry stopped them, she answered cryptically. Before the two could speak any more, Fudge found his voice. "How dare you, Potter? Those are my Aurors and my senior undersecretary," he roared, spraying spittle in various directions and turning purple. Harry was undeterred by the man's anger and was immediately filled with rage himself. "No, Fudge." "How dare you?" he replied dangerously. "How dare you expose school children to filth like this?" he hissed, gesturing to the pile of bodies. "Excuse me," the man replied, clearly taken aback by the lack of fear and venom in the boy's voice. "You heard me," Harry growled angrily. "Your undersecretary and these sorry excuses for Aurors were torturing children, and this disgrace of a human being," he added, pointing to Malfoy. "Attempted to rape a young lady," Harry finished, the emerald fire roaring in his eyes. Fudge just sputtered, dumbly, clearly not knowing what to say. "Is that my son?" Malfoy asked disbelievingly and wide-eyed. "Yes, it is," Harry spat. "He and his friends here tried to rape Miss Greengrass, and your idiot son used the Cruciatus curse on her," he explained to the blonde man, who was quickly looking nervous. "Is that true?" Jonathan Greengrass roared as he got to his feet. "It is, sir," Harry replied. "But they were unsuccessful beyond the curse," Harry answered, trying to placate the man. "There is an abundance of proof, and I am happy to be questioned in any way you see fit. I am sure those four won't be so keen to be questioned under Veritaserum," he finished knowingly. The entirety of the room was in shock. This was not something they had envisioned would be occurring during this meeting. Jonathan simply wrapped his arms around his daughter and took his seat again, looking very pale at the thought of what could have happened to his little girl. Harry took advantage of the silence and addressed Amelia Bones. "Madame Bones, what is the current sentence for attempted rape?" he asked. "Attempted rape is 5 years in Azkaban," she replied, shaking herself from the shock. "And the use of the Cruciatus curse," he followed up with. "That would get you a life sentence or execution," she answered, her expression darkening. "And the killing curse carries the same even for Aurors, unless it is a life or death situation. Am I right?" he asked further. "Indeed you are, Lord Potter," she informed him. "And what about this?" he asked, removing the quill and the photo from his pocket and handing it to her. She paled when she recognized the offending item. "Where did you get this?" she asked seriously. "Madame Umbridge was forcing children to write with it as punishment," he explained. "The other students are all writing statements, and I imagine they will find their way to you soon enough," he surmised. "Well, that will most definitely see Madame Umbridge in prison for the rest of her days," Amelia responded. "Can you not see the boy is lying?" Lucius Malfoy tried desperately. "I have more than enough evidence to prove it, Malfoy. Are you questioning my honor?" Harry asked the man dangerously, his eyes beginning to glow again. Malfoy faltered at the glare the boy was giving him and swallowed deeply. He was rescued from the starring match by Fudge. "For goodness' sake, the boy is clearly deranged," he shouted, pointing accusingly at Harry. "The only person's mental credibility that should be questioned is yours, Fudge," Harry retorted. "Your own Aurors, you own secretary and the son of your closest associate. It doesn't look good, does it?" Harry questioned sarcastically. "And let me tell you, I don't trust you to lead a waltz, and yet you are leading our entire country," Harry finished, shaking his head. There was a significant amount of cheering at this. Fudge was simply dumbfounded. He hadn't really noticed the implications of the people involved. The boy was right. It really did not look good. "Surely, Lord Potter," he began in his best political tone, "we can find a way to deal with this without having to send usually upstanding members of our society to prison." He tried reasoning with Harry. "It must have been a momentary lapse in judgment. They must have been caught up in the heat of the moment," he explained with a nod. The entire room were watching Harry, waiting to see what the young man would do. This could be a defining moment for him. This is how people would see him from now on, how he responded in this moment. Stop trying to make excuses for them. This was not a heat-of-the-moment thing. This has been a continual and systematic approach to discipline by your staff. And these morons," he added, gesturing to the students, "decided they wanted in on it, but they took it too far," Harry replied unwaveringly. "Then you will be arrested also for attacking them," Fudge spat angrily. "Fair enough," Harry shrugged and held out his wrists. "It just makes you look even more incompetent than what you are. And what do you think the public will think when they learn that you had me locked up for stopping their children being tortured by your staff?" Harry questioned. Fudge was clearly in a bind. Either way, this was not going to end well for him. The boy would not be swayed to drop the matter, and Cornelius knew that either way he was going to have to be making serious reparations in some form. He sunk back in his chair, defeated, knowing that it would be much better for him to just accept what had happened and weather the storm instead of adding fuel to an already roaring flame. The members of the Wisengamot were more than a little surprised at how well the 15-year-old handled himself. They knew that one day he would be quite the political force, be it ally or opposition. "And just who are these other 3 students?" Amelia asked, having written down the major points of the meeting. "That would be Crabbe, Goyle, and Knott," Harry replied, to which Amelia wrote down. There was a sudden shout of rage from one of the gathered members, and a man stood up, pointing his wand at Harry. "You dare attack my son and accuse him of such a disgusting thing," he roared. "I will kill you, Potter," he finished, breathing heavily. To everyone's surprise, it was Lucius Malfoy who intervened. "Sit down, Theodore," he hissed. "We will handle it," he said with a sharp look. Harry knew that Malfoy was already formulating a plan to get his son off the charges, but he would do everything he could to stop it. "No," the other man shouted in rage. "I will not have this half-blooded bastard accuse my son and get away with it," he finished, shaking in his anger. "Well, Lord Knott," Harry replied casually. You could always make that a formal challenge if you so wish. Theodore, Lucius hissed warningly. Oh, and you think you can take me, do you? The man asked, laughing at the teen. Then so be it, Potter. I am going to wipe the floor with you, he spat. That didn't sound like a formal challenge to me, Harry intoned with a raised eyebrow. I, Theodore Dominus, not challenge Harry Potter to a duel by the honor of my family, he stated firmly. The gathered people in the room gasped. It was a very rare thing for a challenge to be made in such a way. I get to pick the place, and you can pick the date, Harry replied, not wanting to be caught in a trap. Fine, not spat. Then I accept, Harry declared, causing a red glow to surround the two. Lucius sat back in his seat defeated. The Dark Lord was not going to be happy, and Not had no idea what he had just gotten himself into. Chances are he was either going to be killed by the Dark Lord for his foolishness or by Potter in a duel. If that is all, Amelia cut in. I have some prisoners to process, she explained. Notification of trial dates will be issued to all of you pending the gathering of evidence, she informed the room. With that, the Wisengamot filed out, headed by Not Senior, who stormed from the room. You did well, Potter, Arcturus praised. And good job on not backing down from the challenge. It would have not looked good on you if you had, he said knowingly. It's his funeral, Harry replied, to which the man grinned. Remember, never underestimate an opponent, the older man warned. The Knots are well known for their dueling ability, he informed the younger man. Who said I was going to duel him? Harry asked. As far as I am concerned, it's a fight. I know he doesn't plan on playing nice, so I won't either, Harry declared firmly. Good, the older man replied. I will see you at home, he finished, nodding over the teen's shoulder. Harry turned to see Jonathan Greengrass, approaching with Daphne still wrapped in his arms. Lord Potter, the man inclined with a bow. It seems that I have to once again thank you for coming to the aid of my family, he added with a shake of his head. It will always be Harry, sir, Harry responded. It does seem I have a knack for it, he chuckled. Then you may call me Jonathan, the man replied. You, if anyone, has earned that right, he spoke sincerely. You do seem to have a tendency for it, he added. A tendency that I am, of course, grateful for, he finished. And your family seems to have a tendency for landing themselves in these situations, Harry pointed out, causing the man to chuckle. That they do, he mused. Well then, I can only hope that you are around to get them out of them, he added with a grin. You can count on it, Harry replied, looking at Daphne, whose cheeks had turned pink. Well, Harry, I must be getting my daughter back to school. The man intoned, much to the obvious displeasure of his daughter, which Harry caught. I'd be glad to escort her if you don't mind, Harry offered. Mr. Grungrass smiled knowingly. You know, he said, scratching his chin, there is no man I would trust to escort my daughter anywhere apart from myself, he continued. But I think I can add to you that very exclusive list, Harry, he finished with a warm smile. Thank you, he said sincerely, offering the young man his hand, which Harry accepted immediately. Anytime, Harry returned. Well, Daphne, I imagine your mother will be writing to you first thing. Enjoy the peace while you can, he advised. And I will see you soon, he added, pulling his daughter into a final hug. I hope we get to see you soon also, Harry, he added before making his exit. The teens followed shortly, with Harry escorting Daphne out of the ministry and apparating her back to Hogwarts. They walked together to the front doors in companionable silence and reached them quicker than either of the teens wanted to. Well, Miss Grungrass, Harry began, I do hope we get to meet sometime under better circumstances, he spoke sincerely. And when you don't feel the need to shout at me, he added with a chuckle, causing the girl to blush. I'm sorry about that, she said quietly. I was just confused, she continued, shaking her head. Confused? Harry asked, frowning. I was confused about how I feel about you, she replied in just above a whisper. Was confused? He questioned, raising an eyebrow. Daphne nodded. I'm not so confused anymore, she admitted shyly, looking the boy in the eye. Thank you, Harry, she said gratefully and reached up, kissing him on the cheek. You called me by my first name, he acknowledged in surprise. Then you should call me Daphne, she replied with a soft smile. I'm sure I can do that, Daphne, he responded. There was a momentary silence between the two, in which Daphne broke. Good night, Harry, she bade farewell, reluctantly squeezing his hand gently. Good night, Daphne, Harry returned softly. Daphne turned to leave, but was stopped by the boy. Daphne, he called. The day in Hugsmudda, he continued. Your Patronus didn't work because the memory wasn't strong enough, he explained. Your concentration is fine, he finished with a small smile. That is the happiest memory I have, she replied dejectedly, looking downwards. Harry approached her, placed 2 fingers under her chin and raised her head. Then we need to give you a better one, he suggested to the girl and placed a gentle kiss on her lips, to which she immediately responded to. The pair melted into each other, caught up in how amazing the feeling of this moment was, a moment that neither would forget. Try now, Harry whispered softly to her. Daphne removed her wand and focused on the feeling she felt in that moment and allowed it wash over her. Expecta patronum, she intoned quietly, not breaking the eye contact she was sharing with the boy. The misty shield she was used to seeing was not present. In its place stood a large, ethereal, and pure white winged horse, which made her gasp. That is quite something, Harry said in awe, noting the similarity to his own. I did it, Daphne uttered in disbelief. You did, Harry responded proudly with a smile. Thank you, the girl squealed and threw herself in his arms, kissing him again. You're welcome, Harry said warmly when she broke away. I have to go, Daphne sighed sadly, but I don't want to. Then I had better write to you, Harry replied, still smiling. I'd like that, Daphne admitted happily. Good night, Daphne, Harry said, placing a final kiss on her cheek, and turned away and began his walk to the gates. Good night, Harry, Daphne whispered, touching the spot where his lips had just been. Both the castle and the common room were both empty as Daphne made her way to her dorm. She entered her room to find an expectant Tracy and Astoria still awake and clearly waiting for her to return. Are you okay? Tracy asked, concerned for her friend. Daphne nodded. I'm fine, Tracy, she responded. Much better than any one of them will be, she continued. Harry tore Fudge and the rest of them a new one, she explained in amusement. Harry now, is it? Tracy questioned the Blunda with a raised eyebrow, who began blushing instantly. Okay, spill, what happened? She demanded. Nothing happened, Tracy, Daphne replied, trying to busy herself by preparing for bed, but she couldn't hide her smile. Oh, come off it, Duff, the girl huffed exasperatedly. I would have been all over him the moment we left the castle, she said. He's gorgeous, he's powerful, and did you see how he handled that little fusta? She asked. My ovaries nearly exploded at how good he was with her, she finished. Tracy, Daphne gasped in shock. He just helped me with my Patronus, she dismissed with a shrug, but couldn't stop the smile forming at the memory. And how did he do that? Astoria cut in. He kissed me, Daphne answered shyly, blushing further. He didn't, Tracy stated in shock. What was it like? She asked. Amazing, Daphne whispered. And how was that supposed to help with your Patronus? Astoria asked with a frown. He said that my memory wasn't happy enough and he kissed me. He said I needed something better. Daphne shrugged. And it worked? Tracy asked in disbelief, to which Daphne nodded. Show me, Tracy demanded. Daphne removed her wand and cast her mind back to feeling in the moment she had shared with Harry. Expecta patronum, she intoned in a somewhat dreamy voice, and the beautiful winged horse formed before the trio. It's like his, Astoria whispered. Huh, Daphne asked, confused. His is a thapstrul and yours is a winged horse, Astoria explained. They look so similar, she finished. Tracy just stood and stared. For once in her life, she was speechless. Are they that alike? Daphne asked quietly. Almost identical, Tracy breathed. Daphne ended the spell, causing the other two to snap out of their awestruck states. So you and Potter then? Astoria asked her sister. I don't know, Daphne replied, shaking her head. He said he would write to me. And what about his harem? Tracy asked with a smirk. I may have asked him about that, Daphne answered sheepishly. He said none of it is true. He is either a very good liar or he was being honest with me, she mused. What do you think? Astoria questioned. I don't think he was lying at all. The boy is too honest for his own good, Daphne answered without hesitation. We will just have to wait and see if he writes, Tracy responded with a nod. But for now I am tired and need my bed. You know how grumpy I am if I don't get enough sleep, she intoned knowingly. Good night, you too, Astoria said with a yawn and exited the room to head to her own bed. Tracy and Daphne finished getting ready for bed themselves and got in, both exhausted from the day. Night, Duff, Tracy called from her bed. Good night, Tracy, Daphne replied. Daphne stayed awake for some time, replaying the day throughout her mind. It had been bad to start with and only got worse when they had been discovered by Umbridge. But again, Harry Potter came to help her when she needed it most. Daphne Grungras fell asleep that night the happiest she had ever been. Her continuous smile would attest to that. She needn't wait long for the promised letter from Harry. Much to her and the other two's surprise, she received her very first letter the next morning at breakfast, much to her relief and delight. Chapter 12, Judge and Executioner. The last 2 weeks for Cornelius Fudge could only be described as difficult at best. Not only had the media dragged his name and reputation through the mud at every possibility, the wizarding world as a whole seemed to have taken a serious disliking to him also. He would receive glares wherever he went, and even his wife had not been exempt from the backlash of the revelations the Potter boy had brought forward. At first he had believed that the storm would merely blow over after some given time, but he soon learnt that he was deluding himself. He knew that irreparable damage had been done, and there was no salvaging his frayed political career. But he knew that he should be thankful. He should be thankful that his reputation, in reality, should be much worse. Cornelius had many skeletons in his closet, skeletons that had gathered since he took office almost 15 years ago, and these skeletons would show him to be much worse than the people currently believed. He wanted nothing more than to blame Potter for the past fortnight, and in a way he could make the justification to himself, barely. He could not, however, blame Potter for his own discretions and actions of the past decade and a half. The last fortnight had given Cornelius much time to think and reflect on his tenure as minister, and much of what he pondered was simply not pretty, and he concluded that he could blame the boy for nothing. Cornelius, too, had once been young and idealistic, even righteous, though not as tenacious or even savvy as Potter was. But he quickly found that idealism was nothing more than folly, and to be successful you had to be able to compromise on your own ideology. There were far too many factors that would hinder the implementation of your ideas and desires. The wizarding world did not like change, and Cornelius, and his ideas of righteousness had been quelled early on. He instead, without even realizing it, became what he had always despised in politics, another puppet that had his strings pulled by another. Cornelius Fudge had been weak, and the weakness he showed had been exploited expertly by none other than Lucius Malfoy. A freshly named Minister Fudge had goals. He had plans that would prevent another rising of a Dark Lord. But those plans had been completely abandoned at the advice of his much more charismatic and politically savvy friend. Cornelius had taken office at a very difficult time, just after the fall of the Dark Lord, and the entire country was in disarray. Lucius had recommended restoring order, not a bad idea in all honesty, but that one idea had led to many others, and they in turn had led him astray, and to where he found himself now. The righteousness and idealism of the younger Cornelius had, without him even realizing, been neutralized effectively, and it had all started with his biggest weakness in life: gold. The ministry was poor, which meant that Cornelius was poor. The minister had the privilege of nomming his own salary, which at first seemed a dream come true, but when he saw how little gold the ministry in fact had, it left him with quite the dilemma. He could take a large salary for himself and let the magical world suffer, or he could pay himself and his staff next to nothing and allow the wizarding world to have the much-needed goal. As a younger and much more righteousness man, Cornelius had opted for the latter. The The problem was that he had always had quite expensive taste and had a liking for the finer things in life. Cue the entry of Lucius Malfoy into his life. The man had simply hypnotized Cornelius with the amount of wealth he had, a wealth he seemed to be willing to share with the minister. At first it was simple gifts he would receive, but eventuality, the request for favors started to come in, and Cornelius knew that he owed the man. On reflection, he should have never even accepted the first gift, but as a man with expensive taste, but the coin purse of a pauper, the temptation had become too much, and it led him here. Over the years, the gifts had only gotten bigger, and in turn the favors followed. Cornelius knew he had been dazzled. He had been bribed and blackmailed in the most cunning of ways by a master manipulator, and he just didn't know it. He truly believed that Lucius was a friend, but now realized he was nothing but an opportunist that had taken the dreams of a younger Cornelius Fudge and eliminated them one by one, softening the blow with a little luxury to serve as medicine so no pain would be felt. All Cornelius could do now was wait and see what havoc the storm would wreak. So far, he had only experienced a light drizzle of the hurricane he deserved, and for that, he could only be grateful. This had been unpleasant enough as it was, and he knew his reputation could handle no more. The way Cornelius saw it was that he had two choices. Firstly, he could simply continue as he had been until the moment he was booted from office as a disgraced man and leave behind a legacy of bribery and corruption. Or he could bring some justice to his younger self and be the man he dreamed of becoming. He would accept whatever consequences came his way, and he would do all he could to salvage something, no matter how small it was. The truth was that in order to face himself in the mirror again as a proud man, he had to make changes, and he needed to make them fast. He may not be able to change what he had done, but he could at the very least make reparations for them. Break. Dolores Umbridge sat in her ministry cell as she had been for the last 2 weeks. She had cursed herself repeatedly after she had woken and had been read the charges. The outlook was very bleak indeed. She had hoped that Cornelius would come through for her, but it seemed that the man had simply washed his hands of her and her problems. He had said as much himself when he had visited briefly. She had been foolish, that much she knew. She did not regret what she had done to the little bastards, but she certainly regretted being caught. It was the fault of Potter, that was what she had concluded. She knew that tomorrow was not going to be a good day for her, and she could only hope that there was some kind of leniency given to her, though she did not know if it would be more merciful to be executed than to spend the rest of her days in this state. She had had her moments of madness in which her impending fate had overwhelmed her. She had begged and she had pleaded to every god imaginable, but it seemed that her prayers had fallen on deaf ears. She had even tried to will her magic to kill her itself, but to no avail. Dolores Umbridge was in a bind that there was no escape from. All she could do was wait and see what was in store for her in the morning, and hope that her fate was at least a bearable cross to bear. Break. Draco Malfoy had spent the past fortnight cursing the name of Harry Potter and devising ways in which he would get his revenge. He was confident that his father would make his troubles go away, so had simply bided his time and was waiting for that moment. He was not nervous about the proceedings of the next day. He knew there was not a chance that his father would allow him to be locked away like a common criminal. He was in fact looking forward to facing the Wisengamot, most of which were friends and acquaintances of his family. He knew his father would make their lives miserable if they even considered convicting him. He was a Malfoy after all, and that meant he was untouchable. He smirked at what was to come and was filled with glee at the prospect of ruining Potter for what he had done to him. He would only have to wait a few more hours, and then he would be free, and he would make Potter pay. Break. Lord Voldemort was sat in his drawing room contemplating many things. Much of his time had been spent pondering the issue of Harry Potter. Not only had the boy defied the odds yet again, but he had begun making waves in the magical world that did not sit well with the man. The boy was becoming powerful, too powerful for the liking of the Dark Lord, and the need to hear the prophecy grew more and more as each day passed. He needed to know what it was he was facing. The Dark Lord feared no man, but there was something about Potter that made him feel uneasy, a feeling that he saw as unacceptable. He needed to know how much of a threat the boy was, and he had fortunately been given that opportunity. He had at first been furious with not challenging the boy to a duel, but quickly found that he was more curious. He realized it gave him the chance to see the progress of the boy and truly evaluate the threat he faced. If Not were to succeed in killing the boy, then it would be a bitter pill to swallow, as he wanted nothing more than to personally right the wrongs the boy had committed against him. However, if the boy were to defeat the man, then he knew that he was progressing at quite a terrifying rate, and he would need to be eliminated as fast as humanly possible. If that were to happen, then the need to hear the prophecy would become desperate, not something that the Dark Lord would admit to anyone. He knew that Not was one of his more skilled and powerful followers with a wand, and he knew that if Potter did best him, then he was indeed a formidable opponent, something which Voldemort had accepted, as it was from the damage the boy had done in France. It was not an ideal situation for him, though. If Potter won then, it was likely that he would lose one of his best, and the worry of the prophecy would be much more significant. The thought alone gave him an inkling of fear. If Not won, however, he knew it would be bittersweet. The boy would be dead, but then the Dark Lord would have the shame of being bested by the boy more times than he cared for. As far as he was concerned, once was too many. He would simply wait and see what the outcome of the duel would be. Either way, he knew he was going to be disappointed, but he could not decide which of the two he would rather face. Could he handle the shame better than he could handle the worry? That was a question he could not answer as things were. But he knew he would take either one in his stride because in reality, Potter was a small part of his grand plan. A small part that could, however, ruin everything the Dark Lord had spent his life working towards. All Lord Voldemort could do was wait. Wait for what was to come and plan accordingly. Break. Albus Dumbledore was sat in his office stroking the feathers of his phoenix thoughtfully. He had been asked to return to the castle a few short days after Dolar's umbrage had been removed by Harry, and he was glad to be back. There was a lot, however, that was bothering the aged headmaster. He had read the testimony from the students at how truly terrible umbrage had been, and the subsequent treatment they had received because of it. It did not make for pleasurable reading, and the man found himself saddened and even brought to tears by the plight of the children that were under his care. The fact was, they had been tortured and exposed to things that none should have faced, let alone those of such a young age. He himself had personally taken responsibility for teaching defense against the dark arts, hoping that he could repair some of the damage the woman had caused, and he found that he enjoyed teaching again, something that he had not done in many years. He remembered why he had first come to Hogwarts, and that was simply to share his knowledge with the younger generations and have time to improve his own. He had taken the headmaster's job after his friend Armando Dippet had passed on quite suddenly. He, in fact, had not planned on retaining the post for a long period of time, but the years had slowly crept by, and before he knew it, the war had come and passed, and he was still here. He was shaken from his thoughts by a knock on the door, one that he had been expecting. "Come in, Minerva," he answered. "Albus, what is it that you wanted to see me about?" the Transfiguration professor asked. It sounded like it was urgent, she added worriedly. "No, Minerva, it is not a matter of urgency, I can assure you," he replied. "I just wanted to discuss a few things with you," he explained. "What things?" the witch questioned with a slight frown. "The running of the school primarily," he responded with a nod. "What of it?" Minerva asked with a confused expression. Dumbledore sighed. He knew the conversation was not going to start well. "The simple fact is, Minerva, I am no longer fit to run the school to the standard that it deserves," he admitted sadly. "Nonsense, Albus," the woman stated firmly. "There is no one that can do the job as well as you," she affirmed sincerely. Dumbledore smiled at the faith that the woman in was, and always had shown him. "I thank you for your confidence, but you only need to look on the last 5 years to see that I am speaking the truth," he said knowingly. "My poor choice to house the Philosopher's Stone here," he counted off. "The opening of the chamber, the farce of a tournament, and most recently, the tenure of Dolar's umbrage," he finished with a disappointed shake of the head. "What are you saying, Albus?" the woman asked sadly. "Are you planning on leaving?" "My dear Minerva, Hogwarts is my home, and it is a place that I would leave very reluctantly. He spoke sincerely. However, there are changes that need to be made. Tell me, you still enjoy your teaching very much, don't you? He asked, throwing the witch off a little. More than anything, she answered simply. I thought as much, the headmaster replied with a smile. As you know, the headmaster position is a full-time role in itself, and as you still enjoy teaching, I can only assume that you do not want the position, he stated questioningly. I would accept it if I had to, she confirmed hesitantly. That is why I have a proposition for you that I hope you will consider, he responded. Minerva raised an eyebrow at the man, but waited for him to continue. I myself have found my love for teaching again, he began. I would very much like to continue teaching defense as you would with transfiguration, so what I propose is that I and yourself share the responsibilities of headmaster, and we can both teach, he explained. I cannot do this job as it should be done alone any longer. It is time for some new blood, and this seems the best solution, he finished with a sad smile. You really mean that, don't you? The witch inquired disbelievingly. I do, Minerva, he answered. It seems that it is for the best in the current climate. Then it seems as though we have much to discuss, Minerva lamented. Break. After the departure of Umbridge, the mood in the castle had improved significantly, and the occupants felt as though they could breathe for the first time since the year started. Add to the fact that Dumbledore himself was teaching defense, the students could not be in better spirits. The former members of Umbridge's inquisitorial squad had been punished very harshly for their transgressions. Most had been given detentions to pay their dues, and others had even been suspended. The Slytherins in particular were feeling the benefit of the removal of some of the house members. The fact that Malfoy and his cronies were no longer around made the common room a much nicer place to be, and the occupants of the snake pit were hopeful that the pompous idiot would not be returning. Daphne had never been happier. Not only had everything at school improved, but Harry had written to her every day since the night he had saved her again, and she had happily replied. She found that there was much more to the boy than the savior he appeared to be, and she truly liked what she had found out about the boy. Not only was he noble and brave, but he was in fact genuine and honest. He always asked about her, and what she was doing, and actually took an interest. He was not self-centered and arrogant as most in her house believed, but he was actually quite sensitive, and had his insecurities that she found endearing. He was just a boy, but a boy that had the responsibilities of a man way beyond his years. She looked forward to receiving his letters, and found that no matter how good she felt in the morning, they would make her feel even better. There was certainly much more to Harry Potter than the eye could see, and she looked forward to getting to know him more. What she did know, however, was that she was already enamored with him, something that her best friend and sister would point out at every opportunity. She did not mind, however. Although it annoyed her in the moment, she knew that they were happy for her, and perhaps even a little jealous. The ribbing she got from them was nothing to what the boy made her feel. She herself, though, was insecure also. She could not help but think that he may only see her as a passing fancy, a way to kill some time. She did not understand how he could be so attentive towards her when he could have any witch he wanted. Those moments of doubt would plague her, but they would always be put to rest once she had read his letters to her. He seemed to truly like her, and everything he wrote was wrought with sincerity. She knew that time would tell, but for the time being she would give him the benefit of any of her doubts, and could only hope that she would not get her heart broken when all was said and done. She of course worried about what he faced, and he made no excuses or promises that he knew he could not uphold. He knew there was a chance that he would be killed, and it seemed to be something that he accepted as a hazard in his efforts. She knew that he was doing what needed to be done, and that was a big part of why she liked him. He was unwavering with what he saw as his responsibility despite the danger to himself, and as hard as it was, Daphne accepted it. But that did not stop her worrying for the boy. She knew that she was seeing a side to him that no one else had. He had been open with her about his dreams and aspirations, and found the simplicity of them appealing. He wanted nothing more than to be normal, have a career he enjoyed, and a family he could love, something that he had never had before. He had even been open about the fact that he had killed people, but was not apologetic for it. He explained to her that he was doing what had to be done, and he would not allow himself to feel guilty for it. He had even given her the chance to walk away from him if she was disgusted and ashamed by his acts. Daphne quickly dismissed that notion. She understood that he was a good person and hadn't killed for nothing more than necessity, and knew that he would again, and she found that she didn't or even couldn't hold it against him. She didn't know where this thing with Harry was going, but she found that she was just enjoying it, and the mystery was a part of the enjoyment. All she truly knew was that she was looking forward to spending time with the boy and being there for him as much as she could. She knew he needed someone to help him pick up the pieces. He was a caring person after all, and caring people carried burdens. She wanted to help alleviate them as much as possible, pick him up when he needed it, and even give him a good kick up the arse if necessary when he was too harsh on himself. Yes, Daphne Greengrass was content with her lot as of now. She just hoped that it wouldn't all be taken away from her before she could truly enjoy it. Break. The day of the trials had arrived for Harry, and he found that he was quite eager to witness the fate of Umbridge and Malfoy in particular. The media in recent days had been quite harsh towards Fudge and his leadership, much to the young man's pleasure, and the prospect of having the incompetent minister removed seemed much more likely, a definite step in the right direction. On the advice of Arcturus, Harry had been preparing for his duel with Not Senior after learning the man could demand. It takes place at any given moment. The older man had explained that, as Harry had allowed him to choose when the duel would take place, it could be a wait as little as 10 minutes all the way up to an indefinite amount of time. The wait bothered him slightly, as he was keen to focus on the more important things he had to deal with, and knowing that a duel could be called at any moment was an irritation he would rather not deal with. He was, however, very confident in his ability to beat the man, and knew that it was a perfect opportunity to send a message to Riddle. He had planned for little showmanship, and had already decided that he would hold nothing back, ending the duel as quickly and effectively as possible. He simply wanted no questions to be asked about his fighting ability or any doubts that he would, at the very least, be able to trade blows with Tom suitably. He had spent a reasonable amount of time the past fortnight writing to Daphne, something he was, at first, not entirely sure why he was doing. This for Harry was different from writing to Fleur or even Hermione, and found that it had taken a little time to adjust to. Fleur was of course very beautiful, but Harry found that he could not get past his first impressions of her. Although he had warmed to the villa over time, she was still very haughty, and it was one thing the young man found unappealing about the woman, to the point of making her considerably less attractive to him. Hermione was to him just as he imagined having a sister would be. Yes, she had and was growing into a very beautiful woman, but he knew he could never get past the platonic nature of their relationship, and if truth be told, he wouldn't be able to tolerate her overbearing nature beyond what it was now. Daphne, he found, was different to them both. She was very beautiful, but it was not the beauty that he found most attractive. To him, that aspect of her was something more to appreciate about the girl. What did attract him to her was how she treated him and just her general personality. She asked about him and how he was feeling. She understood that he was, above all else, a regular person with all the feelings that any have. She did not see him as nothing more than a hero, as most did, and had since he entered the wizarding world, but she saw him as Harry, the 15-year-old who was shouldering a heavy burden. She asked how he was coping, and how he was feeling about things, and it felt easy for him to open up to her, because there didn't appear to be any other reason for her asking, other than the fact she was interested and looking out for him. The only other time people seemed interested in how Harry Potter was feeling was when he had just managed to either survive an encounter with Riddle, or he had just completed some over-the-top and ridiculous feat. The only other person other than Daphne that had taken an interest in his welfare was Sirius, and Harry understood how rare people like that were in his life. It was not just her caring nature that he admired about her. She was clearly intelligent, and he knew she was powerful, having seen her manage to produce a corporeal Patronus. She was witty and had a great sense of humor, something he had missed out on his entire life. But above all else, she was genuine. She spoke to Harry as he knew she would anyone else. She was not speaking to a hero, nor was she speaking to the boy who lived, but she was speaking to Harry as he had wanted since learning about his past from Hagrid. She would offer him advice, and she was not afraid to give him a verbal bashing if she thought that he needed it, which she obviously thought he often did. Harry appreciated it, though, because it wasn't a Hermione-like lecture in which she would make him feel like a child, but it was a much-needed prod to pull himself together. He thought that after he had opened up about his killings that she would be quick to judge and condemn him for his actions, but she had truly understood why he had to do what he was doing. He could tell that she was not exactly comfortable with it, but she did not hold it against him, and even went on to explain that it was certainly rather them than him, which warmed him considerably. He did not know what would happen between them, but he was certainly enjoying their missives, and found that each evening he looked forward to receiving a letter from her. He entered the drawing room to find it unusually empty. He wondered where the older man was, and quickly spotted a scribbled note left on the table. Potter, we were called in early to review the evidence. Trials start at 9 a.m. Don't be late and sit in the public gallery. As a key witness, you are not allowed to vote and say nothing unless you are addressed. Baron A.O. Black. Harry found the final formality of the note amusing, knowing that the man did things no other way. He took his breakfast alone and prepared for the day ahead, hoping that it was not a long and drawn-out process. The guilt of the people was obvious in his mind. He just hoped that there were no unexpected surprises. He was sure that Fudge had been subdued adequately and could not interfere in the proceedings. He did not, however, have the same faith in Malfoy or his associates. After dressing in a simple black jumper, jeans and brown shoes, he apparated to the ministry with plenty of time to spare, wanting to get a good seat. He entered the chamber in which the trials would be held to see the seats slowly beginning to fill. He knew it would be a full house today. He managed to find a suitable seat close to the front of the public gallery and waited for Dumbledore to begin. Much to his surprise, Jonathan Greengrass entered the room escorting his wife and Daphne. Upon seeing Harry, he approached him with the two ladies trailing just behind him. "Good morning, Harry," he greeted the young man warmly. "I was wondering if I might ask if you would be so kind to sit with my wife and daughter and act as their escort for the morning," he asked with a bow. Although the man had greeted him informally, Harry was aware that the request he had made was in fact formal, so he stood before responding. "It would be my pleasure, Jonathan," Harry replied with a bow. "Thank you," the other man intoned with another smile. "I'm sure today will be very interesting, and Daphne requested that she be allowed to attend, and as a victim, I could hardly refuse," he finished with an exasperated chuckle. "Don't worry," Harry said reassuringly. "I will try my best to keep both of them out of trouble," he offered with a grin to which the women simply raised their eyebrows at him. "It appears to me, Lord Potter, that it is you that needs to be kept out of trouble," Ophelia retorted. "I am sure myself and my daughter can be trusted to behave. You, on the other hand, are questionable," she added with a smirk. "And you live with these two willingly?" Harry questioned Jonathan in faux horror, causing the man to laugh. "You have no idea how much I look forward to September 1st every year," he responded, shaking his head in mock anguish. "We both know you secretly cry in your study, Dad, or not so secretly as it goes." Daphne cut in, causing her father to flush slightly. "I am going to take my seat before I am embarrassed further. Good luck, Harry. You will need it with these two," he finished. "That I do not doubt," the young man mumbled. "Excuse me, Potter, did you just say something?" Daphne questioned, quirking her eyebrow at the boy. "Only how pretty you look when you frown," he returned, causing the girl to frown at him in disbelief. Just like that, he pointed out, seeing the change in her expression, causing her to blush slightly. "Just show us to our seats, you idiot," she replied playfully with a slight giggle. "Of course, ladies," he complied with an elaborate bow. "I think it is us that need luck with him," Ophelia muttered to her daughter as she took her seat. "He does have a certain charm, though, I suppose," Daphne responded, causing her mother to smile knowingly. "That he does," she conceded with a nod. Harry took the opportunity to take a look around the room to see who was in attendance. He was not surprised that not Senior and the parents of Crabbe and Goyle were present. What did surprise, however, was that Lucius Malfoy was not in his regular place at the minister's side. He was sat in the opposite stand to Harry, looking very nervous, as was Narcissa, who was sat with him. It seemed that even the Malfoy gold had not been able to sway things in the man's favor for once. He saw that not Senior was shooting a death glare in his direction. Harry simply smiled maliciously at the man with clear intent. He would not allow the man to even attempt to intimidate him. Not, however, was unfazed by the intentions behind the smile Harry gave him and continued his hostile look. "Ladies and gentlemen," Dumbledore spoke, disrupting the starring contest between the two. "Please be seated as we are about to begin," he informed the room. He waited for everyone to be seated. When he was satisfied that everyone was comfortable, he proceeded. "We, the Wisengamot, have spent this morning reviewing all evidence pertaining to the trials," he began. "We will begin with the 3 Aurors who were in attendance at Hogwarts, while certain crimes were carried out under their supervision of the castle. Please bring them in," he instructed. A side door opened, allowing the 3 men and their Auror escorts to enter the chamber. Each suspect were sat and bound in chairs placed at the center of the room. "Auror John Dawlish," Dumbledore addressed the man. "You stand accused of facilitating and allowing the assault of several students and the torture by the use of a regulated item on 23 students. How do you plead?" he finished questioningly. "Not guilty," Dawlish spat vehemently. "Very well," Dumbledore replied casually. "We have already reviewed the evidence and we will now vote," he informed the man. "Those who find the man not guilty, please raise your wands now," he instructed. Only around 8 wands were raised, not even close to gain the man his freedom. "Those who find the defendant guilty?" Dumbledore asked. The remaining 134 wands of the Wisengamot were raised. "I was only carrying out orders, as was my duty," Dawlish shouted angrily. "Be that as it may, what you did was highly illegal and reprehensible," Dumbledore responded. "You as an Auror should have known that what you allowed to happen was wrong," he added, shaking his head disappointedly. "Cornelius, if you would please deliver the sentence," he requested of the minister, who cleared his throat. "John Dawlish, due to your crimes, I hereby revoke your Auror badge and release you permanently from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," he explained to the furious man. "You will also be sent to Azkaban as a low-grade prisoner for 3 years. Consider this very lenient. We took your usual exemplary record into account," he finished. The man was then led from the courtroom, very angry at his fate, sputtering about the injustice he had received. "Auror Robert Michaels," Dumbledore spoke out once more. "You stand accused of facilitating and allowing the assault of several students and the torture by the use of a regulated item on 23 students. How do you plead?" he finished in the same tone he had addressed Dawlish with. "Guilty," the man answered, hanging his head in shame. "Very well," Dumbledore responded. "Cornelius." "Robert Michaels, due to your crimes, I hereby revoke your Auror badge and release you permanently from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," he explained. "As you have admitted your guilt, you will serve a 2-year sentence in Azkaban as a low-grade prisoner," he concluded. The man just nodded and accepted his fate without question. He allowed himself to be escorted from the room without any fuss. "Auror Triton Selwyn," Dumbledore called, causing Harry to snap to attention at the name. "You stand accused of facilitating and allowing the assault of several students and the torture by the use of a regulated item on 23 students. Additionally, you stand accused of the attempted murder of Lord Harry James Potter by way of an unforgivable curse. How do you plead?" Dumbledore questioned the man. "Not guilty," the man said defiantly, shooting Harry a glare that immediately made Harry quite angry, but he kept an impassive mask firmly in place. Dumbledore nodded. "The Wisengamot have reviewed the evidence against you," he explained to the man. "Those in favor of finding the defendant not guilty?" he asked the court. Around 30 wands were raised, all from the darker families, Harry noted. "Those in favor of finding the defendant guilty?" Dumbledore questioned further. The remaining 114 wands were raised, sealing the man's fate, who seemed nonplussed by the result. "Cornelius," Dumbledore prompted. "Triton Selwyn," Fudge said with a deep sigh. "Due to your crimes, I hereby revoke your Auror badge and release you permanently from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," he informed the man. "In addition, you are sentenced to 25 years imprisonment for the attempted murder of Lord Harry James Potter and the use of an unforgivable curse," he concluded firmly. "How dare you?" the man roared at Fudge. "After the support my family has given you, this is how you repay them," he spat. "Take him away," Fudge snarled distastefully. The man was led away, protesting loudly and vowing his revenge on those who had wronged him. "Let's move on," Fudge spoke angrily. "Next case," he called. The door opened, and Knot Jr. entered the room along with Crabbe and Goyle Jr., who simply looked confused. "I will make this quick," Fudge announced. "We have already reviewed the evidence and have decided that it is a matter of the Hogwarts headmaster to punish you, as the crime took place on the Hogwarts ground, and your parts in it were rather minimal," he explained to the trio, who were now looking rather triumphant at this development. "Albus," he addressed the headmaster, willing him to continue. "As Minister Fudge has explained, it has been left to me to decide your fates," he reiterated to the trio. "Is there anything you wish to say in your defense?" he asked, looking at them individually. "Malfoy made us do it," Crabbe grunted with a shrug. "Yeah, he said we had to," Goyle added. Knot Jr. remained silent and only looked at the headmaster defiantly, who just shook his head. "In all my years as headmaster, I have never found myself in this situation," he spoke with disappointment. He sighed. "I have little choice but to expel all 3 of you for your actions," he added sadly. "I have applied to the ministry to confiscate your wands and have an additional trace placed on you until you reach your majority so that you cannot practice magic until that time," he informed the now shocked boys. "Your application has been granted, Albus," Fudge cut into which the older man nodded. "This is your fault, Potter," Knot Sr. suddenly screamed from across the room, standing and shaking in fury. "Oh, shut up, you moron," Harry retorted. "It was your idiot son that helped try to rape a young lady and allowed her to be tortured. He only has himself to blame," he added with a shrug. The man just gaped like a fish for a moment before he responded. "That's it," he announced. "I have had enough of you and I want our duel tomorrow," he screeched, to which the room gasped. "Name your place," he spat at the young man. Harry grinned at the man. He was rather relieved he would be able to get it over and done with sooner than he had anticipated. "The graveyard in Little Hangleton," Harry replied casually, causing the man to blanch and the room to look confused. "If I may interject, Lord Potter," Dumbledore cut in. Harry just nodded and waited for the chief warlock to continue. "It is my understanding that the location you have chosen is not a suitable venue for a duel," he explained with a little amusement in his eyes. "I do, however, offer you the use of the Hogwarts Quidditch pitch for the event," he added. "There is ample seating for the crowd, and as you are not a student there this year, it can be considered neutral ground," he finished. Harry thought for a moment and found that it was a rather good idea. Not only was it a familiar place for him, but the location and the presence of the Hogwarts wards would discourage any interference from anyone. "I gratefully accept, Professor Dumbledore," Harry responded. "Fine, not spat. 11 a.m., he added. "Rules?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "Wands only," Not retorted. "Of course," Harry replied. Not smiled a sickly smile. "No spell limitations," he said vindictively. The whole room looked towards Harry, waiting for his response. Clearly, this was not a regular occurrence. He looked towards Arcturus, who was grinning. "I was going to suggest the same thing," Harry answered casually, causing the man to raise his eyebrows in surprise. "Unforgivables?" Not questioned disbelievingly. "Why not?" Harry shrugged. "We both know they have a history of not being very effective against me," he added, causing a few in the room to laugh. "How do we determine a winner?" Not asked further. "Until the other cannot continue," Harry suggested. "Even death?" Not asked, again in disbelief. "If you wish," He responded coldly, no longer in the mood for making light of the situation. Fine not spoke quietly. Until tomorrow, he added and made his exit. Harry took his seat and noticed Daphne looking at him worriedly and a little annoyed. It will be fine, he reassured her. It better be, she warned threateningly. If you die, I will kick your arse, she promised. I'll be dead, it won't matter, Harry replied with a grin. I'm not joking, Potter, Daphne growled. And neither was I when I said it will be fine. He has no idea what he has got himself into. He spoke quietly, allowing a little of his magic to escape, causing his eyes to glow. Daphne just nodded in response. She didn't like the idea of a duel like this, but she understood that he could not back down. She took his hand and squeezed it reassuringly, causing Harry to smile at her. Next case, Fudge called impatiently. The door opened once again to admit a very confident-looking Draco Malfoy who was dressed in fine black robes with a silver lining. He took his seat and was clearly surprised to be bound to the chair. Draco Abraxas Malfoy, Dumbledore intoned seriously. You stand accused of the attempted rape of a young woman and the use of an unforgivable curse on the same individual. How do you plead? He finished with the question. Not guilty, Malfoy replied with a sneer aimed at the chief warlock, who just sighed. We have already reviewed the evidence against you, and all that is left is to determine whether we find you guilty of the accused crimes or innocent, the old man explained. Do you wish to say anything in your defense? He asked the boy. I was under the imperious curse, the blonde replied arrogantly. And pray, do tell us who would place you under the curse, Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. I don't know, but I am being set up, Malfoy responded, clearly confident in his excuse. Madame Bones, Dumbledore asked, willing her to proceed. Mr. Malfoy was tested for any signs of mind-altering magic and potions upon his arrival, and no traces nor indications were found, she explained after rising to her feet. Malfoy looked panicked by the witch's declaration, but that did not stop him from denying the charges vehemently. I wasn't acting of my own accord, he tried again, sounding a little desperate. Would you be willing to attest to that by way of Veritaserum? Madame Bones asked the boy with a raised brow. Be warned, Mr. Malfoy, if you agree to this, and you are found to be lying, your punishment will be much more harsh, she added sternly. Malfoy just gaped like a fish. This was not going as he had planned at all. He thought that the imperious defense was solid. He looked towards his father, who was looking quite furiously towards Fudge. He clearly blamed the minister for this. No, because I don't trust you to be treated fairly, he eventually responded, sounding more worried. Those in favor of finding the defendant not guilty, Dumbledore cut in. Around 50 wands were raised. Harry could see that even though the boy's guilt was obvious, the Malfoy influence was very far-reaching. Those who find the defendant guilty, Dumbledore asked the room. The remainder of the wands were raised, demonstrating that the Malfoy influence was not enough to secure Draco's release. He began to stutter in disbelief before he addressed Fudge. After everything my father has done for you, you allow this? He questioned the man angrily. The professional nor personal relationship between myself and your father has no bearing on this, Fudge replied sternly. You broke the law, Mr. Malfoy, and we are all accountable for our actions. Even me, he finished quietly. The boy just looked towards his father, who was shaking in fury, and his mother, who was shaking in equal measure, but hers was in sadness. Draco Abraxas Malfoy, Fudge began. You have been found guilty of attempted rape and the use of an unforgivable on another person, he continued. Albus, he prompted the headmaster. As headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, it is my duty to inform you that you have been expelled, Dumbledore explained to the shock-stricken boy. And as you broke the law to such a deplorable degree, it is my duty to add to that punishment separately, Fudge informed him. Are you willing to sacrifice everything, Cornelius? Lucius Malfoy stood and addressed the man angrily. Because I am sure that the wizarding world would love to hear your deepest secrets, he finished threateningly. My reputation is already in tatters, Fudge replied a little sadly. But can yours stand up to the backlash you would receive if we start the revelation game? He asked defiantly. Because believe me, Lucius, I have very little to lose now, whereas you are still held in high regard, something that would no doubt change if I was to release what I have, he finished confidently. Malfoy blanched at the implications, but composed himself. You don't have the guts, Malfoy spat. You would be nothing without me, he added in an angry whisper. Try me, Fudge retorted heatedly. And I would be a much better person than I am if you never came along, Lucius, he continued in disappointment. Then I'd be able to look in the mirror and not be disgusted by what I see, he concluded. Malfoy just shook with rage but eventually took his seat again. Clearly Fudge had slipped from his control. The man would of course suffer. Where was I? Fudge asked himself. Ah, yes. Draco Abraxas Malfoy, as a minor it is not possible for me to send you to Azkaban, he said. Malfoy looked absolutely gleeful at this. However, Fudge continued. Certain allowances can and will be made in your case, he informed the boy. We may not be able to house you in Azkaban as stated by our laws, but there are other prisons in the wizarding world that are able to, he added. You are therefore sentenced to serve no less than 30 years in Nurmengard prison under the authority of the ICW, he concluded. You do not have the authority to do that, Lucius Malfoy shouted, rising to his feet once again. But I do, Dumbledore cut in firmly. As the chief warlock and as our representative to the ICW, you will find that I have already spoken to my colleagues, and they have allowed this sentence. They were equally horrified by the nature of the crimes, he explained. So you had already determined my son's guilt, Malfoy spat. No, Lucius, we did not, Dumbledore stated sternly. We did, however, see the need to make arrangements should a guilty verdict be given, he continued. Your son cannot be allowed to roam free after committing such a crime. He is and has to be held responsible for his actions, he finished resolutely. Malfoy stammered in complete disbelief. How had things gone so wrong? You will pay for this, he hissed towards Fudge. Believe me, you will pay, he added, pointing at the man with a shaking arm before sweeping from the room in a rage. Mother, Draco asked, clearly worried. I thought I raised you better, she replied sadly. I love you, son, but what you did is wrong, she said, shaking her head, and followed her husband less dramatically. Aurors, Fudge called. Take him away, he instructed. Wait, Malfoy protested. Please, you can't do this to me, he pleaded. I am sorry, Mr. Malfoy, but you must atone for your crimes, Fudge said sadly. You are very fortunate that we did not sentence you to life. I can only hope you learn from this and emerge the other side a much better man, he added sincerely. With that, the Aurors led away a very distraught Draco Malfoy. Today had not gone well for him, and now he was simply in shock. Harry could not believe the sentence that had been passed, but couldn't help agreeing with the verdict. Malfoy was a disgrace, and what he did warranted the punishment he received. He caught Fudge's eye and gave him a respectful nod. Despite the man's incompetence, he was truly coming through today. Let's get this final case over with, Fudge sighed, exasperatedly. Dolores Umbridge entered the chamber looking rather pale and sickly. She too looked surprised by being bound to the seat, and did not miss the many hateful glares she was receiving from the witches and wizards gathered in the room. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Dumbledore began. You stand accused of 23 counts of torturing students with a regulated and dangerous item, and for the use of an unforgivable on another person. How do you plead? Dumbledore asked the woman. Umbridge had waited for this moment, and knew that without the help of Cornelius she was doomed. Guilty, she responded after hesitating for a moment, though it was clear she was reluctant to do so. We have already reviewed the evidence against you, Ms. Umbridge, and as you have pleaded guilty, I will pass over to the minister, who will deliver the sentence, Dumbledore explained. Dolores Jane Umbridge, Fudge addressed the woman a little sadly. You are hereby sentenced to life in Azkaban, he told her. I must say that I am very disappointed, he added. And I am sorry if I in any way implied that such things were allowed, he finished, shaking his head. Dolores Umbridge just nodded. She had not expected anything less in the circumstances. She was angry at Cornelius and at Potter, but she knew that she only truly had herself to blame. It was her laxity and her indulgences that had gotten her here. She held her head high as the oarers led her away. She would maintain her dignity at the very least. That concludes the proceedings for today, Fudge announced, and left the room quickly. The ferret got what he deserved, Daphne mumbled bitterly. They all did, Harry responded with a nod. It seems that Fudge has gotten a wake-up call somewhere along the line, he added thoughtfully. You would be just as surprised as me, Jonathan cut in as he joined the group. He would not usually be so professional, he finished with a frown. Well, it ended as it should have, even though Malfoy should be kissed by the Dementors, Ophelia intoned. Yes, well, at least he didn't get away with it, Jonathan responded. Now we have to get this young lady back to school, he added, indicating his daughter. We will see you tomorrow, Harry, he said to the younger man. You are coming to watch, Harry questioned. It's been many years since I saw a duel like this one promises to be, Jonathan said, clearly looking forward to it. Then I will see you there, Harry replied with a grin of his own. Daphne, he said, placing a kiss on the girl's cheek. Now I don't know who I want to win, Jonathan muttered with a shake of his head. One man is a scumbag, and the other has intentions towards my daughter, he explained with his eyes full of mirth. Dad, Daphne exclaimed. Ophelia slapped her husband on the shoulder. Would you rather there was a less noble man vying for our daughter's affections? She asked, leading her husband away. Mum, Daphne whined in horror, clearly wishing the floor would swallow her. Harry was amused as he saw Jonathan pale at his wife's question and began stuttering incoherently. I'm sorry about them, Daphne muttered quietly, clearly embarrassed by her parents. Don't be, Harry dismissed with a shrug. I'm sure he doesn't really want me to lose, he added with a grin. You better not, Daphne replied firmly. Harry pulled her into a hug, which she happily returned. I won't. I don't fancy being dug up to have my arse kicked, he declared in amusement, causing Daphne to chuckle. I would do it too, she assured him with a grin. I have to catch them up, she said sadly, but I will see you tomorrow. I'd rather you weren't there, but I know you will be regardless of what I say, he responded knowingly. I will see you tomorrow, he said, placing another kiss on her cheek. Daphne left, followed shortly by Harry, after he shared a nod with the headmaster. He had a duel to prepare for after all. Break. The students had just finished their evening meal and found themselves to be perplexed by a perceived announcement that the headmaster was about to make. It was unusual, as the man only addressed the students at feasts or to inform them of something important. He raised his hands to gain the silence of those assembled. Students, he began, it is my duty to inform you that a sanctioned duel will take place here tomorrow morning at Hogwarts. There was a flurry of chatter amongst the students. Those who understood whispered excitedly to their friends, and those that did not listened, as explanations were made throughout the hall. Dumbledore waited for silence again before continuing. Lord Theodore Nott Sr., by honor of his family, has challenged Lord Harry James Potter in a duel that shall be contested with no limitations on magic, he explained. Several gasps could be heard, and again students aware of such things explained the implications in such a contest. There were quite a few worried faces amongst the crowd now, and the noise quickly fell, allowing the headmaster to continue. Due to the nature of the contest, and because of the agreed rules between the combatants, only students from 4th year and above will be allowed to attend as spectators, he said firmly. There was a groan of disappointment from the younger years at this. I must warn you all, however, Dumbledore cut in. If you are planning on attending, then you must be aware that serious injury and even death is likely. It is not for the squeamish nor the faint at heart, he spoke gravely. The duel is scheduled to begin at 11 a.m., he finished, taking his seat once more. Why would you allow them to attend Albus? Minerva questioned him in confusion. The question caused the older man to sigh. Because, Minerva, it is my hope that they will witness this and be deterred by violent confrontation and demonstrate the honest brutality of war, he explained. I am hoping that a harsh and honest lesson will prevent many of those with dreams of grandeur joining Tom and his cause, he added. But surely they are too young, she replied questioningly. Tom was the same age as some of the students when he committed his first murder, he informed her. In an ideal world, they would be too young, but alas, ours is far from it right now, he concluded with a shake of his head. Minerva just nodded. She agreed that the world was far from ideal. She just hoped that this was not a moment of poor judgment by her friend. Break. The students at the Gryffindor table were a mix of shock, worry, and excitement. Most were lost in their own thoughts for some time before Hermione broke the silence. Why would Harry accept a challenge like that? She asked no one in particular. He had no choice, Neville answered. Seeing Hermione looking confused, he continued. Put yourself in his position, Hermione, he offered. He is a half-blood in a pure blood-dominated world, and he was challenged by honor. That in itself is a big deal, he explained. Now, because of how things are with you-know-who, he can't afford to look weak in any way, and by the honor of his own family, he would have had to accept anyway, he finished knowingly. But his family are dead, Hermione pointed out. They are, Neville agreed with a nod. But it is his duty as a Potter to carry his name the way his ancestors did, and from what my Gran told me over Easter, that is a big weight to carry, he added. You asked your Gran about the Potters. I thought she told you everything she knew, Hermione replied with a frown. Turns out she didn't, Neville said with a shrug. She knew Harry's grandfather from the Wisengamot, and according to her, the man was terrifying, especially with a wand, he informed the bushy-haired girl. But I looked into well-known dueling families, and the Potters weren't on the list, despite his grandfather killing giants and so on, she responded, still frowning. That's because they aren't duelists, Neville stated matter-of-factly. They are fighters and dueling is a sport, not a fight, he explained. But this duel sounds like a fight, she responded exasperatedly. And that's what makes it more to Harry's advantage, Neville said. There are no limitations on spells he can use, and I imagine Harry has a few up his sleeve, especially if what we saw is anything to go by, he finished confidently. So they can use the Unforgivables? Hermione asked worriedly. Hermione, there are much worse curses than the Unforgivables, the boy intoned seriously. He held his hand up to stop the inevitable interruption. Cruciatus, he said with a knowing shudder, is no doubt the immediate worst of the three. The killing curse, if anything, is a merciful death, and the Imperious can be fought, and we both know Harry can do that, he explained. There are curses that will boil your organs, and some that will even expel them from your body, he added. There are some curses that will kill you in the most painful ways imaginable. The reason they are not considered unforgivable is because they can be blocked with a shield of some sort, he finished. I know that, Hermione responded a little annoyed and sad. But everywhere you read it says the Unforgivables are the worst, she added knowingly. Neville just shook his head. Even he understood there were much worse spells than those available. So who is your money on? Fred cut in as he and George took a seat and pulled out a notepad. 5 galleons on Harry, Neville said confidently. Neville, Hermione exclaimed. You're going to bet on Harry's life, she asked disbelievingly. Neville, at least, had the decency to look a little sheepish. Why not? He retorted. May as well make some easy money from it, he added with a shrug. That's the spirit, Nev, George praised the boy. And what about you, Miss Granger? He asked, waggling his eyebrows at the brunette. No, she said firmly and crossed her arms, giving the twins a glare. Suit yourself, but you're missing out, he warned her. I wouldn't bet even if it wasn't Harry, she responded. And why is that? Fred asked. Because it is barbaric, she replied exasperatedly. And, she continued, you have the odds too heavily in Harry's favor, she said sadly. What do you mean? The twins asked in unison. The Knots along with the Selwyns and the Blacks are among the best duelers in the wizarding world. It won't be an easy fight, she explained. Harry could really die, she finished before leaving the table and exiting the hall. Is that true? George asked Neville. It is something they are well known for, he responded with a shrug. But I don't doubt Harry in any way, he added firmly before he too exited. Shall we see who else wants to get in on this brother of mine? Fred asked. Indeed, brother, lead the way. Watching the happenings from the sidelines was the youngest Weasley male. He was worried for his friend, but he believed he would be successful. He always was after all. Since Harry had dressed him down in the Great Hall, Ron had taken a lot of time to think about how things had been and where they were headed. He was still bitter about many things, but he understood why his friend was acting the way he was. He had to make sure that he survives and Ron had been left behind, not only by Harry but many others. He knew he couldn't change much because he was who he was, but he would try to be more understanding of other people and not so judgmental. Ronald Weasley had much to think about still, but it was something he would work on. Break. The reaction at the Slytherin table was the most diverse in the hall. Most of the house were grateful to Potter for getting rid of Malfoy and his cronies, but they knew they could not openly support the boy, not that many of them would. The former members of the inquisitorial squad were gleeful at the prospect of seeing Potter trounced by Not Senior. There were 3 at the table, however, who were not interested in that opinion. You knew about this, didn't you? Tracy questioned her best friend, who just nodded casually and continued eating. And you didn't think to tell us, the brunette continued, clearly frustrated. You know now, don't you? Daphne pointed out. Tracy huffed at her friend. You're not worried? She asked. Daphne sighed and pushed her plate away. I am, she admitted quietly. But he knows what will happen if he dies, she added with a frown. You threatened his corpse, didn't you? Astoria piped up with a grin. I might have, her sister responded, inspecting her fingernails. Don't you think you should cut him some slack? Tracy tried with a raised eyebrow. No, Daphne answered firmly. Oh, Daphne really likes him, Astoria teased. Shut up, Torre, Daphne responded heatedly. It's not like she was lying. You've been writing to him a lot, Tracy pointed out. And you say his name in your sleep, she added quietly, causing Astoria to choke on the mouthful of food she had just taken a bite of. Oh, please tell me that is true, she begged the older brunette, who just nodded and giggled. I do not, Daphne bit back hotly, but started to blush despite her denial. The trio were interrupted by a chuckle from their right. What are you laughing at, Zabini? Daphne questioned the boy angrily. Nothing, he said, raising his hands to calm the girl. I'm just surprised to hear you talking about a boy. I always thought you were inclined the other way, he finished with a shrug. Daphne was shocked by the usually quiet boy's input. See, that's what I thought too, Tracy said loudly. Tracy, Daphne exclaimed, blushing even more. Well, you never showed an interest before, Tracy replied. But you definitely got it bad when it caught up to you, she added with a grin. Daphne put her head in her hands and shook it exasperatedly. She made a good choice, Blaise said casually, causing all 3 girls to stare at the boy in disbelief. What? He asked with a frown. He's rich, powerful, and apparently good-looking, he explained. You think Potter is a good catch? Tracy asked with a raised eyebrow. Neutral here, Blaise responded, pointing to himself. And not as a prat. Personally, I'm pulling for Potter in this one, he explained to the stunned girls. Care to make a wager? George asked, sliding into the seat next to the boy. We are offering good odds, Fred added, taking the seat on the other side. 20 galleons on Potter, Blaise replied casually. Oh, come on, you saw what he did to 3 Aurors at the same time, he said, after seeing the disbelieving looks on the girls' faces. With his business concluded with the twins, the boy nodded to the group and left. I never thought I would see the day, Tracy said, still in shock. Me either, Astoria agreed. Well, ladies, are you getting in on this? Fred asked, waving the notepad they were carrying. No, thank you, boys, Tracy responded. Daphne has already hit the jackpot, and me and Tori are happy enjoying that, she explained, shooting her friend a mischievous grin. Why can't you get your own boyfriend? Daphne retorted exasperatedly. Oh, so he's your boyfriend now? The girl asked in response. You didn't tell us that. Daphne just stood up and left, clearly blushing deeply. She really had not meant for it to sound that way, but she knew she had put her foot in it, and she would pay for that mistake for some time to come. Tracy and Astoria followed. They had a lot of teasing to catch up on, and Daphne had just given them the perfect material. Break. Harry awoke the day of the duel in a full fight mindset. He was quiet and contemplative. He was unshakable, and he purely meant business. His eyes glowed at the impending fight, and he found himself more ready than he had ever been for a confrontation. He had spent the remainder of his day yesterday alone and thinking. He thought of the man he was going to fight, and did all he could to at least feel nothing towards the man. He knew it was best that he was impassive in his approach to the duel and the man he was facing. Killing the man was not something he was particularly keen on doing, but he would not hesitate if it was deemed necessary in the moment. He thought of all the reprehensible things the man had done and taken part in under the guise of a Death Eater. Harry knew you did not get the mark by any feat of morality. Those with the mark were murderers, rapists, and just simply vile people. He thought of what had happened over the years to many people, perpetrated by those that carry that mark, and that he knew the man he was fighting had been involved in some of those atrocities. He would show no mercy to a man who had not given it to those he had killed and those he had trespassed upon. If necessary, he would kill the man. He saw it as justification for what had happened to himself and many others. He knew that was what his grandfather would do, and he knew that his mother would not hold it against him. He knew that it was him, or it would be himself, and he would be damned if he were to fall to that man. He knew he needed to send a message to Tom also. That message being that his followers would get no mercy from him. He would hold them all in equal contempt, and he would take them down one by one if he had to prevent them from continuing to do what they had for decades. He got dressed in his continued silence. He wore a khaki green t-shirt with black combat trousers and some white trainers. He wanted to be as loose and comfortable as possible. Today was not a day to impress with his sense of fashion. It was a day that business held precedence over all else. He made his way to the drawing room to take in a light breakfast. He would eat a bigger meal after the duel, if he won. Arcturus watched the boy and was impressed at how calm and collected he was. He could see the intent in his eyes, and he nodded his approval. "Are you ready?" he asked, breaking the silence. Harry just nodded. He heard the question, but he was in no mood for idle chat this morning. "Good," Arcturus intoned. "Now remember, do not hold back at all. It is time to show these bastards what you are made of," he instructed firmly. "It would probably be better if you do kill him. It will be one less," he added. "I will if he makes me," Harry responded neutrally. "At the very least, he will regret his challenge." He continued, allowing some of the pent-up magic to radiate from him, his eyes glowing brighter. "He will be trying to kill you," Arcturus pointed out knowingly. "Then he will die," Harry retorted indifferently. Arcturus just looked at the boy, a boy who was quickly becoming a man, and quite a terrifying one at that. He wouldn't openly admit it, but he was proud of him, especially when he thought back to when he first arrived almost a year ago. It was then he realized that the boy truly did not need him anymore, and that thought saddened the older man a little. The last year had not been easy, but the boy had given him further purpose, and he found the adventures he had shared with him were enjoyable, and among the best times he had had in many years. Arcturus Black had found something to be proud of at long last, and it was the grandson of his best friend and his little sister. The man was content for the first time in a long time, and he had no doubt the boy would be successful. He had taught him just about everything he could, and now his fate was in his own hands. He stood and placed a hand on the younger man's shoulder. "Honor thy blood, Potter," he spoke sincerely before leaving. He wanted to get a good seat after all. "I will," Harry whispered and steeled himself one final time. Break. The stands in the Quidditch Stadium at Hogwarts were filled to capacity, and further seats had been added to accommodate the crowd that had come to witness the duel. Witches and wizards had poured in from all over the country and beyond to watch the altercation between the two. Word had clearly spread quickly, and it seemed the entire wizarding world had wanted to be in attendance. The crowd watched as Not Senior entered the stadium to a mixture of boos and cheers. The man simply ignored them all and watched the opposing entrance to the stadium in which Potter would enter. He waited only a few minutes before the boy entered to much more cheers than he had received. Not had to admit the boy had an unsettling presence, but he would be intimidated by the legend that was Harry Potter. Today he would prove the boy had been nothing but lucky, and when it came to a duel, he was far superior than the half-blooded bastard. Break. Daphne, Tracy, and Astoria were sat in the stands with their parents, eagerly anticipating the start of the duel. Daphne was and had been quiet all morning. In reality, she felt sick and did not trust herself to open her mouth for fear that she would simply vomit. Surprisingly, the group were joined by Blaze Zabini and his mother, who they found had been rather polite and courteous to them. Blaze had even offered the girls a reassuring smile and again stated his belief that Harry would be victorious. They watched as Not Senior entered the stadium and saw that he looked rather calm despite what he was facing. They watched Harry enter shortly afterwards and could see that he was ready. The glow of his eyes could be seen by any who cared to look, and if truth be told, it was rather eerie. There was no doubt that Potter cut the impressive figure. "That is Harry Potter," Mrs. Zabini asked in disbelief. "My, he is growing into a fine young man," she added with a predatory leer. "Mum," Blaze said weakly. "He is the same age as me," he pleaded. "I was just complimenting the young man," his mother replied dismissively. Daphne frowned at the woman, causing her sister and friend to laugh. Blaze shot her an apologetic look. "I'm sorry," Blaze spoke sincerely. "Did I say something wrong?" Mrs. Zabini asked with a raised eyebrow. "Not at all. Daphne is just protecting what she wants," Tracy replied, causing the group to laugh. "Not today," Daphne said hotly, but she blushed anyway. "Oh, come on, Daph," Tracy pleaded. "You're not going to deny it, or especially after what you said yesterday. What was it again?" she asked rhetorically. "Oh, yeah." She tried to continue, but found her mouth covered by her friend's hand. "If you say it, I will permanently stick your lips together." Daphne threatened, waving her wand under her friend's nose, who was laughing at her reaction. "Okay, I won't say a word," Trace surrendered. "It looks like they are starting now," she added. The group turned to watch. Clearly, Harry and the other man had just had a conversation of some sort, but were now both backing off for the duel to begin. Break. A very nervous group of friends were gathered in the stands where the Gryffindor students were sat. They had watched the two enter, but had remained silent. It was not until they could be seen having a conversation that the silence was broken by Ron. "What do you think they are saying?" he asked. "I'll bet they aren't bidding each other a good morning," Fred said knowingly. "Lord, look at his eyes," he instructed, pointing at Harry. From where they were sat, they could clearly see the green, glowing orbs of their friend. "How does he do that?" Neville asked. "It is a trait of powerful wizards," Hermione cut in knowingly. "It is a way to demonstrate power, but Harry is not forcing it," she pointed out. "He looks relaxed, so it is just his magic reacting naturally," she explained. The others just shrugged in reply and watched as the two began backing off, neither taking their eyes off the other. Break. Harry entered the stadium, ignoring the crowd entirely. His eyes were firmly fixed on the other man. He walked forward without hesitation. "Ready to die, Potter," not spat. "I've been ready since last June," Harry answered casually. "Are you ready to die for you non-existent family honor?" Harry asked in reply. "My family has honor unlike you, you half-blooded little shit," the man responded heatedly. "It's funny how you hold my blood status against me when you spend half of your time with your lips puckered on an arse of a half-blood," Harry said, causing the man to balk and look confused. "Oh, you didn't know," Harry continued in amusement. "The man who you bow to is a half-blood. His real name is Tom Riddle. His father was a muggle," he explained triumphantly. "You dare," the man hissed. "You dare insult the Dark Lord. I will make you suffer like the blood traitor Weasleys," he spat. It was Harry's turn to be caught short. "Oh, I was there," not continued. "I heard the screams," he added. Harry could feel the rage boiling within him now. They screamed like children when we set that ward device off. I certainly enjoyed it. He finished gleefully, seeing that he was getting to the boy. The bright glow of his eyes gave away his anger, and angry people were clumsy in a fight. Who? Harry asked dangerously. As if I would tell you, Not retorted. Not that you will live through this anyway, he finished confidently. Oh, you will tell me. Harry mumbled and began backing away. He was finished talking. Any thoughts of mercy had now been abandoned by the teen. He was going to kill the man. There was no longer any debate on the matter in his mind. But first, he would get the man to talk, by any means necessary. Theodore Knott Sr. was going to suffer for what he had done to the red-headed family. Harry heard the projected voice of Dumbledore cut into his thoughts and listened to what the man had to say. Ladies and gentlemen, he began. It seems that the two combatants are ready. You may begin as you please, he instructed the two. Harry wasted no time and immediately began firing powerful bludgeoners and bone breakers at the man. He followed up with a few darker curses from his black knowledge designed to incapacitate the man. Knott Sr. quickly conjured a powerful bright gold shield that would protect him from anything short of the unforgivables. It was draining, but Potter had left him little choice. Despite the strength of his shield, he was knocked back several feet as the first onslaught of curses hit it. He was immediately weary of the boy's power. He clearly had that in abundance. He waited for a lull in the spells before he dropped the shield and began firing his own in return, which the boy dodged with ease. He was impressed by the grace and the speed of the boy. He was indeed a formidable opponent. He fired a few well-aimed blood-boiling curses and a withering curse that he knew the boy would not be able to dodge. He watched in horror as the boy simply batted them away as though they were nothing. He had seen very few people capable of that feat. He had to quickly conjure a shield again as Potter returned fire with some very questionable curses, some he had never seen, and had no idea what they would do. He felt his magic draining quite rapidly from the amount needed to maintain the shield. He thought that the boy would tire from using so many powerful spells, but he could see that he showed no signs of slowing. He didn't even look slightly fatigued. He knew he was in a desperate situation and had one last spell that he knew would cause the boy problems. He dropped his shield and braced himself. "Find, he roared. "Break." Harry watched as the fiery dragon erupted from the man's wand and steeled himself. He knew there was no dodging the flames, but he had been preparing for this eventuality. He knew that it was a favored spell amongst Riddle's more powerful followers, and he had planned accordingly. The problem was, however, he had never attempted what he was about to with real fiendfire. He was in unknown territory here. He would either succeed triumphantly, or he would be reduced to nothing as the fire consumed him. "Break." "Amazing," Mrs. Zabini whispered in awe as the group watched Harry dodging and batting away the lethal spells. "He is," Ophelia agreed in a similar tone. "What is that shield?" Tracy asked. "It is a mage's shield," Jonathan answered. "It takes an enormous amount of power to conjure and maintain," he explained. "Only someone confident in their ability would use it, as it is very draining," he finished knowingly. "Why would he use it then?" Astoria asked in confusion. "Because if he used any other shield, the power of Harry's spells would obliterate it," he responded simply. "He will get desperate, though. He won't be able to maintain that for much longer," he added knowledgeably. True to his prediction, the group watched as the man dropped his shield and planted his feet, firmly bending his knees slightly. "Find." They heard the man roar, and their eyes widened in recognition of the incantation. They watched in horror as the fiery dragon leapt from the man's wand and charged towards the boy, who remained unmoved. The adults gasped, and the teens screamed as they watched the fiery beast engulf the teen, seemingly without any resistance from him. Daphne felt the tears streaming down her face and was not aware that her best friend had placed an arm around her should. "Look," Astoria suddenly shouted, pointing towards the still-present dragon. A disturbance could be seen within the flames. "Break." Albus Dumbledore watched in shock as the man conjured the accursed flames. He was deeply saddened as he watched the boy disappear within them and cursed himself for allowing this to happen. He was dragged from his musings by a tap on the shoulder. He turned to see a very shocked Arcturus Black, pointing a very shaky hand towards where the boy had stood. "He did it," the Baron said disbelievingly. "He actually did it." "Break." Harry watched as the beast hurtled towards him. He steeled himself and focused his power, concentrating on what he wanted to happen. Just as he felt the heat of the flames and could smell his hair and clothes starting to burn, he felt a deep coldness overcome him and saw only black. It had worked. Flashback 2, many months previous. "What is this spell?" Harry asked Arcturus, entering the drawing room. The older man looked at the indicated page and nodded in recognition. "Your grandfather and I had started to work on a spell against fiendfire. We never really focused on it that much and never finished it," he explained with a shrug. "It seems important," Harry said with a raised eyebrow. "The war had finished, and we didn't really think about it after," Arcturus responded. "Finish it if you can. Most of the work is done already. I tried to a few times over the years but couldn't quite get it right," he finished a little irritably. Harry left the room deep in thought. He had a few ideas on how he could get the spell finished, but it would need some experimentation. End flashback. The Crowd watched in complete silence and suspense as an inky black mass started to form within the flames. Suddenly, the flames were pushed back as the mass formed into an enormous thistral that dwarfed the dragon. "What is that?" Astoria asked in shock. "I have no idea," her father replied in a similar state to his daughter. "I have never seen or heard of anything like it," he added. Daphne just watched as the dark as night creature formed and repelled the flames. Her heart filled with hope that the boy was okay, and she breathed a sigh of relief followed by a sob. All eyes in the stadium were on the new battle that had begun between the two conjured creatures. The massive black thistral flew towards the dragon and wrapped itself around the beast, molding to its form. A struggle could be witnessed as each of the elements fought for dominance, and the spectators waited with bated breath for the outcome. With a final desperate roar, the dragon disappeared in an explosion of black gas that flooded the pitch, blocking the view of everyone. After a few moments, the smoke began to clear, and a figure could be seen emerging from it. There stood a slightly singed, but largely unharmed Harry Potter, looking nothing short of murderous. "Unbelievable," Jonathan whispered. "Break." Harry emerged from the black fog and could see that the other man was exhausted. He approached him and easily batted away the desperate curse the man fired towards him. He fired a bonebreaker, catching the man's wand hand, causing him to drop his wand with a pained scream. Harry fired a single arrow, embedding the projectile into the man's shoulder and eliciting another scream from him. The arrow was one from the black repertoire of spells imbued with a curse that would cause heart failure. The man was already dead. He just didn't know it yet. "Who was it?" Harry asked. The man just looked confused at the boy's question. "Who was with you at the Weasleys?" Harry clarified. "Fuck you, Potter," the man retorted, spitting a mouthful of blood in his direction. "Have it your way," Harry responded coldly and crudely pulled the arrow from the man's shoulder, causing him to grunt from the discomfort. "This arrow has a very deadly curse on it," he explained to the man. "I am sure you are feeling the effects of it right now," he surmised. "If you want to live, then you will tell me what I want to know," he demanded. Nott could indeed feel the effects of the curse settling in, and it was not very pleasant. He would not give the boy what he wanted, though. He would take it to the grave with him. "Go to hell," he spat and grinned triumphantly. Harry knelt by the man. He was tired of him now and just wanted the answers he sought. He pushed the man firmly to the ground, rammed two of his fingers into the open wound, and kneeled on his broken hand. The man screamed again in agony and screamed further still as Harry began to allow some passive magic to pass through his fingers. "Tell me what I want to know, and I will stop," Harry promised. "All right," the suffering man conceded. "It was Roll and Rookwood," he said breathily. "Now counter the curse for fuck's sake," he commanded. Harry just smiled at the man. He would get no mercy today. He could not allow this man to get away with what he had done to Mrs. Weasley, Ginny, and Luna Lovegood. "I will pass on your regards," Harry said coldly and got to his feet and proceeded to the exit. He was almost at the door when he heard his name screamed in anguish. He turned to see Not Senior collapse face first to the floor, clutching his chest with his broken hand and his wand in the other. He simply shook his head at the man and left. "Break." Albus Dumbledore watched in shock as Harry emerged almost unscathed from the fog and proceeded to subdue the man. He was about to stand to intervene, seeing that Not was no longer armed and clearly could not continue when he felt a firm hand on his forearm. "You will not intervene," Arcturus commanded firmly. "Clearly they still have unresolved business," he added. Dumbledore remained in his seat and watched as Harry interrogated the man. He must have something he wants, he mused. He was not comfortable with what the young man was doing, but knew he would not appreciate any interference. Dumbledore blocked out the screams from Nut Sr. as best as possible, but was shaken from his reverie with a scream from the crowd as someone shouted Harry's name. He saw Nut Sr. fall face first to the ground dead. He shook his head despairingly. Witnessing death never got any easier. "Break." Daphne watched as Harry was gaining information from the fallen man in a not-so-pleasant manner. She heard the screams of the man and could not believe that the boy would do such a thing regardless of how despicable the man was. "Why is he doing that?" Astoria asked, a little distraught by what she was witnessing. "He must have his reasons," Jonathan replied confidently. "Harry is not a cruel person," he added assuredly. Daphne watched sadly as Harry walked away. It was not fair that the boy had been given such a fate. She saw Nut Sr. get to his feet and grab his wand. He pointed it at the retreating back of the boy. "Harry," she screamed desperately, but her warning was not needed as she saw the older man fall to the ground dead. She froze in disbelief briefly before she shot to her feet and raced from the stadium, followed quickly by the group she was with. "Break." Harry left the stadium and was met by an apprehensive-looking first-year Gruffunda. "Hello, Miss McDonald," he greeted her with a weak smile. "Are you okay, Mr. Potter?" the girl asked, clearly concerned. "I wasn't allowed to come in and watch," she told him sadly. "I'm glad you weren't," Harry replied. "There are things that a young lady should not see," he added. "As you can see, I am okay," he reassured the girl. "Are you looking forward to the summer?" he asked, changing the subject. "No, sir," the girl responded quietly. "I don't like the orphanage," she said sadly. Harry was taken aback by the revelation that the girl was an orphan. He truly felt her pain, knowing himself what it was like growing up without parents. He pulled the girl into a reassuring hug. "I know it is hard growing up without your parents. I had to live with my aunt and uncle, and I did not like it," he informed the girl. "But your life is what you make of it," he explained. "You really can do anything you set your mind to," he said. "Thank you, sir," the girl said, giving him a genuine smile. "It is Harry to you, miss," Harry replied, giving her a bow as he released her from the hug. "Then you have to call me Nuttally," the girl insisted. "I can do that," Harry said with a smile. "But for now, I believe there is someone else who wants to speak to me," he added, spotting Daphne with several others watching them from behind the girl. "Okay, I'll see you later, Harry," the girl responded, giving him a final hug before she departed. Harry watched her as she left and felt saddened by her circumstances, something he would ponder later. He turned to look at Daphne, who was looking torn at how she was feeling. She hesitated momentarily before throwing herself in his arms and sobbed into his chest. Harry just held her and waited for her to calm herself. "Why did you kill him?" she asked eventually, her voice full of emotion. "It was him," Harry answered coldly. "It was him and 2 others that attacked the Wuzlas," he explained. "Then he got what he deserved," Jonathan said firmly. "Well fought, Harry," he added. "I will certainly never doubt you and your ability." Harry just nodded. He wanted nothing more than to be alone right now. He pushed Daphne away and kissed her on the cheek. "All right," he promised, and he walked away and disapparated the moment he had passed through the gates. "What's wrong with him?" Tracy asked in disbelief. "He won, he should be happy." He needs to be alone, Jonathan replied firmly. He just killed a man, something he clearly takes no joy in. He needs time to put everything in place, he finished knowingly. Will he be okay? Daphne asked, still watching the gate in which the boy had passed through and disappeared. He will, Jonathan reassured her. He is strong, but strong people need time to heal also. All you can do is be there when he needs you, he explained to his daughter. I will be, Daphne whispered to herself. She understood why he had done what he had. It was definitely justified. She just hoped he was not too hard on himself. Break. Lord Voldemar emerged from his Punsava, feeling very mixed emotions. He had just watched a memory of the duel between Nut and Potter that he had obtained from one of his followers. He was very impressed at all aspects of Potter's fighting style. He was powerful, fast, and very elusive. In addition, he was ruthless and non-hesitant, and had some serious skill as demonstrated by how he had dealt with the Funfa. He had never witnessed a spell like it. He knew that he had to duel the younger man sooner rather than later before he could become a true threat to the Dark Lord. He shuddered at the thought of the boy being left unchecked. The thoughts of the prophecy would haunt him until he could obtain it, something he needed Potter for. Lord Voldemar was concerned, and his concern was increasing. Something had to be done about the boy. Chapter 13. Confronting a Foe. The students that had been meeting since the beginning of the school year had congregated in an empty classroom on the second floor of the castle after exiting the stadium. They had not planned this meeting, but it seemed they had need to discuss what they had just witnesses. They simply stood in silence for some time before Hermione spoke. I wasn't expecting that, she almost whispered, shaking her head. What were you expecting? Neville asked. You heard Dumbledore point out that there were no limitations, he added. But I didn't recognize most of those spells, and he used Fiendfire. Harry should have been burnt to ashes. As far as I know, there is no spell that can do what he did, she said rapidly. Hermione, you will never be able to know or learn every spell there is, George explained. Most spells, especially ones like those, can't be learnt from books you can buy. I'll bet that most of that was family magic, he continued. Hermione just bit her lip worriedly. She thought that she would be able to hold her own in a duel, but after witnessing what she had, she knew she had no chance. I don't think I could do that. Fight like that and use magic like that, she said, breaking from her own thoughts. The majority of the group nodded their agreement. I could, Fred broke in. Upon seeing the looks of surprise on the faces of those gathered, he continued. After what happened to Mum and Ginny, I wouldn't think twice, he said firmly. I guess that's why Harry can do it and make it look so easy. Just look at everything he has been through and what has been done to him, he explained. You know who killed his parents, he pointed out. If that doesn't explain why to you, then you have never had someone close to you killed by him or his nutters, he finished. I could too, Neville piped up, much to the surprise of the room. My parents were tortured into insanity by his followers, he informed them. The people in the room were not aware of this, and they all gave a look of sympathy towards the boy. My parents were killed fighting him, Susan Bones interjected. I wouldn't have a problem with it. Are you all forgetting that Harry killed that man in cold blood? Ron said exasperatedly. He had clearly already won, using a lot of dark magic too, and he still killed him, he added, shaking his head. He's turning dark, like I said, he finished a little sadly. Ron had truly hoped that he had been wrong about his friend, but what he had seen today proved otherwise. He killed him for you, and your family, you prat. An angry voice sounded from the door. Daphne had found the group, and was now shaking in rage at what the younger Weasley had said. What? Ron asked, gaping at the revelation. He was one of the ones that killed your mother and your sister, she pointed out. What he did for you, and because the bastard deserved it, so just shut up with your judgment before you understand, she finished angrily. He did that for us, Fred asked quietly, clearly shocked. He was one of them, he added in a fury of his own. Yes, Daphne responded heatedly. Harry is not a killer because he enjoys it. He does it because he has to. What do you know Greengrass? Ron questioned hotly. You barely know him. I write to him every day, she informed the boy. "When was the last time any of you wrote?" she asked accusingly. "He's not the same person you used to know, that I can guarantee," she added knowingly. Ron and Hermione in particular were looking guilty. "You're right, he is different," Ron replied with a scowl. "The Harry I know wouldn't have killed him," he said, sounding disappointed. "The Harry you know does not exist anymore," Daphne returned hotly. "He grew up because he had to, and he does what he does because he has to. You know his past, so you should understand more than anyone else. But you're the only one judging him," she berated the boy. "Did you speak to him?" Hermione asked quietly. "I saw you follow him out. Is he okay?" she inquired further. "I did speak to him, and he will be okay," the blonde replied. "It's not the first nor the last time he will have to kill," she said sadly. "What do you mean?" Neville asked. "He's killed before," Daphne said with a shrug. "It's not my place to tell you anything, but that wasn't the first time." The students were surprised by that information, and some started to understand the burden of being Harry Potter. "I don't think any differently about him," Neville announced. "And so you shouldn't, boy," Arcturus said, entering the room. "The old fool told me you would be here," he added to Daphne. "If you don't mind, I'd like you to come and spend some time with Potter tomorrow," he requested. "He needs a distraction," he continued. "I spoke to your parents and Dumbledore, and they agree," he finished. "What do I say to him?" Daphne asked weakly. "You say nothing. You just be there for him," Arcturus explained. "I watched a good man like him lose himself, and the last thing any of us need is for that to happen." Daphne nodded. "I'll be there for him," she assured the man. "Good," Arcturus said simply. "This portkey will bring you to the house at 10 a.m., he informed the girl, handing her a wooden black crest. He turned to leave when he was stopped by an angry voice. "This is your fault," Ron shouted at the man. "You're the reason that Harry is how he is now," he said, pointing an accusing finger at him. Arcturus looked at the boy critically before responding. "Potter is what he is because that is who he always should have been, and would have had he been raised properly," he retorted. "I watched that boy when he was a 14-year-old weakling stand against the Dark Lord the night he came back," he continued. The whole room was paying attention to what the older man was saying. "He fought well for someone who had poor training, and even though he lost, he stood tall and looked that bastard in the eye and still told him to go and fuck himself," he added proudly. "I watched him as a child be tortured time and time again, and he refused to die on his knees. He looked the man in the eye and laughed at him," he continued further. "Potter has always been who he is. He just didn't know it until then," he finished. "What is your interest in Harry?" Hermione asked after a moment. "Your family isn't exactly known for being light," she added quietly. "The boy is of my blood," Arcturus said simply. "You all see him as a Potter because that is the name he carries. But he has just as much black blood in him as he does Potter," he pointed out. "Hell, the boy looks like my line," he added. "But any other reasons are my own. He knows them, and that will be sufficient for you," he said firmly. "And Potter may fight for you all, but he is not light. He merely fights for what is right, and killing that bastard is what is right, and that is his right," he concluded. When no one said anything, he gave them a final piece of advice. "Potter does not need to be judged by you. He needs your support, and as his friends you should give him that at the very least," he explained. "If you are not willing to kill or be killed for your cause, then you have no business on a battlefield, but there are lots of other ways you can help," he finished firmly and exited the room. "He's right," Hermione said in realization. "If we can't fight, then we can do other things to help." "Such as?" Hannah Abbott asked. "We can make potions and learn healing spells," Hermione replied with a shrug. "I'm sure there's lots of other things we can do," she added. The group took some time to think of what else they could do to help other than fight. "We need to write to our brothers," Fred and George cut in. The students bid their farewells to each other and headed to their common rooms. They had all been given a lot to think of, and they also had their OWLS and NEWTS to study for respectively. The following week would see the start of their exams, and none of them felt ready. With the excitement of the day over with, they had time to focus on them now. Break. Harry returned to the house after disapparating and immediately felt better. He released a deep breath and took a moment to compose himself. He did not feel bad at all for killing Nott, and that's what seemed to be bothering the young man the most. It was the first time that he could have saved a man he fought so ruthlessly, but he didn't. He knew it was the revelation that the man had been a part of the group responsible for murdering the Weasleys that made him take it in his stride as he was. It just surprised him at how detached he felt about it. Roll and Rookwood, he muttered to himself, those bastards were next. He removed his charred clothes and showered. He cast a few healing charms on his skin and added a little burn salve on the more tender parts of his flesh. He knew he had been fortunate that his burns had not been much worse, considering the fact the man used fiendfire. Although not completely unexpected, it gave way to thoughts of how reckless the man had been. If he had poor control of the spell, many people could have been injured, young witches and wizards included. Harry had certainly gotten the measure of morality possessed by Tom's followers. It was non-existent. He now knew the time had come to bring him into the open, and although he knew he couldn't beat him, the world deserved to know the danger that it was facing. It would at the very least give them a chance to prepare as much as they could before it was too late and they were simply attacked in the streets or in the dead of night, the way Tom liked to operate. His musings were interrupted by the arrival of Dobby, who appeared with a small pup in the room looking very tired. "Harry Potter, sir," the elf began with a bow. "Dobby has emptied the room, sir, and the goblins is working on selling the valuables, sir," he explained. "Thank you, Dobby," Harry said with a soft smile. "If you could return anything to the room that is not valuable, I would appreciate it," he intoned to the elf. "Yes, sir," the elf replied with a salute before popping away. Harry made his way back to the drawing to see if he could get a late lunch. It seemed that Elgar had foreseen his needs, and a bowl of soup and some bread were already waiting for him. He sat and ate, realizing that he was very hungry, something he hadn't felt until he began eating. He had just finished eating when Arcturus with a gentle crack. The older man looked at the boy contemplatively and nodded in satisfaction before taking a seat. "You weren't hit with anything we didn't see, were you?" he questioned the teen. "No," Harry said, shaking his head. "He didn't get me with anything," he added. "Good," the older man replied. The two sat in silence for some time, before Arcturus could no longer bear it. "What are you feeling?" he asked. "Nothing," Harry answered simply. "I don't feel anything." The older man just nodded. He knew as long as the boy hadn't started to enjoy the killing, then there was no issue there. "Do you feel better?" he continued. "He was one of them who got your friends." "It wasn't about me feeling better," Harry responded, shaking his head. "It was about what he deserved. If there wasn't so many people watching, he would have gotten much worse," he explained seriously. "Justice, then," the older man agreed with a nod. That's all Harry confirmed. The silence took hold again, and this time it was Harry who broke it. "Tomorrow," he said. "We will draw him out tomorrow night," he explained. "I thought as much," Arcturus responded. "You have a guest coming in the morning, though. You need some time to just relax. You won't last if you don't have some time to just have some normality," he added firmly. "This is normality for me," Harry mumbled. "It doesn't have to be," Arcturus intoned. "If you want what you see on the streets day to day, then you have to take it Potter. I imagine that after having the life you have had, that is the thing you want more than anything else," he questioned. "It is," Harry answered. "That is all I want," he added more firmly. "Then you take it," Arcturus stated. "If your dream is that simple, then it makes you a better man than many. It is a noble dream, and one I can't find fault in," he said appraisingly. Harry nodded. "Who is coming tomorrow?" he asked. "Miss Greengrass will arrive at 10 a.m., the older man explained. Harry nodded and smiled at the thought. It would be nice to spend some time with Daphne. He drew his wand and sent off 2 separate patronesses to inform the others of the plan. Tomorrow would be interesting at the very least. If Tom did not show himself, then Harry would have to call him out publicly, something he was not keen on. It would not do to be tarred with the same brush that Dumbledore had been all year. He needed the man to be seen by the eyes of many, and not for them to hear what would be perceived as the ramblings of a teenager. And after his actions today, he was not sure how he would be received by the public. Break. Albus Dumbledore was sat in his office replaying the day in his mind. Young Harry had been impressive, there was no doubt of that. The old man was satisfied at how the young man had conducted himself, even if he did not agree entirely with his method. It was something that Albus could not consider doing himself, but he understood the necessity for such actions during times of need. He knew Harry had his reasons, and he would not question them. That was not his prerogative nor right to do so. He sighed sadly at the burden the boy carried. He wished more than anything that he was capable of shouldering the responsibility for him, but he simply wasn't. Even in his younger years, he doubted that he could carry such a load even half as well as the young man was. "I will help you any way I can, my boy," he mumbled to himself. Fawkes trilled in approval at his companion's sentimental vow, causing the older man to smile. "It is the least I can do after all," he added, stroking the bird's red plumage. He was dragged from his musings by the arrival of a beautiful Thistral patroness. "Tomorrow, 9 p.m., front gates," it said in the voice of Harry Potter. The twinkle in the older wizard's eyes vanished immediately as he nodded. "Tomorrow it is," he whispered. Break. Sirius Black was in the training room at Grimmauld Place, working on his spells with his fiancée. Although he could not teach her the family magic he had learnt, there was still much he could show her, having been a fully qualified Auror before his unlawful imprisonment. He found that she was still a very gifted witch, and her physical strength was something to behold, one of the few benefits of lycanthropy. After witnessing his godson in the duel today, Sirius knew he had a lot of ground to cover. To say he was proud of the young man would be an understatement. He had simply been incredible. The duo's training was interrupted by the arrival of Harry's patroness. "Tomorrow, 9 p.m., Hogwarts," it spoke. Sirius steeled himself. "And so it begins," he said darkly. Marlene pulled the man into a hug and held him tightly. She wanted nothing more than to bind the man and refuse to let him leave, but she knew this was something he would not miss for anything. The man would give his life for the boy if he had to, and Marlene understood. She would do the same for the man she clung to in this moment. She would not stand in his way. She just hoped Harry and Sirius would watch each other's backs when the time came. She knew they would. She knew how much the two loved each other. In a fairer world, they would have been as a father and son would, but this world was far from it. Instead of having that parental relationship, they would have a relationship of brotherhood. "You'll be fine," she said, offering him a weak smile. "You have Harry with you after all." "It is Harry I worry about," he replied sadly. "He shouldn't have to do this," he added, shaking his head. "But he does, and he wouldn't have it any other way. You know that," she responded. "I know," Sirius sighed. "And I know he can do it, or I would be dragging him away from here," he added firmly. "He is lucky to have you," Marlene said sincerely, placing a gentle kiss on the man's cheek. "I'm lucky to have him," Sirius replied with a soft smile. "He is the closest thing I will ever have to a son," he continued. "I'm sorry," Marlene intoned sincerely, her eyes filling with tears. "Why are you apologizing?" Sirius asked, confused. "Because I can't give you children of your own," she answered, holding him tighter and sobbing. Sirius was suddenly hit with a realization. They hadn't discussed children as yet. It was something he had not thought much about. Her scars. The werewolf attack must have made her unable to carry children. "I couldn't give you children if I wanted to," he whispered sadly. "It's just not meant to be," he added. "You can't," she questioned, to which he shook his head. "We should have spoken about this sooner, I guess," he said, smiling weakly. 12 years in the care of the Dementors takes that ability away," he explained. "So you don't hate me?" she asked him with a hint of hope in her voice. "I never could," he answered sincerely. "Harry is my heir. I accepted a long time ago that I would not have a child of my own," he added with a shrug. "I'm not sure I would make a good mother. The wolf makes me protective, but it dampens the maternal side a lot. I've seen it happen," she explained. "I've even seen women eat their own children during a change," she continued grimly. The two stayed in silence for a while, simply holding each other. So it changes nothing then? Marlene asked. Not at all, Sirius answered. It looks as though the Black name ends with me unless Harry chooses to give it to one of his children, if he has any, Sirius said and began laughing. What's funny? Marlene asked with a frown. Just imagining Harry changing nappies and singing lullabies, Sirius explained. I'm not sure I could picture it right now, he added, shaking his head in amusement. I'm sure he would be fine, Marlene said. He is very caring, she mused. He is, Sirius agreed. Anyway, shall we call it a night? He asked. I need to be in top form for tomorrow. I like the sound of that, she replied with a grin and pulled the man into a deep kiss before walking away, leaving a dumb-looking Sirius rooted to the spot. Damn woman, he mumbled in amusement. I'll never work out how she does that to me, he said as he left the room. Break. Daphne woke the next morning feeling equally excited and nervous. This was going to be the first time she was going to spend some planned time alone with Harry. She showered and dressed in a simple green blouse, jeans, and light boots. She didn't want to be too formal and wear a dress or robes. How do I look? She asked Tracy, who had been watching her friend fretting as she got ready. You look fine, Daph, Tracy assured her. Here, she said, tapping the blonde's hair with her wand. That's better, she finished approvingly. Thank you, Daphne replied sincerely. I just don't want anything to go wrong, she added. And it won't, Tracy assured her again. Now let's get breakfast. I doubt with a body like his you'll get any bacon there, she said with a shake of her head. The two girls made their way to the great hall to eat and were interrupted by the arrival of Hermione and Neville. Here, Daphne, Hermione said, handing the girl a stack of envelopes. Thank you, the blonde replied, gratefully smiling at the girl. What's that? Tracy asked. Well, seeing how Harry reacted to everything yesterday, I thought it would be nice for people to write him letters or notes so he knows we don't hold anything against him for what he did, Daphne explained. That's really nice of you, Tracy intoned thoughtfully. I'm sure it will mean a lot to him. Daphne blushed. I'm sure the papers won't be so nice about it, she mused. When are they ever? Hermione said, sounding irritated. Tell him that we all miss him, and I'm holding him to his promise of a visit, she added with a smile. I will, Daphne responded. And thank everyone for me, will you? She asked of the other girl, who nodded to the request. And tell Lord Potter that the House of Longbottom supports him and offers our hand in friendship and kinship. Neville cut in, formally handing a surprised Daphne a roll of parchment. I'm sure he will appreciate it, Daphne said to the boy with a slight bow. Thank you, she added appreciatively. Daphne, it is almost 10, Tracy interjected, indicating the time on her watch. Shit, Daphne half yelped, jumping to her feet in time to feel the pull of the portkey in her pocket. Albus, did Miss Greengrass just activate a portkey? Minerva asked, slightly confused. I see you are becoming familiar with the wards, Dumbledore replied with a smile. She had my permission to use it. She is going to visit Mr. Potter. I apologize for not informing you. It seems that old habits do die hard, he mused. I will be sure to inform you in the future, he finished with a bow. She is going to visit Potter, Minerva asked, surprised. It seems that they are becoming rather fond of each other, Dumbledore answered, his eyes twinkling in happiness. My, he is much more like his grandfather than I realized, Minerva muttered in amusement. Break. Daphne landed in a beautifully decorated drawing room and was immediately greeted by Arcturus. Miss Greengrass, he greeted her with a bow. Potter will be with you shortly, I'm sure, he explained. Please take a seat, and I will see where he has gotten to, he finished before leaving the room. Daphne took a seat and tried to calm her nerves. She didn't know why she was so nervous, but she had never felt an apprehension like it. Before she could dwell too much on how she was feeling, the door opened and Harry walked in. She immediately stood and pulled him into a tight hug, much to his surprise. I thought you would hate me, he said, pulling her into his arms. No, Daphne said softly. My dad explained everything. I don't hold it against you. You did what you thought was right, and that's all that matters, she responded reassuringly. Here, she added, handing the stack of letters Hermione had given her. "Everyone want you to know that they support you and miss you," she explained. "Thank you," Harry said sincerely. "What would you like to do?" he asked her. "Well, you could give me a tour," she suggested. "That would be a good start," he replied. "I'm sorry I've never spent time with a girl like this," he added apologetically. "So your trip to Avila Conclave was a rumor?" Daphne spoke teasingly with a raised eyebrow. "Partly," Harry said, dragging his hand through his hair nervously. "But it really isn't what you think," he continued, seeing a look of shock appear on the girl's face. "Well, how was it?" she asked confusedly. "I bumped into a group of Vila when I was hunting the rat," he explained. "They were attacked by Death Eaters, and I helped them out," he finished with a shrug. "I see," she replied neutrally. "And you didn't." "No," Harry cut in firmly. "I kissed one of them, but that's all. I've never done anything like that," he added sincerely. "I couldn't blame you if you had," Daphne replied with a shrug. "Vila can be very convincing when they want something." "I'm immune to the allure," Harry explained. "You really are full of surprises, aren't you?" Daphne said, shaking her head. "I hear that a lot," Harry returned with a chuckle. "Shall we?" he asked, offering his arm, to which she took. Harry led her through the many rooms of the house that he rarely went into, and then led her outside to the garden. "This is where I do most of my Muggle training," he explained, pointing the various pieces of gym equipment. "What is it?" Daphne asked curiously. "Well, those are weights," he said, pointing to the various bars, plates, and benches. "They help build strength and endurance." "And that?" she asked, pointing to a punch bag that had a skipping rope hanging from it. "That is a punch bag. You punch it," Harry explained, stating the obvious. "The other thing is a skipping rope. You use them both to build fitness and footwork," he added, seeing the confused look on her face. "The other thing is a tire. It's from a Muggle vehicle. I hit it with the sledgehammer," he said, pointing to the heavy tool. "It builds endurance and conditions me," he finished. "How long do you do this for?" she asked in awe after his explanation. "I'm usually out here for a couple of hours a day," he responded casually. Daphne just shook her head. She understood that what he was doing was necessary. She just never expected the amount of work the boy put into everything. "Can I see your room?" she asked with a slight blush. "My room?" he questioned with a raised eyebrow. "What would your mother say?" he added with an amused grin. "No, I didn't mean it like that," she sputtered. "I just meant, well, I don't know," she finished weakly, causing Harry to laugh. "It's okay, I was joking," Harry interjected, attempting to save the girl any further embarrassment. "But I won't tell if you don't," he added, causing her to blush. Harry led her back through the house and into his room. "It's not much," he said with a shrug, "but it's all I need." Daphne took the room in. It was nicely decorated, but was very basic. It looked more like an office with a bed. There were many books lining the shelves and even a sizable stack on the desk. She noticed the photos on the bedside table and picked one up. She could see 4 very happy-looking adults, and the older woman was carrying a bundle of white blankets in which a tuft of black hair was just visible. "That's my parents and my grandparents," Harry explained sadly. "My grandmother passed away not long after this picture was taken." Daphne looked at each occupant closely. Her eyes landed on the red-headed woman in the photo who was smiling and waving at her. "Your mother was very beautiful," she said quietly. "She was," Harry agreed. "And very intelligent. No idea how my father ended up with her," he finished, shaking his head with a laugh. "I'm sure he had his merits," Daphne replied. "He was very bright, too. I just don't get how my mum put up with him and Sirius. They were a nightmare, apparently," he said with a shrug. Daphne looked at the other woman in the photo and immediately smiled at the expression of adoration on her face. She was clearly very proud of having a grandson. "You look a lot like your grandmother," she said suddenly. "I see your father in you, but you look more like her," she added, surprised. "I look more like a black, but I am just like my grandfather according to anyone who knew him. But I did get my mother's eyes," he responded with a smile. "You miss them," Daphne stated simply, to which Harry shook his head. You can't miss what you never had, he said sadly. I knew nothing about my family until I came here. I only had one memory of my parents, and it was awful, he finished, shaking his head. You could remember something from that young? Daphne asked incredulously. I didn't until I encountered my first Dementor, he said darkly. That's why I practiced so hard on a Patronus. The memory was unbearable, he spoke quietly. What was it? Daphne questioned softly, her eyes full of sadness at the effect the memory was clearly having on him. Their final moments, he said simply. My father confronting him and dying, and my mother begging for my life before he murdered her, he explained, beginning to shake in anger. I'm so sorry, Daphne replied in horror and pulled him into a hug. It's okay, he reassured her. You didn't know. This is my most valuable possession, he said, taking the photo from her. It's what I use as a memory for my Patronus. It shows me that people did care for me for a time in my life, he explained, smiling. Granger said your Patronus was a stag, Daphne said flatly. It was at first, but it changed after what happened in the graveyard, Harry replied. Arcturus showed me memories of my grandparents and gave me a much-needed kick up the arse, he said with a chuckle. Both my parents and grandparents were very gifted and I wasn't living up to them, so I've been working on it, he finished. My parents are the same, Daphne said. But after Umbridge, I doubt any of us are ready for our owls, she added bitterly. If you have the theory down, I can help with your spell work, Harry offered sincerely. You have missed the whole of 5th year, Daphne pointed out. But I have already done my OWLS, Miss Greengrass, Harry retorted smugly. What? She yelped. When? She asked with a frown. I did them in January, Harry answered with a shrug, and removed an envelope from his bedside drawer which he handed to the girl. Daphne took the envelope with an air of skepticism and opened it, her eyebrows raised in surprise after reading the contents. Wow, she said simply. Well, I think it is safe to say you are more than living up to them, she said proudly with sincerity. This really is impressive, she praised. Thank you, Harry replied gratefully. I just want to honor them the way they deserve. You already are, Daphne assured him with a smile. And I'm sure you always will, she added. I will do my best, he returned a little sadly. Daphne noticed the sadness and took his hand in hers. She pulled him so he was sat on the bed, and she joined him. I don't know half of what it is you are facing, she began. But I do know that you are handling it better than anyone else would, she continued sincerely. I don't know them, but I would bet everything I have that they would be proud of you and what you are doing, she added, tapping the photo in his hand. Thank you, Harry replied quietly. Everyone at school is proud of you, she said, indicating the stack of envelopes she had brought with her. And so am I, she added with a smile. I know you don't like hearing it, but you are a hero to so many people. They believe in you, and so do I. If we had more people like you, then people like you know who would never become a problem, she finished sincerely. Harry nodded and gave the girl a soft smile. He didn't like being hailed a hero, but when Daphne explained it, it gave him a feeling of warmth and worth. Something had certainly been lacking in life. How about I show you my other training room? Harry suggested. Another training room? Daphne asked, a little surprised. It's where I work on my magic and spend most of my time, he explained. Lead the way, Daphne said, shaking her head. Harry led her through the house once again and into the training room. Daphne just stared in awe as she saw the room and could feel the ambient magic within it. I assume you use those to cast spells on, she said questioningly, indicating the many dummies in the far corner of the room. Yes, Harry answered. They are special dummies created by the Black family, he explained. Just watch. He flicked his wand at one of the dummies, and it immediately began firing curses at him. Daphne screamed as bright green one hurtled towards the boy, and he barely managed to conjure a granite slab to block it. Harry flicked his wand, pausing the dummy. That wasn't a real killing curse, he explained. They can fire bone breakers at worst, but that's all. The colors are just indicators. You scared the hell out of me, she chastised, giving him a slap on the shoulder. You could have told me before you started, you idiot, she added weakly. I'm sorry, Harry said, trying to hide a smirk. I didn't think, he added. Obviously, Daphne returned with a scowl. Now will you help me with my spell work? She asked, still a little annoyed with the boy. What do you need help with? He asked. Defense mostly, she shrugged. But transfiguration too, it's not my strongest subject, she added ashamedly. Okay, well, defense should be easy for you. Your patroness would get you an O by itself, he said confidently. Show me your stunning spell, he instructed, pointing to the dummy. Don't worry, the wards here stop any kind of trace, he added, seeing her look of confusion. Daphne was nervous about showing him her magic. She knew she was not even close to his level. She steeled herself and took a deep breath. Stupefy, she said confidently, drawing her wand in a circular motion followed by a sharp jab. Not bad, Harry praised. But the circular motion is unnecessary. You just need to draw on your magic quickly, he explained, releasing his wand and firing a stunner instantly. You try, he instructed. Just feel your magic and guide it, it will do the work. Daphne prepared herself once again and could feel her magic. She did, as Harry instructed, and was astounded that it worked on her first attempt. Good, Harry praised. It will work for all basic spells, but the more difficult the spell gets, the harder it is to do, he explained. How do you do it silently? Daphne asked with a frown. That takes a lot more control and a lot of practice. Most people won't ever be able to do it, he informed her. But it is something you can work on, there's no rush, he said, handing her one of the books on the shelf. Spells like a patroness do not work non-verbally, though neither do the unforgivables, he said, sounding grateful. You think I can do it? She asked a little shyly. If you are determined enough, he replied with a smile. Now let's go through the rest of the 5th year defense and transfiguration, he suggested. The duo spent a couple of uninterrupted hours where Harry helped her master the spells and transfigurations she would need to complete her owls. He even gave her some bonus transfigurations that would certainly bolster her grades. Daphne was tired by the time they were both satisfied with her capabilities with the required work. You are a really good teacher, she praised him. Better than any defense professor we ever had, she added with a frown. Harry just chuckled and shook his head. He knew they had all been pretty terrible, with the exception of Lupin. Do you think you could show me something that will help me defend myself better? Daphne asked quietly. I don't mean your family magic, she added quickly. There are a couple of things I can show you, he said, scratching his chin. Lethal or non-lethal? He asked. Both, I guess, she answered nervously. Okay, the first one is technically non-lethal, but it can cause death from blood loss. It will definitely stop any attacks like Malfoy tried, he explained. Pila crepitus, he said casually, pointing his wand at the dummy. Daphne watched in shock as the pink ball of light fired from his wand at lightning speed and hit the dummy in the groin, causing the area to explode in a spray of blood and gore. Shit, she exclaimed in awe. Nasty, Harry agreed. That will certainly end a line or two, he added. You try, he instructed, gesturing to the dummy. Daphne readied herself. She had never tried a spell with such damaging effects, but she knew there may be a chance she would have to use it. Pila crepitus, she intoned firmly and watched as her spell hit. Good, Harry praised. There are only 2 shields that will stop that, and it can be redirected, but it is very quick, so probably better to dodge, he explained. That is a spell of my own, so no one will know what it does except you, of course, he finished. Daphne just nodded and waited for him to continue. The next one is definitely lethal, he said seriously. Carnificare, he intoned darkly. A beam of orange light flew towards to the dummy and simply cleaved it in 2. It is a modified cutting curse, he explained to a shocked-looking Daphne. It will cut someone in half, as you saw. Or can be used to decapitate. No one will expect you to know it. It is considered to be quite dark, he added. Try it, it may save your life, he continued, seeing her looking a little scared. Daphne swallowed deeply. She was not keen on the spell, but remembered how vulnerable she felt when she had been attacked. Carnificare, she said grimly, and watched as the beam of light sliced the head clean in half, leaving only the lower jaw attached. It's not pleasant, Harry said sadly. But it might be necessary, he added firmly. Daphne just nodded and checked the time. My portkey will be taking me back soon, she explained sadly. Harry smiled comfortingly at her and suddenly had an idea. Come with me, he said, grabbing her arm and leading her from the room, not waiting for her response. He took her back to his room and sat her on the bed. He began rifling through one of the trunks he had gotten from Gringotts until he found what he was looking for. If everything goes to plan tonight, things are going to be very different tomorrow, he said to the confused girl. What do you mean? She asked, sounding concerned. Harry sighed. I'm bringing him out in the open tonight. Everyone needs to know he is back, he explained. You're going to face him? She asked with raised eyebrows. Yeah, I need to lure him somewhere public, he replied somewhat reluctantly. Where? How? She questioned, clearly overwhelmed. The how doesn't matter, but it will be at the ministry, he informed her. So he's just going to walk into the ministry, Daphne said disbelievingly. He will, Harry said confidently. Anyway, that's not the point, he continued. If he knows we are close, then he will come for you, if only to get to me, he said sadly. I want you to wear this, he added, handing her a silver anklet with the Potter crest engraved into it. Why? Daphne asked, still confused. I will turn it into an emergency portkey. You'll just have to say a word and it will bring you straight here, he explained. I'm sure I can work it so no wards will be able to stop it from working, he added. You do that for me? She asked incredulously. Of course, Harry replied simply and bent over to fasten the chain around her ankle. He spent a few minutes turning it into a portkey and adding a few extra protection charms to the jewelry before he was satisfied. Only you can remove it, and it will become disillusioned if any Death Eaters are near you, he explained. The activation phrase is Harry's sanctuary, and it will bring you straight to the drawing room here, he continued. Thank you, Daphne said gratefully. No, Harry replied, shaking his head. Thank you for putting up with me and helping me out of the mood I was in. Everything just gets a bit much at times. You really helped me, he finished sincerely. I will help you any way I can, Daphne responded with a gentle smile. And you better be careful tonight. Whatever it is you are doing, I still mean what I said about kicking your arse, she added teasingly. I don't doubt you do, Harry answered with a laugh, stepping forward and pulling the girl into a hug. I really am grateful for today, he said quietly. Me too, Daphne responded. Hopefully we can do it again soon, she added hopefully. Definitely, Harry returned simply with a smile. He placed a gentle kiss on her lips, which she immediately deepened. She truly did not want the moment to end, but knew the portkey was going to activate at any second. Please be careful, she pleaded in a whisper as she pulled away. I always am, Harry stated with a grin. Write to me when you're done, even just to let me know you're okay, she requested with a little desperation in her voice. I will, he nodded. Harry felt more than a little sadness as he watched the girl be whisked away by the portkey. He felt a little empty and wanted nothing more than for her to be there with him still. Soon, he mumbled to himself. For now, he had Tom Riddle to prepare for, and he needed to focus on that. Break. Daphne arrived in an unfamiliar room and felt a sense of panic set in when the voice of the headmaster cut in, putting her at ease. I trust you had a pleasant visit with Mr. Potter, he asked. Daphne turned to see the man sat behind a desk smiling. Professor McGonagall was sat with him, and there was a phoenix preening itself, seemingly ignoring everyone in the room. Yes, sir, Daphne replied a little sadly. Are you going with him? She asked the old man. I am, he said, inclining his head towards the worried-looking girl, clearly not surprised that she knew of the plan for the evening. Please look after him, she pleaded. I know he can look after himself, but it doesn't stop me being scared, she added quietly. I will help him any way I can, the headmaster assured the girl. I think you will find, however, that it is he who will be keeping us safe, he explained with a smile. Seeing the look of confusion on the girl's face, he continued. I may be a much more experienced wizard than Mr. Potter, but it is he that has the advantage in situations like this. You saw for yourself how he handled himself yesterday, and I dare say that when people he care about are in the line of fire, he will be much more vigilant," he explained knowingly. Daphne just nodded at the man's logic. "Thank you, sir," she said gratefully. "I should be going," she added, seeing that she had disrupted a meeting of some sort between the two professors. She made her way to the door when she was stopped by the man addressing her once more. "Miss Greengrass," he called. "Fear and worry when it comes to those we care about is natural," he continued. "But your faith will make all the difference. If you believe in him, then you have no need to worry so much," he finished with a nod. "I do believe in him, sir, with all my heart," she responded firmly and exited the room feeling a little better. "She truly cares for him," Minerva stated knowingly. "She does indeed, and she worries because she does not see Harry the same way that we all do," he said, his eyes twinkling. "What do you mean?" Minerva questioned with a frown. "We all see Harry as a hero and an unstoppable force because of what he is capable of," he began. "Miss Greengrass sees far beyond that. She sees him as just another person, extraordinary no doubt, but a person nonetheless," he explained. "Tell me, Minerva, what do you think of when you think of young Harry?" he asked the witch. Minerva pondered her thoughts of the boy and hung her head in shame. "I used to think of him as a vulnerable little boy," she said sadly. "But recently, I've seen him as a savior, especially how he handled Umbridge and the Aurors, and even not," she explained. "It seems that I'm just as guilty as everyone else for seeing the boy as a protector of some sort," she finished, shaking her head. "Indeed," Dumbledore intoned. "It is understandable given the way he carries himself. He is quite unflappable, but under that hard exterior is still a sensitive young man who has had more than his fair share of hardship. And that is what Miss Greengrass sees, despite his heroics," he said knowingly. "Then she is exactly what he needs, to keep himself human," the Transfiguration professor exclaimed. "My thoughts exactly," Dumbledore agreed. Break. Harry had spent the remainder of the day preparing for his expected confrontation with the Dark Lord. He was ready. He was quiet and focused, as he knew he would need to be when dealing with Tom. What did surprise him was that he wasn't nervous. In fact, he was looking forward to facing the man once again, knowing that he had the advantage of planning in advance. Harry realized he did not fear Voldemort any longer. He had seen what was waiting for him on the other side, and he had no reason to be fearful. If things did go badly, he would find the peace he had always wanted. And if things went well, then he had taken a major step in finishing Riddle once, and for all end he would be that much closer to the peace he craved on this plane of existence. He entered the drawing room to find Arcturus waiting for him. The man had dressed in battle robes, and even at his age, still cut quite the terrifying figure. "Ready?" the older man asked simply, to which Harry nodded. "Then let's not waste any more time. We have to meet Twinkles and your godfather," he said, looking at the clock. Both men disapparated and found themselves at the gates of Hogwarts, where Dumbledore and Sirius were already waiting for them, the latter looking very nervous. "Are you sure about this?" he asked Harry worriedly. "It has to be done," Harry replied. "Just have my back when I need it and everything will be fine," he assured the man. "Always," Sirius responded firmly. "I made these for us," Dumbledore cut in, handing each man a necklace. "It is a portkey that will bring you straight to the hospital wing if you need it," he explained. "Just use the phrase, Hogwarts help, and it will take you there," he finished. "Good thinking," Arcturus intoned, offering a rare compliment. "Shall we get on with it?" he asked. "Let's," Dumbledore replied. "I have Alastor, Kingsley, and Nymphadora ready to send out the alerts when the time is right," he informed the trio. The group disappeared from where they stood and appeared outside the visitors' entrance to the ministry. They chose this location so that they would purposely be seen by any of Tom's men keeping watch. Arcturus and Sirius immediately disillusioned themselves, and they all entered the telephone box. "Welcome to the Ministry of Magic," a female voice spoke after Harry had dialed the number. "Please state the purpose of your visit," she instructed. "Harry Potter and Albus Dumbledore meeting Tom Riddle," Harry replied casually. Harry could hear Sirius snicker, a little despite the gravity of the situation, and Arcturus cursing under his breath. "Thank you and please enjoy your visit today," the voice said, and the line went dead. There was a sound of something being dropped into the coin tray, and Harry picked up the badges and handed one to Dumbledore. "A memento," Dumbledore exclaimed with a chuckle before pinning it to his chest proudly. "Idiots," Arcturus muttered. The group stepped out of the elevator as it reached the atrium and made their across the empty hall to the desk, occupied by a single wizard who immediately stood when he caught sight of Harry and Dumbledore. "Chief Warlock, Lord Potter," he greeted them with a bow. "What brings you here this evening?" he asked conversationally. "Lord Potter and myself have a very important meeting with an acquaintance," Dumbledore replied casually. "He is not the most pleasant of men, so as Chief Warlock I am giving you the rest of the night off," he informed the man. "I don't know, sir," the man said nervously. "Madame Bones wouldn't like it," he added. "I will inform Amelia Marcel. Go and spend some time with your wife and your son," he instructed the man with a smile. "Thank you, sir. I will, sir," the man responded gratefully. "Lord Potter," he intoned with a bow before exiting. "He would just be a meaningless obstacle to Tom and an unnecessary casualty," Dumbledore said sadly. "Shall we?" he asked. The foursome entered the golden-gated lifts and made their way down to the basement level, where the Department of Mysteries was located, where they were met by another wizard. This one much older with a very calculating stare. "Albus," the man greeted with a nod. "I assume you are here for it," he said knowingly. "Indeed we are," Dumbledore confirmed. "I imagine we will be joined by others shortly," he added warningly. "I shall make myself scarce then," the other man replied. "I imagine these other two gentlemen are with you," he said nodding to the disillusioned pair. "As sharp as ever, Clarence," Dumbledore praised. "There are people watching beyond the door?" he asked. "Been there for weeks," the other man replied with a shrug. "They think their cloaks hide them in here," he said half amused. "Don't make a mess in my department and don't ask me for any more ludicrous favors," he finished warningly before he made his exit. "The Hall of Prophecies is just through here," Dumbledore explained to Harry, who just nodded and proceeded without hesitation. They passed through the door and entered the hall ready to retrieve the thing Tom Riddle sought so desperately. They were seen by one of the men keeping watch on the room under the orders of the Dark Lord. He had been here every night for weeks waiting for someone to enter. He was bored and tired as he saw Potter and Dumbledore enter the room, but was immediately alert once he was aware of their presence. He watched as they passed through and entered the Hall of Prophecies. Finally, this miserable task would come to an end. He gratefully activated his portkey to inform his master of the development. Break. Lord Voldemort was sat in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor, lost in his own thoughts. His negotiations with the vampires were slow, but he was confident that they would see sense, especially if he visited them personally. He already had a considerable force of foreign wizards. Although most were mediocre at best, there were some that showed some promise. Greyback was currently on his way back from his recruitment drive amongst the werewolves, something he had always been sure would be a successful effort. And he, of course, had the giants on side along with the Dementors. His force was growing and become formidable indeed. He was pulled by his musings as the door burst open, revealing a man who was of no consequence. The Dark Lord was annoyed by his interruption and was about to simply curse the man until he prostrated himself before him. "My lord," the man spoke quickly. "Potter and Dumbledore are there," he informed him breathlessly. Lord Voldemort was immediately on full alert and stood suddenly. "Are they alone?" he asked the man with a hint of urgency. "Yes, my lord," the man confirmed with a bow. "Fools," the Dark Lord muttered with glee. "Pass me your arm," he instructed. The man stepped forward and raised the sleeve on his left arm and presented it to his master. Voldemort touched the dark mark with the tip of his wand, summoning his most trusted followers, minus Snape. It would not do to reveal the man as yet. "You shall be rewarded for your service, my friend," he promised the man who was grimacing in discomfort. "Now leave and speak of this to no one," he instructed firmly. He paced the length of the room and waited for his inner circle to arrive. Lucius was first followed by Bella, and within 5 minutes the room was full of his most loyal followers. "My friends," he addressed them triumphantly. "The old fool and Potter are retrieving what it is I seek," he informed the gathering. "We shall liberate it from them," he added. "Do not fail me," he finished warningly. With that, the group disappeared to get the prophecy led by the Dark Lord himself. Failure, they knew, was not an option. Break. Dumbledore led Harry through the many shelved aisles of the Hall of Prophecies and paused at the one pertaining to the young man and the Dark Lord. "This is it," he said gravely. "The reason that Tom came for you all those years ago." Harry picked up the glass orb filled with white smoke and pocketed it without hesitation. It truly meant nothing to him. In his eyes, Tom Riddle had sealed his fate the day he attacked and murdered his parents. Prophecy or no prophecy, it mattered not to the young man. "I suggest we make our way back to the atrium. Clarence would be most upset with us if his department was harmed in any way," the older man said in amusement. The duo exited the hall and made their way back through the now very eerily quiet corridors with the other two in tow, still under their disillusionment charm. They made their way to the elevator to make the ascent back to the atrium. "I suspect we will have company," Dumbledore said gravely, with no hint of his usual twinkle. "I hope so," Harry replied with a smirk of anticipation. Dumbledore couldn't help but admire the boy and how he seemed to take it all in his stride. The elevator arrived at the atrium, and the doors opened, allowing them to exit. Dumbledore and Harry walked into the center of the room, the latter drawing his wand. Harry could already sense the presence of those lying in wait. Potter the Dark Lord spat menacingly as he emerged from the shadows, followed by around 30 of his followers, most of which Harry recognized either from the Wisengamot or the media as escaped convicts. "Hello, Tom," Harry greeted the Dark Lord casually. "It's nice of you to join us," he added sarcastically. The Dark Lord was taken aback by the casual tone in which the boy addressed him. No one spoke to Lord Voldemort that way. It immediately irritated him. "What's wrong, Tom?" Harry questioned. "You expected me to be trembling with fear," Harry said with a laugh. "You have spent the last year licking your wounds and living in fear," Voldemort replied heatedly. "No," Harry responded with a shake of his head. "I have spent the last year preparing. You have spent the last 14 years hiding like the coward you are," Harry returned, causing the Dark Lord's followers to hiss in disapproval. "I am no coward," Voldemort spat. "I fear no man," he added. "You should fear me, Tom," Harry said with every hint of joviality absent from his tone and demeanor. "You have tried and failed to kill me many times now, but I will not make the same mistakes," he vowed. "Look me in the eyes, Tom," Harry commanded angrily. "See for yourself that I am not afraid of you," he spat, his eyes now glowing in his fury. Voldemort looked the boy in the eyes and saw nothing but anger and the desire for revenge, something he had never experienced before. "How dare you?" Bellatrix screeched in anger. "How dare you speak to the Dark Lord like that, you bastard?" she hissed. "No, Bella," Voldemort commanded. "He is right," he added, much to the surprise of his followers. "I have failed to kill him, but those failings are behind me," he said confidently. "Now give me the prophecy, Harry, and I will let you and the old man live. You have my word," he tried. Harry laughed darkly. "Your word means nothing to me, Riddle," he spat. "You really want this?" he asked, removing the orb from his pocket. "Then take it," he added, rolling the ball to the surprised man. "It means nothing to me because I am going to kill you anyway," he finished with a venomous tone. "Harry, what have you done?" Dumbledore asked urgently. Harry just smirked. "That is very kind of you, Harry," Voldemort said sarcastically. "But you should trust the word of no man," he added with a feral grin, drawing his wand. "I never do, Tom," Harry replied in amusement. It was then that all hell broke loose. The many fires in the atrium burst into life with green flames, in which a score of men and women exited, led by Amelia Bones, Tonks, Kingsley, and Moody. "Aurors!" One of the Death Eaters shouted in panic and began firing spells, followed immediately by his companions. "You really thought I didn't know you would come here, Tom?" Harry asked. I just wanted everyone to see you were back, he explained, pointing to the newest arrivals. Cornelius Fudge himself was stood watching the confrontation in awe, surrounded by men and women, some of who were taking photos without abandon. Very clever, Potter, Voldemort spat. But it doesn't matter because you won't live past tonight, he added, launching his first spell towards the boy. Harry simply dodged and returned fire. It was time to see what he was truly made of. Break. Sirius dropped his charm the instant the spell fire began and looked for someone to engage. He was rewarded with the sight of Rabaston Lestrange, a man he had always despised since school. Lestrange, he shouted to get the man's attention. Black, the man spat in reply when he saw who had called him. I owe you for what you did to Frank and Alice, Sirius said angrily, and immediately began firing his most lethal curses. Rabaston was taken aback, not expecting to be fighting someone willing to use such spells. He had only been anticipating stunners or spells that would incapacitate him, and it took him a moment to adjust. What would Dumbledore think of one of his golden boys using dark magic? Rabaston said with a tut. I don't fight for Dumbledore, Sirius retorted angrily. I fight for my godson, he added, throwing a dark cutting curse that caught the man on the shoulder. Rabaston hissed in pain at the burning sensation he was experiencing. Avada Kedavra, he roared triumphantly, pointing his wand at his opponent. He was surprised as Black simply conjured a granite slab blocking the spell. He then banished the debris towards Rabaston, who was still shocked by the skill the other man was showing. He managed to produce a shield in time to block most of the projectiles, but felt a sudden sharp impact strike his knee that caused him to scream in agony. He looked down to see a black arrow protruding from his leg, and he knew his fight was over. He reached to remove his emergency portkey he had stashed in his pocket when he felt another impact, this time on his hand. He roared in both pain and anger as he realized his limb had been demolished by a bonebreaker. Before he could comprehend what had happened, a similar pain erupted from his other knee, and he fell to the ground. He looked down to see little more than a bleeding stump remain of his left leg. The shock set in, and the man began to shake. He looked up to see the unforgiving face of Sirius Black leering at him. Goodbye, Lestrange, Sirius said darkly, and fired a pure black jet of light towards the man. Rabaston felt every fiber of his being scream in protest at the onslaught, and then he simply knew no more. Sirius looked distastefully upon the man for a brief second before he turned to aid the Aurors. One down, he mumbled. Break. Arcturus immediately sought out the only person he wished to speak to on this night, his granddaughter. He made his way through the crowd, carefully dodging and shielding as necessary until he came across the woman. He watched as she mercilessly dispensed of 2 Aurors and began scanning the crowd for her next victim. Her eyes fell upon the old man, and a look of confusion came over her blood-covered face. Grandfather, she asked incredulously. Bella, he greeted her simply. I have come to offer you one chance to drop your wand and get out of here, he informed the woman, who immediately scowled at his words. Never, she spat in reply. I fight proudly for the Dark Lord, she added firmly. Then Potter will kill you, and I won't be able to stop him, Arcturus said a little sadly. Little baby Potty wouldn't stand a chance, the deranged woman replied smugly. It would be my pleasure to end him, but I will make sure I get my fun with him first, she said hungrily, licking some blood from her lips. It would be an honor for the half-blooded bastard to be my plaything for a while, she finished, cackling madly. Potter will kill you, Arcturus said firmly. You mock him for his blood, yet you follow a man with less magical blood than he has, he explained a little desperately. Tom Riddle is his name, son a muggle and a witch, he added. Like it or not, Potter shares our blood and he will win, he concluded confidently. He will not, Bellatrix screeched, ignoring everything that her grandfather had told her. My lord is powerful and ruthless, she said quietly. No one could stand against him, let alone a filthy half-blood, she announced with no doubt evident. Look, Bella, Arcturus instructed, pointing at Harry and the Dark Lord. Potter does not fear him, and is at least equal in power and skill, he tried. He does cut an impressive figure, doesn't he? she mused, watching the fight between the two in awe. I imagine he will make me a fine toy for some time, she said, biting her lip. I may as well have some use of the boy, she finished with a slow nod. Bella, drop your wand and go, Arcturus instructed her firmly. I will not leave, the crazed woman responded angrily. You can't make me, she said petulantly, aiming her wand at the man. Do not make me do this, Bella, Arcturus pleaded. You are my blood, and that is the most important thing in this world, he tried desperately. No, you stopped being my blood when you let my father marry me off to that pig, she spat. I wanted to choose who I married like Andromeda and Sissy, she said sadly, and with the most clarity she had spoken with. Instead, I got stuck with that moron, but I made the best of it, and the Dark Lord chose me as his right hand. I will not turn my back on him, she vowed, and fired a spell towards her grandfather, who simply batted it aside. So be it, Arcturus mumbled sadly. Break. Albus Dumbledore immediately went on the defense and began shielding and protecting as many of the Aurors and his friends as he could. On the outside, he appeared calm and collected, but on the inside he was experiencing panic and worry he had not felt in a long time. He was just very grateful that Harry was there handling Tom personally. It was not a confrontation he desired personally. He managed to subdue a few of Tom's men and continued his protective measures as best he could, but could not help but take in the utter devastation around him, the true horror of battle, a horror he was not and would never be used to. It saddened him greatly to witness such a waste of life as it was taken with cruel negligence. He watched as Sirius dispatched of Rabaston Lestrange without hesitation and felt pity for the man for the act he had to carry out. He knew Sirius was just doing his duty as a godfather, but wished that it was not necessary. He watched as he simply moved on and began engaging other foes without a seeming second thought for the man he had just killed. He saw Arcturus confront Bellatrix and watched as they shared a brief confrontation before the witch attacked her own grandfather. He shook his head in sadness at that act in particular. If Dumbledore had learnt one thing in his life, it was that family was a very precious gift and should be cherished above all else. Had he had the chance, he would have done anything he could for his family to ensure their happiness, but alas, his chance was taken from him with the death of them all except for his brother, who could not forgive Albus for his mistakes. He watched as some of the Aurors fell to the attacks from Tom's followers and watched further as they fought back with everything they had. After what seemed an eternity, Tom's people had either been captured, killed, or cut their losses and escaped. He turned to watch the only remaining confrontation taking place, the one between Harry and the Dark Lord. Everyone remaining simply stared in awe at the battle between the two, none daring to intervene. It was far too dangerous to even comprehend, and each were satisfied to watch the spectacle take place. Break. The Dark Lord was fighting furiously. None had ever tested him as Potter was. Lord Voldemort was admittedly impressed by the boy's skill, speed, and power, but it was the magic the boy wielded that had him concerned. There was a worrying familiarity about it. Several times he had had to reinforce his shields or simply abandon it altogether and dodge when he met a spell he was unfamiliar with. It frustrated the man to no end. There was no doubt that the magic was designed to kill, and the ruthlessness of the boy was admirable. He was more than a worthy opponent. Despite the type of magic both were using, neither had managed to land a hit on the other, much to the Dark Lord's chagrin. He needed to get creative, and he had just the thing he needed. Break. Harry had never fought someone with such spell knowledge or power. It took him a few moments to adjust accordingly to the new level of strength he was experiencing, but he took it in his stride nonetheless. He fought with reckless abandon, but did not dip into his entire repertoire, knowing that this would not be the final confrontation. He needed to keep some stuff hidden for when it was necessary. He knew he had youth and speed on his side, but Tom more than made up for that with his knowledge. He knew their power was of a similar level. He knew he needed to make Tom flee, and he came up with an idea to make that happen. He had achieved what he wanted here after all. He dropped the shield he had conjured to block one of his foe's spells, and began hissing in Parseltongue, causing the Dark Lord to take pause and look confused. Just what he wanted. He unleashed his spell with all the power and fury he could muster and watched Tom's eyes widen in surprise as the green light hurtled towards him. The Dark Lord attempted to sidestep the spell, knowing it was near impossible to shield against, especially with such a short distance between the two. He did not move enough, however, and he hissed in pain as the spell caught the outside of his left arm. The power of the spell sent him back several feet through the air, and he hit the floor with a loud crack. The spell left a deep cut that leaked an acrid green fluid that caused the flesh around the wound to smoke distastefully. He heard the gasps of surprise from all those that remained and realized he had been left alone. It was now or never. He could deal with the spell damage soon enough. He prepared himself and disappeared in a thick black smoke. "Nobody move," Harry commanded firmly, knowing the Dark Lord was still here. He felt a sudden sharp pain in his head and felt the presence of the Dark Lord in his mind. "You can't beat me, Harry," Voldemort spoke in his mind. "I know branches of magic that you can only dream of," he added, increasing the pressure on the boy's mind. Harry had read a little on possession in one of the books he had taken from Arcturus and immediately knew what was happening. He tried to think of what it was he should do to counter the attack, which was made much harder as the Dark Lord invaded his mind further. "Big mistake, Tom," Harry said coldly in realization. He forced every ounce of magic into his mind as he thought of his family, of Sirius and Dumbledore. He didn't think of Daphne, knowing that Tom would be aware of her as he would see his thoughts. He focused with all of his might on the love he felt for them and was rewarded with a scream of pain as Voldemort was thrown from his mind, and the man appeared in a heap on the floor in front of him. Lord Voldemort knew that it was time to make his exit. He had gotten what he came for after all. He snarled in anger before disappearing once again in a thick cloud of smoke. "Are you okay?" Sirius asked in concern, rushing forward. "I'm fine," Harry assured the man. "Damn, I didn't know you were capable of that," his godfather replied in awe. "I caught him by surprise," Harry explained firmly. "It won't happen again like that," he added knowingly. "Why didn't you kill him?" one of the Aurors asked in shock. "There are things that you don't understand," Harry said to the man. "It is not as simple as that," he finished, shaking his head. "It's probably because he can't," another one spat in response. Harry was immediately angry, and he marched towards the man. "I didn't see you trying to fight him," Harry said dangerously. "Because he would wipe the floor with you, so shut up, you moron, unless you want me to leave him to you," he questioned with a raised eyebrow. "No," the man replied frantically, shaking his head. "I'm sorry, Lord Potter," he said weakly, clearly intimidated by the teen. Harry spotted the minister, who was conversing with Dumbledore, sweating profusely and looking very nervous, as indicated by the constant twirling of his patented bowler hat. Harry approached the man and cut him off before he could greet him. "I trust you have all the evidence now that he is back?" he asked the shaking man. "Yes," Fudge sputtered. "What the hell were you all doing here?" he asked with a frown, looking at Sirius and Arcturus as they joined the group. "Your job," Harry responded. "Now it seems that you have work to do, Minister, as do I," Harry added dismissively. "But you need to tell us what happened," Fudge tried weakly. "Ask your Aurors, they were here as were you. All that matters is that you know he is back," Harry pointed out. "It's time to prepare, Minister. No more excuses," he said firmly, removing his portkey. "Hogwarts?" he asked Dumbledore and the two Blacks, who all nodded their agreement. "Hogwarts help," they all intoned, and disappeared from the Ministry of Magic. The group landed in the hospital wing and were immediately set upon by Madame Pomfrey. "What is going on here?" she asked the group with her hands firmly on her hips. "Potter," she said in realization. "I should have known," she added with a tut. She then began waving her wand and muttering at the protesting teen. "She's keen," Arcturus stated, a little amused, and coughed a little. "I'm too old for this," he mumbled. "Poppy is rather passionate," Dumbledore replied, his eyes twinkling once again. "You won't escape her care," he informed the man warningly. "I think you'll find I will," Arcturus said triumphantly, and removed another portkey, and disappeared before the crazed nurse could turn her attention to him. You are fine, Potter, Madame Pomfrey declared in confusion. I told you I was, Harry mumbled irritably. Where did the other one go? She asked Dumbledore, noticing Arcturus was missing. It seems that Baron Black has made other arrangements in regards to his health care, Dumbledore explained with a chuckle. Coward, Harry muttered. Madame Pomfrey huffed in indignation. And what about you, headmaster? You haven't foolishly injured yourself, have you? She questioned with a raised eyebrow. I'm fine, Dumbledore assured the overzealous matron. Serious? He asked the man, who just shook his head, indicating that he was unharmed. Then please keep the noise down. I have another patient, Pomfrey explained, irritably pointing to the only occupied bed. Harry looked over and immediately recognized the occupant, who was watching the group, clearly surprised by their late-night appearance. Hello, Natalie, Harry greeted the girl with a smile. And what are you doing here? He asked with raised eyebrows. I broke my arm in my flying lesson, the girl explained shyly. I'm not very good, she said sadly. Well, it just so happens that I am very good at flying, Harry replied. How about I will see if we can get you permission over the summer, and I can teach you, he offered, looking at Dumbledore for confirmation. I think that is a wonderful idea. I'm sure it will not be a problem, Dumbledore exclaimed happily, his eyes twinkling merrily. It surprised the man to no end that Harry could be in battle less than a half-hour ago, and now he was sat with a child as though he had not a worry in the world. You would teach me? The girl asked in surprise, to which Harry just nodded and smiled. Thank you, she said gratefully. The conversation was interrupted by a cough coming from Sirius, clearly wanting to be introduced to the girl. Natalie, this is my godfather Sirius Black, Harry explained, gesturing to the man. Sirius, this is Natalie MacDonald, first-year Gryffindor, he added for the benefit of the man. My lady, Sirius said with a bow, and kissed the back of her hand, causing her to giggle, and then frown. You smell like a dog we found once, she exclaimed, causing Harry and Dumbledore to laugh. Well, that would be because I can become one, Sirius explained, ignoring the laughing pair. He then transformed into the shaggy black dog and began jumping around playfully, causing the girl to giggle again. I'm going to call you Princess, the girl declared, causing Sirius to whimper in indignation. Harry discreetly conjured a pink bow around the dog's neck and tail, causing the girl to laugh uncontrollably. Seeing the bow on his tail, Sirius growled and began chasing it, irritably attempting to remove the offending garment. Headmaster, this is a hospital wing, Pomfrey cut in, clearly irritated by the antics. This is no place for animals, she added, pointing at the dog. Miss MacDonald needs her rest also, so I must insist you leave. But I was talking to Harry, the girl said sadly. How about I come and get you in the morning, and I will escort you to the Great Hall for breakfast, Harry offered the girl, who immediately cheered up. Really? She asked disbelievingly. Yes, please, she said excitedly. Harry looked towards Madame Pomfrey to ensure that it would be okay. Fine, she agreed, but for now, get out, she ordered the trio. Come on, Princess, Harry said, beckoning to his godfather, who just growled in response, but followed his godson and the headmaster from the room. Bye, Harry, Natalie called. I will see you in the morning. What is her story? Harry asked the headmaster as they made their way down the corridor. I know she lives in an orphanage, he explained, eliciting a sorrowful whimper from his godfather. Her parents were killed in a car accident when she was only a year old, Dumbledore explained sadly. She had no other family and has been in the orphanage since, he added. She was one of the reasons I was hoping you would return to school this year as a prefect, the old man revealed. She needs someone who understands her plight as she has issues with her confidence. I thought she would be able to relate to you, he finished. Harry pondered what the headmaster had told him about the girl. He remembered clearly how awful he felt growing up, thinking that his parents had died in a car crash, and his heart truly went out to the girl. Who pays for her education? He asked sadly. The school has a fund for those in need, Dumbledore explained. It is very basic, however, and really not sufficient, he added disappointedly. There are many who have need of the fund, and it is stretched to its limits every year, he finished, shaking his head. I'll pay for her education, Harry declared. And anything else she needs, he added. I want her to have the best of everything, Professor, and I want to make a donation to the school fund, he finished. How much would help? He asked the man, who smiled gratefully. Tuition fees are 2,000 galleons a year, and brand new supplies cost in the region of 500 galleons per student, he explained. It is rather a lot of gold, he finished. Then I will give you 250,000 galleons to start with, and add any extra you will need, Harry informed the man. And I will match it, Sirius declared, transforming back. I have access to the family vaults, it might as well be put to good use, he explained with a shrug. Dumbledore smiled at the two. You are very good men, he said sincerely, his eyes welling with tears. We need more men like you in our world. I remember what it is like to have nothing, sir, Harry intoned sadly. I'll help any way I can. The three continued walking through the castle in silence, each lost in their thoughts. Sirius thought of the girl and how awful it must be to be in that position. He hated his family, but he at least had had one growing up. Harry was having similar thoughts and vowed to help her any way he could. He was much too young to do as much as he would like and had other responsibilities that he needed to focus on. But he would help her as much as he could. He had to admit that he had gotten a soft spot for the young girl who he had shared a few moments with now. Albus Dumbledore was just grateful for his two companions and knew they would be able to make a real difference with their generosity. He just hoped they would both survive so the whole wizarding community could benefit from what they could offer. There was one thing that bothered the man, however. Harry, he questioned the teen, snapping him out of his own thoughts. Why would you give Tom the prophecy? He asked as they reached the front gates. What makes you think I did? Harry asked in reply with a smirk before disapparating away. Dumbledore looked toward Sirius with a confused expression and saw his own feelings reflected on the man's face. Don't ask me, Sirius said, holding his hands up to demonstrate his innocence. I had no part in that, he explained. Sirius disapparated soon, after leaving a thoughtful headmaster in his wake. Dumbledore just shook his head. All will be revealed soon, I imagine, he said, shaking his head once more. Break. Lord Voldemort arrived back in the drawing room of Malfoy Manor. He quickly healed the spell damage caused by Potter. It would cause him some discomfort for a while, there was no doubt. The boy had surprised him with his knowledge of that spell. At first, he didn't believe what he was hearing until it was too late. He quickly summoned a pain relief potion to ease the throbbing in his head and downed it in one. He took a moment to allow the potion to take effect before he looked around the room at his expectant followers and saw a significant number was missing. 11 empty spaces he counted, much to his annoyance. Bella was there, as was Lucius, Rudolphus, Rookwood, and Roll. Rabiston, Avery, and Mulciber were the most noticeable absences. But all of the missing were a great loss to the Dark Lord. They were among his most capable and loyal followers. He shook his head. He had gotten what he wanted, so that took the sting away from his losses somewhat. Leave, he commanded those in the room irritably. He wanted to be alone. The room emptied quickly, and the Dark Lord removed the orb from his pocket and tapped it with his wand and waited expectantly. A voice sounded and immediately made him furious. You really thought I would just hand you what you wanted, Tom? The voice of Harry Potter sounded around the room, laughing darkly after his statement. Fuck you, Tom. I look forward to the next time because it will be your last. Remember, I know your secrets, all 7 of them, the voice finished knowingly. The orb grew hot and exploded, launching the Dark Lord across the room, causing him to crash into the wall with a loud grunt. As Lord Voldemort laid on the floor in a heap, he realized something. He had been outwitted by Harry Potter. He was overcome with a sense of fear. It was Potter. The boy knew about his Horcruxes. He would have to be careful from now on and protect Nagini with his life. For the first time in his many years, Tom Riddle was truly scared, a feeling that did not sit well with him. He screamed in rage as he got to his feet and blew a hole in the wall in his fury. He needed to come up with a plan. He needed some time. He had lost his men for nothing and exposed himself to the world. The Dark Lord needed to bolster his numbers and take stock of his situation. He needed to be much more careful and not underestimate Harry Potter in future. "You win this one, Potter," he spat in anger. Chapter 14. Ever since the death of his mother, sister, and the Lovegood girl, Bill Weasley had been in a near catatonic state. He barely ate, barely slept, and barely showered. He simply sat still, lost in his own thoughts. He pondered his workmanship on the wards surrounding his family home to the point of questioning his own expertise. He wrote down every ward he had placed from beginning to end, the order in which he had weaved them, and every other detail he could think of, and could come up with no reason why they would fail how they did. Regardless of who by or how many times he was told that he was not to blame, that was the only conclusion he could fathom. He must have made a mistake somewhere. He must have done something to cause them to attack the people within them. He was not aware of any spell no implement that could have such consequences on wards, and if Bill Weasley knew one thing, it was wards. He was excellent with them, far beyond the ability of most wizards and even most goblins, yet he had clearly made an error within his scheme. He was sat in his family home clutching a letter he had just received from his younger twin brothers, a possible saving grace, if you will. He shook uncontrollably from the emotion he was feeling, and for his own sake and sanity, he hoped and prayed that what they had written was true. His shaking turned into sobbing, but even he could not give a reason as to why he cried the way he was. Relief, perhaps, but in all likelihood it was the vast range of emotions he was experiencing at one time that caused this effect. He simply fell to the floor, crying and laughing simultaneously until he vomited. He would not take the word of this letter as gospel, but it had ignited a spark of hope within the man. He needed to confirm it. He needed to know the truth. "Harry," he whispered hoarsely, shaking his head. He had to speak to the young man, but he first needed to pull himself together. He needed a few decent meals and some rest. He needed to be alert and coherent if he was to believe. He even knew himself that in his state he would listen to no man, even one as honest as Harry Potter. Bill's last thoughts were with his mother and sister before he simply lost consciousness. His body and mind could not cope with the neglect anymore. He needed sleep, and that letter had given him respite enough to allow it to come. Break. Harry Potter awoke feeling more carefree than he had in a very long time. He had managed to expose Tom and even made a fool of him with the fake prophecy he had given. He wished more than anything that he could have seen him listening to it and the aftermath of the spell he had placed on the orb. He chuckled despite himself at how angry he knew the man would be. Harry, however, was not naive. He knew he had been quite fortunate in the encounter and had surprised Riddle. He knew it would not happen that way again. Tom would no longer underestimate him and would learn from his mistake, maybe. He had never shown any signs that he had learnt from his previous ones. He continued to goad the teen and underestimate him time and time again. Maybe he was just that foolish. He was proud of how well he fought the man. The power and the speed had taken him by surprise, but he did manage to adjust and knew that he fought better than anyone else could have. It gave him the first glance of real hope that he could in fact win, but that did not mean he slack or become negligent in his training. He knew they were well matched, and he had to keep improving and keep working on every aspect of his ability to get better. He had already vowed many times that that is what he would do, but he reaffirmed it once more. He pulled himself from his bed to prepare for the day. He had after all promised a young girl that he would take her to breakfast. He also remembered his promise of a donation to Dumbledore, and he drew up the bank draft to give to the headmaster when he saw him. He showered, dressed, and made sure he had everything he needed. He decided that he would use the portkey that he still had from the previous night to take him directly to the hospital wing. He could also return that to Dumbledore this morning. "Hogwarts help," he mumbled, gripping the necklace, and disappeared with the familiar jerking sensation around his stomach. He appeared in the hospital wing, immediately faced by a very stern-looking and disapproving Madame Pomfrey, who frowned at his sudden arrival. "I do not appreciate intrusions like this, Mr. Potter," the witch informed him with her hands on her hips. "This is a hospital, not an arrival point, she added. But if I couldn't get here this quick, how would I receive the medical attention of your delicate and caring hands? I have been your most frequent patient of the last few years, haven't I? He questioned. The matron frowned at him further, but he could see a slight tug at the corner of her lips, which turned into a reluctant smile from the no-nonsense woman. Away with you, she commanded, shooing him towards the bed of the first year, who was giggling at the conversation between the two. Hello, Natalie, Harry said, greeting the girl. And how are you this morning? He asked. Hello, Harry, the girl returned brightly. I'm all better now, how are you? She added. Well, Harry began, scratching his chin. I am quite tired. I was up all night counting down the minutes until I could come back and take you for breakfast, he explained seriously. The young girl just giggled at the boy. Don't lie to me, Harry Potter, she replied. You have crusty bits in your eyes, she said, pointing at his face. Harry immediately rubbed his eyes and found nothing. He looked at the girl and frowned. You tricked me, he stated. It looks like I will have to keep an eye on you. Are you ready? He asked her. Yep, the girl responded simply and stood holding out her hand. You have to escort me properly, she insisted. Of course, my lady, Harry answered with a bow and took her hand as requested. The two made their way through the castle towards the great hall, meeting no student on the way. Clearly everyone was already at breakfast. They could hear the chatter as they approached, and as they entered, all talking ceased immediately. Harry found himself faced with hundreds of faces showing looks of shock and awe. I didn't know you had that effect on people, he whispered to his young companion. They're looking at you, the girl replied shyly. Before he could respond, he was cut off by a very angry voice. Harry James Potter, a familiar female, screamed at him. He turned and saw a very angry blonde marching towards him from the Slytherin table. Uh-oh, he said in realization. Are you in trouble, Harry? Natalie asked him worriedly. You know, I think I might be, he mused aloud. Hello, Daphne, he said, greeting the girl. Don't you hello Daphne me, you prat, the girl retorted heatedly. What is this? She hissed at him, waving a copy of the Daily Prophet under his nose. A newspaper, Harry replied dumbly. I know it is a newspaper, you idiot, the girl responded angrily and hit him with the object. I meant this, she added, unfolding the paper so he could read the headline. Potter vs. You know who in Ministry Showdown. He's back. Underneath the headline was a picture of the two dueling. Harry could see himself launching Riddle across the room with his spell, and he had to admit, it did look quite impressive. Ah, he uttered, not sure what else to say. Ah, Daphne questioned. Is that all you have to say? She asked further and began hitting him with the paper again. Of all the reckless and irresponsible things you could do, she growled, continuing her onslaught. But I told you. Harry tried weakly, attempting to defend himself from the furious girl. Everyone in the room was in shock at the girl's reaction. The boy had just dueled the Dark Lord and won, yet she was completely undeterred by this. Harry thought he was about to be saved as he saw Dumbledore rise to his feet to seemingly intervene. The headmaster, however, was stopped in his tracks by a firm hand on his forearm and a glare from his deputy. It seemed Harry was not the only one facing the ire of an angry woman this morning. You did, Daphne agreed. But I did not expect a full bloody battle in the Ministry. What the hell were you thinking, Potter? She asked angrily. Harry said, trying to formulate a good answer. You weren't thinking, were you? She questioned the dumbstruck boy. You could have been killed, she shouted. I'm sorry, he tried. He was more frightened now of the angry blonde than he had been Tom last night. That thought reminded him of his grandfather and what he said the day he fought Gauleiter about being more afraid of his grandmother. Harry had to fight the grin that threatened to break across his face with everything he had. He knew it would only make her angrier. Oh, you will be sorry, Daphne promised. If you ever do anything as stupid and reckless as that again, the Dark Lord will be the least of your problems, get it? She asked, poking him firmly in the chest. Harry himself was in shock by her reaction and had not expected to be chided how he had been. He must have really upset her to cause this, and he did feel a little guilty. even though he knew he had done the right thing. "Got it," he replied in a subdued voice. "Can I get some breakfast now?" he asked. "I did promise Natalie I'd have it with her," he finished. Daphne looked at him critically for a moment before responding. "You clearly can't be trusted to supervise a young girl alone," Daphne stated simply. "Not until you are responsible enough to not be such a prat," she declared. "Come on, Natalie," she said to the girl offering her hand, who took it and shot a sorrowful look towards the older boy. The two began walking off when Daphne turned to Harry once more. "You can join us," she told him. "Merlin knows you can't be trusted by yourself." Harry followed the two girls to the Slytherin table and was surprised that no one protested at his presence. He guessed that it had a lot to do with the article and that none would want to challenge him. He looked towards the Gryffindor table to see a pair of red-headed twins looking towards him and laughing. Harry grinned as he saw them both be swatted by Alicia and Angelina respectively for their insensitivity. He turned back towards his present company and came across the very amused faces of Tracy and Astoria. "Hello, Tracy," he greeted. "Potter," she said with a nod, still grinning. "Good morning, Astoria," he added to the other girl. "Hello, Harry," she replied, her eyes full of mirth. "Is she always like this?" he questioned the pair with a whisper. "Never," Astoria answered, shaking her head. "It seems that is reserved for you and Dad once when he forgot his and Mum's anniversary," she informed him. "What happened?" Harry asked curiously. "She turned his hair pink every day for 2 weeks," Astoria answered casually. "I can hear you," Daphne cut in. "And Harry will get worse than pink hair for a couple of weeks if he does something like that again," she told them. Harry grimaced at the thought. He did not like an angry Daphne Greengrass, even though she did look very beautiful in a rage, he mused to himself. The glint in her blue eyes definitely had his attention. He would have to remember that as a warning sign. Although he was around 6 inches taller than her and had at least 5 stone in weight advantage, her anger was not something he wanted to provoke again. Daphne saw him staring at her and just frowned at the boy. She was angrier that he had gotten that kind of response from her than what he had actually done. She knew things like this were going to happen, that she had no control over, but it had truly worried her that it had happened the way it had. The boy could have been hurt or killed, and he didn't seem all that concerned by it. He needed to understand that his actions affect other people, especially those that care for him. Harry saw Dumbledore leaving the hall and remembered that he needed to talk to the man, so made his way over, watched by every student in the hall. "Professor," he called to the old man. "Ah, Harry, it is nice that you could join us for breakfast." Dumbledore greeted him with a smile. "I just wanted to return this," Harry said, quietly handing him the portkey he had been given the night before. "Hold on to it, Harry," Dumbledore replied, pushing the necklace back towards the boy. "You never know when it may come in handy," he added knowingly. "Thank you, sir," Harry said gratefully. "Oh, and there was this also," he added, handing him the bank draft he had drawn up. "This is most generous of you, and many in this room will benefit from it," the headmaster explained appreciatively. He opened the parchment and was taken aback by what he read. "This is double what you initially offered," he stated confusedly. "I have more money than I will ever spend," Harry shrugged. "And the way things are, I might never get a chance to spend any of it," he continued a little sadly. "In the event things go badly, I have made arrangements for the school to receive annual donations from my wealth so that it will always have funds available, and you have more money on its way from the sale of some artifacts found in a very hidden place in the school," he informed the man. Dumbledore was overcome with emotion by the generosity and decency of the young man in front of him. Despite how terrible his life had been, he had become one of the best men he had ever known. "Hidden room, you say?" Dumbledore mused, scratching his chin. "I think you came across it filled with chamber pots at one time," Harry said with a grin. "Ah, that hidden room," the headmaster acknowledged with a nod. Harry returned the nod. "And remember what I said about Natalie, sir," he added. Dumbledore smiled and placed his hands on the young man's shoulders. "The world rarely sees men such as you, Harry," he said sincerely. I can't speak for anyone else, but I couldn't be any prouder of you, and I am sure your parents would feel the same. He finished, giving the teen's shoulder a squeeze. I do try, sir, Harry responded. He leaned in so he could talk a little quieter. Do you have any idea on how to deal with an angry woman? He asked, half-jokingly. Dumbledore chuckled in amusement. I always find that if you are quiet and simply nod at the right moment, the storm usually passes much quicker, he said, his eyes twinkling. Is that so? The irritated voice of Professor McGonagall cut in, causing Dumbledore to physically cringe. I was just offering Harry some of my years of wisdom, he replied innocently to the irritated deputy headmistress. The woman intoned disapprovingly. It doesn't seem that your wisdom stretches far enough to look over your shoulder before offering advice on the opposite sex, she said casually. Dumbledore cringed again at the tone. Come along, Albus, McGonagall instructed, taking the man by the arm. We still have a conversation to have about your reckless adventure with Mr. Potter and co., she informed him as she started leading him away. And you can explain to the Phoenix why he was left here while you risked your life, you foolish man, she finished sternly. Come now, Minerva, be reasonable, Dumbledore pleaded. You know he is difficult at the best of times, he pointed out. You should have thought of that before you went gallivanting, she responded in a no-nonsense tone. And people ask why I never married, the headmaster mumbled petulantly. Yet I may as well be, he added with a chuckle. Excuse me, McGonagall questioned as they left the hall and disappeared from sight. Harry stifled his laughter at the headmaster's plight and returned to his seat to continue his breakfast. Don't think you're off the hook yet, Potter, Daphne said as he sat down, not even looking at him as she spoke. We will be having a conversation too, she added with a glare. Harry swallowed hard and nodded. He wasn't sure if he was envious of Dumbledore in this moment, having to deal with McGonagall and a Phoenix instead of the angry blonde he was currently sat with. Break. Marlene McKinnon was making breakfast after a long and nervous night. She had been worried about Sirius from the moment he left until he returned and told her that the plan had gone off without a hitch. She was relieved beyond words and was just grateful that the lovable rogue had come back to her. She sat down and began eating her toast when a tap on the window indicated the arrival of the newspaper. She retrieved it and sat back down to finish her meal when she caught sight of the headline and the subsequent image on the cover. Upon reading it, her eyes turned a dangerous shade of amber, and she growled throatily in anger. She shot to her feet and stalked towards the staircase. Her fiancé had a few questions to answer, and they had better be good answers. Sirius Orion Black, she screamed from the foot of the stairs and began stomping up them. Break. Sirius was woken by a tone of voice he had not heard in many years, and he knew he was in trouble for something. An angry Marlene was never a good thing for him, and he immediately looked for a suitable hiding place to wait her anger out. He panicked as he heard the furious footsteps getting closer and realized he was cornered. There was nowhere for him to go. In a moment of childish foolery, he simply pulled the duvet over his head and feigned sleep, hoping that she wouldn't want to wake a sleeping man. When he would reflect on this moment later, he would realize how naive he had been. He couldn't control the nervous shudder that had taken over his body and completely stiffened from fear as the door of the bedroom burst open. All he could hear for a few seconds was the heavy and labored breathing of the woman he loved before he was unceremoniously struck by a powerful stinging hex on his behind. He let out a very dog-like yelp as he jumped in the air and landed back on the bed with a thump. In front of him stood a very angry woman with bright orange angry eyes that made him cringe involuntarily. Without a hitch, she questioned him rhetorically. What the hell is this? She asked, throwing the paper at the man who picked it up and read the front page. Well, it worked, he stated flatly. I don't give a shit if it worked, the woman hissed at him. You said you were going to bring him out in the open, not start a bloody battle, you idiot. She shouted, firing another hex at the man who dived to the floor and attempted to crawl under the bed. Oh, no, you don't, Marlene shouted and got him with another stinging hex. Will you stop doing that? Sirius shouted, extracting the top half of himself he had managed to get under the bed back out. I have sensitive skin. It will welt for days, he whined. I'll give you sensitive skin, Marlene said threateningly. Well, she asked with her hands on her hips. Well, what? Sirius asked dumbly. Why didn't you tell me? She asked with a raised eyebrow. Well, I didn't know it would go like that, Sirius pointed out. But you had an idea, Marlene stated simply. Well, when he turned up, it all just kicked off, Sirius explained with a shrug. We are all fine. None of us got hurt. And as you can see, Harry kicked his arse and I got one of the Lestranges, he finished. It doesn't change the fact that you are all idiots, Marlene replied. You had better tell me when things like this happen, or you are going into something dangerous, she said firmly. I will from now on, Sirius promised. I'm sorry, do you forgive me? He asked hopefully. Not yet, Marlene responded. You had better start working on a damn good apology, Sirius Black, or you will be sleeping in a kennel for the rest of your life, she informed him seriously. Marlene left the room, leaving a very cowed Sirius Black in her wake. Sirius just shook his head and rubbed his throbbing bottom. That really is going to bruise quite badly, he mumbled with a pout. Break. Jonathan Greengrass woke in his usual fashion. He showered, dressed, and got ready to open the shop. He made his way to the kitchen for breakfast and to spend some time with his wife before they both left to get on with their respective days. Hello, dear, he said, hugging her from behind and placing a kiss on her cheek. Good morning, Ophelia replied tiredly. Busy day, she asked, taking her seat at the table. Not so much, Jonathan said with a shake of his head while pouring his coffee. Just some auditing and making a list of some ingredients I need to get on my next trip out, he explained. He took a sip of his coffee as he unrolled the morning newspaper and immediately sprayed the coffee from his mouth all over his unsuspecting wife, covering her in the brown liquid and some spittle. You better have a damn good reason for spitting at me, Jonathan Greengrass, Ophelia said dangerously, wiping her face with a napkin, her bright blue eyes glinting dangerously. Jonathan just gaped momentarily at the paper before snapping out of his stupor and pushing it towards his furious wife. Oh dear, she said simply after reading the article. It is rather an impressive photo, she added, waving her wand over herself to clean the mess. I don't think Daphne will be impressed, though, she said knowingly. She is going to kill him, Jonathan said a little gleefully. He has no idea what he has done. Jonathan Greengrass, Ophelia intoned warningly. Well, the boy is hardly going to be intimidated by me, Jonathan whined, pointing at the photo. I have to be content knowing that Daphne takes after you, he explained. Meaning, Ophelia asked with a raised eyebrow. That you are willing to put me back on track when I stray onto a foolish path, he answered diplomatically. Jonathan, we have been married for over 15 years. Don't try and butter me up, Ophelia stated. What did you really mean? She asked. Jonathan took a deep breath. This type of honesty would either go very well or very badly. He knew he had no choice. He had to explain himself or his wife would just assume the worst, and he didn't even see this as a bad thing. It was actually one of the things he loved about the woman. Well, he began carefully. Mostly you are quiet and the most loving and caring person I know, he continued. But when you lose your temper, you're like some kind of terrifying beast, he added reluctantly. And Daphne is just like you, he finished. See, that wasn't so hard, was it? Ophelia asked sweetly after a moment's silence. Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief that he wasn't getting a tongue lashing. Ophelia stood and placed a kiss on her husband's cheek. But if you dare say that again, you will spend many nights on the sofa, she informed him casually and left the room. Jonathan cringed at that. The few times over the years he had been banished to the sofa had not been pleasant. He was convinced that his wife cursed it to make it purposely uncomfortable. You have no idea what you're getting yourself into, Harry, he mumbled, shaking his head. I heard that, he heard his wife shout from the next room. Jonathan cringed again and stayed silent. He knew he was already pushing his luck. A stop for flowers and chocolate on the way home was in order to placate the woman. He just needed to work out how much he would need to appease her. Break. Harry managed to finish his breakfast without further provoking the ire of the still annoyed teen sat next to him, something he was thankful for. He could see that both Tracy and Astoria were simply waiting to see what would happen next between the two, and were unusually quiet, but had clear looks of amusement and anticipation. "Would you like to come for a walk around the lake?" he asked Natalie, who had been rather subdued and silent throughout the meal. "You can come too if you don't trust me not to influence her with my recklessness," he added to Daphne, who had looked at him with a raised eyebrow questioningly. "You can count on it, Potter," Daphne replied, narrowing her eyes at him. "Okay," Natalie answered, simply looking between the two with concern. "And what about us?" Astoria cut in. "No," Daphne said vehemently as she stood and helped the younger girl to her feet. Astoria huffed and folded her arms indignantly. The trio exited the castle into the sunny grounds and walked towards the lake in silence, with Daphne holding their younger companion's hand. After around 10 minutes of walking, they reached the opposite bank of the lake, and Harry paused, looking to the other side, lost in thought. He knew that the conversation with the young girl was sensitive, and he did not want to upset her by bringing up bad memories or inadvertently insulting her. He sat on one of the rocks on the shoreline and gestured for her to join him. Natalie approached, looking both confused and a little nervous. "Can you promise that you won't be upset with me until you've heard what I have to say?" Harry asked the girl, who nodded with a frown. Daphne's expression mirrored that of the younger girl, but she let him proceed. "Do you remember telling me that you were an orphan?" he questioned her quietly. Natalie nodded. "Yes," she answered shyly. This was news to Daphne, who had no idea. She felt saddened for the young girl and put a supporting arm around her shoulder. "Well, I asked Professor Dumbledore about you," Harry informed her. "Why?" Natalie asked in confusion. "I wanted to know more about you," Harry stated simply. "Did you know that I am an orphan too?" he questioned. Natalie just shook her head in reply. "Well, until I was 11 years old, I thought my parents were killed in a car crash. That was what I was told," he explained to the girl. A look of recognition overcame the girl, and her lips started to tremble. "I didn't know the truth until I found out I was a wizard," he continued. "My parents were murdered by that man you saw me fighting in the paper," he added in explanation. "Why are you telling me this?" Natalie asked quietly. Harry breathed deeply before replying. "Because I want you to know that I understand what you are going through," he said. "And I want to help you. That's why I am going to be paying for your education and anything else you need. I want to look after you in any way I can," he explained further. "I can't take you away from the orphanage permanently, but I can make everything else easier," he finished sincerely. "Why would you do that?" she asked skeptically. "What's in it for you? People don't do things like that for nothing," she added with a frown. "The only thing in it for me is knowing that you are happy," Harry said simply. "And because I remember how it feels," he continued. "I spent my whole life wishing that someone would care for me, would rescue me from the hell I grew up in," he added sadly. "Do you know about my life?" he asked her. Natalie shook her head. "After my parents were killed, I was sent to live with my aunt, uncle, and cousin, and they hate magic," he began bitterly. "They hated my parents and they hated me. They treated me worse than a house elf. Every day I was made to do chores, cook, clean, garden, and anything else you can think of. They barely fed me enough to live on, and I never had anything of my own," he continued. "They beat me, and they always told me I was nothing but a worthless freak. I spent the first 10 years there living in a cupboard under the stairs, even though they had enough bedrooms," he finished, breathing deeply again. Both Natalie and Daphne looked horrified at his explanation of his life. "I never had anyone who cared about me," he continued. "That was what I wanted more than anything," he said with a shake of his head. "Just someone to be proud of me and be there for me when I needed it, as every child should have. That's why I want to be there for you, just so you know someone cares about you and will look after you," he explained to the girl. "There's nothing else in it for me," he finished sincerely. Natalie flung herself into his arms, much to his surprise, and began sobbing. Harry just held her and comforted her as best he could. He chanced a look at Daphne and could see that she was crying silently. He opened his other arm to the blonde, and she fell into it at his invitation. The trio stayed this way for several moments until Natalie slowly extracted herself from the pair. "Do you mean it?" she whispered at the older boy. "I really mean it," Harry answered with a smile. "Here," he said, handing the girl a necklace he removed from his pocket. It was a simple silver chain with a red ruby on it. Natalie hesitantly took the piece of jewelry and just admired it. "Why would you give me this?" she asked. "It is very special," Harry answered the girl. "It belonged to my grandmother," he explained. "She was a very special lady and my grandfather gave her this. It has some very useful spells on it," he said with a nod. "What spells?" the young girl asked. "Well," Harry began, "it will protect you from most minor curses, but the really useful one is a connection spell," he informed her. Natalie looked confused, so Harry continued. "It is connected to me, so if you ever need me, then you just hold the stone in your hand and think of me and I will come," he explained. Natalie just stared at the chain in awe. "You do that for me?" she questioned disbelievingly. "Of course," Harry answered with a smile. "That is what I am here for." "Thank you, Harry," Natalie said sincerely and hugged him again. "You're welcome," Harry responded with a small smile. Daphne pulled herself away from Harry and just stared at him, her eyes still full of tears. "You prat," she mumbled at him, shaking her head. "What did I do now?" he asked incredulously. "How can I stay mad at you when you do things like that?" she asked with a pout. "You can't," Harry said with a grin. "But I did it for her," he added with a nod towards the younger girl. Daphne nodded and smiled softly at him. "How are you such a good person after everything?" She questioned him gently and ran a hand down his cheek. "I'm not perfect. I've made a lot of mistakes," Harry said flatly. "I just remember that feeling of wanting to be saved, and it didn't happen until Arcturus came along," he added with a shake of his head. "No one is perfect, Harry," Daphne replied. "That doesn't mean that you aren't an amazing person," she added. "You really care about that miserable git, don't you?" she asked him. Harry chuckled at her description of the older man. "You've noticed that about him then," he stated. "But yeah, despite the fact that he is a miserable git, as you so eloquently put, I do care about him. He was there for me when I needed it most and gave me what I have now," he explained to the girl. "I will always be grateful to him for everything he has done," he added sincerely. The three of them spent the remainder of the morning by the lake, just talking and having fun. Harry even taught the two some useful spells that would come in handy if the need ever arose. As lunchtime approached, Harry began escorting them to the castle. They were almost at the door when they were interrupted by the arrival of a house elf. "Elgar?" Harry asked in confusion. "Master Potter, sir," the elf addressed Harry in a panic. "Lord Black is sick, sir, and he needs your help," the frantic elf explained. "Take me to him," Harry requested, his happy demeanor immediately vanishing. The elf grabbed hold of Harry by the arm, and the two disappeared. Daphne saw that Natalie was looking really concerned, so she placed an arm around her shoulder. "I'm sure he will be okay," she said reassuringly as she led the younger girl into the castle. Break. Harry arrived in the drawing room along with Elgar to find Arcturus barely conscious and slumped over his desk looking very pale, his breathing heavy and labored. He rushed to his side and tried to rouse the man who just looked up at him and babbled incoherently. "What happened?" Harry asked the elf. "He was just coughing, sir, and fell like that," the elf explained worriedly. Harry just nodded and reached into his shirt to remove his Hogwarts portkey. He grabbed Arcturus by the shoulder. "Hogwarts help," he said desperately, knowing the need to get the older man help was dire. The pair arrived in the hospital wing with Harry having to pick the man up in his arms to prevent him from falling. It was then that Harry realized just how old Arcturus was. He felt very light in his arms, and for the first time, Harry saw him as vulnerable, something he hadn't even considered. Instead of the usual full of energy, aged man that would usually be in front of him, was an elderly man cradled in his arms, nothing more than sick and needy as many older people found themselves. "Madame Pomfrey," Harry shouted for the healer. I told you to keep the noise down in here, Potter, Madame Pomfrey said, irritable as she came from her office. Oh, she intoned as she saw the older man in his arms. What happened? She asked, now in full healer mode. I don't know, Harry answered weakly. His elf came and got me. He was coughing and just ended up like this, he explained. Put him on the bed, Pomfrey instructed. Harry did as he was told and stood back to let the healer do her job. He was scared for the older man, a feeling he had never felt except for when Hermione had been paralyzed in their second year. Madame Pomfrey began waving her wand over the older man, trying to determine what was wrong with him. She frowned at the diagnostic results and shook her head sadly. He's been cursed, she said simply. I don't know what it is, but I can ease some of the symptoms, she explained. Harry released his wand and sent off 2 separate patronesses. Madame Pomfrey began administering potions to the older man, and after a few minutes the door to the hospital wing opened, and in came Albus Dumbledore looking very concerned. What happened? He asked Harry gravely. Harry explained what he knew to the old man, who just nodded sadly. I see, he replied. He then stepped forward and began waving his wand over the man, mumbling in several languages, many that Harry did not recognize. During this process, the doors opened once again to admit a very confused and concerned-looking Sirius, who just looked at Harry clearly wanting an explanation, which the teen gave. It is a curse of Nordic origins, Dumbledore informed the duo. We need Severus immediately. Curses are his forte, he explained and sent of his patroness to fetch the man. It was a long and worrisome 10 minutes before the potions master entered the room looking his usual surly self. He sneered at the presence of Harry and Sirius before addressing the headmaster. This had better be important, Albus. I was busy, he said grumpily. Baron Black has been cursed, Dumbledore informed the man. I was hoping you could shine some light on the matter. Snape just huffed and approached the heavily breathing man and began waving his wand over him, mumbling in a similar fashion to Dumbledore. Nordic, he said neutrally after a moment and raised his eyebrows. It is a conversion curse, he continued. It turns oxygen into carbon monoxide, something muggles die of from exposure to because of some of their foolish devices, he explained. Can you reverse it? Sirius asked the man reluctantly. It is too late, Snape answered, shaking his head. Had we gotten to him sooner, he could have been saved without the counter, he continued. The curse has done irreparable damage and it can't be undone. His organs are starving and failing, he finished with a shrug. Harry and Sirius shared a look before Harry spoke. Who? He asked the mean simply, who just looked at him casually. This would be one of the Lestrange curses, he answered. I have seen Rudolphus and Rabastan use this before, he explained. Rudolphus, Sirius growled angrily. I killed Rabastan as soon as the fight started, he told the other 3. So there's nothing we can do? Harry asked disbelievingly. Snape just shook his head. We can alleviate some of the symptoms and take any pain away. That is the best we can do, Madame Pomfrey cut in sadly. Do what you can, Harry instructed quietly, and sat in the chair next to the bed, lost in thought. Sirius took the seat on the other side of the bed. Lestrange, Harry hissed angrily, his magic reacting to his mood. He shared a look with Sirius, and they both nodded knowingly at each other. Break. Bellatrix Lestrange was sat in a living room in Malfoy Manor with her younger sister, absent-mindedly twirling her wand through her hair as Narcissa rambled on about something inconsequential. She was thinking about her grandfather, a man she had not seen in many years, a man she had believed dead for some time. It seemed that no one saw fit to inform her that the man was still alive, including her sister. The duo was interrupted by the arrival of Rudolphus, who was in a towering rage. He slammed the door as he entered and simply glared at the two while breathing heavily. Bellatrix ignored her husband. He was nothing more than a simpleton, a moron at best. I'm going to fucking murder that cousin of yours, he roared angrily, pointing at his wife, who just raised an eyebrow in his direction. You'll do nothing of the sort, Ruddy, she told him casually, but there was an undertone of danger to her voice. He killed my brother, you whore, he screamed. I'm going to gut him like a fucking fish, he proclaimed, making a clumsily violent gesture with his hand. You will touch no member of my family, Bellatrix hissed threateningly. Your brother was an idiot and got what he deserved, she added. Rudolphus grinned triumphantly. I already got that old bastard grandfather of yours, he boasted smugly. You did what? Bellatrix questioned casually, while Narcissa looked on in concern. Cursed the old shit in the back while you were playing with him, Rudolphus informed proudly, not sensing the danger. As quick as a flash, Bellatrix had her wand pointed at her husband. Crucio, she screeched in fury. Rudolphus screamed in pain under his wife's curse and fell in a heap, twitching and jerking uncontrollably. You dare raise a wand towards my family, she questioned the man who was screaming still. Bella, stop, Narcissa tried. We don't know what he did, she added. Bellatrix reluctantly lifted the curse and glared at the man. What did you do to my grandfather? She hissed. Yes, she had tried to curse the man herself, but only half-heartedly. She only used family magic against him, spells he could defend against with ease. She didn't want to cause him harm, she just wanted him to leave her alone. My grandfather's curse, Rudolphus answered hoarsely with a grimace. Crucio, Bellatrix screamed again at the answer she had received. You dare, you filthy pig! You dare attack a member of the Black family with your unworthy magic. I should kill you right now, she screeched, her eyes ablaze with fury. I'm your husband, Rudolphus gritted out through the pain. Bellatrix lifted the curse once more and looked at her husband with disgust. Through a marriage I never wanted, she spat bitterly. Why do you think I never let you share my bed, you vile creature? I would rather lie with a half-blood, she finished venomously. Rudolphus just gaped at his wife in shock and could find no words to say. Speaking of half-bloods, I think I will leave you for Potter to kill, Bellatrix said gleefully. He and my grandfather are very close according to Sissy. You are already a dead man, she added with a cackle. Oh, Ruddy, Potter is going to tear you limb from limb, she goaded him in a sing-song voice. And I will watch and enjoy the show, she informed him with another cackle. I'll rip that little bastard's head off, Rudolphus roared in anger. Ha, Bellatrix exclaimed. You did see him duel the Dark Lord, did you not? She asked the man. I thought I would get a go at him, but even I am not so foolish, she said sincerely. Rudolphus looked murderous at his wife's words, but before he could speak, Bellatrix continued. Now Potter, she mused, is a real man, she said, biting her lip and playing with her hair. If he wasn't a half-blood, then he would be worthy of a witch like me, she added confidently. He's powerful, he's very handsome, and I bet he knows how to use his wand, she finished licking her lips. Bella, Narcissa tried reprimanding her sister. Oh, come on, Sissy, you've seen him up close. You know what I mean. Don't tell me you wouldn't want some fun with him, Bellatrix replied with a raised eyebrow. Narcissa began to sputter incoherently. He's the same age as my son, she responded weakly. Then he will have a lot of stamina, Bellatrix returned, her eyes alight with excitement. I'm going to kill that prick, Rudolphus shouted, getting to his feet and leaving the room in a rage. Go get him, Ruddy, Bellatrix said quietly with a girly giggle. What do we do about grandfather? Narcissa asked, clearly unsure. Can you find him? Bellatrix asked. I think so, Narcissa answered. Okay, Bellatrix began as she went to the table and pulled some parchment towards her. This is the counter curse, she informed her sister while she wrote. And this is a note for Potter, she added in amusement. For his eyes only, she said firmly, sealing the note with a tap of her wand. I haven't done anything to it, she finished sincerely. You better not. He will kill me if I try to give him something cursed, Narcissa said knowingly. Find him quickly, Bellatrix instructed her younger sister. Narcissa nodded and left the room. Bellatrix laid on the sofa and continued twirling her hair with her wand, humming a casual tune. Break. It had been 3 days since Harry had disappeared with the elf, and Daphne had not seen him since. He had sent her a message informing her that things weren't looking good and that she needed to focus on her OWLS. He wished her luck and told her that he would let her know any developments. She was worried about the boy, knowing how much he cared for the man, but she took his advice and busied herself with her last-minute revision and preparations. She had little doubt that she would do well, especially with the extra tutelage she had had from Harry. So far, the exams and practicals had been relatively easy for her, and she was grateful for the advice she had been given by the boy. She had managed all the extra credit sections and even performed extra spells. One of her examiners asked if she knew Harry and told the girl that he had assessed him personally and was still suffering from disbelief at the young man's ability. There were only a few of the exams left, and then she could relax again for the summer, something she definitely needed after this year. She just hoped that Harry would be able to spend some time with her over the holidays. She knew it would be a very long few months without him if she didn't see him. That was something she did not want to think about. Despite her earlier confusion and conclusions about the boy, she had to admit he had more than proved her wrong. She was becoming painfully fond of him now, something she never thought she would be capable of with anyone, let alone Harry Potter. All she could do was wait and see what would come and deal with it as it did, and hope that it would all fall into place how she wanted it to. She just wanted Harry to be happy and safe. She wanted him to have the peace he wanted more than anything, but not at the expense of his life. That would not do. She wanted his happiness to be with her, and she would do everything she could to make that happen. Break. Harry and Sirius had spent most of the past 3 days in the hospital wing with Arcturus, each leaving to fetch clean clothes and a shower respectively. Arcturus's condition was slowly getting worse as time went by, but he was comfortable at least and experiencing no pain. He had his moments of consciousness and clarity, but slept mostly. He only woke to request that the family gather to discuss things, so Ted, Andromeda and Tonks had also been present most of the 3rd day waiting for the man to wake. It was just before dinner when the man came to and saw those gathered around him. "Good," he said weakly. "We have things to talk about," he informed them as seriously as possible. "I need to talk to Potter and Sirius alone first," he explained to the other 3, who left immediately to give them privacy. Harry and Sirius gathered closer to the older man and waited for him to begin. "It's time for you to take over Sirius," he said to his grandson with a nod. Sirius shook his head at the man. "I can't," he said sadly. "Why not?" Arcturus asked, clearly surprised. "Our family has a reputation to uphold, and I'm not the man to do it," Sirius began his explanation. "Even though I'm innocent, I went to Azkaban for 12 years for murder and betraying my friends. People will never forget that, and they won't trust or respect me," he continued. "And I plan on marrying a werewolf, something no one will approve of," he added. "Harry is my heir, is and will be respected more than anyone. It should be him," he finished with a firm nod. "That might be the most sensible thing you've ever said," Arcturus responded, frowning, and turned to Harry. "Then it is up to you to take the lead, Potter," the older man said to the shocked teen. "Me?" Harry asked with a hint of sadness. "Yes," Arcturus replied irritably. "But won't the line die out if I take over? I'm a Potter," Harry pointed out. "You can choose to take the black name, or you can even pass it on to one of your sons if you want," Arcturus explained. "But even if you don't, then, I am proud to say that my line was absorbed into one such as yours," he said sincerely. "It has to be you, Potter. There is no other man who I would allow to take it if Sirius won't," Arcturus finished firmly. Harry conceded, with a reluctant nod. "Good man," Arcturus said. "And remember, you are a black by blood as much as you are a Potter. You even look like one of us," he mused. There was a comfortable silence, while Arcturus gained his breath before he spoke again. "Now you too," he said seriously. "You have to rely on and trust each other no matter what," he continued. "There are very few people you will be able to trust implicitly, but I know you two can without any doubt," he said confidently. "I can see how much you care for each other. Either of you would give your lives for the other. Never ever lose sight of that," he added firmly. "You will need each other. You can't do this alone," he finished firmly. Harry and Sirius shared a look and a nod in agreement with the man's words. "Now fetch the others," Arcturus instructed. Sirius left and returned a moment later with the other three. They all gathered around the bed again, waiting for the older man to talk when the doors burst open, and Narcissa Malfoy entered looking frantic. "I have the counter curse," she explained to them hurriedly, waving a piece of parchment at the gathered group. "What the hell are you doing here, sissy?" Andromeda asked angrily, drawing her wand. "Enough," Arcturus croaked and coughed violently. "She is a black regardless of her moron of a husband. She should be here," he added after composing himself. Andromeda put her wand away, and Harry snatched the parchment from Narcissa's hand and read it. "Where did you get this?" Harry asked skeptically. "Rudolphus told Bellatrix what he did, and she gave it to me," Narcissa explained. "She damn near tortured him to insanity for it," she added with a shake of her head. "Good," Harry said with a feral grin. He turned to Arcturus and drew his wand. "Don't," Arcturus said firmly. "But it might work," Harry responded incredulously. "You have to let me try," he added vehemently. "No," Arcturus said firmly with a shake of his head. "But it might save your life," Harry said disbelievingly. "That's not what I want," Arcturus replied casually. Harry looked at the man, dumbfounded for a moment, before he could speak. "You must be joking," he stated simply and then frowned. "You can't just give up," he added angrily. "Everybody out except Potter," Arcturus commanded the group, who hesitated momentarily before leaving with looks of disbelief adorning their faces. When the two were alone, Arcturus looked at Harry critically for a minute before he spoke. "What happened after you got hit with that curse in the graveyard?" he asked the young man casually. "I spoke to my mum and grandfather," Harry answered in confusion. "And what did they say to you?" Arcturus followed up. "They told me they'd all be waiting for me," Harry replied with a shrug. "Exactly," Arcturus said knowingly. "I have people waiting for me too," he added. Harry just looked at the man sadly. "I have my sons and my wife waiting for me, Harry," Arcturus continued with tears in his eyes. 17 years I've been without her, and I have never stopped missing her," he continued in an unusual emotional voice. Harry nodded his understanding. "You know," Arcturus began with a chuckle, "I've been mad at Charles for allowing himself to die from that curse for 15 years, he explained with a shake of his head. "Now I find myself in the same position, and I understand. He loved Doria so much that the chance to be with her again was all he could think about, and that is how I feel about Melania," he explained. "But what will I do without you?" Harry asked emotionally. "Oh, come on, Potter, there's nothing else I can teach you," Arcturus pointed out. "You're a better man than most and more capable than any I have ever met," he continued sincerely. "Some people just don't want to be saved, and you have to accept that," he intoned with a slow nod. "A part of life is letting those go that we care about, no matter how painful it is at the time," he finished. "But I'll miss you," Harry said weakly. "And I will be waiting for you when your time is done," Arcturus replied with a gentle smile. "I'll be there with Charles, Doria, and all the Blacks and Potters. You don't think this friendship is just for here, do you?" he asked the boy seriously. Harry shook his head and laughed reluctantly. "I hope not," he answered genuinely. "Just make sure you kick his arse and send him to me and Charles, so we get a turn too," Arcturus said good-humoredly. "I will, and Rudolphus too," Harry promised. "Good," Arcturus replied with a smirk. "Now we have to talk about the family," Arcturus continued. "I don't care how you run things, I trust your judgment, but I have one request," he informed the teen. "What's that?" Harry asked with a frown. "Don't turn your back on them. If they seek help, then give it to them," he pleaded. "They are our blood, and as a Black, we always offer help and sanctuary to our own no matter what," he said firmly. Harry, though, for a moment, and just nodded. He would respect that one request from the man. "Thank you," Arcturus responded gratefully. "That doesn't mean I like any of this," Harry replied sadly. "You don't have to like it, you just have to accept it. It's my time and I get to go on my terms," the older man explained. "Now get the others." Harry left and retrieved the others as requested. The group stood silently and waited for Arcturus to speak. Potter is going to be the head of the family, he informed them casually. They all looked shocked, except for Sirius, who nodded his agreement. I gave my reasons for not taking over, Sirius explained to the group. The Tonks just nodded in agreement, and Narcissa looked nervous. What does that mean for me? She asked, with concern lacing her tone. Your grandfather's offer still stands, Harry answered the woman. But so does my promise, he added. How is Lucy anyway? He asked. He got away from the ministry unscathed. Narcissa replied with a shrug. Shame, Harry said coldly. There's always next time, he added with a grin. Lucius may be many things, but he is no fool, Narcissa responded. He won't fight you. Who says he has a choice? Harry returned angrily, his eyes flashing dangerously. I am going to kill that bastard if I get the chance, he promised, looking the woman in the eye. Narcissa swallowed deeply and nodded. She knew the boy meant it. Now all that is left is for me to pass on the headship, Arcturus cut in removing his family ring. He looked at it lovingly before holding it out for Harry to take, which he did hesitantly, and with no small amount of sadness. This may feel a little strange, Arcturus warned him. Put the ring on, he instructed. Harry placed the ring on his left middle finger and waited. I, Arcturus Orion Black, hereby name Harry James Potter as my successor as head of the Black family. May you carry the name proudly and bring honor to our great house, he finished. Harry felt a huge wave of magic pass through him, and he felt quite lightheaded from the influx. The group watched as Harry's eyes changed to a cold steel gray briefly, before turning back to the usual emerald green. It is done, Arcturus informed them. The ring carries a few useful protections for the whole family. You will feel a connection to everyone with black blood, he explained. You will get all the relevant knowledge of the family, safe houses, and so on, he finished. Harry nodded and could feel the magic tingling within him. He didn't feel any more powerful, but he was more aware of the magic within him. Now leave me in peace, Arcturus commanded. I need some sleep. I'm not quite dead yet, he finished irritably. The gathered people congratulated Harry on becoming head of the family. Before they left, Narcissa asked to speak to Harry privately and handed him the note that Bellatrix had given her. He just nodded at her and pocketed it. Harry and Sirius remained for a while and just spoke, something they had not had much time to do over the last few months, and something they both appreciated very much. They both knew Arcturus didn't have much time left, and opted to stay close by and be here when the time came. Internally, Harry was feeling more than a little heartbroken. He truly cared for the old git and was struggling to accept that he was going to die and that he wanted to. He was going to miss him and fought continuously against trying to counter the curse. He knew Arcturus would be furious. Harry understood how he felt. He felt it himself, and there were times he couldn't wait to be with his parents, but that did not make it any easier for him. All it felt like was that someone else he cared about was going to be taken away from him again, something he had a lot of experience of. He wanted to scream, shout, and cry, but instead he allowed those emotions to simmer under the surface. Now was not the time to let them out, and he knew it. He fought the tears for the sake of the older man, knowing that he would prefer Harry to be strong until the time was right to let it out. Break. Narcissa Malfoy exited Hogwarts and disapparated back to the manor to inform her sister of the day's developments. It had taken her 3 days to track her grandfather down, and even then it was all for nothing. She entered the living room, where she and her sister spent most of their time, to find Bellatrix lazing on the sofa, as she usually did when she had nothing better to do. When Bellatrix saw her sister enter the room, she sat up and looked at questioningly. Well, she asked when Narcissa said nothing. Narcissa shook her head. He wouldn't let the curse be countered, she told the other woman. Why? Bellatrix asked with a frown. He said he wanted to go, Narcissa explained with a shrug. Unbelievable, Bellatrix said in exasperation. What about Potter? She added. I gave him your note. I don't know if he's read it yet, though, Narcissa replied. He really has it in for Lucius and Rudolphus, though. Bellatrix cackled with glee. Maybe we can both be rid of our idiot husbands. Then she exclaimed hopefully. "I don't want rid of my husband, Bella," Narcissa responded sadly. "I already lost my son," she added, shaking her head. "Oh, come on, Sissy, Lucius is a moron, and you know it. He is definitely going to get himself killed this time. He is next to useless with a wand, and his connections are gone," Bellatrix pointed out. Narcissa said nothing. She knew her sister wouldn't understand, having been in a marriage she detested. "Potter is the head of the family," Narcissa spoke quietly. "What?" Bellatrix screeched. "Sirius didn't want it, and Potter is his heir," Narcissa explained. "Interesting," Bellatrix intoned, tapping her chin with a finger. "I guess I can't kill him even if I wanted to then," she added with a frown. "But he can't kill you either," Narcissa informed her. "Why not?" Bellatrix asked curiously. "Grandfather made him promise to offer anyone with black blood sanctuary and help if we asked for it," Narcissa said with a shrug. "Very interesting," Bellatrix declared. "But that doesn't mean he won't let us be killed or order us to be killed," she added thoughtfully. "We are going to have to be neutral towards him," she finished with a nod. "You think the Dark Lord will allow that?" Narcissa questioned with a surprised tone. "He wants to kill Potter personally," Bellatrix pointed out. "I don't plan on fighting him. I don't quite fancy death yet," she added with a shrug. "Me either," Narcissa agreed. "What do we do?" she asked. "The Dark Lord is still sulking and is definitely scared of Potter," Bellatrix replied, frowning. "He won't be looking to fight him anytime soon, especially without knowing what that stupid prophecy says," she said confidently. "We just wait and see what happens," she finished with a shrug. Narcissa just nodded her agreement. "I wonder if he will take me up on my offer. It wouldn't hurt to score some points with the new head of the family either," Bellatrix mused aloud. Narcissa had no idea what her sister had done, but she knew it would not be taken well by the Dark Lord if her were to discover it. Chances were that it would be bad for her also. Break. It was in the early hours of the morning that Harry and Sirius found themselves sat vigil on either side of the bed that Arcturus was occupying. For the past several hours, they had felt him getting weaker and weaker, and they were now simply waiting for him to pass. Harry clutched the older man's hand and could almost feel the life draining from him. He could certainly feel his magic getting weaker. He had been fighting the tears to an unbearable degree, and for the past hour or so they had been threatening to fall. He held strong, however, and his eyes remained dry despite how hard it was for him to accept the man's decision. Harry felt the older man grip his hand quite firmly for a man who was on his deathbed, and returned the gesture, but much more gently. He knew the moment was drawing ever closer, and he steeled himself. Arcturus opened his eyes briefly and looked at the two men, and gave them a weak smile before he closed his eyes for the final time. Upon feeling the man's grip loosen in his own, Harry allowed his head to slump to his chest and the first tears to fall. He desperately squeezed the hand he still held, willing the man to respond, but it was not to be. Baron Arcturus Orion Black had passed on. He would be reunited with the wife and the sons that had long since left him, something he had been waiting for many years. Harry Potter openly wept over the body of the man that not only saved him but made him who he was now. He would never forget Arcturus Black, his personal savior and friend in his greatest time of need, until the very end. Chapter 15. Keeping the Promise. Lord Voldemort had spent much of his time alone since the disaster in the Ministry of Magic, 2 weeks of near solitude. He was in no mood to neither entertain nor be in the company of others. He had too much to think about for such distractions. There had been some well-received news for the Dark Lord, however, and that came in the form of Fenrir Greyback returning from the continent with around 50 of his kin. The Dark Lord had expected many more, but they were a welcome addition nonetheless. He suspected that word of Harry Potter, and his actions had spread rapidly and caused many of them to not join his service, something that would be rectified with the boy's death. Lord Voldemort was still plagued with worry, however. A sense of fear and unease had settled within him, much to his annoyance. He had never had reason to fear anyone or anything, but Harry Potter had changed that. The Dark Lord had technically killed him twice, yet he still breathed and fought back. That would simply not do. The Dark Lord despised insolence, but it was something he would have to tolerate for the time being. Potter's day would come, but Lord Voldemort was no fool. There was one thing he needed first before he would chance an encounter with the boy again: that damn prophecy. He had been pondering the blasted thing since that night and drew nothing but blanks as to what the contents could be. It angered him, it annoyed him, and it worried him, something that angered him further. The Dark Lord had allowed himself to be trapped in a vicious cycle, and he knew he needed to act drastically to break it. This is why he had sent for one of his oldest and most loyal followers. The man had heard the first part of the prophecy and passed on what he knew to his master, but it was not enough. Lord Voldemort needed more, and he would get it by any means necessary. The man he was waiting for entered the room and prostrated himself before him in his usual fashion. "My lord," Snape intoned with a bow. "Ah, Severus, I believe it is time that we have a talk," Voldemort replied casually. The potion's master remained silent, but it was clear that he was nervous. A talk with the Dark Lord never ended well if it did not go the way he wanted. "What news is there of Potter?" Voldemort asked the man. "He has not been seen since the night Black died," Snape informed him. "I see," Voldemort mused. "When is the funeral?" he asked further. "Tomorrow, my lord," Snape answered knowingly. "Are you planning an attack?" he added. "No, Severus, I will grant the boy the grace of a funeral. Call it a gift, if you will," the Dark Lord explained with a smirk. The truth was, he knew that the funeral would be very heavily guarded and near impossible to stage an attack. It would be a bloodbath that his men would be on the receiving end of, and he simply did not have the disposable numbers right now. "That is generous of you, my lord," Snape intoned with a bow. "It is indeed," Voldemort agreed. "However, that is not why I requested your presence, Severus," he told the man. "How can I be of service?" Snape asked. "It was you, was it not, that brought the prophecy to my attention all those years ago?" he began rhetorically. "I want to know who gave the prophecy," he stated firmly. "I can't tell you, my lord. The headmaster forced me to give an oath," Snape replied desperately, knowing that that meant nothing to the man. "That is a shame, Severus," Voldemort said casually. "But I really do need that information," he finished dangerously. Snape just stood rooted to the spot. He knew the man would get the information he wanted one way or another, even if that forfeited his life. Voldemort stood and drew his wand. He walked slowly towards the man casually. "It seems having you as my spy has benefited me very little, Severus," he said irritably. "You have bought me nothing overtly useful since my return, and the one thing I want is something that you can give," he added dangerously. "My lord, I have information," the potion's master said desperately. "You have not been available to receive it," he pointed out. The Dark Lord paused. It was true that he had instructed his men not to disturb him unless it was of the utmost importance. "Okay, Severus," he granted. "Share with me what you have," he requested firmly, taking his seat again. "Potter has been spending quite a lot of time at Hogwarts," Snape began frantically. "He has been in the company of one of my 5th years, Daphne Greengrass. It seems they have become very fond of each other," he informed the man. "Interesting," Voldemort mused. "Something to think on," he added. "What else?" he questioned with a frown. "He has also become very fond of a Muggle-born first year," Snape continued. "She's an orphan like him. Her name is MacDonald or something," he explained with a frown. "Very interesting," Voldemort said with a smirk. "I have just the thing for her." He looked at Snape, critically waiting for him to proceed. "He has already completed his owls to a very high level," he continued weakly. "His magic is beyond foolish schooling," Voldemort spat. "If you have nothing else, Severus, then I am afraid I will have to take what it is I do want." "No, please, my lord," Snape pleaded. "I can still be useful to you." "The most use you can be is giving me what I want," the Dark Lord responded, drawing his wand. "I do hope your oath was worth it, Severus." "Crucio," he finished with a sadistic smile. Snape collapsed to the floor in a heap and screamed, his throat raw. He knew if he told the man, then his magic was forfeit, and maybe even his life. "Who was it, Severus?" Voldemort asked desperately after he had lifted the curse. Who gave the prophecy? Snape was silent but jerked involuntarily. He knew he could not hold up long under the Dark Lord's power. He steeled himself knowing that more was to follow. But the pain he expected did not come. Instead, he was hit with a bludgeoner to the knee. It seems the Dark Lord had become more inventive with his punishments and interrogations. He did not just rely on one curse anymore. Snape knew he was in for a very painful experience. The Dark Lord was unforgiving and unrelenting. Either his mind would break or his body would. It mattered not because he was a dead man no matter what. The spells continued to inflict pain on the potion's master for an inordinate amount of time. It is strange the punishment that the human body can absorb and still function to a degree of clarity. Severus Snape was certainly surprised by the resilience he demonstrated, but a large part of him wished that he was much weaker and would succumb to the inevitable much quicker. He had lost consciousness several times throughout the ordeal, but found himself awake once more after only a moment. He was in so much pain that he could not even hazard a guess as to what damage had been done to him. He could feel many broken bones and several trails of blood running from the many wounds he had received. The worst was the smell, however. The sweet and sickly smell of burnt flesh and iron that plagued his nose caused him to vomit several times. He could also smell urine, but chose to ignore that one. He refused to accept that he had pissed himself, although he knew that was a common side effect of great physical trauma. Despite all that had been done to him, he refused to relent. He owed that much to Lily. He had failed with every other promise he had made to her after she had passed, but he would not fail this time. Come, Severus, even you know now that you will have no quality of life after this, Voldemort cut in. Just tell me what I want to know and I will heal you, he promised with a faux sincere tone. Tell me now, he roared as he fired another string of curses at the downed man. Snape just lay on the ground unmoving. It seemed that his body had finally had enough. Enervate, the Dark Lord shouted, pointing his wand towards the man. Nothing happened. Voldemort began waving his wand over the man and found that he was still alive, just. He smirked to himself. He knew what would work now, something he wouldn't try on a strong-willed man unless he knew he could defeat them, a mistake he had made with Harry Potter. He readied himself and faded into a thick black fog to enter the man's mind. He entered and found that it was in a deplorable state. It seems that Severus had had some very powerful mind defenses. Something the Dark Lord was pleased no longer remained. It took him quite some time to find what he was looking for, but he found it eventually. He watched the memory of Snape spying in the hog's head and immediately recognized the voice. He had after all heard it at Hogwarts when he was possessing that fool Quirrell. At least Snape had been honest about only hearing the first part of the prophecy, as the Dark Lord saw him expelled from the premises for his snooping. He extracted himself from Snape's mind and smiled as he pressed his wand to the man's mark to summon 2 of his followers. He had the perfect plan to remind Potter that he should not be taken lightly and the perfect people to execute it. He waited impatiently for the 2 men to arrive, watching the form of Severus Snape draining the last dregs of life it possessed. He waved his wand over the man once more and found that there was no response at all. Severus Snape was dead. Harry Potter had spent the last 2 weeks in a self-imposed isolation. He needed time and space to put everything into perspective. The only exception to this isolation had been Sirius, to whom he had spent a reasonable amount of time with arranging the funeral and so forth. Harry felt something that he had not ever felt before in his life. He felt numb. Any compassion he had ever had died along with the older man, a man that he missed more and more as each day passed. Although he had not seen him much save for meal times, the emptiness the man left behind permeated throughout the house. He had felt it the instant he had returned, the very day that Arcturus had passed on. He arrived back in the drawing room to find a very inconsolable Elgar, who had foregone his usual professional manner in favor of demonstrating his grief at the loss of his lifelong master. "I'm sorry, Elgar," Harry said sincerely to the elf. "It's not your fault, Lord Black," the elf replied dismissively, with more than a hint of pain in his voice. "I shall be gone be the evening," he added with a firm nod. "Why?" Harry asked incredulously. My service with the Black family is to end when Lord Arcturus passes, the elf informed him sadly. Is that what you want? Harry questioned the elf with a frown. No, sir, Elgar answered firmly. But yous has your elf, sir, he added sadly. Elgar, there is always a place for you here, Harry said, placing a hand on his shoulder. If you want to stay, then you can. This is your home, and I'm sure you would be a great help to me, he finished resolutely. You would keep Elgar? The elf asked, clearly surprised. I would love for you to stay, Harry replied genuinely. You can carry out the same duties. Nothing has to change, he explained to the elf. Elgar would like that, Lord Black, the elf responded with a bow. How about you just call me Master Potter as you always have, Harry suggested. Arcturus was your master, and I don't expect you to call me Lord Black if it upsets you. Thank you, Master Potter, the elf said gratefully. Harry bonded the elf to the House of Black and allowed him to continue the service he had been carrying out for many decades. It was the least he could do. The 2 weeks that had passed since the death of Arcturus had been trying for them both. They shared a relationship similar to what they always had, but Harry made an extra effort to ensure that the elf was coping as best he could. He could see the heartbreak that he himself felt reflected in Elgar's eyes and wanted to help him as much as he could. Today was the day of the funeral, something Harry did not feel much like facing, but knew that it was his duty as both a friend and the head of the family to do so. He knew the media and many people would be in attendance. Arcturus was the last living Baron after all, so it was expected. He had made sure to invite all of those he wished to attend personally. Even Elgar and Dobby would both be there, much to the Black Elf's relief. He had spent much time along with Sirius at the Black Crypt preparing for the day. He had ensured that the security of the venue was as good as could be provided. No one would be in attendance without him knowing about it. He had made sure that there was enough seating for the ample number of guests, and that the wake was catered and provided for sufficiently. He just wanted the day to go ahead without any issues or problems. He was the first to arrive at the crypt, followed closely by Sirius, who hugged his godson as he arrived. Are you ready for this? Sirius asked worriedly. We have to be, Harry answered flatly. This was something that Sirius had noticed about his godson since his grandfather had passed. He seemed to have taken the man's words on board and began including him in everything the way the man wanted. It was them against the world, and Sirius would have it no other way. He was proud to be the young man's confidant and would mirror his sentiment. It was them the way his grandfather wished it would be. We will get through this, all of it, he said resolutely. They spoke for only a few minutes when the first guests began to arrive. Dobby and Elgar had been here all morning preparing for the service. Albus Dumbledore was the first to arrive and greeted the duo solemnly. I am truly sorry for your loss, he intoned to the pair sincerely. Although we didn't see eye to eye on most things, he was a great man in his own right, he finished genuinely. Thank you, Professor, Harry said gratefully. Thank you, Sirius replied with a bow. A flood of guests arrived after the headmaster. The Tonks, Narcissa, the Greengrasses, and many others Harry did not recognize. Even Cornelius Fudge appeared, much to Harry's surprise. I am saddened by your loss, Lord Potter, the man intoned with a bow. If there is anything I can do, then please do not hesitate to ask, he added. Actually, Minister, there is, Harry responded thoughtfully. I would like immunity from prosecution. You know, I am his #1 target, and he and his followers will be coming for me. I would like to be able to defend myself and any other who needs it without worry, he explained to the man. Fudge looked thoughtful for a moment and then nodded. Consider it done. I doubt there would be anyone who would argue with your logic, Fudge said in agreement. And my godfather also. He spends most of his time with me, Harry pointed out. I will have the paperwork sent out first thing tomorrow, but do keep it quiet, he requested. It would not do to see I am essentially giving you a hit wizard license, he finished firmly. Of course, Minister, Harry answered with a grin. Clever, Sirius said as Fudge walked away. He was hardly going to deny me, was he? Harry replied. He knows you are going to do what you want anyway. It was in his best interest, Sirius said with a shrug. This way, he is part of the solution and not hindering the effort. Seeing that the venue was full of people, and the service was about to begin, the two took their seats on the front row with the rest of the Black family. The service began, and Harry found himself simply staring at the ornate, black coffin where the older man was now resting. He was completely transfixed on the wooden construct and heard very little of the monotonous proceedings. The man carrying out the service clearly knew nothing of the man and read from simple pre-written passages. "Are there any among you who wish to say a few words?" The man questioned the crowd after he had finished his ramblings. Harry immediately stood. He was not well versed in speeches and such public events, but he wanted to say something. He knew it was expected of him, at the very least, being the new head of the Black family. He approached the podium on the raised dais and took a deep breath, the crowd watching with unwavering attentiveness. "It is my duty of the new head of the Black family to say a few words about my predecessor," he began. There was some murmuring amongst the members of the crowd that clearly did not know he had been named as the new Lord Black. "But I do not stand here out of duty today," he continued. "I stand here privileged and simply as Harry James Potter. I've heard Arcturus described as a miserable old git, a cantankerous bastard, and even surly and unfriendly, and I have to say that I agree with all of those," he said with a smirk. "But I have heard him described as one thing that I will never see him as, and that is heartless," he stated sincerely. Some members of the crowd mumbled at this, but allowed Harry to continue. "Although he will kick my arse for saying this, Arcturus Orion Black had the biggest heart of any person I have ever met," Harry went on. "At the risk of his own life, and for the sake of an old friend, he rescued a skinny, undergrown and underprepared 14-year-old boy from the direst of situations. He welcomed that boy into his home, he cared for him, he healed him, he fed him and he clothed him, but above all that he taught him who he was and gave him what he needed to be strong, the way he needed to be to handle what it is he faced and still faces," he explained. "That skinny kid was me," he added sadly. "I owe my life to Arcturus Orion Black, and I stand here today proud to call him nothing short of my friend. He gave me something that I had never had before, a place to call home. He gave me strength, and he gave me hope when I needed it most. He told me all about my family, and he showed me what it was to be a man of both of my lines, and I will take those lessons and honor him and his memory until the day I die," Harry vowed. He walked towards the coffin and placed his right hand on it. "Thank you, my friend," he whispered. "I will lead your family proudly and bring honor to your name as I will my own," he added, wiping away a stray tear. He approached the podium once again and looked towards over the crowd. "Now that is done, there is something else I have to say, and it is directly to the reason as to why we had to be here today," he began seriously. The audience looked at him expectantly, and he took a deep breath before continuing, attempting to control his anger. But he was already failing, and he could feel his magic reacting to it. "To anyone who carries the mark and follows the self-styled Dark Lord Voldemort," he said dangerously. Many in the crowd gasped and flinched at the use of the name, but Harry ignored it. "I am coming for every single one of you, without mercy," he continued, his anger becoming more apparent, his eyes glowing with the usual emerald fire. "You have taken the last person you will take from me, and now it is my turn," he said darkly. "I promise I will hunt every last one of you down until there is none of you bastards left," he added resolutely. "You can't do that," a voice from the media broke in disbelief. "Actually," Cornelius Fudge replied. "He can. Mr. Potter is a registered hit wizard, and we are at war," he explained. "I have personally signed the paperwork myself," he added, giving Harry a firm nod. The journalists began writing ferociously. "And Tom," Harry cut in loudly, "I am coming for you too, and I will be sending you to hell, even if I have to make the journey there with you myself," he vowed. "Who is Tom?" one of the journalists shouted in question. "Tom Riddle," Harry answered the man. "You are a journalist, work it out." The journalists shared a look and a shrug. It was something they would have to look into. Harry left the stage and resumed his seat. A few other people gave speeches, and to Harry's surprise, even Sirius said a few words. It was not long after the service that most of the attendees found themselves at the Three Broomsticks at the wake of Arcturus. Harry, Sirius, and the rest of the Black family members had spent much of their time entertaining well-wishers and people offering condolences, one of the less enjoyable aspects of such an event. Neither Harry nor Sirius were in the mood for this formality, but both tolerated it for the sake of the man. The truth was that they both just wanted to be alone and figuring out what their next move would be, something that Arcturus would usually handle or at least have things to suggest. Nonetheless, they were here, and everything else would be put on hold for today while they both mourned and celebrated the life and passing of the older man. Harry had just thanked what felt like the 1,000th person for coming when he felt a hand rest on his shoulder. He turned to see Jonathan Greengrass looking at him with concern. "How are you holding up, Harry?" he asked in a caring voice. Harry shrugged and ran his hand through his hair. "I'm not sure, to be honest," he answered the man with a sigh. "He's the person I got the closest to that I've lost. I feel either numb or angry," he finished with another shrug. "It's understandable," Jonathan answered. "It might not feel like it now, but I promise it does get easier. I went through the same when I lost my mother," he explained. "If there's anything you need, then we are here for you," he said, gesturing to his family. "Really, anything at all," he added, squeezing the young man's shoulder. "Thank you," Harry replied gratefully. Jonathan nodded and moved aside to allow other people to have a moment with the teen. Daphne approached him before anyone else could and took his hand. "I'm sorry for not being around," Harry said to the girl, who just shook her head. "You have nothing to be sorry for. I know how much he meant to you, and I really am sorry," she responded with a gentle squeeze of the hand she was holding. "Please just don't feel like you're alone," she pleaded. "I know you do, but you aren't. My dad meant what he said. They really do care about you," she continued. "I care about you," she added. "You've seen what happens to people who care about me," Harry mumbled. "Look at me, Harry," Daphne requested, cupping his cheek. Harry looked into her worry-filled, icy blue eyes and immediately felt a warmth he had started to become familiar with. "Are you going to let that happen to me?" she asked him quietly. "Just imagine one of them taking me and doing God knows what to me," she instructed. "I would make them wish they were dead." Harry growled in fury at the thought, the emerald fire in his eyes roaring in agreement. "That's why I'm not worried," Daphne explained sincerely. "I know you wouldn't let anything happen to me or my family, so please listen to what my dad said. We are all here for you, especially me," she said, placing a gentle kiss on his lips. "Just write to me and see me when you can," she added with a sad smile. "I miss your letters and I miss you," she finished, placing a kiss on his cheek before walking away. Harry could see and feel the honesty coming from her, and it made him smile, the first genuine smile since the night Arcturus had died. He shook his head in realization, realized that he truly cared for the blonde girl more than he thought could be possible. The thought of her warmed him, and he took some comfort in that. It did not help with the pang of loss he felt from the passing of his friend and mentor, but it filled him with hope of something more, something special to cherish now and to look forward to also. It told him that he still had something worth fighting for other than the simple pleasure of living and the select few he held in any esteem. "Lord Potter," a low and crackly voice cut in, disrupting his reverie. "Hello, Barchoke," Harry said, greeting the goblin with a bow. "We have business to discuss, as you are the new head of the Black family. If you wish to retain my services, of course," the goblin informed him. "I don't see any reason to why I would need to find a new goblin to be in charge of the family finances," Harry replied with a shrug. "What business do we have?" he asked. "Thank you, Lord Potter," the goblin said, clearly relieved. "Firstly, we have the reading of the will of Arcturus to be done first, and then you and I need to discuss a few things, as you are now the head of 2 families and the owner of a significant fortune," the goblin informed him. "I didn't even think of that," Harry said ashamedly. "That's why it is my job to handle it," the goblin replied. "The will reading should be done as soon as possible to deal with any issues that may arise from the passing of the former head," he explained. Harry thought for a moment before replying. "How about tomorrow?" he asked. Just as I would have suggested, the goblin intoned with a bow. I shall inform all others named in the will, he added. Thank you, Barchok. Harry sighed, offering the goblin his hand, who shook it gratefully. I shall see you tomorrow morning at 9 am Lord Potter, the goblin added as he bid his farewell. The news of a will reading did not sit well with Harry. He truly had not taken that into consideration, and it was something he did not want to face. He knew that it was just another of those duties that he would have to fulfill, however, and would take it in his stride. He just hoped that the formalities would end soon so he could grieve for his friend, something he had had very little time to do. Harry shook his head sadly and returned to receiving the remainder of the guests. This day could not end quickly enough for the young man. As promised, Harry arrived at Gringotts at 9 am to meet with Barchok to listen to Arcturus's will and discuss the business mentioned the previous day. Unsurprisingly, he was greeted by Sirius, the Tonks family, and Narcissa. They were quickly led through the same room that Harry had first come to with Arcturus all those months ago. He had a moment of nostalgia that was interrupted by the goblin, who was keen to get started. We will first hear the will of Arcturus, and then we can discuss it if necessary. He informed the group in a business-like tone, removing a sheaf of parchment from a case embossed with the Black family crest. The goblin cleared his throat before he began to read. I, Arcturus Orion Black, being of sound mind and body, hereby declare this my last will and testament dated the 23rd of May 1996. This will both replaces and takes precedence over any other will dated prior to this one. Firstly, as you are hearing this, then clearly I have passed on. If what a certain young man has told me is true, then I shall now be with my wife and sons, finally existing in some form of peace, I hope. To Andromeda Tonks, I leave you the sum of 5 million galleons in the hope that it gives you the security you deserve in life, and an apology. I apologize for not standing by you when you chose to flee instead of marrying a husband of your father's choosing. He was a fool, as was I, for allowing him such liberties within the family. I only hope that the new head has a much more firm hand to prevent things like this happening again. Again, I apologize to you, and hope you can forgive a man for his mistakes. Andromeda smiled at the rare sentiment shown by her grandfather. The apology meant more than the gold ever would. She and Ted had had to work hard for what they had, but they had always managed. To Theodore Tonks, as the husband of my granddaughter, that gold is as much yours as it is hers. What I give to you is both my blessing and acceptance into the House of Black. I never got to know you, but I trust my granddaughter's judgment. You must be a good man to win her over to the point of risking expulsion from the family. Continue looking after the way you have all these years, and welcome to the family. Ted pulled his wife into a one-armed hug. He had never expected any form of acceptance by the older man, and having it truly meant a lot to him. To Narcissa Malfoy, I leave you the sum of 5 million galleons under the condition that your idiot husband does not get a single nut of it. I also leave you a bracelet from your grandmother, one that is connected to the head of house ring. Should you need it, it will work as a portkey that will take you directly to whoever is head of house. It is tied to the black blood, so only yourself or a member of the family can use it. Remember that because the consequences of someone else using it will be most unpleasant. Narcissa just smiled sadly at what had been left to her. She wished that her grandfather would accept Lucius, but knew that would never happen. To Bellatrix Lestrange. Everyone in the room stiffened at this. I leave you with the offer of sanctuary by the House of Black if you choose to accept. You are much better than you have shown, and I find myself disappointed in your choices. I give you this ring that will work in the same manner as your sister's. I trust that she will get it to you. Narcissa took the ring from the goblin and nodded her agreement and turned to Harry. Did you read the note? She asked him. Not yet, Harry replied, having forgotten all about it. I will read it later, he added. Bella is keen for you too. She says it is something that will interest you and Sirius, she explained. Harry looked towards Sirius, who just shrugged in reply, and the group waited for Barchok to continue. To Nymphadora Tonks, you may not be a Black by name, but you are by blood. I leave you the sum of 5 million galleons and a book of the Black family magic. You have every right to learn it, and I implore that you do. It might just save your life. Use the money to build a good life for yourself once this war is over." Tonks looked at her mother, who nodded her agreement with what Arcturus had said. "To Sirius Orion Black, I also leave you the sum of 5 million galleons and a final request. I have watched you grow into a very capable wizard over the last months, and I am proud to call you my grandson. I know the family has not always been good to you, but carry the name of Black proudly. You certainly do it justice. Protect our blood, Sirius, and bring honor and respect to our name once more. Find yourself a woman who makes you happy and just live as best you can. Trust Harry and protect him as you should always have. The chance to raise him as you would a son was taken from you, but in him you have a brother. Hold on to that, Sirius. You have no idea how important that will be in the days to come." Sirius placed an arm around his godson's shoulder and nodded firmly. There was nothing that would stop him being there for him now. And finally to Harry James Potter. "What can I say? I have watched you grow from a meek boy into a man I am proud to call not only a friend but also family. I am proud of you, Harry, no matter what happens, but make sure you fulfill what you have set out to do. Never forget who you are and where you come from. I know both Charles and Doria would just as proud as I am at the man you have become. I leave you the sum of 5 million galleons and the house we have shared. That is your home now, something I know you have always craved. Trust Sirius, and I know that between you both those bastards don't stand a chance. Protect our family, Harry. It is precious and all we have left. And remember to live, kill that bastard, and make our family grow. I have a faith in you that I haven't felt since I fought side by side with your grandfather." Harry fought the tears that threatened to fall. He really had no idea how much he meant to the older man, but hearing it in his own words made it very real, and he appreciated it beyond the comprehension of words. "I will be waiting for you all on the other side and hope that we do not meet until the time is right. But until then, look out for each other, and you will all make it through this storm of that, I have no doubt." That concludes the will of Arcturus Orion Black, Barchok informed them, placing the parchment back in the case. "Any questions?" he asked the group. They all shook their heads respectively. "Okay then, our business is done, but I must speak with Lord Potter," Barchok said dismissively. The group bid their farewells and left after Harry had told them to come to him if they needed anything. He pulled Sirius back as he was about to leave. "I want you to stay with me," he said to his godfather. "I'm still not very good at dealing with the goblins," he added. Sirius looked towards Barchok, who nodded his consent. "What business do we need to discuss?" Harry asked. "Well, as you are now the head of 2 families, you need to decide if you want to combine the 2 fortunes or leave them separate," Barchok informed him. "Keep it separate," Harry instructed. "The Black Line is still alive. It would be disrespectful to merge everything as things are," he explained. "As I would have suggested," Barchok intoned with a bow. "Now it is my duty to inform you that as a head of 2 major wizarding families, you have the right to marry 2 witches, one for the continuation of each family," he told the shocked teen. "I am only almost 16, Harry began. "But I definitely won't take 2 wives, he said firmly. "Marriage is not something I will even consider until I am older and the war is over," he finished with a nod. "Very well," Barchok replied. "Now would you like to go over the finances, or would you like me to continue as the former Lord Black had instructed? It was very profitable, and there is nothing I think you will disagree with," he explained. "Then carry on," Harry instructed. "If you don't see any need to change anything, then I trust your judgment." "Then we are finished here," the goblin declared. "I will of course keep you up to date with everything, and you can contact me anytime you wish," he finished with a bow. "Thank you, Barchok," Harry said sincerely and shook the goblin's hand. "Shall we go and read that letter from your cousin?" he asked Sirius. "Best get it out of the way, I guess," Sirius shrugged. "Merlin knows what that mental cow wants," he added, shaking his head. The 2 left the bank and disapparated to the drawing room of the house that Harry had just been left by his older companion. He felt a stab of sadness at the realization, followed by a wave of comfort. The man cared enough to give him a home, and that meant more than anything else to the younger man. He led Sirius to his room, where he had left the parchment on his desk the day he had received it. He picked up the folded note and tried to open it, but to no avail. He frowned and tapped it with his wand, causing the seal to come loose. He unfolded it and read. To Potter, I have a proposition for you that I believe will be beneficial to us both. I only ask that you meet me with an open mind and not hand me to the Aurors or attack me. You have my magical vow that I will come alone and not attempt to harm you. You will get what you want, and in turn I shall too. I look forward to hearing from you. Just write you reply on the back of this parchment and tap it with your wand. It will find its way back to me. Kisses. Bella. Harry frowned as the parchment glowed blue, sealing the vow she had given. He handed the note to Sirius, who also frowned after reading it. What do you think? Harry questioned his godfather. If she hadn't given a vow, I would throw it in the fire, he replied, still frowning. But I guess it couldn't hurt to see what she wants. It might be worth our time, he finished, shrugging. Then we need to plan, Harry declared. Even if she has given a vow, I don't trust her at all. Let's see what we can come up with. I'm quite interested in meeting the famous Bellatrix Lestrange. He finished, shaking his head at his own anticipation. I wouldn't be so keen, Sirius intoned. She's not the most pleasant person, and I am guessing 15 years in Azkaban did very little to improve her mental state, he added knowingly. Break. It would take 2 weeks for the duo to feel both comfortable and ready with the plan they had come up with to meet with the deranged woman. In that time, they did something they had never done before. They trained together on a daily basis. Harry had to admit that he was very impressed with the skill of his godfather and shared the sentiment with the man. You've really been training, he said to the man in disbelief at his prowess with a wand. Every day, Sirius replied. Fudge might have got his head out of his arse, but there still aren't enough capable Aurors, so it looks like it is up to me and you for now, he said with a shrug. The way it should have been from the start, he added, placing his arm around the teen's shoulders. It looks like your grandfather was right, Harry responded with a grin. What do you mean? Sirius questioned with a frown. That this war needs another Potter-Black alliance, Harry answered with a smile. Then we will make sure we give them everything the Potters and the Blacks have, Sirius vowed with a grin. We will show those bastards why they shouldn't have ever messed with our families, he added. Our family, Harry corrected. We are one big family now, he said with a smile. The way it should be, Sirius agreed, returning the smile. The two trained together, putting together the skill they both possessed. They learned how to fight in tandem with one another and soon realized that they shared a style very similar and just as effective as their grandfathers before them. It warmed Harry to no end that he had his godfather to rely on, and he could see the same feeling reflected in the other man's eyes. It was them against the world, and neither could be happier about it. Harry made sure that he wrote regularly to Daphne since the day of the funeral. Realizing how much he truly cared for the girl had made it one of his priorities, and something he would not take for granted again. He found himself looking forward to her replies, even if she just told him about the day she had, or what she had planned with her family and Tracy. It gave him a semblance of normality, something he would need if he was to function in a normal society after this war was over. He found that he did indeed miss the girl and looked forward to seeing her again. He would lie awake in bed at night writing to her and thinking of the time they had spent, and it just had not been enough. He vowed to change that in the near future. They had decided between them that the cave in Hogsmeade that Harry had met Sirius during 4th year would be a good place to meet with Bellatrix. It was well out of the way, and they were guaranteed privacy. Sirius would be there under the invisibility cloak to make sure nothing untoward happened. They apparated to the cave and Sirius hid beneath the cloak, as Harry summoned the woman to them by replying to the note. Lestrange, use the ring your grandfather left you. I trust your sister gave it to you. It will bring you directly to me. You have my vow that I will not attack you, and I have not informed anyone outside the family of this meeting. I'm waiting. Potter. He tapped the note with his wand as instructed, and after a moment it disappeared in a burst of black flames. Now all that was left to do was wait for the woman to appear, to which she did less than 10 minutes later. Potter, she called as she appeared in the dark cave with her wand drawn. "Put it away, Lestrange," Harry commanded as he emerged from a shadowy corner, his own wand in hand. Bellatrix complied and placed her wand up her sleeve. She raised her hands to show that she was unarmed as she stepped closer to the teen, who returned the gesture by replacing his own wand in its holster. My Bellatrix intoned, stroking Harry's cheek, who recoiled from her touch. "You have become quite the man, Lord Black," she added, biting her lip. "What do you want?" Harry asked impatiently. "What, no flirting or fun?" Bellatrix asked with a pout. "I'm sure we could have lots of fun," she whispered sultrily into his ear and ran her tongue across his lobe. "I don't think so," Harry said, pushing her away with a grimace. "You're old enough to be my mother, and the years haven't exactly been kind to you," he added, gesturing to her emaciated figure and gaunt looks. "Now, what do you want?" he questioned her again. HMPH, Bellatrix frowned petulantly and folded her arms. "Fine," she said irritably. "By now I'm sure you have figured out that it was my darling husband who killed my grandfather," she stated matter-of-factly. "Yes," Harry growled angrily. "Well then, how about I give him to you?" she offered casually. "And why would you do that?" Harry asked with a disbelieving frown. "Call it family duty, and doing us both a favor," Bellatrix replied with a shrug. "I want rid of the Neanderthal, and you want your revenge, and no one harms a member of my family," she huffed indignantly. "You care about your family?" Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. "Of course," Bellatrix simpered. "I made my choices a long time ago, but I do not take my blood for granted. I am a Black, a member of the greatest wizarding family in existence," she added sincerely. "Even though most of them fight against your master?" Harry questioned further. "The Dark Lord has become rather boring," Bellatrix said, packing the cave. "Believe it or not, he was once very handsome and very well put together. He feared no one, and I followed him proudly," she proclaimed. "But now all he does is moan about Harry Potter, and how you have defied him and how he wants to kill you. It is rather boring," she finished. "That hardly justifies a change of heart," Harry pointed out. "It is power that attracts me, Potter, not foolish ideologies, and I have seen him vulnerable," she replied with a frown. "Now don't get me wrong, I still despise the mudbloods, but I am intelligent enough to know that our kind cannot survive with just purebloods. There isn't enough of us, and you and the Dark Lord are living proof that blood does not denote power. He fears you, but you don't fear him. I can see it," she continued, looking the young man in the eye. "If you had come along much sooner, maybe my life would have been different, but I made my choices long ago, and I have to stand by them," she finished firmly. "You know he is a half-blood, then?" Harry asked, a little surprised. "Of course, you don't think I would follow someone with a clearly made-up name without knowing everything about him, do you?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "It's like I said, it is power that attracts me, not blood nor beliefs," she reaffirmed. Harry thought about everything she said and found that Arcturus had been right about her. She was indeed very intelligent, but she had certainly made poor choices in life. "What do you want in return for handing over your husband?" he asked skeptically. "If I survive the war, I want a low-security cell with no dementors or other horrible creatures," she answered firmly. "You do realize I am not an Auror," Harry responded with a raised eyebrow. "No, but you will have more say than most once this is all over," Bellatrix said knowingly. "You will be able to do that at the very least," she added. "So you think I will beat him?" Harry asked the woman. "Oh, that I have no doubt of," Bellatrix replied lustily. "He already fears you, and that is half the battle won." "Fine, if I can do it, then I will," Harry conceded. "But there is something else I want from you," he added. "Anything," Bellatrix replied, biting her lip again. "I want to know of any major attacks in advance, and you will not fight to kill any more," he said with a non-compromising tone. "You want me to spy?" she asked, squinting distastefully. "Call it family duty," Harry responded with a grin. "Fine," Bellatrix sighed. "But I don't know about everything," she said warningly. "You can't hold it against me if I just don't know." "I won't," he said with a shrug. Harry suddenly frowned as a wave of magic passed over him. It was not a comforting magic, but was more of a warning. It took him a moment to realize what it was, and he stiffened in realization. Natalie, he whispered. Huh, Bellatrix asked dumbly. Do you know of any attacks tonight? He asked her urgently. No, only that Lucius has been sent to do something, she informed him, shaking her head. Sirius, we have to go, he called to his godfather. Contact me through your sister, he instructed Bellatrix. I will find a way so we can stay in touch, he added. Harry grabbed his godfather's arm as he approached, and the pair vanished from sight silently, leaving a very bemused Bellatrix in their wake. Break. Lucius Malfoy, along with Fenrir Greyback and a score of his own men, arrived at the orphanage where the MacDonald girl spent her time away from Hogwarts. It hadn't taken too much effort to find the place, but they had waited until the full moon was only a day or so away to make the werewolves more feral in the attack. Even werewolves were reluctant to attack children unless they had little control of themselves, and the days leading up to the night of the change were perfect. Greyback had wanted to do it on the night of the full moon, but Lucius had firmly disagreed. He did not want to be killed by a group of werewolves, and the Dark Lord did not trust only them to carry this out. They were nothing but mindless fools, and he did not want risk it failing. So Lucius had been tasked to help them, much to his chagrin. He hated the disgusting creatures, but would do as his lord had bid. The group approached the orphanage and casually knocked on the door. After a moment, the door was opened by a squat and middle-aged Muggle woman. Good evening, Madame, Lucius drawled with a bow. I am looking for a Natalie MacDonald. I am a representative of the school she attends, and I just need a few moments of her time, he explained. The woman just frowned at him. The lady who came said we would only be contacted by her, and she would write first, she explained. I will therefore have to decline your request, she finished and made to close the door. Lucius placed his foot in the doorway to stop it from closing. I must insist on seeing her, he said threateningly. For fuck's sake, Malfoy, just move the bitch, Greyback growled and barreled into the door, knocking the woman to the ground. Where is the MacDonald girl? He questioned angrily. Break. Natalie MacDonald had not been happy since returning to the orphanage for the summer holidays. The other children had refused to speak to her, thinking that she got preferential treatment for being sent to a private school, and she missed the castle and being able to do magic. She had spent the holiday so far in her room completing her homework, something she had promised Harry that she would do as best she could. She wanted the older boy to be proud of her, and she wanted to show him how much she appreciated him looking after her. She was currently sat in her room as she spent most of her time when she heard a loud shout, followed by a loud bang coming from downstairs. She shrugged and continued scratching away with her quill. This was not an uncommon occurrence in the home. There were around 20 children living here, so it was rarely quiet. She was pulled from her work again as another shout, much closer, rang throughout the house. Where is the MacDonald girl, you bitch? I won't ask you again. A very loud and animalistic voice questioned someone in fury. Natalie stiffened in fear. Why would someone be looking for her? She panicked and jumped off her bed and rolled underneath. It was then that she remembered her necklace that Harry had given her. She removed it from her top and clutched it tightly, thinking of the boy as he had told her to. She just hoped that he would come. Break. Harry and Sirius arrived on a street with houses lining either side. They both heard the commotion coming from the building directly in front of them, and Sirius placed a firm hand on Harry's shoulder. Werewolves, he said knowingly, sniffing the air in confirmation. But it's not a full moon, Harry pointed out. They are more resistant to magic closer to the full moon, and it's tomorrow, Sirius replied knowingly, living with 2 of them himself. Silver then, Harry instructed, to which Sirius nodded. The pair hurriedly began conjuring silver daggers and arrows to stab with or banish towards the werewolves. Let's go, Harry said. The pair entered the house to hear screams sounding from several directions. Split up, Sirius asked worriedly. Yeah, Harry agreed reluctantly. But call if you need me, he added firmly. Sirius nodded his agreement and broke off. He headed upstairs while his godson remained on the ground floor. Harry entered the first room he came to see 2 shabbily dressed men attacking a woman who could not be any older than 20. He felt his anger rise, and he quickly banished 2 daggers into the backs of the attackers, who screamed in agony as they hit the floor. He helped the woman to her feet, who had luckily only suffered a few cuts and bruises. "Stay here," Harry commanded, and exited the room before the woman could say a word. He didn't have time to waste. He entered the next room to half a dozen of the werewolves, in the company of Lucius Malfoy, who blanched at the teen's entrance. "It's Potter," he shouted in a panic. Harry did not hesitate and began banishing his projectiles indiscriminately towards the small crowd of people, dropping most of them instantly. He felt a great feeling of satisfaction watching one of the arrows embed itself in Malfoy's shoulder, causing the man to scream. "Oh, I've been waiting for this, Lucy," Harry growled menacingly. "Remember when you tried to use the killing curse on me in my second year?" he asked. "Maybe I should return the favor," he added, not waiting for the man to answer. "Potter, wait," Malfoy pleaded pathetically. "Actually, that curse is too quick for someone like you," Harry said amusedly. Before he could continue, he felt something solid impact against his side that sent him crashing into the wall. Shaking away the cobwebs, he saw Malfoy disappear. Clearly, the man had a portkey. Harry growled and turned towards the werewolf that had crashed into him, only to see the large man already in full charge towards him. Having very little time to react, Harry simply braced himself and waited for the impact, and he quickly found himself on his back below a furious hulk of a man. Harry placed a hand on the man's throat to keep him at a distance, and used his free hand to reach for one of the daggers he had conjured. He pulled it from his belt and rammed it with all of his force into the man's gut, feeling a warm and wet liquid spread all over his hands and torso after he had done so. The werewolf roared in pain, and Harry seized the advantage by rolling the man on his back so that he was on top now. After firming his position, he began perpetually stabbing the man with the dagger every place he could reach. It did not take long for him to fall still from the wounds he had received. He stood and realized that he was covered from head to toe in blood. He could even taste it in his mouth. He spat disgustedly and checked himself over for any wounds that he had not felt, and much to his relief, found nothing. He was pulled from his self-checking by shouting and screaming coming from upstairs. "Sirius!" Harry shouted and plowed his way as quickly as he could through the house, following the trail of bodies that had obviously fallen victim to his godfather. He charged up the stairs and raced across the landing, where he could spot a few more bodies. He came to a door that had simply been ripped from his hinges, and entered the room to see Sirius on his back, with what appeared to be a half-transformed werewolf on top of him, attempting to rip him to shreds. Harry roared in fury, and fired a blasting curse at the beast, catching it in the back, and sending it into the wall. Sirius immediately sprung to his feet, and began savagely stabbing the creature repeatedly, until it moved no more. "Greyback!" he groaned hoarsely and fell to his knees. "Sirius!" Harry cried and ran forward to help the man. "It's just a few scratches," Sirius informed him. "I'll be fine," he added reassuringly. "Where's Natalie?" he asked worriedly. "Natalie," Harry called. "It's safe now, it's me, Harry." Harry heard a shuffle and turned to see the young girl pulling her shaking body from beneath the bed in the room. She ran forward and flung herself into Harry, who just pulled her tightly into her arms. "You came," she sobbed into his chest. "Always," Harry replied emotionally. "We have to get out of here," he added. "Just grab your wand, everything else can be replaced," he instructed. "I already have it," she informed him, removing the piece of wood from her sleeve. "Good girl," Harry praised softly. "I'm going to apparate us away. It will be a little uncomfortable," he explained. He removed his wand and fired off a patronus before hoisting his godfather over one shoulder and pulling the girl to himself firmly, disapparating to Grimmauld Place. He needed to get help for Sirius. Break. Cornelius Fudge was sat in his office going over budgets and trying to find ways to supplement the Auror force that he knew was not sufficient. It had been a long day, and he had decided that he would take the work home with him and look it over in the comfort of his living room. He had just finished fastening his cloak when a large patroness entered the room and spoke in the voice of Harry Potter. "Attack at orphanage in Whitby. Several casualties and obliviation required, it spoke quickly. Cornelius shook his head. So much for going home, he mused. This is what being a real minister is about, I guess, he said to himself with a proud smile. He sent out an alert to the aurors on duty and made his way to the atrium. He planned on attending with them. He wanted the people to know that he did care and that he would personally help when he could. Break. Lucius Malfoy arrived in his own drawing room in a heap and yelped in pain as he landed on the shoulder in which the arrow still protruded from. He looked around the room to see confused faces looking in his direction. What happened, Lucius? Voldemort questioned the man angrily. Potter came, my lord, Lucius gritted out on pain. The Dark Lord screamed in fury. Everybody get out, he spat. Get out, he roared. The assembled Death Eaters fled the room as quickly as their legs would carry them. Bellatrix exited the room with a grin. The Dark Lord really is like a spoilt child, she mused thoughtfully. If he didn't want Potter dead so much I would question his obsession with him, she chuckled internally. But then again, who would blame him, she thought, biting her bottom lip. She continued walking to her room, humming a tune to herself. Break. Harry arrived in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, with Sirius draped over him and Natalie still clinging to him for dear life. After catching his bearings, he found that many people were staring at him with looks of shock and horror etched on their faces. Evidently, they had arrived in the middle of an order meeting. Padfoot, Lupin shouted and sprung to his feet, quickly followed by Marlene. What happened? She asked urgently. Werewolves, Harry answered simply. We got him, Moony, Sirius cut in breathily. What are you talking about, Padfoot? Remus asked in confusion. Greyback, Sirius replied. We got him for you, he's dead. Remus pulled the man from his godson's shoulder and cradled him like a child. He began to weep as he hugged the man tightly. Thank you, he said throatily. Thank you, he repeated gratefully. Are you okay? Marlene asked him, clearly concerned. It's just a few scratches, Sirius said dismissively. Well, we had better get you cleaned up, Marlene said with a frown. You too, Potter, you're covered in blood. It's not mine, Harry said, and began cleaning the now congealing blood off of him with his wand. And what made you two think it was a good idea to get into a fight with werewolves? She asked firmly, with a raised eyebrow. They came to save me, Natalie piped up quietly. Marlene turned to look at the girl in surprise. Clearly, she had not noticed her presence as yet. And who might you be, young lady? Marlene asked. I'm Natalie MacDonald, the young girl replied shyly. Ah, the one who calls him princess, she nodded, jerking a thumb towards her fiancé. He told me all about you. That was supposed to be a secret, Sirius whined, still in his friend's arms. Shut up, princess, Marlene retorted, causing Natalie to giggle at the pout that appeared on Sirius's face. Now how about we get you some hot chocolate while Harry and Princess get themselves cleaned up, she suggested. Natalie looked at Harry nervously. It's okay, Harry assured her. Marlene will look after you. Thank you, the girl said shyly to the older woman who took her hand and led her to the stove. Will someone heal my wounds now? Sirius asked irritably. Shut up, princess, Harry mumbled and set to work on his godfather with the help of Remus. Between the two of them, it did not take long to close the wounds and administer a few potions to the grumbling marauder. I'll be as scarred as Moody, Sirius complained when they were finished. Sorry, Mad-Eye, he added, seeing the frown the gnarled man was giving him. They will heal fine, Remus informed him, shaking his head. You'll just need to find someone willing to put the ointment on for the next few days. Sirius looked hopefully at Marlene, who raised an eyebrow at him. It will be a cold day in hell before you have me smearing cream on your bum, Sirius Black, she told him. I don't have any wounds on my bum, the man huffed indignantly. And it would be an honor for anyone to be given such an opportunity to touch my perfectly formed buttocks, he added haughtily. There is a child present, you mutt, Marlene chided him. She does not need to hear the filth that comes from you, she added sternly. Yes, dear, a cowed Sirius replied. Someone must have told him about Natalie, Harry suddenly said angrily. He looked around the room and noticed there was one obvious absence. "Where is Snape?" he asked the group. "That is why we are meeting," Dumbledore replied sadly. "Severus has not been seen or heard from in several weeks now," he informed the younger man. "Then he is either a traitor or he is dead," Harry said with a shrug. "I believe that he is dead," Dumbledore responded. "He would not turn his back on us," he added knowingly. "How can you be sure?" Tonks asked. "Severus has his reasons," Dumbledore returned firmly. "It doesn't matter," Harry cut in casually. "Harry, Severus was a vital part of the Order," Dumbledore said seriously. "I have my own eyes and ears on Tom that, funnily enough, I trust more than I ever would Snape," he intoned with a frown at his own thoughts. "He was always a bastard to me and always would have been. I'm not sorry that he is gone," he finished shrugging again. "You have your own spy?" Remus asked disbelievingly. "I do," Harry answered simply. "If anything comes up that I think you need to be aware of, then I will pass it on," he informed the group. "That would be appreciated," Dumbledore said gratefully with a bow, purposely not asking Harry to reveal his source. He trusted the young man's judgment and would not question it. "What are you going to do about Miss McDonald?" Dumbledore asked. "I haven't thought that far," Harry said sheepishly. "She can stay here," Marlene cut in. "You and Sirius are too busy with training and whatever else it is you get up to. It would be nice to have some company," she explained. "Is that okay with you, Natalie?" Harry asked. "Would you like to stay with Marlene and Sirius? They can look after you properly, better than I can," he added a little sadly. He knew it was what was best for the young girl. His life was not exactly stable enough for him to be looking after an 11-year-old full-time. "Only if you promise to visit me lots," Natalie replied. "And you still look after me like you said you would," she said, hugging the older boy. "I promise," Harry responded a little emotionally as he pulled her into a hug. "Then it's okay with me," Natalie agreed with the older woman who smiled at her. "Then let us find you a bedroom, and we will have to take you shopping too," Marlene frowned as she led the girl from the room. "Harry," a timid voice questioned him from the doorway. Harry turned to see a brown blur launch towards him, and he barely managed to catch the excited girl in his arms. "Hello, Hermione," he greeted his friend with a soft smile. "What are you doing here?" he asked in confusion. "My parents are working in South America, so Professor Dumbledore suggested I stayed here," Hermione answered. "I'm really sorry about Mr. Black," she added sincerely. "It's okay, Hermione. I'm starting to accept the fact he's gone now," Harry replied a little unconvincingly. "Why don't you and Miss Granger catch up?" Dumbledore suggested. "We will be wrapping up here soon." Harry nodded gratefully and allowed Hermione to lead him up the stairs to the room she was staying in. He sat on the bed next to his friend and pulled her into a hug. "How are things?" he asked her. "Not good, really," Hermione responded sadly. "We got our OWL results today and Ron did really badly," she explained. "How badly?" Harry questioned her with a frown. "He only passed 3 of them and barely," she said, shaking her head. "So he didn't knuckle down and study," Harry stated. "That is his own fault," he pointed out. "I know, but I can't help but feel sorry for him," Hermione replied sadly. The pair was interrupted by a knock on the door. Fred and George entered at Hermione's acknowledgement and froze briefly at the sight of Harry. "Well, if it isn't the Lord Potter and the Lord Black," Fred said with an elaborate bow. "And what brings a fine man of such breeding to the company of us lowly peasants?" George added with a bow of his own, grinning stupidly. "Hello, Fred, George," Harry greeted the pair with a shake of his head. "Have you come to congratulate our fair lady here on her exemplary exam results?" Fred asked. "I didn't know the results were coming today," Harry said truthfully. "How did you?" Harry asked his friend. "Well, she only went and got all O's, of course," George answered for her. "I got 1 E," Hermione pointed out with a scowl. "Defense against the dark arts," she explained to a shocked Harry. "We didn't get enough practice, it seems," she added with a deeper scowl. You still did very well, Harry praised and hugged her again. You should be proud. What about you, Harry? Hermione questioned him. What are you going to do without OWLS or any WTS? What does a man of such wealth need with exam results? Fred asked haughtily. He has more gold than the Ministry of Magic. One does not need exams, George added with another elaborate bow. That is true, Harry mused with a grin, noticing the offended look he was getting from his friend. Surely you don't mean that, Harry? Hermione asked in disbelief. No, Hermione, Harry appeased the girl, chuckling. I already did my owls, he informed her. When? The girl asked disbelievingly. In January, Harry replied with a shrug. And? She asked with a raised eyebrow. And what? Harry returned with a grin. How did you do, you prat? Hermione asked impatiently, swatting the boy on the arm. I did fine, Harry answered with another grin. How did you do exactly? Hermione asked irritably, standing and placing her hands on her hips. Okay, Harry conceded with a shake of his head. Elgar, he called. The elf appeared and looked at Harry expectantly. Could you please fetch my owl results? He requested of the elf, who simply bowed and vanished. How many elves do you have? Hermione asked with a frown. They need our magic to survive, Hermione, Harry pointed out. They die if they do not find a wizard to serve, he added in explanation. I didn't know that, Hermione whispered. Now you do, Harry said with a shrug. Elgar popped back into the room and handed Harry the thick envelope he had received months before. He handed it to Hermione, who began to read. To Lord Harry James Potter. Please find enclosed the results of you ordinary wizarding level examinations. You should be very proud of your achievements, and it was a pleasure for both Professor Tofty and I to administer the tests for you. Warmest regards. Griselda Marchbanks, head of the examination board. Grades available. O equals outstanding. E equals exceeds expectations. I equals acceptable. P equals poor. D equals dreadful. T equals tr. Please note that a plus symbol after a letter indicates that extra credit has been awarded for the subject. The plus symbols indicate that an additional owl has been given. Examination. Results for Harry James Potter. Ancient runes, O+. Arithmancy, O. Astronomy, O. Care of magical creatures, O+. Charms, O++. Defense against the dark arts, O++. Please see additional notes. Dueling, O++. Please see additional notes. Herbology, O. History of magic, O. Potions, O. Transfiguration, O++. You have achieved a total of 15 OWLS at a grade of outstanding. Additional notes. After much discussing between me and Professor Tofty, we have unanimously decided that the magic you have demonstrated is way beyond that of school-level ability. Therefore, we have agreed that if you complete the theory work of your Newt-level education, then we will be happy to award you your NEWTS also. Based on your practical ability, we are expecting you to achieve similar grades to the ones shown above. In addition to this, we have discussed two of your grades in particular with Aleister Moody, Defense against the Dark Arts and Dueling. We all agree that you are particularly beyond the level of both Owl and Newt in these subjects, and offer you the chance to obtain a mastery in both, supervised by Aleister, who has agreed to supervise the theory work, having personally vouched for you dueling ability and skill in defense against the dark arts. Please contact Aleister Moody when it is convenient for yourself, and he will explain the process to you. I look forward to meeting you again. Griselda Marchbanks. Hermione just looked at her friend in awe. Well, George asked impatiently. Hermione unconsciously passed the parchment to the redhead and continued to stare at Harry. One of the twins let out a low whistle of appreciation. 15 owls at outstanding, Fred said in disbelief. How the hell did you manage it? He asked. Arcturus showed me how well both my parents and grandparents did, Harry said sadly. I didn't want to disappoint them, so I worked really hard, he explained. They would be very proud of you, Harry, Hermione said quietly. And you should be proud of yourself, she added with a smile. Thank you, Hermione, Harry said sincerely. There was another knock on the door, and Bill Weasley entered looking a little nervous. Could I have a word with you, Harry? He asked the teen quietly. Harry nodded and followed the man from the room. I just wanted to thank you, Bill said, running his hand through his long red hair. For dealing with Nott, the twins told me he was one of them that attacked the burrow, he explained. Yeah, he was one of them, Harry replied. And I'm sorry for your losses, Bill. They meant a lot to me too, he added sincerely. Bill smiled at the younger man. It has taken a long time to start dealing, he admitted. Until I got the letter from the twins, I thought it was a mistake I made with the wards that killed them. No, Harry said firmly. The wards were fine. Bill just nodded. Do you know who else was involved? He asked. Rowell and Rookwood, Harry answered without hesitation. Bill growled angrily. I'll get those bastards, he vowed. I would do exactly the same, Harry replied with a nod. If you need any help, I'm here for whatever you need, Harry informed the man genuinely. Thank you, Harry. I really appreciate it, Bill responded, offering his hand, which Harry took. Anytime, Harry returned. Bill smiled at the younger man and left. Harry entered Hermione's room again and was stopped in his tracks as the Potter family ring glowed a deep gold and sent a warm wave of magic through him. Harry, are you okay? Hermione asked, frantically seeing her friend pause suddenly. I'm fine, Harry answered with a smile. Actually, I'm better than fine, he added. What is the date? He asked confusedly. It's just gone midnight, so. Oh, Harry, it's your birthday, Hermione exclaimed. Harry smiled. Arcturus had been right. His Potter ring now recognized him as being of age. He smiled at the new knowledge the ring had given him. Potter Manor can be found 10 miles west of the most southern point of Mount Snowdon, Wales. Chapter 16, Homecoming and Going. Lord Voldemort was in a towering rage. It had been several hours since Lucius had returned injured, and there was no sign of Greyback and his fellow werewolves. The Dark Lord had concluded that they had been killed by Potter, and that did not sit well with the man. The remaining werewolves would be very reluctant to continue serving him. It may take a firm hand to keep them in line. He had given Lucius the courtesy of checking his wound to ensure that it was not a curse wound, and luckily for the man, it was not. He will be punished for his cowardice, of course. That was a certainty. He himself could not confront the boy yet. He needed that damned prophecy, something he had already formulated a plan to obtain. Lord Voldemort knew he needed a show of strength. He could not allow Potter to keep thwarting him the way he was, and he had just the thing for it. He smirked evilly at his plan. Not only would it show Potter that he would not just sit back and allow the liberties the boy was taking, it would certainly test him. He smirked again and set to work to put his plan in motion. Break. Albus Dumbledore left the meeting of the Order of the Phoenix in a saddened state. Severus was not the most pleasant of men, but he had been loyal to him for many years. Well, loyal to the memory of Lily Potter, a loyalty he had neglected to bestow upon her only son. He arrived in his office and sat behind his desk, absent-mindedly stroking the plumage of his faithful friend. Dumbledore shook his head. If only you would have treated Harry better, he would have moved mountains to help you, my friend, he said to himself. He is not his father, not in any way, he added thoughtfully. Albus would mourn for his friend, assuming that he was of course dead, something he had very little doubt of, but he would have to continue the way he had when he lost his friend Hagrid. Thoughts of the half-giant still tugged painfully at his heart, a death he would never fully get over, similar to that of his sister Ariana. Horace, he suddenly said, shooting to his feet and startling the orange creature. Perhaps he can be convinced to come out of retirement and teach in the safety of the castle, he mused. Fox trilled in agreement. Break. Harry left Grimmauld Place feeling nervous, a feeling he had not felt for quite some time. He was torn. He did not know if he should go straight to Potter Manor or wait for a while and let everything sink in properly. He paced the pavement outside the Black House thinking furiously. More than anything, he wanted to go, but he did not want to be disappointed. He didn't know what condition the house would be in, and he just did not know what to expect. He had high expectations of his family home, having seen it in the pensive, but he did not know if he had simply been caught up in the moment, and in reality, it would not live up to the expectations he had. He made his mind up. He would have to face it sooner or later, and he would rather deal with it now than have thoughts that may distract him when he needed to be focused on Riddle. He steeled himself and disapparated away from the London street. He appeared in front of some very tall wrought iron gates with the Potter crest depicted proudly in the center. The first thing he noticed about the area he was in was how thick and fresh the air was. He turned away from the gates to find himself facing a large expanse of land that he knew in the daylight would be lush and green. In the distance, he could see a thick gathering of trees that stretched right across the skyline. Clearly, the Potters liked their privacy. There was no sign of any other dwelling in sight. He turned back towards the gate and placed his hand on the family crest, his Potter ring glowing gold as the gate allowed him entrance. As he stepped across the threshold of the property, there was a gentle pop, and he was faced by a very stern-looking house elf. "Whose be you?" the elf asked firmly. Harry's heart jumped in recognition of the creature standing before him. "You must be Macy," he said to the elf with a warm smile. "I'm Harry Potter," he added in introduction. The elf frowned and looked at him critically. "Macy does not know a Harry Potter," the elf replied. "She knows Master James and Mistress Lily Potter, but not Harry," she added, still frowning. "Master James and Mistress Lily were my mother and father," Harry explained sadly. "Yous be the baby they hid to protect," Macy exclaimed in realization. "But you is a man now," she said, clearly confused. "Today is my 16th birthday," Harry informed her. "But where be Master James and Mistress Lily? Macy has not seen them since you were in Mistress Lily's tummy," Macy asked. "They were killed by the man they hid me from," Harry explained. The elf sunk to the floor and began to sob. "That's not being fair," she wailed. Harry kneeled down and placed an arm around the distraught elf. "No, it isn't fair," he agreed in a whisper. "But I will get the man who got them," he vowed to the creature. The elf looked up at him in awe, her eyes still shining with tears. "Yous has very strong magic, like Master Charles," she whispered. "Macy can feels the Potter magic in you and the magics of the Blacks like Mistress Doria," she added. "Yous must be their bloods to have both magics," she said firmly. Harry held up his hands to show the family rings that he possessed. "I am Lord Potter and Lord Black now," he told her sadly. "Wow," the elf intoned in disbelief. "Then yous be a very important wizard, Lord Potter, sir," the elf proclaimed, getting to her feet and bowing. "Macy would be honored to serves you." "It's okay, Macy, just call me Master Harry, the same way you did my grandfather and father," he requested. "Macy can do that, Master Harry," the elf said, attempting a smile that was clearly strained. "You don't have to pretend to be happy, Macy," Harry said, seeing the effort the elf was going to. "It's okay to be sad." "Macy is sad that Master James and Mistress Lily is gone," the elf admitted shyly. "It makes me sad too," Harry replied unashamedly. "How about you show me around?" Harry asked, hopping to distract her from the mood that had set in. "Macy can do that, Master Harry," the elf agreed with a nod and turned to lead him to the house. Harry looked up to view his family home for the first time from the outside. It was simply beautiful. It was an old stone building with thick oak beams surrounded by a more modern plaster on the top half of the property. The bottom half was weathered stone that was clearly well maintained, and the windows were oak-framed and very thick. There were well-kept bushes interspersed sporadically throughout the grounds, and in the distance, he could see there were stables and other buildings where livestock was kept and cared for. Macy led Harry to the very thick oak front door, embossed with the Potter crest. She placed her hand on the crest, causing the door to open and giving Harry his first look inside. It was decorated very similarly to how he had seen it in the pensive. The opulent oak furniture was still here, as was the staircase with the gold banisters snaking the length of them. "Wow," Harry said in awe. It was much better being here in person than in someone's memory. "You've done very well to maintain it," he said to Elf, who began to blush. Macy does try, Master Harry, the elf replied shyly. Would you like Macy to show yous around? She asked excitedly. Harry nodded at the elf, who took his hand and began pulling him to show him the rooms on the ground floor. This, she said as they entered a room, is the main parlor where guests are shown to, she explained. The room was decorated similarly to that of the entrance hall, but felt a little more homely. And this, she said, pulling him through the room and into the next, is the gathering room where we host parties and balls, she explained. Harry found himself in a very large hall with a huge golden chandelier hanging from the ceiling. It was largely empty, but the floor was shiny and obviously cleaned regularly. The tour continued with Macy showing Harry the kitchens, other parlors, and a potions area. She finally led him to a staircase that led downwards underground. This room is the training room, she informed him, leading him down the stairs. Master Charles spent lots of time here, she explained, clicking her fingers, causing the room to fill with light. Harry thought his training room was well equipped. It was nothing compared to this. The room ran through the entirety of the ground floor and was full of various pieces of gym equipment and areas to practice spell work. He knew he and Sirius would be spending much time down here. He noted that there was a bookshelf in one corner of the room, something he would look at a later time. Could you show me the upstairs, please, Macy? Harry asked. Of course, Master Harry, the elf responded with a smile. The elf led him back through the house and to the staircase in the entrance hall. She didn't have to drag him up the stairs as he ran ahead of her, seeking one room in particular, and he found it instantly. He opened the door to find the room looking exactly the same as it had in Arcturus' memory. He approached the bed that his old friend had recovered in when he had been injured by Grindelwald and placed his hand on the pillow lovingly. I made it here, he whispered. Did yous know the Lord Black? Macy asked him. Harry nodded. He was a very good friend, Harry answered quietly. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. He was a naughty man, Macy declared, placing her hands on her hips. He wouldn't take his potion, she huffed, clearly still annoyed by Arcturus. Harry chuckled. He was the best man I've ever known, but you're right. He was a pain, he said, chuckling again. Are there only bedrooms up here? He asked. No, Master Harry, theirs is lots of bedrooms, but theirs is also the office and the library, Macy explained. Harry nodded. Okay, lead the way, he instructed. They exited the room and made their way around the long circular hallway and paused a thick, highly polished door. This is the office, Master Harry, but Macy hasn't been able to get into it and cleans it, she said sadly. Harry placed his hand on the handle and felt a sharp pain. He immediately pulled away and looked at his hand to see a cut slowly healing. Blood ward, he mumbled with a frown. The door opened and the pair stepped inside. There were lots of books adorning the shelves that were on the wall. There was little else in the room except for a desk and a comfortable chair. There was a thick layer of dust coating the entirety of the room. Clearly, it had not been used for many years. Harry approached one of the shelves and removed one of the large tomes from it. He blew the dust off of the cover and wiped away what did not come away with his hand. Punishing the enemy, torture and taunting. The book had no indication of an author, and he found that the entirety of it was handwritten as he opened it. He read a description of a curse and found himself sickened by it. The picture was of a wizard pointing his wand at a man and peeling strips of flesh from him. Carney's courtesies, he mumbled, shaking his head. Clearly the book was full of very dark magic, and he doubted the other books in this room were very friendly. Clearly his grandfather took his defense very seriously. He knew he was not a man who would use these types of curses, not to torture someone for fun. This room would be useful. He would be able to study these books, as distasteful as they were, and have a much better defense for particular types of curses. He could see the book had handwritten notes in them labeled as shields and counter curses. He placed the book back on the shelf. This room would certainly come in handy, and maybe he could even learn some new spells from here. This was war after all, but he would not torture any man for no reason. That went firmly against his own morals, and he knew he would be insulting the memory of his ancestors if he was to do such a thing. He was by no means a light wizard, but he certainly was not dark either. "You can clean in here when you want to, Macy, but just be careful. These books aren't very nice," he explained to the elf. "Shall we go to the library?" he asked. "Macy will take yous there now, Master Harry," the elf replied. Macy took the lead once more and led Harry to a large set of double doors, much like the front doors of the house. She pushed them open to reveal a library that completely staggered Harry. It was huge, and there was shelf upon shelf of books. "There must be thousands of books here," he said in complete awe. "There's is Master Harry," Macy said with a nod. "Many, many books," she added. Harry began making his way through the room in a trance at the amount of knowledge it must contain. He could see the sections were labeled clearly by subject and category. He stood in the middle of the room and just took it all in. It was simply magnificent. "Hello there, young man," a voice cut in, pulling him from his stupor. Harry turned towards where the voice had come from, and his heart jumped into his throat. "Now, you're not my son James, so who are you?" the voice of Doria Potter asked. Harry stood facing a large portrait of his grandparents, both looking at him with curiosity. The painting must have been done not long after they had gotten married, because both occupants looked very youthful still. His grandmother was as beautiful as he remembered her, and his grandfather looked very alert and as well built as Harry remembered. He swallowed and composed himself before answering. "I'm Harry," he said to the portrait. "It never is," Doria exclaimed. "But you are a grown man. How old are you?" she asked with a frown. "It is my 16th birthday today." Harry answered, a little hurt that his grandmother didn't believe it was him. "Early maturity," Charles cut in proudly. "Take after you, grandfather," he added with a grin. "It's been said a lot," Harry responded. "Come closer," Doria requested. "Let me get a better look at you." Harry obliged and stepped closer to the portrait. Doria looked at him critically, putting every last detail under scrutiny. Her eyebrows shot up as her eyes met his. "It is you," she whispered. "You have her eyes, but you look like a black," she said in awe. "And why has it taken you 16 years to visit your grandparents?" she asked sternly with a frown. "This is the first time I've been in this house," Harry explained. "And why is that?" Charles asked firmly, clearly not happy about it. "Why would James not bring here?" he added. "My parents were killed when I was just over a year old," Harry revealed barely above a whisper. Doria's hand shot to her mouth in shock, and Charles simply looked murderous. "How?" he growled out, his eyes ablaze in fury. "Voldemort," Harry answered, shaking his head. "The Pettigrew boy sold them out," Charles stated angrily. Harry just nodded. "Well, why didn't Sirius bring you?" Doria asked, her eyes full of tears. "Everyone thought he was their secret keeper. He was in Azkaban for 12 years and was only recently declared innocent," Harry explained. "Bastards," Charles spat. "Who raised you?" Doria questioned with a frown. "My mum's sister and her husband," Harry replied bitterly. "You were raised by Muggles?" Charles asked in outrage. "I didn't know I was a wizard until I got my Hogwarts letter," Harry said with a shrug. Charles growled in irritation. "Is that the Black family ring?" Doria cut in. "I'm the head of the Potters and the Blacks," Harry told them, showing them both rings. "Are both Arcturus and Sirius dead then?" she asked sadly. "Arcturus is," Harry replied. "Sirius is still alive but didn't want it. He can't have children and he's marrying a werewolf," he added with a shrug. "I always knew that boy was a bit fruity," Charles declared. "He and that Lupin boy, I take it." "No," Harry said firmly. "He's marrying a woman." "How did Arcturus die?" Doria questioned. "Rudolphus Lestrange," Harry spat. "Cursed him in the back when I was fighting Voldemort," he explained. "That madman is still around?" Charles asked. "I thought Dumbledore was dealing with him," he said, shaking his head. "He tried to kill me the night he got my parents, but the curse backfired and got him instead. But he has things that kept him alive," Harry explained. "You were hit by the killing curse and lived?" Doria asked in shock. "Twice," Harry mumbled bitterly. "It seems you have some explaining to do, young man." Doria intoned firmly with a frown. Harry sighed and nodded his head. I guess I should start at the beginning, he suggested. Both Charles and Doria just nodded their agreement and waited for Harry to explain everything. Harry explained his life in its entirety to his grandparents, who exhibited a maelstrom of emotions from sadness, anger, pride, and gratitude. He told them all about life with the Dursleys and his years at Hogwarts. He told them about his encounters with Voldemort, Dementors, and even the Chamber of Secrets, and all about the tournament. He told them about what happened in the graveyard and how Arcturus had saved him, taught him all about his family, and gave him the spell books so he could learn to fight. He went on to tell them about the last year of his life and all the things he had done, the killing, the duels, and fighting Voldemort. When he was finished, he was breathless and his mouth was dry. His grandparents just looked at him with pride shining in their eyes. That's not a life you should ever have had, Charles said sadly. What the hell was that idiot Dumbledore thinking? He asked with a frown. I've spoken to him about everything, and he did what he thought was best, Harry explained. I don't think he ever did anything to put me in danger, but we all make mistakes. He's trying to make up for them now, he added. If I was still there, I'd still curse that old fool, his grandfather replied with a growl. You just hate the man because of the whole Grindelwald thing. Doria cut in a frustrated tone. I hate him because he's a git, Charles retorted petulantly. Let it go, Charles. This isn't about you and him anymore. This is about our grandson, who you should be very proud of, she said firmly. I couldn't be any prouder of the boy, Charles declared. He killed a basilisk for Merlin's sake at 12 years old, and he could cast a Patronus a year later. I couldn't do it until I was 19, he announced with a frown. I'm more pissed that no one cared for him, he finished, shaking his head. Not until Arcturus, Harry cut in. He saved my life and made me who I am now. I was pathetic before I met him, he added disappointedly. No, Harry, you weren't pathetic, Doria piped up. You were unprepared and unnurtured, but not pathetic. You achieved quite some feats even before my brother came along, she praised. And despite everything you faced and went through, you still stand here, Charles said, shaking his head in disbelief. You are a Potter through and through, my boy, he added proudly. I knew I could always rely on Arcturus, he finished with a grateful nod at the thought of the man. He was a great man, Harry agreed. But a surly git, he added with a grin. But without him, I wouldn't be who I am now. Charles chuckled at the description of his friend. A comfortable silence fell between the three, and it was then that Harry noticed Macy was still there, and looking up at him again with both awe and sadness. Macy, are you okay? Harry asked the elf worriedly. Macy is okay, Master Harry. Macy knows yous is a strong wizard, but Macy is sad that she didn't gets to look after yous like I should, she replied sadly. Well, you can look after me now if you want to, Harry said, placing his arm around her. I can't be trusted apparently, he added with a grin and frown. Yous will not be making messes in this house, Master Harry, the elf said firmly. I would do no so thing, Harry declared with a grin and a wink causing the little elf to blush again. Macy can already see yous is one to watch, she responded with a shake of the head. Doria watched how gentle and kind Harry could be. She could see that he could be ferocious and ruthless in a heartbeat, just like her husband. But it was this soft side that she had fallen in love with Charles, and Harry was just like him, through and through. I can't even pretend to understand what you have gone through, Harry, but both of our families couldn't ask for a better man than you to lead them, Doria said sincerely. Thank you, Harry replied emotionally. Being praised by his grandparents meant everything to the young man. Knowing he was honoring them and their memories was more satisfying than he could ever have imagined. So what are you going to do now? Charles asked him. I'm going to kill the bastard for everything he has put me through, or I'll die trying. Harry vowed seriously, his eyes flashing dangerously. I wouldn't expect anything less, Charles said, nodding in agreement. But do not forget to live, Harry, he added. Do you have a special young lady in your life? He questioned with a grin. Harry flushed a little at the question, but nodded. Daphne, he answered. There's just something about her, he shrugged and shook his head. I know that feeling, Charles said, looking towards his wife. You don't know what it is you feel, but it is warm and comfortable, he stated. You think about her all the time, and you just want any excuse just to see her, he added knowingly. Harry nodded. The man was spot on with his assumptions. Hold on to it, Charles advised seriously. It will be the most important thing to you one day when you finally realize what it is you're feeling, he said firmly. It only happens once in a lifetime. Cherish it and protect it with everything you have. I will, Harry promised. And Harry, his grandfather questioned, you never need an excuse to see her. If she feels the same, she will want you there. Harry smiled and nodded. He had an excuse to go tomorrow to tell her about Natalie and the attack at the orphanage. Now it seemed he didn't need one. Are we going to be seeing more of you? Doria asked. I will be around, me and Sirius, he responded. The training room here is better than the one at my house, he explained. Make sure you look at the books in there, Charles advised. There are some very useful spells that aren't in the books you have, and very few alive will know of. I will, Harry replied. Good, Charles said with a nod. Now it is very late, you should get some sleep, but do make sure you come and visit us often, he added firmly. I will come all the time, Harry replied sincerely. Both of his grandparents smiled at him. Good night, Harry, Doria bade him farewell. Good night, Harry returned, giving the portrait a warm smile. He left the library accompanied by Macy, who led him to the large master bedroom. Yous be sleeping here, Master Harry, and Macy will has breakfast ready for yous when yous awake, the elf instructed. Thank you, Harry said gratefully to the elf. Good night, Macy. Good night, Master Harry, Macy replied as she closed the door. Harry was happy. He had not been disappointed by coming here, and it definitely lived up to his expectations, and even beyond them in some cases. He undressed and got himself into bed. It was not long after his head hit the pillow that he fell into a deep and comfortable sleep. Break. He awoke the next morning feeling very refreshed and relaxed. The only moment of discomfort he felt was when he realized how comfortable he actually felt here despite this being his first time in the house. That moment passed quickly, however, and he smiled. Arcturus had given him his first true home, and now he had another, one that he truly belonged to. He found that his clothes had been washed and dried for him overnight by Macy, and that she had folded them neatly on the chair that was next to the bed. He shook his head at the thought of the elf that he was quickly becoming fond of. He got dressed and made his way down to the kitchen to get breakfast, where he was told firmly by Macy to take a seat at the table and wait. Harry willingly obliged and waited for the elf to bring him some food, which she did shortly after he had sat down. Yous will not be putting your elbows on the table, Macy reprimanded him, hitting his arms with a wooden spoon sharply. Yous be just like Master James and Charles likes that, she added, shaking her head. Harry frowned and rubbed where the elf had struck him, but couldn't help the smile that formed at the comparison between himself and the other male members of his family. Here yous go, Master Harry, some porridge and some fruits for you, the elf declared, placing a large bowl of food in front of him. Thank you, Macy, Harry said gratefully and immediately began tucking in. Do we have any animals here? He asked between mouthfuls. I saw the stables and just wondered, he added with a shrug. We's be having a herd of the Strauls and some griffins, Macy informed him. Master Charles wanted a dragon, but Mistress Doria would not allow it, she added, sounding grateful at that. Harry smiled at that. That is what Arcturus meant when he said about his grandfather bringing home animals. Wow, Harry replied. I've never seen either of those. Aren't griffins really rare? He asked with a frown. They is being very rare, Master Harry. Master Charles rescued some from being killed in Greece and bought them home. We has 7 of them now. They guards the property, she explained. I'd like to meet them after breakfast, he said excitedly. They's is being very grumpy and dangerous, Master Harry, the elf told him worriedly. They's only ever liked Master Charles. Maybe just the Strauls then, Harry replied. He wasn't keen on facing angry griffins today. The Thestrals is also dangerous if you's upset them, Macy pointed out. They's was Mistress Doria's, she informed him. I don't plan on upsetting them. I just want to see one for real. My patroness is a Thestral, he explained to the wide-eyed elf. Can's Macy see? She asked. Harry nodded and removed his wand. Expecto patronum, he muttered, causing his Thestral to erupt from the end of his wand. That's being Drula, the elf said in shock. Who? Harry asked in confusion. Drula is being the granddaughter of Jax, Macy explained. They's is the Strals we has here. Mistress Doria's patroness was Jax, she elaborated. Harry smiled at that. Then I can't wait to meet them, he said sincerely. Macy will takes you when you's finished eating, she responded firmly. Harry quickly finished his breakfast and waited for Macy to lead him to where the Thestrals were kept. She took him to the stables and entered a large pantry, exiting with what seemed to be a large bucket of beef cutlets. We's has to be giving them breakfast too, she explained. Harry nodded and gestured for her to lead the way. He followed her to a large area of trees where she placed the bucket on the floor and began whistling loudly. After a few minutes, Harry got his first glimpse of a Thestral, and his breath was taken away by the beauty of the creature. It stood around half a foot taller than him and was as black as the night sky. It had an almost smoky appearance about, but the thing that stood out above all else was the bright, blood-red eyes. The beast was followed by several others as it approached and waited to receive its food. Without hesitation, Harry picked up the bucket and walked slowly towards them so not to startle the herd. Yous be careful, Master Harry, Macy whispered worriedly. Harry gave her a reassuring smile and proceeded. He paused around 6 feet away from the group, removed a piece of meat from the bucket, and held it at arm's length in front of him. The Thestral leading the group eyed him critically, but stepped forward after a moment and gently took the meat from his hand and began to eat. Harry smiled. The creatures really were something to marvel at. The rest of the herd followed the lead of the first and were all eating shortly after. Harry just watched in a comfortable silence, enjoying being around the animals. He never realized how much he truly loved animals, but now he knew he would be doing this as regularly as possible. He was about to turn to leave the herd to finish their breakfast when one of the larger Thestrals approached him and sniffed him curiously. Harry smiled as he recognized his patroness in true form. You must be Drula, he whispered to the creature. The Thestral snorted deeply and began pawing the ground in front of him. Harry reached up carefully and stroked her head gently. The Thestral melted into his touch and began rubbing her head in his hand affectionately. You have no idea how many times you have saved me, he informed the animal with a soft smile. Do you want to meet the you that protects me? He asked. The Thestral snorted again, in what Harry assumed was a yes. He carefully removed his wand from its holster and cast his patroness in a whisper. The two Thestrals looked at each other critically for a moment before the real Drula approached the patroness and began nuzzling it gently. Harry eventually let the patroness fade and Drula approached him and nuzzled him before sitting down on the ground with her wings spread. She be wanting you to ride her, Macy said in disbelief. Is that what you want, girl? Harry asked the Thestral with a smile to which the creature just snorted. Yous be careful, Master Harry, Macy said firmly. They's is still dangerous. Harry wasn't paying attention the elf, and instead carefully climbed on the Thestral's back, ensuring that both he and the animal were comfortable. Let's go, girl, Harry said when he was ready. The creature immediately stood and began galloping out onto the large field at full speed. Harry, not having expected this, had to readjust himself accordingly, something he did in the nick of time. The Thestral beat its powerful wings and launched the pair into the air and began flying around the field in large circles. Harry found the feeling nothing short of exhilarating, and he was enjoying every moment of the flight. All too soon, the Thestral began swooping lower and lower and eventually landed in front of the trees. She then trotted gently back to join the herd, and Harry removed himself from her back as they arrived. That was incredible, he said gently to the creature. Thank you, he added, giving her another piece of meat. I'll be back lots to see you, he promised, stroking her head once more. He turned to see a very worried looking Macy frowning at him with her hands on her hips. "Use is very reckless, Master Harry," she scolded the teen. "It was fun," Harry replied. "I wrote a hippogriff when I was 13, he explained. "If yous be hurting yourself, Macy won't be looking after yous," the elf said firmly. Harry just shrugged in response. "Shall we head back in? I need to shower and wash the blood off my hands," he told the elf, who just turned away and began walking towards the house, clearly not happy. Harry rushed to catch up with the elf, but was startled as a loud screech sounded from his left. He turned to see 7 large bird-like creatures charging towards him, and his eyes shot up in recognition. The griffins. He knew he was not going to be able to outrun them, so he drew his wand carefully. The thought of apparating away did not even occur to him, something that he would chide himself for later. "Don't run, Master Harry," Macy said worriedly. "Yous need to stand very still." Harry did, as the elf said, and braced himself. The creatures slowed down as they drew closer, and Harry got his first real look at them. They were huge, much bigger than the Thestrals, and looked considerably more dangerous. The beaks they had were clearly razor-sharp, as were the talons, which Harry eyed with concern. He certainly did not want to get caught with one of those. The one leading them was a deep golden color, and if Harry wasn't feeling so nervous, he would have marveled at the beauty of the beasts. The others were a variety of colors, 2 red, 2 blue, and 1 a sunset yellow. The final one was golden also, a smaller version of the one that was now approaching. The creature eyed him critically and began sniffing him in interest. It screeched loudly again and turned its attention to the wand he held in his hand. It sniffed the wood and narrowed its eyes at it. After a moment, it screeched again in what seemed like triumph and buted Harry forcefully in his chest, knocking him back a few steps. He braced himself again and waited to see what the creature would do next. It approached him again and screeched loudly. Clearly, the animal was both proud and stubborn. Having enough of being pushed around by the griffin, Harry stood tall and looked it in the eye. "Stop," he commanded in a firm voice. The animal tilted its head at him in bemusement and screeched again. "Now you're just being childish," Harry said with a frown. The griffin ruffled its feathers at him indignantly. "I'm not going to let you bully me," Harry informed the beast and stepped forward, causing the animal to take a step back. "See, I'm not scared of you, so you can stop your little macho act," he said firmly. The griffin nodded at him once and turned away to walk back towards the rest of the group that followed him, and left the boy and the elf to proceed to the house. "Was yous really not scared?" Macy asked him in awe. "Terrified," Harry answered simply. "But you have to do things even if you are scared," he explained. "And that's what makes yous a strong wizard," Macy praised. Harry just shook his head at the elf, and the two entered the house so he could shower and get ready to meet Daphne. "Elgar," he called. The elf appeared and looked very confused until he recognized the house he was in. "Master Harry found his home," he said sadly. "I did," Harry replied. "But I will still be spending a lot of time at the other house," he told the elf, who smiled. "What can Elgar do for Master Harry?" he asked. "Could you please get me some clothes?" Harry requested. Elgar popped away and returned a minute later with some clean clothes for Harry. "You can come here any time you like, Elgar," Harry informed the elf. "I'm sure Macy won't mind." "Thank you, Master Harry," Elgar said gratefully. "Elgar and Macy was good friends once, before Lord Potter passed away," he explained. "Well, then you can catch up as much as you like," Harry said with a smile. "Elgar will do that," the elf responded and popped away. Harry went to shower and get ready to visit Daphne. He had already done so much, yet his day had barely begun.